This student was so powerful that even the demon himself tried to make a peace deal with him. Before that, when the demon threatened to destroy Earth, the boy appeared riding a nuclear missile. After the explosion, he grabbed what was left of the demon's body, flew into the sky, and slammed him back into the ground. Even so, that was the most powerful demon, and he returned as if nothing had happened. The monster attacks from all directions, but the boy does not suffer even a scratch. He declares himself infinitely stronger, and at that moment, the demon proposes a deal. The young man ignores him, takes him to a place where no one can see, and declares his end. Desperate, the demon splits into 1,000 pieces to survive, but the boy transforms into a colossus, crushes everything into a small sphere, and swallows it, incinerating his own body with flames hotter than the sun. In doing so, he absorbs the demon's power and, upon returning to Earth, creates new armor with that power. Meanwhile, in another nation, scientists detect absurd radiation in the sky along with a life source inside it. They are shocked because not even the strongest being would survive a single second there. Anyway, let's get straight into it. In a classroom, a young man begins to panic, questioning whether he really went back to before the college entrance exams. He's in the Xia Kingdom, at Ancheng's #1 high school, class 7 of the 3rd year. Suddenly, he jumps to his feet shouting, drawing everyone's attention. Frantic, he wonders what kind of horror story he's living in. If he was going to reincarnate, it could have at least been after the exams. Since ancient times, humanity on the Blue Star has suffered from a catastrophe known as the Secret World Invasion. These secret realms are connected to other worlds and are filled with terrifying monsters that sometimes use portals to invade the human world. The most powerful creatures can destroy entire nations and threaten all of humanity. To fight them, humans developed a system of beast genes that allows users to awaken monster models and genetic talents. These warriors are the only ones capable of saving mankind. Over time, they became far more respected than ordinary people, and the entire Blue Star entered an era where martial strength means everything and everything else is considered inferior. Only martial cultivators can reach the top. Suddenly, systems begin to appear in the minds of several young people, echoing a message. World transfer complete. Host body, Yihi, implanting memories. The protagonist lowers his head, wondering if his new name really is Yihi, just a simple high school student. The classmates around him start mocking him, saying he must be having another nightmare or calling him a loser, asking if he really plans to take the college exams. A girl sneers, telling him to give up and go home since he's destined to be a street cleaner for the rest of his life. Yahe gets annoyed, thinking that every protagonist is ridiculed at the start of their story. He realizes that the body's original owner didn't have a good reputation, and from the memories he just received, he recalls that the former Yahe's parents had an accident during his 2nd year, which made him lose all focus on his studies. Even though he used to have good grades, he ended up completely unmotivated. The girl from before starts getting angry for being ignored and yells, asking what he's staring at, reminding him they're in a martial arts class, and asking if he wants to settle things with a fight. Hearing this, Yihe panics, trying to understand what she means since he was only thinking. Apparently, the previous owner of this body didn't study properly, and now he's the one who'll have to face the consequences. Frustrated, he thinks he's inherited a humiliating and miserable life. At that moment, the teacher walks to the center of the room and calls for silence, telling everyone to pay attention. He asks if they're ready since they're about to begin the injection of the genetic modification serum. He tells them to believe in themselves, reminding them that all 3 years of training and martial energy cultivation have led to this moment. Adjusting his glasses, he shoots a look directly at Yihe and comments that those who never took the lessons seriously. But Yihe tunes him out, thinking this is all some kind of joke. After all, he's not the one who messed up before. Still, he decides not to worry because now he's the one in control. He's inherited this body, and with a cold smile, he promises to do whatever it takes to turn the situation around. Everyone proceeds to the genetic injection conference, held in the special hall of Ancheng's #1 high school. The students are excited, chatting about what they might awaken, maybe a level 3 rock mountain, or a level 4 sea dragon. Another boy laughs and says that Yahe will probably just end up a weak level 1. The preparation machine starts making noises, releasing gas, and when it opens, it reveals several capsules containing genetic mutations. The teacher explains that this is the genetic awakening serum, containing primitive genes from all the magical beasts known to mankind. After injection, each person will absorb a random gene and awaken their abilities. He notes that normally the stronger one's body, the more powerful the gene obtained, and tells them to remain calm, just accept the energy flow when it starts. Then he calls them one by one, injecting the serum directly into their veins, granting each student the genes of these creatures. Immediately, a strange energy begins to radiate from their bodies, filling the hall with a powerful aura. Some start feeling sick, others faint, unable to withstand the pressure of the injection. Yahe watches in fear, thinking everyone's reacting strangely and that this won't be easy. Without hesitation, he injects the serum directly into the vein of his neck. saying that no matter what happens, he'll just get it over with. His eyes shine intensely, but nothing happens. The teacher approaches, remarking that apparently nothing much has changed. Yihi tries to play it off, saying maybe he got a faulty dose. The same girl mocks him again, laughing that he didn't awaken anything at all. She says a warrior without an awakening is like a bird without wings, doomed to crawl among the rest. She adds that it suits him perfectly and that now he can go sweep streets instead of trying to be a warrior. Yehe feels anger building up, remembering how she mocked him earlier in class. Suddenly, unbearable pain hits him, and he wonders what this feeling is. A system screen appears before his eyes with the message, Infinite Monster Model Obtained. Host, Yehe. Martial Abilities. Basic Chi Technique of the 9th Student, Palm Block, Iron Body Technique. Monster Model Extracted. Yehe writhes in agony while the girl watches disdainfully, asking what he's pretending to do, saying there's no reason to act if he didn't awaken anything. He shouts for everyone to back away immediately. She snaps back asking why, but Yehe, eyes glowing and a dense aura emanating from his body, warns that if they don't move now, it'll be too late. Then his energy erupts, transforming his aura into that of a colossal metallic monster. The pressure blasts the girl and everyone nearby away. The students scream that the shockwave was too strong, asking who could have awakened something so terrifying. Some complain that they can't stand the energy and start vomiting. Among the awakened, one of them looks around and asks if anyone there is stronger than him. The system screen reappears, displaying Rank a Model, Daimora the Mad Flame, Abilities, Molten Fire Breath, Sporadic Absorption, Advanced Strength. Daimora the Lord of Flames will be unlocked once module compatibility reaches 100%. Current compatibility, 3%. Yehi keeps radiating crushing pressure throughout the room and in a firm tone declares that he has awakened a rank A model called Daimora, the Infinite Monster Model. Looking at his own hands, his voice trembling, he asks if the system will finally start helping him. The other students, still terrified, glance at each other and ask if that guy was really the loser Yehe, realizing his aura had forcibly pushed everyone back. They're stunned to see that even Wang Xing fainted, even though she had awakened a second-level magical beast, the Flame Claw Scorpion. It makes them wonder just what exactly Yehe has awakened. Regaining control, he laughs awkwardly and apologizes, saying he made a little mess during his awakening, but reminds them he did tell everyone to step back earlier. Suddenly, an announcement echoes through the school speakers, informing that all awakened students must proceed to the detection test to identify their magical beast type and martial level. In another room, several genetic analysis devices are ready for the examination. These machines measure the gene and martial level of the awakening. The first evaluated, Li Xinyuan, awakens a level 3 magical beast lineage, Swift Spider. His classmates comment that he's really lucky. He was just a normal student and now became number 1, saying powerful lineages are truly unfair. Next is Chu Zhou, considered the class's top student. Not only is he a level 9 martial apprentice, but he also awakened an impressive lineage, the Ice Demon Dragon. Everyone says that this time, the champion of Ancheng City will be him. Then they call Miss Liu, and the students are amazed to learn she's also a level 9 martial apprentice and has awakened a rare level 4 lineage, the Infernal Sparrow, a creature that, in its true form, could destroy most of the city and is feared even by grandmasters. The protagonist watches as numbers appear on the screen and begins to reflect, realizing that the models awakened by others were classified as level 3 or 4 while his is marked as rank A. Suddenly, his turn is announced, and he hears people around him excitedly commenting on what they saw happen when he received the injection, saying, "It's going to be amazing." As he walks toward the device, everyone watches with admiration, whispering that his aura is intense and that he'll surely become someone powerful. Some shout that they need to befriend him, while several girls sigh, saying he's really handsome. Along the way, Yehi thinks about how this world revolves entirely around martial power. When he reaches the machine, he steps inside and the students continue their chatter, saying that with that aura, his level must be incredible. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation, though one person in the back remains silent, watching carefully, sensing that the powerful energy earlier came from Yehe and deciding to keep an eye on him. When the test begins, the device's screen displays an error. The system identifies him as only a level 3 martial disciple, but the rest of the data doesn't appear. His beast lineage is listed as unknown. Instantly, everyone who had admired him burst into laughter, mocking him and saying that a level 3 disciple is pathetic, since even middle school students could beat him in a fight. They say that an unknown lineage probably means he doesn't even have one, and that even if he does, whatever lineage someone that weak could awaken would be insignificant. They add that the energy from before must have just been a system glitch. As soon as he steps out of the device, laughter echoes throughout the room, calling him a loser once again. Yehe, however, keeps a serious expression, thinking that this was already expected. The model wasn't detected because it's the infinite monster model, At that moment, the system interface reappears displaying Infinite Monster Model Upgrade Guide. This model can be improved by completing missions or increasing reputation. Additional models can be acquired by performing these actions. Number of upgrades, 0. Reading that, Yihi starts to laugh, realizing that his rank model is different from the others, and that as long as he meets the conditions, he can have infinite models. That makes him shout in excitement that this way, he'll become the king of monsters. The next day at school, the teacher sips his tea and looks at him in confusion, asking if he really plans to stop attending classes to study for the entrance exams at home, and if Yihe thinks anyone would believe that. The protagonist firmly says he wants to improve, admitting that he's far behind everyone else and needs special training over the next few days. If he keeps the same pace as his classmates, he'll be doomed. The teacher replies that if he truly wants to become a warrior, he must enter college, but reminds him that even though he awakened a lineage, his foundation is weak. Therefore, he'll probably fail the entrance exams and should prepare to repeat the year. Yihe looks at him and shouts desperately that the teacher may not understand, but he awakened a powerful lineage and, with effort and intense training, he'll succeed. He begs the teacher to look into his eyes and see his sincerity, insisting he'd never lie about something like that. The teacher studies him for a few seconds, then admits that his eyes truly show determination. In the end, he allows Yihe to study at home, but confirms he'll still have to repeat the year. Outside, the protagonist walks along the sidewalk, recalling that his parents' house was sold for $600,000, and that with the accident compensation totaling more than $1 million, he has enough money to start his journey. He reflects that to increase his power, he has two options: level up as a warrior, or improve his compatibility with Demora. According to the system's information, each model starts with only 1% compatibility, but Demora already has 3, and he doesn't know where the other 2 came from. He quickly concludes that the answer is simple. The model absorbed part of the genetic awakening serum's power, increasing its compatibility. That proves that the genetic serum in this world can enhance model abilities. Therefore, instead of just training hard, he can use money to speed up the process. Convinced, he decides he must buy the genetic enhancement serum as soon as possible. Swiping his student card to enter the subway, he's amazed to notice that everyone there has already awakened their own lineages. After awakening his model, Yihe gained a unique ability called Life Magnetic Field. Demora can detect the vital signs of creatures by releasing its magnetic life field, allowing the protagonist to sense warriors' chi burning like furnaces and perceive their beasts' presence. Excited, he starts to laugh, murmuring, "Warriors and monsters." And as he witnesses it all, he feels an uncontrollable desire to fight rising inside him. After all, Demora is the king of monsters in his world, a being destined to dominate all life. However, Yihe is still a beginner, unable to fully control Demora's power. When he grows stronger, he'll show the world who the true king of monsters is. Suddenly, someone taps his shoulder, startling him. A beautiful woman smiles and winks, telling him to stop staring at people. Embarrassed, Yihe apologizes, saying he didn't mean to. She laughs softly, saying it's fine and that he probably just awakened his beast gene and can't control the power yet. It's completely normal. Curious, she asks what he's doing there. He says he came to buy genetic medicine but doesn't know where to go since the place is so big and confusing, and asks if she could help him. The woman seems surprised, asking if he really intends to buy that kind of product and already start using it. Confused by her reaction, Yihe asks if there's something wrong with that. She says no, but explains that genetic medicines are extremely expensive and that frequent use can cause resistance, reducing their effects over time. She advises that to maximize results, it's better to wait until his lineage reaches its peak. Yihe asks how much a genetic dose costs, and she explains that, at his current level, he'll need a beginner's dose, priced at around $400,000. Hearing that, he feels discouraged, thinking it's too expensive. He couldn't even buy 5 doses with all the money he has. He asks if she knows anyone who could offer a discount. The woman hands him her business card, saying that, with a recommendation from a veteran warrior, he might get a better price. Taking the card, Yihe thanks her sincerely and she smiles, saying that someday they'll meet again. Determined, he looks at the card and says it's time. Checking his balance, he sets out to buy, determined to invest in his growth. Later, in his apartment, under the light of the ship reflected through the window, a dense energy bursts from his body. The system screen appears, showing that the beast model, Demora, the Mad Flame, has increased its compatibility from 3 to 4%, and then to 7%. Yihe's body radiates more and more power, and the system also shows his stats rising from 10 to 15, while his weapon level reaches 7. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he bends over, smiling with satisfaction, saying that this is how you level up. However, he notices that with each genetic dose, the progress becomes smaller, since as his body improves, further gains are harder to achieve. Still, he's satisfied, saying it wasn't bad at all as he achieved in a few minutes what others would take 3 years of training to reach. Thinking about it, he believes that if he can activate Demora's lineage power, he'll become #1 in the entrance exams. Looking at his hands and smiling, he reflects that if a loser can't surpass the ordinary, then he truly is worthless. With everything ready, he decides it's time to enter the secret realm. These portals are ranked from E to S, and the higher the rank, the stronger the beasts that dwell within. No human can defeat S-rank creatures. If they invaded the real world, they'd cause an apocalyptic disaster. After preparing, he heads to Ansheng's rank E Secret Realm number 3. Walking through the area, he notes there are fewer people than he expected, but realizes that's because the realm is old and most of its treasures have already been plundered, leaving only weak beasts, usually hunted by beginners. Approaching the receptionist, he informs her that he has a pass for Secret Realm number 3. She asks him to sign the contract in front of her before entering. After filling out the form, he walks toward the portal, feeling his excitement grow. Gazing at the portal's light, he says, this is only the beginning of his journey to becoming the king of monsters, and without hesitation, he leaps inside. On the other side, he's awestruck by the sight of the Kanglan, Anhui, and Taijin stars shining in the sky, saying that even though he'd read about them in books, seeing them in person is completely different. Everything feels vast and magnificent. While still admiring the glow of the stars and the vastness of the place, a rabbit slowly approached. It was a first-rank beast known as a blood rabbit. The animal lunged toward him, but Yihe reacted instinctively, grabbing it with a swift, precise movement. He let out a mocking laugh, asking if the rabbit was stupid for thinking he wouldn't notice it. Thanks to his life magnetic field ability, he could sense everything around him with extreme clarity, and within seconds he exterminated the blood rabbit. After destroying it, a small magic core appeared in his hand. Observing the shining stone, he noticed it was white in color, common quality, probably worth about 1,000 yuan. He thought to himself that he had just earned 1,000 yuan in a matter of minutes, a huge profit compared to what a normal person would take an entire month to make. However, looking at the core again, he concluded that focusing only on white stones would be a waste of time and that the ideal move would be to hunt a second-rank beast. Just then, a roar echoed beside him. A grotesque creature emerged from the shadows, a second-rank demonic insect. Excited, Yihe drew his dagger, ready to test his abilities. He charged forward and easily pierced his opponent, remembering what he'd read about that species in the monster encyclopedia. Compared to the steel-hard shell covering its back, the demonic insect's abdomen was much more vulnerable. The strike wounded it badly, but also enraged it. The creature lunged at him, and Yihe dropped his weapon, channeling his energy and firing a beam of light resembling a Kamehameha. The attack only made the insect angrier, and it counterattacked by spitting 2 poisonous projectiles. Startled, Yihe barely dodged them and muttered in amazement, wondering if that monster's mandibles could really fire projectiles. Though he escaped, he grew furious at seeing his clothes damaged, shouting if the monster had any idea how much they cost. He soon realized that, at his current martial level, he couldn't defeat the creature without a powerful technique to back him up. Even with a deep Dantian and above-average vitality, he could barely unleash half his strength. He blamed the body's former owner for being such a failure in studies and training. With no alternatives left, he thought there was no choice. He'd have to cheat. He focused, and his eyes began to glow. A dense energy filled the surroundings as he shouted to Demora, enraged to activate the demon emperor lineage. His body transformed, arms covered in scales and bulging muscles like those of a real beast. His strength rose from 15 to 21 points. When the insect charged again, Yihe leapt straight at it, diving into its mouth and tearing it apart from the inside, making its body explode outward. Gasping for air, he declared that, with his physique raised to 21 points, he had completely crushed the second-ranked demonic insect. Even after reversing the transformation, he had to release the excess heat built up inside his body. Thick smoke came from his hands, and he joked to himself that he was turning into a jet engine. Looking down, he noticed that his newly bought sword had been completely corroded by the monster's poison. A weapon worth 250,000 credits, destroyed by a mere second-rank beast. This had to be a scam, the quality control was terrible, and the review would definitely be negative. Soon after, his stomach growled loudly, and he realized that the energy consumption during the transformation must have been massive, since he was starving and hadn't brought any food. Suddenly, a delicious aroma filled the air, making his mouth water. The scent came from the green magic core the demonic insect had left behind. Without thinking much, he gave in to hunger and swallowed it. As soon as he did, a system window appeared before his eyes. Monster Model Demora, Enraged Demon Emperor. Compatibility increased from 7 to 7.3%. Yihe widened his eyes, surprised to realize that compatibility increased by consuming cores. Smiling, he compared. He had spent hundreds of thousands on a genetic potion and gained only 1%. But a single green core raised it by 0.3. If he could get 3 or 4 of those, it would equal an entire potion. He also thought that the white core he'd picked up earlier would probably give at least 0.1%. Happy with the discovery but frustrated over the money he'd wasted, he laughed and cried at the same time, calling that world a true pay-to-win. Regaining focus, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and murmured that he would turn all that frustration into motivation. He swore to himself that he'd hunt until he was completely satisfied. With a determined look, he activated his life field, expanding his senses to detect any demonic presence nearby. The following afternoon, the system tab appeared again, displaying Model Demora Enraged Demon Emperor Compatibility 9% overall physique 15.8. As he walked, Yehi thought that after reaching 9% compatibility, consuming white cores no longer had any effect, so it was more worthwhile to sell them for money. When he arrived at the receptionist's desk, he poured them all onto the counter and stated that he had 20 white cores and 1 green. The clerk was stunned, asking if he was joking, since a mere high school student could never have gathered that much. After completing the sale, everyone in the area began staring at him curiously, but Yihe ignored them, commenting that according to government rules, martial artists had to hand over part of their spoils. A green core was equivalent to 5 white ones. In total, he received 200,000 Xia Kingdom credits. Thinking about his next steps, he remembered that only 9 days remained until the college entrance exam and decided to head to Secret Realm D Class number 4. When he arrived, he noticed a group already gathered. The driver asked his captain, Lin, if they'd be able to complete the Jade Flower mission this time. Lin replied that during their last expedition, they had already found the area where it grows, but old Chen had been injured while fighting a monster and wouldn't be joining them. A woman commented that without him, only 5 people remained. Another warrior confirmed and reminded them that the rules required at least 6 participants to enter a D-class secret realm. Calmly, Lin said that wasn't a problem since he had contacted an agency that arranged a replacement. The captain, a level 2 martial artist named Lin He, approached Yihei and asked if he was the level 9 martial disciple known as Paisla. The protagonist confirmed. He thought that since he was still a student and lacked authorization to enter a D-class secret realm, he'd had to rely on an illegal agency to forge a fake identity, spending 100,000 credits just on that. Lin He remarked that the name Paisla was peculiar. Yihe stared at him and replied that he had no choice. If he used his real name, he'd have copyright issues. The captain laughed, saying it didn't matter since it was only a code name. What truly mattered was that, as a level 9 disciple, Paisla didn't have enough power for this kind of mission. Therefore, he would only observe and not interfere. Lin He emphasized that he didn't want him getting in the way. The protagonist simply nodded, saying he understood, but thought that defining roles beforehand was a good sign, better than being betrayed midway. With everything settled, the group boarded the vehicle and headed toward the portal. The captain explained that their goal this time was to find the Blood Jade Flower. Once they entered the secret realm, Lin He checked the tracker and reported that there was a flower located in an oasis just ahead, guarded by a rank 2 monster with a general grade lineage. Paisla looked around the barren landscape, reflecting that last time he'd explored a tropical forest, and now he was in the middle of a desert. He concluded that the secret realms weren't connected to a single world. Suddenly, one of the members shouted that Earth Demon rats had found them. Lin He ordered Hood to handle it. Hood drew his knives and with rapid movements hurled them toward the enemies. The blades, infused with martial energy, exploded on impact, wiping out all the rats at once. He turned to the captain and confirmed that the threat had been eliminated. Yihe watched in awe, realizing that Hood infused energy into each throw, making them as lethal as miniature bombs. He also noticed that the man carried himself with a brutal demeanor and spoke only when necessary. The team continued moving forward until they finally reached the indicated area. They disembarked and continued on foot. Paisla asked why they had abandoned the jeep when the path to the oasis was still long. Lin He explained that the monsters in this region were extremely sensitive and that the sound of the engine would immediately draw their attention. As they walked, the captain distributed the roles. He instructed that Xiao Xia would throw the flash grenade to lure the beasts. Xiao Wu and Hood would handle the traps. Old Lu would provide suppressive fire, and he himself would stay on the front line. He pointed to Paisla and said he would just observe. The protagonist didn't like the decision, but replied that he understood. With everything in place, Xiao Xia tossed the flash grenade. It released pheromones from high-level creatures, making the monsters nearby think their territory was being invaded. Within seconds, the ground began to shake, and before them appeared a massive creature covered in thick scales, a rank 2 monster known as the Earth Dragon. The captain shouted for Paisla to be careful because the monster was coming. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone walked across a data projection on the floor, while a strange man nearby watched the scene and began to laugh quietly. The battle against the Earth Dragon ended fairly easily as the captain managed to slash it down quickly. The others ran to him asking if he was alright, and pointing out that the Earth Dragon was dead. Lin He sheathed his sword and said they should keep moving forward. However, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The dragon struck again, catching the captain off guard. In an instant, the protagonist leapt forward and used his martial art to attack the beast, unleashing a massive shockwave that startled even the captain. Lin He watched in disbelief and said that Paisla was just a novice, yet he had managed to defeat a rank 2 beast. Xia was equally impressed, exclaiming that the punch was incredibly powerful. The entire group surrounded the protagonist, cheering and applauding. Xia said the heavy mountain-splitting fist had destroyed the creature, and Wu, excited, shouted and hugged him, saying the rookie had just slain a rank 2 beast. The captain clapped his hands and thanked him for saving his life, declaring that from now on, they were comrades. Paisla stayed calm and said it was nothing. Lin He held something in his hand, called the others over, and confirmed that the Earth Dragon was defeated. Wu pointed out that they had also collected the monster's soul essence, calling it a great prize. Xia, curious, looked at the glowing red orb and asked if that thing was really worth so much. As everyone admired the Earth Dragon's essence, the protagonist stared at it, thinking it looked like a giant fruit that made his mouth water. The captain confirmed its value, explaining that the essence greatly increased compatibility with one's model. He added that this time, it had been close, but they had managed to slay the dragon and find the flower. Suddenly, Hood stabbed the captain from behind and started laughing, saying there was no point in him thinking about that anymore. The others gasped and demanded to know what was happening. Lin He turned around, trying to defend himself, and asked Hood what he thought he was doing. A strange man appeared beside Hood and answered that it was obvious. Hood was just trying to get rich off them. That man was Huo Peng. The protagonist asked if they knew him, and Wu, furious, explained that Peng was infamous for stealing artifacts martial artists found inside dungeons, and now they were being robbed by him. The old man rushed to the wounded captain and held him up while Lin He, trembling, said that the blade was poisoned and asked Hood how he could do that, and how he had even known the location of the place, since not even the team had known where the blood jade flower grew until they entered the secret realm. The protagonist stepped forward and said it was all because of the daggers. Hood had clearly hidden information about the weapons he had scattered along the way. Hood laughed and praised Paisla, saying he was sharp and should be in school instead since the entrance exam was coming soon, but added that he had chosen to walk hand in hand with death. Confident, the protagonist cracked his neck and replied that it was true. The exam was close, and he already had the top score waiting for him. Hood lunged at him with a dagger, shouting that he was too arrogant. Paisla easily caught the blade, his eyes burning with anger, and said that the real arrogance was a filthy man barking at him. He released a fierce aura and said all that noise was irritating, that it was time to take out the trash. Peng watched, laughing with excitement, saying the protagonist was fascinating and that he wanted his head. Hood, following his leader's order, charged with incredible speed, but all his strikes were nullified by a single roar from Paisla. The force of the impact sent sand flying across the desert, and Hood used the cover to attempt a sneak attack. He moved silently, trying to strike from above, but the rest of the group shouted that he was coming from overhead. Paisla had already noticed. Concentrating, he prepared his mountain-splitting martial technique, saying this was the perfect chance to test his new skill. With a single strike, the attack pierced straight through his enemy's body. Lin He trembled, stunned by what he saw, and exclaimed that Paisla had defeated Hood with just one blow, wondering if he was truly a novice. The protagonist remained calm as if nothing had happened, while Hood's body fell to the ground. Peng shouted, asking if that was a genetic technique, and which great family he came from. Paisla asked what he was talking about and replied mockingly that he was from the Demonra clan, then asked if Peng was about to beg for mercy. That infuriated Peng, who began releasing his power, saying that even if the protagonist had a genetic technique, he couldn't overcome the massive difference in martial strength between them. His body expanded, activating the Black Bear language and unleashing his full power. He charged using the Mountain Fist technique. Confident, Paisla ducked low and said he would start by breaking the bear's legs, striking with immense force and dodging the attack with ease. Peng used his momentum to leap into the air and try to hit him, but just before being struck, Paisla commented that second-class martial artists were indeed strong. His atomic breath hadn't even managed to shatter the man's ankle bone. Peng went for another attack, but the protagonist vanished and reappeared behind him, asking if he was done because now it was his turn. Paisla unleashed his mountain-crushing fist technique, delivering a devastating series of blows to Peng's body and defeating him effortlessly. Everyone in the group stood frozen, stunned by the overwhelming power before them. Lying on the ground, bleeding, Peng gasped that the protagonist's genetic technique released toxic gas and that such a thing was despicable. He said an evil martial artist like him would be cursed and punished. Paisla, eyes bloodshot and consumed by rage, prepared another strike and said the list of people who had cursed him just kept growing, asking who Peng thought he was to say such things. Sometime later in the central gymnasium of Ancheng, a great festival was about to begin. The place was packed, and the students who passed would receive scholarships. The commentator took the stage, greeted everyone, and announced that this year's selection for the martial arts universities was officially open, wishing all participants good luck. He explained that the exams followed a dual format. Two candidates entered the arena, and whoever won advanced to the next round. The exam lasted 3 days. The first two were eliminations, and those who passed would move on to the third phase. Each student had to fight 3 times in the preliminaries, and the winners would continue until the champion was decided. The announcer concluded his speech by saying that they were the future of humanity and should fight not only for themselves, but for the entire human race. They must show their full strength in this exam. Then he officially declared the Ancheng City Martial Arts Examination open. Battles in Arenas 1 and 4 began, but the commentator noticed an issue in Arena 6. One of the candidates hadn't shown up. He explained that the competitors for that arena were Xing and Yihe, both from Ancheng's first school. However, only Xing was present, and according to the rules, if the duel began and the other contestant didn't appear, they would be disqualified. Xing said that the humiliation at the genetic conference had been the worst moment of her life, and that she just wanted to use her fire scorpion to teach the protagonist a lesson. But it seemed that coward was too scared to show up. She called it a huge disappointment. The crowd began to murmur, saying it was pathetic, that he didn't even have the courage to appear for the exam. Someone added that he was probably hiding at home crying, and that people like him didn't deserve to be in high school. The referee blew the whistle, announcing that the time was up, and that Yihe of Ancheng's first school was therefore disqualified. Suddenly, a bright light burst across the sky, drawing everyone's attention. People wondered what it was, one remarking that the aura was unbelievably strong, questioning if it was even human, and what kind of power could let someone fly like that. The protagonist descended from the heavens like a meteor, crashing into the center of the arena and unleashing a crushing wave of pressure. Xing froze, confused, until she saw something appear before her. Yihe struck her directly in the face, sending her flying across the stage. He looked down at her and remarked that this time had been close. He almost would have had to wait for next year. Xing lay unconscious on the ground. The commentator announced that Yihe had won the first battle, emerging victorious. The crowd raised their hands, cheering wildly, shouting that he was unbelievably strong since he had defeated his opponent with a single blow and made a spectacular entrance. Excited voices in the stands said it must have been the legendary Heavenly Step technique. The system screen appeared, showing that the host's total attributes had reached 225, and that the monster model Demora, Enraged Demon Emperor, had achieved 20% compatibility. Yihe was thrilled with the result, remembering that Captain Lin He had given him the Blood Jade Flower as thanks for everything he'd done. The fruit had greatly enhanced his body, though it had taken some time to take effect. Now he was fully ready. It was time to sit back and let the show begin. The first matches ended and the second round began. The commentator announced the next duel, Long Tao from Ancheng's fourth school versus Yihe. The fight didn't even last a minute before the protagonist won again. The third school faced him next, but was defeated with a single blow, just like the others. The crowd went wild at his string of victories, exclaiming that he finished each battle with a single kick and moved straight to the next without wasting time. A true human super kick. The commentator raised his hand excitedly and declared that Yihe from the first school had won all 3 fights and advanced to the third stage. When the round ended, the protagonist began walking through the area, and many people rushed to him, inviting him to their universities and begging to add him as a friend. Even private universities were after him. Yihe could barely move as people surrounded him from all directions, each calling his name and trying to convince him to enroll in their institution. Then, a woman approached and asked if he already had a university in mind. He looked at her curiously and, apologizing to the others, replied that he intended to attend the capital university. The moment he said that, everyone began to step back, murmuring that he hadn't even reached the finals yet and was already full of himself, saying that once he lost, there would be no point in asking for help. The protagonist was surprised, asking if they were serious and if they truly didn't believe in him. Even so, he said he understood. After all, the capital university was the best martial arts school in the Xia kingdom, one of the top 5 in the world, the dream of any martial artist. He thought about how, in second-tier cities like Ancheng, only the very best had any chance of getting into such a sacred place. But in the end, martial artists prove their worth through strength. When he wins the tournament, he'll see what everyone has to say then. Suddenly, 2 men in suits approached, calling his name and showing him a document, asking him to cooperate for a reevaluation of his martial level. After the test, both were astonished to confirm that Yihe had become a level 9 martial artist. They remarked that only 15 days earlier, he hadn't been above level 3. Yihe looked at them and asked if they were implying it was impossible to advance that much in such a short time, and if they thought he had cheated. One of the evaluators explained that they had investigated and found he'd been entering dangerous secret realms repeatedly, questioning why he'd done that before the exam. The protagonist acted and replied that he had done it all for training, saying that before his father died, he told him that if he wanted to surpass others, he needed to stop being just a student. So he kept fighting nonstop in secret realms, and during one of those battles, he managed to break through his genetic barrier. The two evaluators froze, sweating, and asked if he truly broke the genetic barrier. Then, they ran off, saying they needed to report it immediately. Yihei watched them go, confused, realizing he had now become a subject of special observation. Later in his room, he saw countless posts from parents, friends, and relatives wishing the candidates good luck, along with live interviews of families supporting their children. He looked up and muttered that apparently no one had come to support him, just an orphan no one cared about. But in truth, on the other side of the screen, his former teacher was watching and silently cheering, hoping he would fulfill everything he had promised. The next day, in the first round of the qualification stage, the protagonist from the first school was set to face Luo Zhuan from the third school. People whispered that they remembered that name. Zhuan had been number 1 in the third year, a level 8 martial artist who had awakened a rare magical beast lineage, and both his parents were martial artists too. They concluded that Yihei was doomed. The protagonist, however, ignored it all and simply asked if they could start already. That irritated Zhuan, who asked if Yehe really didn't know who he was. The protagonist replied that knowing or not didn't change the outcome of the fight. Zhuan laughed and released his power, saying it didn't matter. The result was already decided. He would be the winner. He activated the demonic mark awakening and, with his power amplified, charged forward, saying he hoped Yihei was lucky enough not to die on the spot. He then unleashed the thunder dance technique. Yihei calmly caught the attack with his bare hands, saying it wasn't bad, but still far weaker than that bald guy's strike. Zhuan screamed in pain as his hand burned and fell to his knees in despair. The protagonist raised his hand and struck, slamming him into the arena floor. Then he laughed, asking if there wasn't a single decent opponent in the entire tournament. The commentator announced that Yihei was once again the winner, pointing out that it was another clean hit and that he had just defeated one of the favorites. The crowd erupted, astonished at how easily he had won, commenting that Zhuan had looked so imposing and was suddenly sprawled on the ground. They remarked that Yihei's composure was that of a true master and that his level was far beyond the other competitors. A truly absurd gap. Women in the audience screamed excitedly, saying, "Now that's a real man," and that they wanted to have his children. Even though he had only used his hand this time, the audience joked that it still counted as a single strike. The crowd kept roaring, fascinated by the protagonist's overwhelming display. As Zhuan was carried off on a stretcher, Zhou approached Yihei and said that since he was the chosen one, he'd be the one to take him down in the finals. Meanwhile, in the Capital University's live broadcast room, one of the staff pointed at the screen and shouted for all information on Yihei to be pulled up immediately. In another battle area, the second bracket was on fire, the audience fully engaged as two dazzling twin girls fought. The match was between Kai Xiaoling, known as the queen of Ancheng's second school, and Liu Qingshu, the untouchable flower of the first school. Xiaoling taunted her, saying she couldn't stand her opponent's cold, emotionless face. Qingshu simply stared at her in silence. The referee gave the signal to start, and Xiaoling dashed forward, laughing, and saying she wanted to see if Qingshu would keep that arrogant look once she was lying on the ground. The girl from the first school activated her martial art, the Liu family's secret art, Beloved Sovereign. The two exchanged swift attacks, dodging and countering each other with precision. Xiaoling intensified her strikes, saying it was time to get serious, and activated her explosive fist technique. She found an opening and attacked without hesitation, but realized too late that she'd fallen into a trap. Her arm was caught by the airwaves Qingshu had created, preventing her retreat. Qingshu seized the moment and used the soul-reaping technique. The commentator was astonished, saying that such a high-level technique shouldn't even be possible for a high school student. He added that with that kind of talent, she wouldn't even need to take the exam. She could get a direct recommendation to a capital university. But at the last second, Xiaoling transformed, unleashing her full power. Her lineage awakened. Shadow Tiger. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief, saying she had managed to awaken a third-grade lineage. The strength of the Shadow Tiger was legendary, and controlling such power was nearly impossible. He said this girl had a brilliant future ahead of her. Xiaoling, in her complete transformation, revealed her lineage, the Phantom Shadow Bird. Qingshu, still calm and cold, simply said it was fine. Xiaoling lunged, mocking and asking if she really thought she could win. Qingshu fought back using her family's secret arts, her movements graceful and precise, almost like a dance. She blocked and dodged every strike with ease. Xiaoling grew more aggressive, activating the tiger's brutal kick technique. Qingshu remained composed, focusing energy into her fingertip, the legendary, primordial Jade Finger. With a single touch, she halted the kick, triggering a massive burst of energy that engulfed the entire arena. The commentator exclaimed that the collision between their powers was absurd, filling the field with thick smoke, and wondered who would still be standing at the end. The audience held their breath, trying to see through the haze. Slowly, the smoke cleared, revealing Xiaoling still standing. The commentator noted that she remained on her feet, but moments later, she collapsed unconscious. Qingshu stood unharmed, her serene expression unchanged. The commentator declared that she was unshaken and emphasized that, with just one martial technique, she had crushed a level 9 opponent with an awakened lineage, something worthy of a prodigy born once in 100 years. He officially announced Qingzhu's victory. The crowd went wild, calling her a monster and praising her overwhelming power. With the matches over, the quarterfinal draw began. The commentator announced that the next to draw would be the protagonist. Yihei reached into the container and pulled out a ball marked with the letter A. A fighter beside him laughed good-naturedly and showed that he had also drawn A, meaning they would face each other. He introduced himself as Shen Jiaguan from Qingfeng Private Academy. Yihei replied, introducing himself as being from An Cheng's first school. Jiaguan pointed toward the arena and said their match would be the second one, so they should watch the first together. The commentator then announced that the first quarterfinal match, Luo Shi from Qingfeng Academy versus Chu Zhou, was about to begin. Jiaguan watched the broadcast closely and remarked that Luo Shi was indeed very strong. Jiaguan had repeated his final year just to try again for admission to Capital University and possessed exceptional control over his lineage. However, before Zhou, he didn't stand a chance. The protagonist asked who this Zhou was, and Jiaguan replied that he also studied at Yihei's school, surprised that he didn't know. While they spoke, the match ended and the commentator announced Zhou's victory. The Qingfeng Academy director watched furiously, unable to accept that his student had lost without even being able to react. Yihei took the opportunity to ask Jiaguan how Luo Shi compared to him. Jiaguan smiled kindly and explained that he was the president of the martial arts club in the third year, adding that even if Luo Shi joined forces with 2 other classmates, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at Yihei and said that he believed the protagonist was his greatest rival in the tournament. He explained that since childhood, he'd had an unusually sharp sense of perception and could feel something powerful inside Yihei, a dormant volcano, a beast about to awaken. Then, smiling again, he said he hoped for a great match, because it was time for the two of them to face each other. They walked to the center of the arena, and the commentator announced the start of the second quarterfinal match. Shen Jiaguan from Qingfeng Academy versus Yihei from Ancheng First School. The moment the match began, both exchanged blows so powerful that part of the arena was destroyed. The commentator shouted in excitement, saying both fighters seemed evenly matched. The pressure of the fight was so intense it could be felt by the audience. Suddenly, Jiaguan noticed blood dripping from his nose and asked if that was one of Yihei's lineage abilities. He increased his power, saying that the ability to distort cells directly was truly mysterious. Yihei realized that Jiaguan had formed a martial energy barrier around his body to defend himself against nuclear radiation, which only made him more excited, admitting his opponent was an incredible martial artist, a real monster not to be underestimated. Jiaguan charged, declaring that if that was the case, he'd show him the martial arts passed down for generations through the Shen lineage. He activated his mind and form box technique, Deer Peak. His strikes were fast and precise, so powerful that Yihei couldn't dodge and took the impact head-on. The blow was devastating. The back of Yihei's shirt ripped open. The commentator exclaimed that it was a powerful hit and that Yihei, known as the super kick, had been struck for the first time. The impact made him spit blood, and the announcer emphasized how destructive Jiaguan's mind and form technique truly was. Even wounded, Yihei was merely pushed back, refusing to fall. Jiaguan followed up, saying there was no escape, and used the bear collision technique. This time, Yihei managed to defend with his arms, avoiding a direct blow. As he held the strike, he thought that Jiaguan's attacks weren't purely physical. He was infusing martial energy into his body, doubling the damage. He realized that his previous opponents had been mere amateurs with no experience against real fighters. Suddenly, Jiaguan's arm extended, wrapping around Yihei's torso and pulling him in. Jiaguan said Yihei was half right. He didn't just infuse energy into himself, he could also block his opponent's energy, preventing them from using martial techniques. He then hurled Yihei using monkey throw and followed up with tiger leap, jumping high and slamming him hard, making Yihei feel intense pain. Jiaguan gave him no respite, diving down like an eagle and shouting that Yihei would never win this fight. The blow landed with full force, both crashing into the arena floor in a massive explosion that engulfed everything in smoke. Jiaguan stood up laughing, satisfied, saying that attack had felt amazing. The commentator said the series of attacks had left Yihei no chance to counter, and that the medical team was already preparing to intervene. He explained that the combination of Jiaguan's mind and form techniques would have killed any normal martial artist, and the winner had already been decided. The winner from Qingfeng Academy was... But before he could finish, a deep sound echoed through the arena. Jiaguan turned, startled, as an overwhelming surge of energy spread through the air, making even his voice falter. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing Yihei stepping out of a crater, smiling as he said his opponent was indeed very strong. Then he activated Demora's wild trait, Lineage Awakening. Yehe's body was completely enveloped by his beast's form. Flames and dense energy surrounded him, shaping the figure of Demora, the enraged demon emperor. He looked at his opponent and with a calm and commanding tone, said that if it was any consolation, Jiaguan was the first person to witness that form up close. The commentator, speechless, shouted that it was unbelievable. If high school students could manifest a beast personification, they could be admitted to Capital University without even taking the exam. He excitedly confirmed that it was indeed a magical beast personification and said he'd never expected to see another martial genius in a small city like Ancheng, besides Qingzhou. Faced with that colossal creature, Jiaguan began to panic, barely able to speak. The protagonist walked slowly toward him, and Jiaguan, voice trembling, admitted he never imagined his opponent's awakening would involve such a high-level lineage. Meanwhile, one of the examiners monitoring the fight through his headset suddenly heard strange noises. They all use these devices to track battles precisely. He stood up, in shock, as an alert appeared on his interface. Nuclear radiation levels had reached 9,999,999. The examiner shouted, asking what was happening, stating that the radiation had surpassed all safe limits. The commentator, noticing the evaluator's reactions, announced that after witnessing Yehe's beast personification, they had detected something abnormal and were sealing off the arena with martial energy to contain a possible nuclear leak. The audience was stunned, and people began asking if anyone knew what kind of beast he had awakened. Another student replied that he'd heard Yehe had awakened an unknown beast, but no one believed something that powerful could come from an unregistered species. The protagonist thought that apparently there was no other creature like Demora on Blue Star. That's why no one recognized it. Jiaguan noticed his nose bleeding again and realized his martial shield could no longer block Yehe's overwhelming energy. He concluded he couldn't prolong the fight any longer, and decided to risk everything, activating the Golden Star Demon Monkey lineage awakening. The commentator nearly screamed, exclaiming that it was another third-order royal lineage and that this year's entrance exam was full of monstrously strong candidates. Jiaguan used his mind and form box once again, Serpent Strike, moving with lethal precision and speed. The protagonist prepared himself too, focusing his energy and activating the Mountain Prison Fist technique. The impact shook the ground. The strike hit Jiaguan's arm directly and he screamed in pain, realizing the limb had been badly damaged. He admitted that if he hadn't released his power in time, his arm would have been completely shattered. Breathing heavily, he said that earlier he had talked too much, but now he was just getting beaten. Yehe approached him steadily, eyes firm, and said, Jiaguan was an incredible opponent, but the result wouldn't change. The commentator narrated with enthusiasm, explaining that in the second quarterfinal match for Capital University's entrance exam, two high-level lineages were clashing. On one side, a third-order royal lineage. On the other, an unknown magical beast lineage, something rarely seen. Jiaguan tried to analyze the situation but realized that since Yehe's awakening, his power had become immeasurable. He could no longer withstand the pressure and knew that if it continued, he would be crushed. He tried to retreat and counterattack, but Yehe gave him no time. Don't get distracted, Yehe said, landing a flurry of fast blows. Jiaguan activated mind and form again, grabbed Yehe's arm, spun his body skillfully, and moved behind him, panting as he said the last hit barely scratched him. This was his real move. He jumped high and unleashed the giant elephant paw strike, shaking the entire arena with the impact. But when he stepped back, he froze in disbelief. Yehe stood completely unscathed, arms crossed, watching him calmly. Are you done? The protagonist asked, hovering slightly above the ground. Now it's my turn. He charged forward like a king ready to crush everything before him. But before the blow could land, Jiaguan dropped to his knees, exhausted, shouting that he surrendered. The protagonist stopped, confused, not understanding what had happened, then exploded in frustration. He shouted angrily, saying he'd waited so long for his turn and now the moment was ruined. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down, lowered his hand, and said he'd let it go. He released the built-up energy, returning to his normal form, and remarked that, according to the rules, once an opponent surrenders, the other can't continue the attack. The commentator announced that the match was over, and once again, victory belonged to Yehe. The crowd went wild, shouting about how incredible the protagonist was. Social media exploded. People began making memes of Jiaguan. Before the fight, confident and sure of victory. After the fight, crying and begging forgiveness for not letting Lord Yehe use his full power. Dozens of fan pages started popping up, urging people to join Yehe's fourth fan group via WhatsApp since the first three were already completely full. Others shared links on the Toker platform, telling everyone to follow them to watch the full video of Yehe's entrance exam battle. The public was ecstatic. Fans commented that the best student and candidate of the year was undoubtedly the protagonist, claiming that not even Qingzhou or Zhou could stand against him. Meanwhile, the director of Qingfeng Private Academy was livid. shouting that Luo Shi might have lost, but he had placed all his faith in Jiaguan. As soon as the fight ended, the director stormed into the arena, yelling at Jiaguan, demanding how he dared to admit defeat, and if he had any idea how much money had been invested in his training up to that point. Furious, the director said that if Jiaguan didn't repay every cent of debt, he shouldn't even dream of entering university. Jiaguan calmly placed a hand on the director's shoulder, startling him. The man stammered, asking what he was trying to do. Jiaguan looked him straight in the eyes and said the director wouldn't be able to withstand that punch. That surrendering had been the best choice to avoid destroying his own body. He asked if the director had the guts to step into the ring and take that blow himself. Then he added that, out of gratitude for the school's kindness, he would repay the debt little by little in the future, but warned him never to threaten a warrior stronger than himself. The director began trembling and, with no words left, admitted that Jiaguan was right. The commentator returned to the broadcast, announcing that after a fierce set of battles, the 4 best candidates in this year's entrance exam had been decided: Yihe, Qingzhu, Zhou, and some other random nobody. He also emphasized that Ancheng's first school was the clear overall winner, claiming 3 out of the 4 semifinal spots. At that moment, the first school's director was beaming with pride, laughing and saying that old Lu had worked at the school for so many years, and now it was time for him to be promoted. Overjoyed, Lu cheered at the top of his lungs, shouting about how incredible his student Yihe was. The commentator announced that the semifinal draw would begin right then. The protagonist stepped forward, picked his ball again, and realized he would be the first to fight. Qingzhu showed hers. It was the same. The commentator revealed that the first match of the college entrance semifinals would be an internal battle between 2 students of Ancheng's #1 school, Yehe and Qingzhu. The audience erupted in excitement, shouting that they had been waiting for this fight, certain it would be one of the best in the entire tournament. However, many believed Qingzhu had the upper hand, as she had mastered 2 royal martial arts of mysterious origin. With those alone, she had defeated Xiaoling, who possessed a 3rd-rank royal lineage. Qingzhu's own awakened lineage, the 4th-rank infernal bird, had not yet been fully revealed. On the other hand, Jiaguan had also possessed a 3rd-rank lineage and had been the one to force the protagonist to awaken his own, an extremely powerful one. It was estimated that Yihe's lineage was also of the 4th rank, though still incomparable to that of the goddess Liu, who not only held a lineage of equal level, but also mastered exquisite martial techniques. Finally, both proceeded to the semifinals arena. They stepped into the center while the referee called for silence. As soon as they were ready, he signaled for the fight to begin. Instantly, Yihe released his aura, unleashing overwhelming pressure within the arena and raising a dense mist that obscured everything. Staring at that sight, Qingzhu sensed the depth of his power but didn't waver, saying she hoped he was strong enough to withstand her. The commentator narrated that the battle had begun with Yihe releasing a thick fog that completely blocked visibility, leaving the audience unable to see what was happening inside. He wondered how Qingzhu would handle the boy who had shocked everyone during the year's entrance exams, and whether she would be forced to unleash her true power again. Within the smoke, Yihe analyzed the situation. Qingzhu's martial arts were far superior to his. With such mystical techniques, even his strength might not be enough to inflict any real damage. He also acknowledged her intelligence, her ability to formulate multiple strategies mid-fight. He understood that if the battle dragged on, she would gain the advantage. Therefore, he decided to go all out from the very beginning. Suddenly, he burst through the mist, charging with the mountain fist. Qingzhu saw him and wondered why he was attacking so recklessly already, but quickly concluded that if that was how he wanted it, she would use her royal martial arts to defend and strike back. Mid-charge, Yihe abruptly changed his stance and struck her cleanly. Shocked, she grew irritated, realizing he had tricked her. He'd shouted, "Mountain Fist!" but his attack had been a whip of pure energy instead. Taking advantage of her confusion, Yihe intensified his beastly aura and kept her under relentless pressure. The crowd began to complain, saying the protagonist was just toying around and that real warriors fought with honor. Ignoring them, Yihe maintained his aggressive tempo, giving Qingzhu no time to catch her breath. Still, she managed to channel her energy and broke his barrage, drawing cheers from the audience, who believed she might finally turn the fight around. But Yihe unleashed the hands of his beast and declared she wouldn't escape so easily. He launched another strike that caught her off guard. She realized he was using martial energy as well. Qingzhu jumped back and countered, causing a large explosion, but it wasn't enough. Within seconds, Yihe appeared in front of her, commanding her to stop running. He attacked again, blow after blow, with terrifying speed and power. Qingzhu gritted her teeth, wondering how he wasn't exhausted after so many strikes. His stamina was absurd. Then she remembered her 2 imperial secret martial arts. One defensive, the Loyal Family's secret art, Floating Shadow, and the other offensive, the Hunyuan Jade Finger. She believed that if she could use both, she might have a chance to break free. Yet his pressure was overwhelming. There was no opening at all. Knowing she couldn't hold back any longer, Qingzhu activated her trump card, the awakening of the Netherbird lineage. Her body transformed before everyone's eyes as great black wings unfolded from her back and she rose into the air. The commentator shouted with excitement that her lineage had finally awakened, the first manifestation of her magical beast, the Netherbird. With a serious expression, Qingzhu warned Yihe to be careful, saying she still couldn't control her strength in that form. But Yihe only laughed, thrilled, saying that was perfect. Until now, he'd been using only half his power, so there was no need to hold back anymore. Qingzhu darted around the arena at high speed, but Yihe sensed her reappearing behind him. Without hesitation, she unleashed the Imperial secret technique, Hunyuan Jade Finger. In the midst of the furious clash, Yihe grinned wildly and activated his atomic fist. The collision between their attacks generated a colossal surge of energy that filled the entire arena. The audience groaned, many feeling dizzy, complaining that the pressure was so immense it was hard to breathe or even keep their eyes open. Qingzhu was forced back several steps and, upon looking ahead, was stunned. Yihe's energy was overflowing, his body radiating the aura of a raging beast. The commentator reminded everyone that this was just the first semi-final match, yet the protagonist's unleashed power was already shaking the entire field, the roaring energy deafening. Qingzhu stared in disbelief, her voice trembling as she muttered that this level of energy couldn't be good. The commentator, equally shaken, tried to make sense of it, explaining that Yihe's beast form seemed to be absorbing energy instead of losing it. He described how the spines along Yihe's back were storing vast amounts of energy and converting it through his mouth. Then, in a flash, Yihe fired the atomic energy beam straight at her. Qingzhu tried to shield herself with her wings, but even with her latent awakening, she could tell the blast was far stronger than expected. She immediately used the feather deflection technique. The commentator cried out in panic. The energy beam had been reflected by Qingzhu's feathers and was now hurtling toward the audience. Chaos broke out in the stands, but before disaster struck, a barrier of energy materialized, blocking the scattered blasts. It had been conjured by the city's mayor, Huang Qing. He raised his voice, calling for everyone's attention and declaring that the strongest champion in Anqing's history would be born that day. The crowd erupted, cheering as the commentator praised the mayor for protecting them. Inside the arena, however, blood began dripping to the floor. Qingzhu was gravely injured, her wings torn to shreds. Trembling, she faced the protagonist and admitted in a weak voice that he had shattered her bird's defense with a single strike. Shaken, she began doubting herself, wondering if she could still defeat him. At that moment, her mind drifted back to childhood memories, voices telling her she was the Liu family's hope, that she must never lose. She remembered that her ancestors watched over her, and that disappointing them would be unforgivable. She thought of her mother, who had dedicated her life to training her so she could one day restore the Liu family's honor. For that reason, she felt she had to win, no matter the cost. In her mind, she saw herself as a frightened child, her mother kneeling beside her saying she must win not only that tournament but also in life itself. The pressure was suffocating. Qingzhu could barely breathe. Back in reality, she looked at Yihe, realizing how exhausted she was. She acknowledged his strength and, confused, smiled faintly, wondering if it was normal to feel okay with not being able to surpass someone so strong. Even so, she rushed forward again, asking him to look at the opening she was leaving and finish her off once and for all. But Yihe didn't move. He let her hit him directly as if it were nothing. Shocked, she asked why he hadn't dodged. With a cold, steady gaze, he asked if she had already lost her fighting spirit. Qingzhu froze at his words. Irritated, Yihe said she couldn't even meet his eyes, and, enraged, gathered a massive surge of energy, shouting that he would claim that damn title fair and square. Stunned, Qingzhu couldn't react as he struck again, slamming her to the ground. The protagonist stared down at her, demanding that she start taking it seriously. Then he charged forward at a high speed, asking if she still couldn't react and ordering her to move faster. Beaten down, Qingzhu screamed in indignation, yelling that he was too audacious to hit her like that. No one had ever dared do so to her since she was a child. Confused by everything that was happening, Qingzhu shouted that she wanted him to win too, and demanded to know why he insisted so much that she keep fighting. Suddenly, a colossal force surged through her body, and she roared that he had no right to hit a woman in the face like that. Yihe looked at her firmly and replied that this was exactly how he liked it. If she didn't want to be hit, then she should get up and fight. Qingzhu then activated the forbidden martial art blood combustion. New, immense wings unfolded behind her, shimmering with fiery brilliance, and her entire outfit transformed, reflecting the true form of her magical beast. Staring at the protagonist, she declared that she would now fight with all her strength and defeat him, just as he seemed to want. Yihe watched her transformation and burst into manic laughter, saying that she had finally revealed the true form of her beast. Now, things were finally getting interesting. He too transformed completely, declaring that if that was the case, he could no longer hold back. When his transformation was complete, his power flared violently as he activated the Qi Gong technique, a fusion of the Demora model with his internal energy flow, the nuclear combat body. The protagonist stepped forward and said he hoped they would have a good fight. Qingzhu glared back and unleashed her ability Razor Hurricane. Yet Yihe charged straight in without hesitation, plunging directly into the storm and activating Explosive Fist. At that same moment, Qingzhu gathered energy in her mouth and unleashed a devastating roar, the Atomic Breath. Their powers collided violently, sending shockwaves through the arena. This time, the protagonist was thrown back, though the blast wasn't strong enough to injure him. He smirked and asked if she thought she was the only one who could roar. He then focused energy into the spikes on his back. Qingzhu recognized the movement. It was the same attack as before, but she didn't intend to retreat this time. Closing her eyes briefly, she concentrated, opening small gaps in her defense to execute the Liu family's most powerful technique. Gathering every bit of energy she could, she shouted that now they would fight as equals. Yehe fired the atomic laser, while Qingzhu activated her lineage skill, the infernal blood spikes. The two attacks collided at the center of the arena. Seeing what was about to happen, the commentator warned that both attacks were extremely powerful and would create a catastrophic explosion. Neither of them would be able to control the outcome. Once again, the mayor intervened. Using his genetic technique, he conjured a massive wall called the Divine Energy Wall. The attack struck it, obliterating it instantly and sending a massive shockwave rippling through the entire arena. The crowd was in disbelief, wondering if that wall had truly been conjured by the mayor and if he had actually managed to contain the explosion. If he hadn't, everyone would have been doomed. Watching silently, the mayor thought to himself that the three divine walls he had erected were improvised and not as solid as they should have been. In the end, the two attacks had neutralized each other. He couldn't believe two candidates of such monstrous power existed in the same entrance exam. As the smoke slowly cleared, one of the figures appeared, her arm dripping with blood. Qingzhu was on her knees, her left arm badly injured. Struggling to breathe, she admitted that her true form's power had reached its limit, but she still insisted she could fight. From within the smoke, the protagonist emerged slowly, standing before her completely unharmed. Qingzhu looked at him in disbelief, unable to understand how her attacks had hit but done nothing. He told her that if she didn't purge the nuclear radiation within her body, she could suffer permanent damage and even lose the ability to fight in the future. Trembling, she began to cry, shouting that she wanted to fight him up to that point and asking why he had pushed her so hard to continue. Yihe crouched down in front of her, looked into her eyes, and asked whether she truly hadn't wanted to fight him, or if she was just being stubborn, refusing to admit her own competitive spirit. He told her that while she fought with everything she had, he could feel her desire to win, something he deeply admired in her. His words left her speechless. Qingzhu reflected and realized he was right. She truly had wanted to defeat him. That was why she had abandoned her defense and gone all out. The realization confused her. She had always hated fighting and just wanted to be done with it. Yet during this battle, she felt something different. The thrill of fighting not for others, but for herself. Yihe placed a hand on her shoulder, making her blush slightly. Then he began drawing out the radiation from her arm, healing her wounds instantly. He said she had been too distracted during the fight, and that was why she lost. Qingzhu looked at her arm, astonished. Both the radiation and her injuries were gone. The protagonist smiled, saying that despite everything, she was still the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and next time, he wanted a pure, unrestricted fight with her. Qingzhu looked at him with admiration, her eyes shining. For the first time, someone was seeing the person behind her power. As the smoke fully cleared, the commentator's voice echoed through the arena, announcing that Yihe was still standing at the center. The protagonist released her arm and smiled as the commentator declared the end of the first semifinal match, announcing that the representative of Ancheng's first school had claimed another victory. He then added that following Yihe's triumph, Zhou had also emerged victorious. As expected, now the greatest climax of the Ancheng entrance exam was about to begin, the final battle for the highest score between Yihe and Zhou. Viewership skyrocketed as the commentator shouted that the showdown was about to start. Zhou drew his sword and began to speak, but Yihe interrupted with the same confident smile as before, challenging him to come at him with everything he had. Zhou didn't hesitate. He dashed forward, activating the 7 stellar steps technique. His speed was astonishing, while the protagonist remained still, gathering his energy. Then Yihe struck the ground with atomic burst, sending shockwaves across the entire arena. Zhou retreated, realizing that Yihe had been too lazy to look for his real body and instead unleashed a massive attack that hit all of his clones at once. Even with his defensive ability, he knew he couldn't face that kind of power head-on. No warrior his age could. What he was witnessing was a true anomaly. Zhou took a deep breath and changed tactics. If he couldn't fight directly, he would wear him down from a distance. He then awakened his elemental ice dragon lineage and activated Freezing Pulse. The audience screamed in awe as the entire arena filled with ice. The attack engulfed Yihe, trapping him inside a gigantic block of frozen crystal. Many shouted, believing that Joe had actually defeated the great demon Yihe. The commentator cried that the freezing pulse was so powerful, it had created a real iceberg, freezing the protagonist solid. But after the attack, Joe felt the toll on his body. Channeling that much icy energy had drained him completely. Suddenly, the commentator urged everyone to look. The ice was melting. A ray of radiation sliced through the frozen wall, shooting straight toward Joe, who froze in shock, unable to believe it. The protagonist shattered the ice prison effortlessly. Joe tried to react, raising a wall of ice to defend himself, but the impact destroyed everything, though he barely managed to survive. Yihe stepped calmly from the wreckage, saying that Joe's dragon of ice had never worked and never would. Apparently, he was the perfect counter to anything cold. Taking a deep breath, he said the gap between their strengths was immeasurable. Enraged, Joe shouted for Yihe to take his final attack. His ultimate technique, originally meant for Qingzhu. Gathering the last of his power, he formed a colossal sword of pure ice, the soul-annihilating sword Intent. The mayor watched in astonishment, recognizing the technique and wondering how someone so young could wield such power. Joe poured his entire soul into the strike and lunged, slashing at the protagonist. Blood splattered, but all he managed was a small scratch on Yihe's hand. The protagonist smirked, saying that when Joe had a better sword, maybe he'd have a slim chance at victory. Desperate, Joe watched his weapon shatter completely. Out of options, he looked at the protagonist and asked what his odds of winning truly were. Yihe laughed and replied that they were probably a little better than becoming successful livestock. Joe finally understood the vast difference between them. Drained, he returned to normal, raised his hand, and surrendered. The commentator shouted with overwhelming excitement that the winner of Oncheng's college entrance final was Yahe. The crowd exploded into cheers, once again hailing the protagonist as an absolute legend. They said everyone had been right from the very beginning. Even though Joe was incredibly strong, he was nowhere near Yihe's level. The match was being broadcast throughout the city, and the comments spread like wildfire. Many viewers said they'd heard that, just a year ago, Yihe had ranked near the very bottom of his class. But now, he stood at the very top, a true symbol of inspiration. Moreover, this year's entrance examination had been on an entirely different level, far surpassing any before it. Because Yihe had won so decisively, he was now being recognized as the strongest champion in the history of the exam, someone no one could ever surpass. The crowd chanted his name over and over as the commentator climbed up to the stage, his voice booming through the speakers for everyone watching the 24th annual city examination. After 3 days of intense battles, he declared, the #1 student had finally appeared. Slightly embarrassed, Yihe gave a faint smile, feeling that he had finally achieved his goal. The commentator brought the microphone closer and remarked that he'd heard Yihe's strength came from a long journey of struggle and perseverance. Now that he had reached the top, perhaps he had something to say. Yihe thought to himself that the commentator was clever, turning a simple question into a subtle trap. But he spoke anyway. He said that above all, he wanted to thank his teacher, the one who never gave up on him, even in his darkest moments. It was his teacher who had encouraged him when he had fallen to his lowest point, and thanks to that, he had discovered his true fighting spirit. On the other side of the broadcast, the teacher was watching, tears streaming down his face as he held onto the television, muttering that he didn't deserve such gratitude, calling himself a mediocre instructor who had failed to recognize the boy's potential from the start. Meanwhile, the school director waved at Yihe from the audience, making hand gestures indicating a 2 million reward, but quickly changed his mind and raised it to 10 million, asking Yihe to promote the school during his speech. Seizing the opportunity, Yihe thanked both the institution and the director, saying that without their guidance, he wouldn't have reached this point. Then, gripping the microphone firmly, he raised his hand and shouted that, above all, the most important person to thank was himself, because without his own effort and determination, he would never have come this far. Suddenly, the system appeared before him, congratulating him for earning the title of #1 student. As a reward, he would receive a random model ability. Surprised, Yihe realized that the system had a reward mechanism and grew eager to discover what his new ability would be. After the interview, as he walked through the arena corridors, voices echoed all around. He's finally out! Dozens of people rushed toward him, trying to get another interview, bombarding him with questions about the university, the difficulties of the tournament, and his personal impressions. The protagonist ran to escape, begging them to stop following him, but one reporter caught up and asked an inappropriate question, making him run even faster, saying he didn't have time for that nonsense. After a long chase, Yihe finally reached the basketball gym, panting but relieved to have shaken off the crowd. What truly made him happy, however, was the realization that he wasn't limited to a single combat model. he could gain more abilities through the system. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, congratulating him on his victory and for achieving first place. Startled, Yihe thought it was another reporter, but the man removed his hat and told him not to be mistaken. He wasn't a journalist, but someone from Huadu. The stranger looked him straight in the eyes and said it was time to discuss the matter of his genetic trait. Tension filled Yihe's chest. He thought there couldn't possibly be any problem with his trait since all his abilities so far had come from his monster model. Still, he wondered if this man somehow knew about his powers, and who exactly he was. The man then asked if Yihe had ever talked with his father about the genetic trait. The protagonist nodded, recalling the inherited memories of the body he now inhabited. Yes, that conversation had indeed taken place. The visitor pulled a folder from his bag and asked if Yihe had never wondered how his father, just a simple taxi driver, could possibly know about something so complex and unrelated to his profession. A sense of unease washed over Yihe as questions began racing through his mind. The man opened an envelope and explained that Yihe's case was special. Because of that, Huadu had decided to make an exception, allowing him to see a confidential document. Driven by curiosity, Yihe took it, sensing that what he was about to read would change his life forever. Inside the envelope, the title read, Prometheus Research Institute. It was a prestigious organization in the field of genetic biology on the Blue Star, but one that had been banned in many countries after a mysterious incident. Most of its leading scientists had disappeared, living under false identities scattered across the world. According to the file, the central project of Prometheus had been the study of genetic traits. As he read, Yihe began to piece things together. It seemed these people believed that his father had been one of the institute's key researchers, and that he himself might have been one of his father's experiments. The man in front of him told him not to worry. The nation wouldn't take any action against him. He was only there to inform him of the truth, as someone directly involved deserved to know. Yihe silently wondered if the man would be offended, if he said he wasn't even remotely concerned. The visitor went on, saying that Yihe had been an essential part of the project and that was why they wished to protect him. Feeling a mix of pride and irony, Yihe replied that it might be troublesome for them since famous people tend to attract problems and attention, but society adapts quickly to that sort of thing. The man simply smiled and said he would take his leave for now. Once he was gone, Yihe sighed with relief, happy to finally be alone again. He had earned a generous reward from the entrance exam, a scholarship worth $2 million from the director, an additional $800,000 bonus, and a guaranteed spot at Huadu University. But what truly excited him was the chance to gain a new model ability. Eager, he opened the system's interface and began the draw, unable to contain his curiosity. Suddenly, a surge of violet energy enveloped him, spinning rapidly into a swirling vortex. He watched in awe as a glowing card was chosen, revealing a colossal titan. The system's voice echoed, Model acquired, supergiant humanoid, blood ability, gigantification, 60 meters, steam ability, mega attack, evolution, path, immutable humanoid, compatibility, 1%. Yihe frowned in disappointment. He hadn't expected to receive a supergiant humanoid, but then an idea sparked in his mind. If he could possess more than one model, what if he combined the supergiant humanoid with the Demora model? The result could make him the true king of monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man answered a call. The person on the other end asked if he was turning down missions for personal reasons. The man confirmed, instructing them to cancel everything. As he hung up, the camera panned to a deep hole in the table, a mark he always left when he lost control. He thought about the report he'd just received regarding his younger brother. It stated that the body hadn't been found in the secret realm, only residual traces marking his last known location. Tests detected faint levels of nuclear radiation. He turned his gaze toward the television, where Yihe's battles were being broadcast. Closing his eyes, he muttered that he had warned his brother to stay out of society, but he hadn't listened. He remembered their mother's dying wish to take care of his little brother. As the news anchor announced that Yihe had won the city's final exam, the man stepped closer to the screen, trembling with laughter, saying that the boy must be a genius, that Huadu University would surely try to recruit him. But then his tone shifted, turning cold. What a pity, he said. They would never allow that to happen. Meanwhile, back at Yihe's apartment, the delivery man called out, saying a package had arrived. Yihe picked up the envelope, annoyed. He had been about to leave for the secret realm when the message came. Opening the letter, he read, Yihe, according to the Huadu Central Research Department's investigation, a new secret realm rift will open at Red Tree Mountain in Ancheng City at 1500 hours. Estimated rank, C or nearby. Would you like to investigate it with me? Signed, Joe. Yihe blinked in disbelief, wondering if Joe lived in the Stone Age, who even sent letters anymore. He began to suspect that his friend might also have experienced some kind of time regression. Not long after, at Red Tree Mountain, a massive crowd had already gathered. Yihe watched, amazed by the number of people, at least 100. Still, it was expected. A new secret realm rift always drew attention. Suddenly, Joe appeared, smiling warmly, and Yihei returned the greeting with a grin of his own. Joe looked at the protagonist and commented that he seemed even stronger than before. Yihei laughed a little embarrassed, thinking that he hadn't expected Joe to notice. After all, he had spent the prize money from the entrance exam on specialized supplements to increase his compatibility with the supergiant humanoid model to 35%. Lower-level monster models also had certain advantages and could yield faster results. Trying to change the subject, Yehei asked which university his friend planned to attend. Joe replied that he was considering enrolling at Wadu University. Yeha was surprised and said that it seemed they'd be classmates once again. However, he soon noticed something odd in Joe's expression. At that moment, shouts echoed across the clearing. The rift was opening. As the tear in space began to widen, a monstrous creature crawled out from within. The warriors nearby tensed, and one shouted that the passage had finally been opened, ordering everyone to attack and defeat the beast so they could enter the secret realm rift. The fighters rushed forward, weapons blazing, and Yeha quickly realized how dangerous it was to stay exposed outside. He warned Joe that it was too risky. They needed to move. After slaying the beast that guarded the entrance, the group managed to pass through the portal and entered the secret realm of Red Tree Mountain. Inside, Yihei and Joe followed the band of warriors until the protagonist caught a metallic scent in the air. Blood. Suddenly, someone shouted that a whole army of beasts was waiting for them. Chaos erupted as an intense battle broke out. Warriors charged forward, cutting down monsters left and right. Joe joined the fight, activating his bloodline ability and freezing several creatures around him before shattering them to pieces. But then, one beast lunged at him from behind. Before he could react, an atomic explosion struck it, obliterating it instantly. Yeha warned him to watch his back, and Joe thanked him for saving his life. The protagonist sighed and muttered that fighting such weak monsters was hardly worth the effort. Joe turned around, only to see that Yeha had already wiped out every creature nearby. Stunned, he asked if the protagonist had really taken down all those beasts alone. Looking around at the dissolving carcasses, Joe realized Yihei had unleashed a wide-range nuclear radiation attack, a devastating technique that destroyed internal cells from within. Yihei continued eradicating the monsters like they were mere insects. The other warriors stared in disbelief, wondering how the battle had ended so quickly, and asking if there was a high-ranking fighter among them. One of them said no, it wasn't that. It was that the top student of the city's entrance exam was there. Another, confused, said he thought the winner was a martial artist, not someone who could wipe out so many enemies at once. The first snapped irritably, asking if he hadn't seen the broadcast. The man admitted he hadn't. He didn't waste time watching students fight. The other exploded, shouting that the protagonist could probably take on 10 of him at once. Witnessing that power, the group quickly decided to cooperate. Several warriors surrounded Yihei, and the leader commanded everyone to lure monsters toward him. Not long after, shouts rose from the front lines, a signal flare marking that the beast leader had been defeated. The crowd erupted in celebration as the remaining creatures began to retreat. Joe, exhausted, sighed that at least they had survived the first wave. Even so, out of 1,000 initial fighters, only 800 remained, many injured. Then Yihei appeared, carrying an absurd pile of monster cores, asking Joe if there was any way to store them all. Joe, shocked, asked how he'd gathered so many so quickly, but gave up trying to understand. He showed a small ring, explaining that it could store items in a subspace. Yihei's eyes widened in admiration. It was a hyperspatial ring, worth a fortune. He never imagined Joe owned something so rare. At that moment, other warriors shouted excitedly that leader Wu Sen and his team had returned. The crowd cheered, relieved, as the reinforcements arrived. They were the ones assigned to handle higher-level monsters before the rest were overwhelmed. Wu Sen strode through the crowd straight toward Yihei. When he got close, he confirmed that this was indeed the city's top entrance exam student. Introducing himself, he said his name was Wu Sen, leader of Ancheng's Silver Wolf Martial Group. Extending his hand, he explained that he had heard of Yihei's extraordinary performance during the exams and wished to invite him to join the group. If Yihei accepted, he would gain educational privileges and major opportunities for advancement. Wu Sen was even willing to offer an S-rank contract. Gasps rippled through the surrounding warriors. Wu Sen rarely recruited anyone personally, and an S-rank contract was almost unheard of. They murmured among themselves that without a martial group's backing, advancing in the profession was nearly impossible, and the Silver Wolf Group was the most prestigious in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even Huadu University students seldom received S-rank offers. Then, a woman arrived riding a massive tiger, her expression amused. She said now she understood why Wu Sen had rushed over. He was trying to grab the gold first. Looking directly at Yihei, she extended an invitation of her own, to join the Chengda Martial Group. Though smaller than the Silver Wolves, she offered him 15% of the group's monthly resource share, an unheard-of amount. The crowd buzzed in shock. Never before had two group leaders offered such generous terms to a single student. Yihei thanked them politely but declined, saying he wasn't interested in joining any group for the moment. Wu Sen laughed and shook his hand, saying he had expected that answer. Recruiting the top exam student was never going to be easy. He added that it was fine. They could stay friends, and if Yehe ever changed his mind, he'd be welcome anytime. The woman agreed, saying the doors of Chengda would also remain open should he ever reconsider. Yehe replied that he wasn't thinking about it now, but that they could all remain on friendly terms. Zhou, watching all this, whispered if the protagonist had just used the same hand he'd shaken theirs with to pick his ear. Yehe answered that no one needed to know. Zhou sighed and quickly changed the topic, saying the first wave was over and they had held up well. He suggested that now they should start exploring. The forest was huge and it might be better to reach a higher point to assess the area and form a plan. They took flight, Zhou astonished at Yehe's speed. When they reached the mountain peak, they surveyed the vast landscape below. Zhou's eyes widened. "What are those?" he asked. Ahead, colossal beasts towered into the sky, each over 100 meters tall. He said he never imagined he'd see creatures that size so close. Yehe, as always, was thrilled, saying he had expected something like this. Though they were still newcomers, in a few years they would be able to face monsters of that scale and explore lands like this without worry. Zhou shuddered at his words. Just imagining fighting something like that made his spine go cold. Yet Yehe's grin was wild, almost exhilarated by the danger. Still, that fearless confidence inspired him. The protagonist grew even more excited, shouting that soon he would claim every one of those monsters' cores for himself. Wanting to study the area more closely, Yehe activated his detection ability and noticed something strange. Through his magnetic field, he could sense life all around, except to the southeast, where there was a dead zone, completely devoid of life. That sparked his curiosity. After all, where there's silence, there's mystery. And the bigger the wave, the bigger the prey. Excited, he pointed forward, saying there was a lake in that direction and proposed they investigate. When they arrived, Yehe's eyes lit up even more. There stood Yuli, smiling and greeting him warmly, saying she was finally meeting the top student of the entrance exam and admitting she hadn't expected him to be so strong in person. Zhou stared wide-eyed, astonished that Yuli personally knew the boy who had taken first place. Another woman, equally surprised, urged her to introduce him right away, gushing that his fight against the beasts earlier had been incredible. The protagonist stepped closer, asking how long they had been there. Yuli smiled and said they had just arrived. Two of her teammates had gone underwater to explore. Suddenly, a man burst out of the lake, shouting with excitement that they were going to be rich. Yuli hurried to ask what he meant, and the man, still grinning, explained that there was a relic at the bottom of the lake. If they could retrieve it, they'd all become wealthy. Her eyes sparkled as she asked if he was serious. If true, it was an astonishing find. Curious, Yehe asked what kind of relic it was and why they were so thrilled. Zhou explained that within secret realms, ancient structures were often discovered, believed to have been built by the native civilizations of the sacred realm, and that such ruins often contained priceless relics. He added that much of modern martial society and even current technologies were derived from these discoveries. At that moment, Yu Yang, irritated by their voices, turned sharply, demanding to know who else was there. Sword in hand, he shouted at them to identify themselves and accused them of following his team. Yuli quickly intervened, asking him to calm down, explaining that the two newcomers were Yehe and Zhou, first and second place in the city's entrance exam, both far stronger than most common warriors. She said they'd be joining the group temporarily. Yehe confirmed with a nod, saying they were only there to help explore. Yu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked how the rewards would be divided. Yehe replied that it wasn't a problem. They'd split things according to contribution. Whoever helped more would earn more. Still annoyed, Yu Yang stepped back, muttering that he'd accept it for now, but that it didn't make them friends. As he walked away, he thought about how these two top-ranked students would probably become great warriors someday. Better to avoid conflict and go along with it for now. With everything settled, the group dove into the lake to begin their exploration. Deep underwater, they discovered a cave. Yu Yang told them that after that passage, they would reach the ruins. But as they continued, he began glancing around uneasily. Li Wei wasn't there. He had specifically ordered him to wait at that very spot. A tattooed man suggested maybe Li Wei had found treasure and gone off on his own. Yu Yang pulled out his communicator and tried calling, but there was no response. The group asked if they had seen any trace of monsters or danger earlier. He said no. They had seen nothing and even set traps all around the perimeter, yet none had been triggered. The girl with glasses began trembling, saying this place was far too dangerous, especially with Li Wei missing, and asked if they really should continue. Yu Yang snapped angrily that of course they should. They couldn't waste such an opportunity. If she was scared, she could leave, but if she wanted to get rich, she'd better help. Everyone fell silent watching him. He took the lead again, declaring that since they had decided to stay, they should move forward immediately. The group followed a narrow path, guided by faint footprints on the ground. Yehe frowned and whispered to Zhou that something felt wrong. Zhou agreed, pointing out that the timing didn't make sense. Yuli had said they'd arrived only 10 minutes earlier, yet Yu Yang and Li Wei had somehow found a cave, explored it completely, and located ruins. It sounded like someone cheating with a game map. Concerned, Zhou suggested they turn back, but it was already too late. A glint of anticipation flashed in Yihe's eyes. He was hungry for a fight, and he told Zhou to relax, that he had a plan. After a few more minutes of walking, they reached a wide chamber. Thick roots hung down from the ceiling, their surfaces crawling with a faint luminescence. The group looked up and realized that several monster cores were tangled among the roots, long since dimmed after absorbing their energy. They now understood why no beasts had appeared earlier. They had all been devoured. Yuli asked Yu Yang where the relic he'd mentioned was. The girl with glasses began shaking uncontrollably, her voice trembling as she pointed upward, saying that was Li Wei. His body hung lifeless, completely consumed by the parasitic roots. The two women screamed in horror. Yu Yang fell to his knees, trembling, shouting in disbelief. Where was the relic? Why wasn't anything there? Where had it gone? He kept shouting that nothing made sense, clutching his head as veins bulged beneath his skin. Something was wrong, and his skull began to swell, and he cried out that they had to leave immediately. Suddenly, roots burst from his head. The monster had possessed him, but Yihe reacted instantly, obliterating him with a single atomic blast. The protagonist muttered that he hadn't expected to find such an intelligent creature here. Looking up, he realized they had walked straight into its trap. In an instant, the roots sealed off the entrance, trapping everyone inside. Zhou's eyes widened as he recalled something from an old book. If he remembered correctly, this creature was called the Demonic Branch Phantom, a high-level monster. Yuli trembled, saying that such creatures were not like ordinary beasts. With their current power, they didn't stand a chance. Yihe's eyes gleamed coldly as he released his aura and declared that no matter what level it was, he'd crush it all the same. Suddenly, the blocked passage exploded open, and from the smoke emerged a man radiating immense power. He called out Yihe's name, saying he had come only to kill him. The entire group froze. The energy emanating from him was clearly that of a superior-level warrior. The protagonist turned, his expression darkening, tired of constantly being targeted. The man glared at him, saying he had heard rumors of someone using nuclear radiation within the Red Tree Mountain's secret realm, and he knew it could only be Yihe. He explained that he had tracked the protagonist by the radiation trail left behind, following him silently to avoid detection, stopping his heartbeat, suppressing his breath, erasing every trace of life. But even then, Yihe had found him and sealed the cave. That, he said, proved Yihe's strength was great enough to have killed his brother from the Huo family. Yihe, confused, asked who this guy even was, saying he'd just appeared out of nowhere talking nonsense. Did they even know each other? Enraged, the warrior shouted for him to stop pretending and go straight to hell, charging forward. But as he leapt, the roots reached for him, and the moment they touched, he realized this was the nest of the demonic branch phantom. Yihe had deliberately lured him here. Furious, he demanded to know the protagonist's plan, hacking through the roots with rapid strikes, but soon noticed that the creature absorbed life energy and released toxins that weakened his body. He growled that if he kept fighting like this, he would lose, accusing Yihe of tricking him. The protagonist rolled his eyes, still baffled, saying this was literally the first time they had met. That only enraged the man further. He shouted that such words infuriated him even more because his true mission had always been to kill Yihe. Then he unleashed an overwhelming burst of energy, striking the ground so hard that the entire cavern began to collapse. Yuli screamed in terror as rocks and roots rained down around them. Yihe shouted for her to get back and gathered a massive amount of radiation, blasting the ceiling apart and opening a hole where water began to flood in. He ordered Yuli and the others to escape through it. The high-level warrior tried to block their exit, lunging forward, but Zhou intercepted him, brandishing his soul-damaged sword and shouting that as long as he was there, no one would lay a hand on Yihe. The man sneered, asking if Zhou really thought he could stop a superior warrior with that toy. At that moment, Yihe's voice echoed from above. "Then why are you looking that way?" And before the man could react, an atomic explosion fist slammed into him full force, sending him crashing across the chamber. Yihe told Zhou to retreat. This enemy was too strong for him at his current level. As the man staggered to his feet, Yihe landed before him, saying coldly that he'd handle the rest. On the surface, Yuli's group broke through the lake, gasping for air, shouting in panic that the demonic branch phantom had gone berserk and was tearing the lake bed apart. Moments later, Zhou emerged as well. Yuli, breathless, looked around frantically and asked where the protagonist was. But Zhou remained silent, his eyes fixed on the dark, swirling depths below. Suddenly, an immense amount of radiation began to pour out from the lake. A giant figure wrapped in radioactive energy emerged from the water, holding something at the tip of its finger. The high-level warrior who had caused all the chaos was completely carbonized by the radiation. The group watched from the shore, confused, seeing only a colossal silhouette amid the thick smoke. Little by little, the mist cleared, and Yihe appeared at the lake's edge, borrowing some clothes from his companion. After dressing and stepping out of the water, Joe asked what that explosion had been and what they had just witnessed. Yahe replied that it was the warrior's own doing. He had used a plasma bomb to try to destroy everything along with the demonic branches. Joe grew uneasy, saying that a plasma bomb wasn't something easily obtained since it was military equipment. He wondered who that man could be to have something like that, as the explosion had seemed even more powerful than an ordinary bomb. And, besides, he had seen a giant in the smoke. The protagonist tried to brush it off, claiming there had been no giant and that Joe must have been mistaken because of the explosion's flash. Internally, Yihe thought how lucky he was to have hidden it. If anyone found out about his new ability, it would cause serious trouble. He recalled that he had accidentally crushed the warrior and caused everything to implode, having no idea where the body ended up. But at least he'd obtained the core of the phantom of the demonic branches. With the situation resolved, Yuli and her group prepared to leave. She approached and apologized for getting him involved and for making him handle everything alone, promising to repay him once they left the secret realm. Yeho waved it off, saying he'd count the favor she did earlier as payment, and that if she insisted on giving him something, she'd just owe him again. After the group departed, the protagonist looked at Joe and they both laughed, saying it was time to hunt more monsters. 3 days later, at the entrance to the secret realm of the Red Tree Mountain, the two emerged, and were stunned. In just a few days, the area had turned into a city, complete with metal structures and even cargo planes flying overhead. They were amazed by Zia's infrastructure capabilities, calling it insane. Yehe then took out a huge sack of cores and dropped it on the counter. The impact was so strong that the receptionist scolded him, saying he could have broken the table. The protagonist laughed and apologized, explaining that he had too many items and that if they didn't hurry, the process would take too long. She told him not to worry, they were professionals and would handle it quickly. Yihe took a deep breath and began pulling from his spatial ring several heavy sacks full of materials until the last one was finally set down. The startled receptionist asked if he was done. He smiled and confirmed, asking her to finish the counting soon since he needed to buy some medicine. Later, at the Spiritual Medicine Evaluation Center, people were amazed, commenting that the leaf he brought was at least 300 years old, of 7-star quality, and grew in hidden places that even professional herbalists struggled to reach. Others remarked that his luck was absurd. He'd even found a liu flower, the main ingredient for crafting a sea qi pill, and that even the lesser medicines were worth at least 30 million yuan, given the current market shortage and rising prices. They said he could become rich overnight. One of the doctors scolded them, saying it wasn't luck, and that speaking that way was disrespectful. Amid the commotion, the protagonist explained that the white and green magic cores were useless to him, so he planned to sell them. He added that while fighting the Beast Tide, he'd obtained 5 rank 3 monster cores and a high-level green core with golden patterns, the one from the Phantom of the Demonic Branches. After selling everything, the total reached 27,507,000 yuan. He left satisfied, saying he'd sold all the cores and now only needed to deal with the spiritual medicines. Suddenly, a car stopped right in front of Yihe. An older man stepped out and greeted him politely, introducing himself as Li Yutian, the owner of Pinghe Pharmaceuticals. He said he'd heard that the protagonist had obtained a large amount of medicinal materials from the secret realm of the Red Tree Mountain, and that it would be great if he could sell them all to him, promising to pay above market price. Yihe thought that even though his information had gone public, the news spread too quickly, but it didn't bother him, since he needed to sell anyway. The difference was that now he wouldn't have to look for a buyer himself. The deal was completed swiftly. After the purchase, Yutian got back into the car and said that if the protagonist found more medicinal materials in the future, he should come to him without hesitation. The total sale amounted to 7,450,064 yuan. Yihe muttered to himself that even with all that money, he couldn't increase his strength by even 10%. The available cores and genetic options on the market no longer worked well for him. He sighed, realizing that his skill model was too demanding. Blood jade fruits, advanced generic potions, supplements, all extremely expensive, and he couldn't afford them all now. Then he remembered something. There was another way. He recalled martial arts, for during the entrance exam he had defeated Qingshu using only the Demora skill model. But that was nothing compared to the true power of martial arts. He decided that mastering them would be his next step. He ran off, asking Mr. Deng to wait for him. Upon arriving at the #1 high school of the city, he entered the principal's office. The principal greeted him enthusiastically, poured him tea, and even began massaging his shoulders, saying he hadn't expected to see him back so soon. The protagonist asked him not to be so formal, but Deng replied that he was doing so because Yihe was the top student in the entrance exam, a true role model for him, the teachers, and the entire city. Yihe took out a bottle and handed it to the principal, explaining that it was some medicinal wine he'd received from the Pinghe Hall. He stressed that it wasn't a gift, but rather a token of gratitude for the honor of Xia. Deng looked at the bottle, eyes shining, and said in awe that he hadn't expected the protagonist to be not only so powerful, but also such a well-mannered student. Yihe tells the principal that in fact, he would like to learn martial arts and asks if the principal knows anyone who can teach him, since he hasn't entered the university yet and can only ask for his help. Dung replies that he's sure Yihe will be accepted into Huadu University and therefore can wait a little longer, as there's no need to rush. The protagonist insists, saying he needs to become stronger, and Dung finally gives in, saying he can introduce him to someone. After all, Yihe is one of the special students, and as both principal and teacher, it's his duty to help educate them. Yihe starts praising him, saying he's really glad that teachers like him exist in the world, which makes the principal happy and flattered by the compliment. The next afternoon, the protagonist receives a phone call informing him that he got what he had asked for. Yihe thanks him and asks the principal if he can tell him which martial arts family his instructor will come from. As soon as he hears the answer, his eyes widen in shock. The Liu family from An City really wants to teach him? Around An City, two people are riding a motorcycle. The woman comments that Ji drives very fast and that it's amazing. Jie smiles, saying that's nothing and he can show her something even more impressive. Suddenly, Yihe appears beside him, warning him not to get distracted while driving at such high speed, because if something happens, people will be sad. Ji panics and starts yelling, cursing the protagonist for scaring him nearly to death and asking how he dares to compete in speed while riding a bicycle. He accelerates the motorcycle even more, saying that no matter how strong Yihe is, he'll never beat him in speed. The woman gets even more excited, saying this is way cooler. Yihe watches, slightly annoyed, until they hear an explosion behind them. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist shoots past them like a missile, saying they'll meet again soon before vanishing from sight. Ji starts trembling, wondering since when a bicycle could reach that kind of speed, while the woman, equally amazed, says he was practically faster than a plane. A bit further ahead, Yihe has already arrived and is surprised by how wealthy the martial arts family is. Their mansion is stunning. He can also sense extremely powerful presences through his magnetic field. Qingzhu slowly opens the gate, greets him, and invites him in. The protagonist approaches and asks if she's sad to see him again. She says no, and he changes the question, asking if that means she's happy. Qingzhu looks a little embarrassed and says she only greeted him because her mother asked her to, then tells him to stop talking nonsense and come inside. They walk toward the house, and as soon as they reach the main hall, she shouts that the protagonist has arrived. A woman comes down the stairs to greet him warmly and welcome him. She is Qin Lan, the leader of the Liu family and Qingzhu's mother. The protagonist is stunned by her beauty. After the examinations at the Liu family's residence, Qingzhu goes to her mother to explain herself, but Qin Lan tells her not to be nervous, saying she's already watched the video of her fight with the protagonist and praises her performance. However, she points out that Yihe's strength is beyond comprehension, and even if it were the Huadu University entrance exam, he would still be the strongest, so she shouldn't feel guilty. Qingzhu remains silent, head lowered, while her mother continues, explaining that her younger brother's talent is limited, and he can't carry on the family's legacy. That's why the future of their generation lies in Qingzhu's hands. She's the only one capable of taking on that responsibility. Qin Lan holds her daughter's face, telling her she's a beautiful girl. She then explains that, unfortunately, since Qingzhu's father died very early, their family currently has no martial master, which forced them to retreat to An City. She emphasizes that if a powerful family wants to marry Qingzhu, the girl will have no right to refuse, meaning it would also mark the end of the Liu family's independence, as they'd become supporters of a stronger clan. Qin Lan makes it clear that because of this, she hopes her daughter will marry the protagonist. Qingzhu is shocked and embarrassed by her mother's words. Not knowing what to say, Qin Lan continues, saying that Yihe is a very good person, with exceptional talent and a clearly bright future, and as far as she can tell, someone very ambitious. Qingzhu tries to speak but is left speechless, and her mother reassures her that she doesn't have to answer now. For the moment, the only thing she needs to do is get along well with Yihe. Back in the present, the matriarch of the family welcomes the protagonist, who bows respectfully and presents her with a small gift. Qin Lan gets straight to the point, saying she heard from the principal that he wants to learn martial arts. Yihe confirms, and she informs him that Qingzhu will be his guide for the time being. The protagonist looks surprised and suspicious, wondering why the matriarch agreed so easily. Qin Lan takes the gift, walks past him, and explains that her daughter will take him to the martial arts pavilion. Since nothing can be taken out from there, he'll be able to stay inside all day. She emphasizes that there are 3 supreme martial arts techniques at the back of the pavilion, and whether he manages to learn them or not will depend entirely on him. Yihe shows respect and thanks the Liu family for everything they're offering. The matriarch is impressed, thinking he's expressing gratitude to the entire family rather than just to her personally. To her, that feels like a promise of commitment, which is a very good sign. Because of that, she hopes to see him again in the future. The atmosphere between the three turns a little awkward as Qin Lan keeps observing the protagonist, finding him an intelligent young man. The more she looks at him, the more she likes him. Meanwhile, Yihe notices her gaze and feels puzzled, wondering why she's looking at him in such a strange way. Qingzhu just watches, confused as to why the two are staring at each other for so long. Sometime later, while walking down a hallway toward the pavilion, Yehe notices something odd and asks Qingzhu why she's avoiding him. The girl starts trembling and nervously denies it, saying she's not doing anything. He approaches from behind and, looking closely at her, asks if she's really telling the truth. Embarrassed, Qingzhu yells, asking why he's coming so close. Yehe steps back a bit and laughs. After a short walk, they reach the end of the corridor, where Qingzhu explains that the wall ahead is made of huali stone, a special material from the secret realm that can dissolve almost any attack without breaking. Yehe studies it for a moment and asks if he can punch the wall. Confused, Qingzhu tells him he can try, but quickly starts thinking his brain must work in a really strange way. Who in their right mind would punch a wall just to test it? He gathers energy in his hand, and when she realizes it, she turns her face away, saying he's using the same shining punch technique from last time, which brings back some unpleasant memories. Yehe then strikes the wall with full force, but nothing happens. He looks at his hand, confused, and says it felt very strange, as if he had punched into a sea of mud, while 90% of his strength was absorbed. Qingzhu starts laughing and tells him to stop fooling around, saying she wants to show him the martial arts already, thinking to herself that even the prodigy of the city loses sometimes. The two continue to the storage area and she opens the door, revealing everything inside. Qingzhu explains that all martial arts are divided into categories like body movements, defense, training, and sword techniques, among others, and that if he wants to learn any of them, he just needs to use his identification card. Yehe then asks about the supreme techniques, so she takes him to another door, explaining that those arts are kept in a smaller stone room that can only be accessed with the card. She warns him that he won't be able to comprehend them in just one day, maybe only a little, and admits she doesn't think her mother's permission is necessarily a good thing, since he won't be able to absorb everything right away. That's why it would be better to start with the basics and learn more suitable techniques first. Yehe steps closer again and smiles, asking if she's worried about him. Slightly annoyed, Qingzhu thinks she just wants him to shut up, and replies that there's no need to worry. She knows what she's talking about. The protagonist insists, saying that if he's going to learn something, he wants to start with the strongest one, and if he didn't have the courage to try, he would have stayed home. He points to the door and asks if it's also made of black power stone. Qingzhu starts typing the code, explaining that it's a secret chamber that protects the family's most valuable martial arts and that the black coloration shows the stone's extreme quality. As the door opens, she continues explaining that the Liu family has been collecting these high-level stones since her great-grandfather's time, specifically to build walls as secure as this one. Suddenly, the lights turn on, revealing several vaults. Qingzhu continues the tour, explaining that these aren't martial arts one can learn just by looking. They must be felt through the mark left by their creator. If he can't sense that mark, or if it conflicts with his own emotions, he won't be able to learn anything, because these techniques are alive. It's not the user who chooses them, but they who must choose the user. Yehe starts getting excited again and smiles, saying that this is perfect because there's a martial art called Bone-Cutting Evil Strike that he wants to learn. When he opens the vault, he freezes in surprise and with a trembling voice says that it's not a martial arts manual but a completely strange statue. Sitting in front of it, he stares intently and wonders if this is what it means to feel the mark, because if so, then he's already entered its world. He remembers the moment he opened the vault and saw the statue for the first time. Qingzhu explained that it wasn't just a statue, since paintings, weapons, or even simple tools could carry a martial mark. That's the true mystery of martial masters. Only they can imprint their art onto an object that lasts for generations. After finishing her explanation, she turns to leave, saying that from now on, he's on his own. Confused, Yehe asks why she's leaving and if she's not even going to explain how to learn martial arts from an object. She only replies that he must feel the mark, and if it's his destiny, he'll surely succeed. Not understanding anything, he lies down in front of the vault, wondering if everything really depends on fate. In the observation room, Qingzhu watches with irritation, muttering that she already knew he would do something exactly like that. The protagonist, meanwhile, reflects that this so-called martial mark must be some kind of spiritual world, but since he doesn't yet possess any martial chi, he has no idea how to activate it. At that moment, his nuclear reaction begins to manifest, meaning that at least a small trace of energy is present. The system appears, informing him that the user's consciousness has been detected and transported into a new space to prevent death, and that his spiritual body has been blessed. Yehe cheers, saying that at least the system works there too. Suddenly, a man appears behind him, laughing, and says that only a true man can learn his martial arts. Otherwise, he'd rather let everything rot into oblivion. With a threatening gaze, the man demands that Yehe prove he's a worthy man deserving of that power. Yehe is startled, realizing that the man looks exactly like the statue. The mysterious figure begins to speak of a storm that is approaching, and says that when it arrives, countless spirits will pay for the night, and it will be up to the protagonist to protect the temple. He emphasizes that Yihe must not allow the bodhisattva to be corrupted by evil spirits, and if he succeeds, he will receive the teaching of a powerful ability. But if he fails, he'll lose his sanity, be devoured by the spirits, and never again be able to learn any martial art. He warns that if Yihe feels afraid, there's still time to retreat. Yihe remains still, observing his surroundings until drops of water begin to fall on his face. He asks if it's raining, and at that instant he realizes the trial has already begun. Drawing his sword, countless evil spirits appear before him. With an empty, unwavering gaze, he faces them without hesitation, cutting them down one after another. He shouts that it was obvious this challenge wouldn't let him fight barehanded and insists there must be something deeper hidden in this place, something craving battle. Driven by adrenaline, he leaves the temple and charges into the sea of spirits, fighting like a true demon. The statue's guardian watches from his seat, saying that those spirits were summoned by his master and that by leaving the temple, the only protected place, the protagonist has essentially signed his own death warrant. He sighs, remarking that another fool has come for the challenge since, with each generation, people only seem to get worse, and every time he has to rise to collect their corpses. However, when one of the spirits tries to attack Yihe from behind, nothing happens. Shocked, the guardian stares closely, wondering in disbelief why the evil spirits can't even touch the young man. Yihe looks at his own hand and comments that since this is a spiritual world, perhaps the system can protect him from that type of attack as well. Overcome by an uncontrollable thirst for battle, he starts laughing loudly, shouting that it feels like he has an invincible body in there, and keeps advancing, annihilating everything in his path. The guardian remains stunned, unable to comprehend what's happening before his eyes, since the boy isn't being affected by the effects of the martial mark, something that should be impossible. Yihe hears him and replies that actually there's no special reason for it. He's just someone who works hard and studies a lot. As the spirits continue to approach, the statue's guardian admits it's a good excuse, but adds that since it's clear the protagonist can handle all those spirits with extreme ease, he'll keep his promise and grant him a skill, though whether Yihe can accept it or not will depend entirely on him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes. As a pit opens beneath the now shattered statue, Yihe steps closer and the statue's voice explains that within that pit lies all the evil energy it cultivated during its lifetime, the technique known as flesh and bone evil art, and that the young man can, before it can even finish speaking, Yihe jumps straight into the pit. The spirit gets irritated but soon laughs, saying it's fine. After all, this is the first time someone with such a bold personality has appeared. In his prime, that man had been a hero who purified S-rank secret realms, living and dying by the power of the flesh and bone evil art. As he aged, his chi and blood began to weaken, and the evil spirits he carried lost control, killing countless people around him. The only way to stop the massacre was to end his own life, and before dying, he transferred his soul into the martial mark, sealing his technique within the statue. Though the evil spirits were suppressed along with him, it was not something an ordinary martial artist could withstand, and if Yihe fails to control them, it will mean he's unworthy of learning the flesh and bone evil art. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Qingzhu and her mother watch in horror as something begins to happen to the protagonist. Qingzhu yells in panic, asking what's going on. She suddenly stands up, staring at the screen, and comments that when Yihe first fell asleep, he seemed to be smiling as if having a pleasant dream, but now he's writhing in pain, even bleeding. Qinlan explains that Qingzhu's grandfather once obtained that martial art by chance, and in his final days tried to practice it, but was rejected by the statue and suffered severe internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has ever been able to master it. Because the power of that technique is immense, the pain in acquiring it must be as well. And since the protagonist chose the flesh and bone evil art, Suddenly she stops talking, eyes wide in disbelief. Yihe simply wakes up, as if nothing had happened. Qingzhu laughs and tells her mother that it seems his attempt to learn that martial art went a bit differently. The matriarch stays silent, frozen by the anomaly before her. Inside the spiritual world, Yihe bows respectfully to the statue in gratitude for the teaching, calmly absorbing the evil spirits around him. The statue remarks that the protagonist is the most talented person he has ever encountered in his entire life, and that perhaps Yihe will uncover the truth about the secret realms, a mission the Liu family has never been able to accomplish. Because of that, he decides to entrust everything to Yihe. The young man laughs, saying he's not that talented, since he basically cheated during the trial. Even so, all the power of the flesh and bone evil art now belongs to him, and though his system stats haven't increased, he has completely mastered the technique, doubling his combat power at the very least. Shortly after, Qingzhu and Qinlan rush into the room to check on him. The matriarch anxiously asks if he managed to learn it. Yihe smiles and replies that he learned everything there was to learn. Qinlan is shocked, shouting and asking how that's possible, since everyone in their family who ever tried to master that art remained unconscious for at least a week with their souls trapped inside the martial mark. Yet he was gone for only a few hours, or perhaps even less. She stares at him, unable to believe he truly mastered the flesh and bone evil art. Yehe acts naturally, and Qingzhu looks at him, thinking that people often call her a genius, but she's nothing compared to that monster. The protagonist notices their doubt and says that apparently they don't believe him, so he'll give them a small demonstration. He releases all his power looking like a true demon king as waves of energy and evil spirits surge around him. He explains that these are the spirits he gained within the martial marks realm, and if he had to compare it to something, he'd say it's like a game bonus, capable of amplifying his energy and strength even further. Qingzhu stands frozen, saying that his power is truly incredible, unlike anything she's ever seen. Qinlan, on the other hand, almost melts, gazing at him with admiration and saying in a soft, enchanted tone that he really is an extraordinary man. Yihe feels a bit awkward, thinking that the lady should probably be more discreet, especially with her daughter standing right there, and that he doesn't want to end up being compared to a prime minister. Excited by his progress, Qingzhu asks if he would like to learn other supreme martial arts since there's still plenty of time left. Qinlan brings a hand to her face, thinking her daughter must be pretending to be stupid. After all, not long ago she said she didn't want to marry the protagonist, and now she's practically offering him all of the family's greatest treasures for free. Although the matriarch is already betting everything on Yihe and even considering accepting him as a son-in-law, she knows they can't just hand everything over to him at once. The protagonist, however, politely declines, saying there's no need, as the flesh and bone evil art is more than enough for now. He adds that he needs to rest since he has things to take care of at home and is exhausted. Qinlan, still clearly interested in him, replies that it's fine and he can leave whenever he wants. But she recalls the maid mentioning that he arrived by bicycle and asks if he knows how to drive, offering one of the family's cars for him to use. Yihe thinks for a moment and says that a motorcycle like that idiot's seems way cooler, then asks if they have one to lend him. The matriarch laughs, confirming that they do, and asks if he really prefers a motorcycle, noting that his tastes are surprisingly similar to her younger son's, before offering him one from the boys' collection. Meanwhile, outside, Jie is walking across the property, commenting that he heard his mother brought in some incredibly strong guy to train there, and that he's eager to meet him personally. He says his sister is talented and beautiful, a rare twin born only once every few hundred years, and that she shouldn't get involved with just anyone. At the same time, he grows irritated remembering that strange guy on the bicycle who sped past him earlier, scared off the girl he was flirting with, and hopes he never runs into him again. But suddenly, the protagonist roars past him on one of the family's motorcycles. Ji turns around, nearly in tears, shouting in outrage, asking if that isn't the exact same guy from before, and why on earth he's riding one of his bikes. By nightfall inside his house, Yihe is preparing his meal and mutters that the monster core he ate last time didn't taste very pleasant, so this time he'll pour some sauce over it and start with the blue one. The system appears and reports, User Yihe, current physical percentage 23.8, model Demora Wild Trace, compatibility 21%, model Super Humanoid Giant, compatibility 85%, available points. Yihe looks satisfied, noting that he's managed to improve his stats and even gained some bonus points. He remembers that the last time he used the giant model in the secret realm, he reached nearly 50 meters in height, but compared to the monsters there, colossal as mountains, he was still small. Determined, he decides he must become even bigger and allocates all available points to the giant model. He then picks up the branch monster's core and declares that it's time to consume it. The moment he swallows it, an enormous surge of energy spreads throughout his body, radiating across the entire room. The system appears again, stating, Model, Dimora Wild Trace. After absorbing the genetic material of a plant-type life form, a special mutation has been created. Would you like to accept the model mutation? Yahi is stunned, realizing he's unlocked a new mutation, meaning his skill model can now gain new attributes. He reflects that if it's positive, it'll be amazing, but if it comes with drawbacks, it could be dangerous. Even so, he decides to accept, saying that it doesn't matter. He'll find out what it is by trusting his own luck. Another wave of energy erupts, and the system congratulates him for unlocking the S rank of the ability model. Yihe watches in awe as the system continues. When the Demora Wild Trace model reaches 100% compatibility, there will be a 2% chance of evolving into Demora, Star of the Universe. He gets excited, repeating the name and saying that Star of the Universe already sounds ridiculously powerful, though he still needs to reach maximum compatibility, and for that, he must focus entirely on Demora. Suddenly, he notices something strange outside the house. The intense glow makes him wonder if some kind of terrorist attack is happening nearby. Outside, the army has taken over the city, shouting orders to seal every exit from the park and let no one escape, demanding that soldiers search every corner for something. or someone. Inside, Yihei remains seated calmly, watching all the commotion outside and remarking that the owner of the house is an antisocial type, so no one would visit him at this hour. Besides, he hasn't ordered anything or expected anyone, which makes him wonder who could possibly be out there. He turns around and asks the woman if she knows who it is, seeing her standing by the window with a teasing smile. She comments that, judging by the situation, he really isn't an ordinary martial artist. Her plan was to slip in quietly, leave something behind, and perform a bit of mind manipulation on him. However, since she's been discovered, she warns that he'll have to suffer a little, advising him not to try running away. Yihei merely lowers his head and calmly replies that it doesn't really matter. He's already saved enough money and can just buy another house. The woman frowns, confused, asking what he's talking about. Slowly standing up, the protagonist tells her she's completely misunderstood, because it's not him who's trapped in there with her. It's her who's trapped with him. Outside, chaos erupts as an intense battle unfolds. Guards shout that they've found the target and must capture it immediately. A severely injured man, Zhou Yi, yells to Yimei that she must take the golden gene away, declaring that he'll stay behind to cover her escape. Laughing, he unleashes his power, saying that sacrificing his life is his best choice. As he activates the secret technique Burning Blood, suddenly a colossal wave of energy bursts through Yihei's house window, as if a Kamehameha had just been fired. Something crashes down near the guards, triggering a devastating shockwave. They back off in fear, asking if there's another enemy in the area. Zhou Yi, burned all over, looks at Yimei and asks why her white battlesuit now looks charred. He reminds her that he's risking his life to help, and demands to know why she's just lying there. Yimei replies that she managed to plant the item in the right place and that they must retreat immediately. She throws a smoke bomb and the two vanish into the sewers. Sometime later, in an abandoned and remote place, they regroup. Yimei looks around and sighs in relief, saying they finally managed to shake off the guards. Zhou Yi, impressed, comments that her nanotech armor's performance is remarkable since it repaired itself so quickly. Suddenly, Yihei's voice echoes through the room. He appears before them, calling Yimei Kitty, and asking why she broke into his house. With a wild gleam in his eyes, hungry for a fight, he tells them they probably haven't realized their mistake yet. They chose to invade a random house, but it just so happened to be his. That means they'll have some fun tonight. Zhou Yi panics, shouting in disbelief and demanding to know how he found them. Yihei explains that he tracked the nuclear energy radiating from Yimei's body, but says he doesn't feel like talking, and rushes forward with a savage grin, saying it's the perfect time to test his new ability. Zhou Yi realizes he can't dodge and raises his defense, but the attack is so powerful that one of Yihei's evil spirits pierces straight through his body, making him spit blood. Not satisfied, Yihei lands another brutal punch that slams him against the wall. Yimei watches in awe, remarking that his strength is unbelievable and asking where he learned such martial arts. Yihei replies that he's a disciple of Emperor Guangla. Yimei frowns, confused, never having heard that name before, thinking she'd never imagined someone this strong living in such a small city. Zhou Yi, enraged, shouts at Yihei not to get cocky and unleashes his full power, revealing that he's also a rank 6 martial artist, not someone a mere disciple could defeat. Charging forward, he prepares to fight, while the protagonist, consumed by the thrill of battle, grins even wider, saying that now things are getting interesting. Yimei silently moves in from behind, confident that Yihei has no idea her nanotech armor has an almost perfect stealth mode. Certain that he's distracted fighting Zhou Yi, she prepares for a sneak attack, but before she can even move closer, Yihei raises a single finger without looking back, and a devastating wave of energy explodes outward, striking her directly and hurling her against the wall. In a cold tone, he simply tells her not to get in the way. Furious, Zhou Yi curses his partner, calling her useless for failing even a surprise attack, and declares that he'll have to finish this himself. He charges with everything he has, while Yihei keeps laughing, taunting him to try. When their attacks collide, a shockwave shakes the ground, but to Yihei's surprise, his opponent withstands the blow without backing off. He frowns and asks how Zhou Yi's defense suddenly became so high. Zhou Yi smirks arrogantly and reveals that his true form has extremely tough skin and a rhino horn, mocking Yihei and asking if he really thinks he can still win. He explains that not only has his defense skyrocketed, but his offensive power has also greatly increased. With a feral roar, he lunges forward, unleashing a devastating strike. But before the impact can land, a colossal explosion engulfs the entire field. Even surrounded by fire and destruction, Zhou Yi keeps charging ahead, screaming furiously for the protagonist to die. After the attack, silence takes over the place. Zhou Yi watches the cloud of dust ahead and says that no matter how confident the protagonist is, he still can't defeat him. However, when the dust begins to settle, Zhou Yi realizes that his opponent has vanished. He turns around startled and sees a humanoid giant standing beside him. Terror fills him as he wonders whether that thing is a demonic beast or if the protagonist has transformed. Before he can figure it out, Yihei launches his attack. Zhou Yi dodges the first blow, but the protagonist keeps advancing relentlessly. At that moment, his giant anthropomorphic form has an average physical attribute between 238 and 294. Yimei watches as her companion takes the hits and, terrified, admits she was an idiot for messing with that man, realizing that if things continue like this, Zhou Yi will be beaten to death. Unable to flee, she decides to fight. She quickly climbs one of the buildings and with a leap throws a wire that wraps around the giant's head, shouting that it's a molecular line made with her nanotech equipment, strong enough to cut through stone itself. Even transformed into a giant, he would still have the same human weaknesses. Using all her strength, Yimei pulls the wire and decapitates the giant. The head falls beside her and she sighs in relief, asking if it finally worked. Suddenly, Yihei starts gathering energy in his mouth, and Yimei trembles in fear, saying that Guy is a real monster. A devastating blast tears through everything ahead, crossing the sky, and the last thing Yimei sees is an endless blue light. Back in human form, the protagonist emerges from within the giant's head and walks toward Zhou Yi, who is wounded and leaning against the wall. Yihei says it's his turn now. Zhou Yi, powerless, calls him a monster, and Yihei replies that it's only natural for those who kill to be ready to die. The attacks continue until, before dying, Zhou Yi says that if he's going to die, he'll take the protagonist with him. He reveals that the woman Yihei just eliminated had hidden something in his house, the so-called golden gene. With his body torn apart, he laughs uncontrollably, shouting that it now belongs to the protagonist and that he will be hunted for eternity. Zhou Yi provokes him further, saying he'll be waiting in hell before being finished off by Yihei, who declares he runs from nothing and no one and tells him to shut up. Looking around, the protagonist notices the destruction and remarks that the police are probably already on their way and that he needs to clean up the mess. Seeing the massive hole he blew through the building, he admits he went overboard. Later that night, back in his apartment, Yihei sends a message to Qinlan asking how things are with the police. She replies that for now, everything's fine, but the atmosphere is tense, and he should keep quiet until classes start at Huadu. Yihei tells her not to worry, reminding her that he knows how to take care of himself. He tosses his phone onto the bed and mutters to himself that it was good he talked to Qinlan before the police arrived, because with the nuclear energy he left at the scene, they wouldn't have let the case slide easily. Holding a vial in his hand, he wonders if this is the golden gene his enemies mentioned. He recognizes the symbol on the vial, the same one he saw in the Prometheus file received from someone in Huadu. It was the logo of Laserbird, a biotech company. Apparently, those two people had stolen the vial and were on the run. But in that idiot's final words, they ended up dumping the problem onto him. Yihei looks at the hole in the wall and decides it's better to spend the night in a hotel before figuring out what to do. The next day, in the Rank B secret realm in the inner region of Swan Lake, a group of adventurers had just finished clearing out some monsters. A woman with a braid asks her companion how the loot was, and he replies that it wasn't bad. He made some profit. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoes through the area, and the woman, startled, calls for the captain, saying something's wrong. When everyone turns around, they're horrified by what they see. A massive horde of monsters has begun to gather, and among them emerges a colossal creature advancing toward the group. The sky grows dark, the air heavy, and the pressure around them changes drastically. A rank 5 supreme beast, known as the Sinful-Eyed Bloodwolf, has appeared. The adventurers panic and start running, shouting that they must warn the military immediately because a supreme beast leading an entire horde is something capable of wiping out a city. They decide it's urgent to contact the martial masters, but as they flee, they can't understand the reason for this attack. Supreme beasts rarely leave their territories. So why were they invading a low-level zone? One of the monsters that had just risen glares at the group and lets out a deafening roar. Several stones begin to float and shoot violently toward them. The adventurers run as fast as they can while one of them tries to reach someone on the radio, shouting that there's an emergency at Swan Lake. A supreme beast has appeared, and the horde is spreading rapidly, requiring immediate reinforcements. Before he can finish the message, a stone strikes him square in the chest. On the other end, the operator confirms the appearance of the supreme beast and calls for an immediate response, but only silence follows. Amid the chaos, the sinful-eyed Bloodwolf rises, letting out a grotesque laugh, and commands all the monsters to advance. A portal opens before them, revealing the city on the other side. The sky darkens above the buildings and the general alarm sounds. A massive horde of monsters is approaching from the Swan Lake secret realm toward the city. Time until impact, 20 minutes. Military forces are dispatched to the area and all nearby martial artists are summoned to the front lines, along with anyone capable of fighting. Panic spreads among the population. People rush desperately toward the subways while officers struggle to control the crowd, urging calm and announcing that special trains have been reserved exclusively for children and students. The future of the city, which must survive if Anne is to fall. In the mayor's office, the man, overwhelmed by despair, asks his assistant if reinforcements have been requested and whether more troops are on their way. She replies that the problem isn't limited to their city. The horde is large enough to cause mass destruction, and even neighboring cities without proper defenses are scrambling to prepare. Mayor Qing asks about Huadu and whether they can send a martial master, but the woman reminds him that Guanshan, the neighboring city, is facing an outbreak of creatures from an S-rank realm, and several elite members have already been dispatched there. Qing realizes there's no time to waste. The battle for An has already begun, and they will have to fight alone. Meanwhile, at the Chu Dojo, Yihei and Zhou are training together. The protagonist lands a powerful punch on his friend, sending him flying backward. Smiling, he remarks that Zhou has improved since he was able to withstand that blow. Sweating, Zhou asks since when Yihei started using the black turtle style. He replies that it's been about a month, but he's still perfecting it, then teases his friend, saying maybe Zhou's the one who got weaker. Zhou fires back, insisting he hasn't weakened. It's Yihei who's gotten absurdly stronger. Suddenly, a loud boom echoes outside. Zhou, confused, asks what's going on. His phone starts vibrating and an evacuation alert appears on the screen. We are prioritizing the boarding of An City students. Proceed immediately to the airport for flights B521 and D753 or to the station for train A423. Evacuate immediately. Yihei looks at the message and asks if his friend really plans to leave. Zhou smirks and says that with all that talent, the protagonist could easily run far from here. But then, taken over again by his fighting spirit, he begins to grin wildly, eyes gleaming like a madman, and taunts Yihei, saying he's talking too much, asking since when he's had such a sharp tongue, and adds excitedly that since they're staying, they might as well have a little fun before it all begins. At the Liu family mansion, Qingzhu approaches her mother and says she wants to join the defense line to help the people. The matriarch stares at her with worry and asks what real chances she has of coming back alive, reminding her that there are around 30,000 active martial artists in the city, and, counting retired veterans and volunteers, maybe 50,000. Yet, against a horde of that scale, it's like being on a boat about to be swallowed by a tsunami. She says that An City simply isn't equipped to handle something like this, as a supreme beast exists on another level of power. Only martial masters could stand a chance against it. More than that, she emphasizes that her daughter's life doesn't belong only to her, but to the entire Liu family. Overcome by anger, Qingzhu stands up and declares that a martial family that doesn't fight monsters isn't worthy of surviving. Then she slams the door, leaving her mother alone in silence. With no alternative, the matriarch calls Aunt Hang and orders her to prepare everything for leaving the city. Hang asks what they should do about the boy named Yihei. After a brief silence, the matriarch replies simply to send him a message and let him decide for himself. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of Swan Lake, an entire army gathers, ready for battle. Among the warriors, a few veterans exchange heartfelt words. A gray-haired man mentions that he's already 60 and shouldn't even be there. But another laughs, saying that after 20 years, he finally gets to fight alongside his old comrade again. A frontline soldier approaches and jokes, reminding him it's been 20 years since his friend lost his leg in that battle. He asks old Zhang if when all this is over, he plans to live with his son and retire in a fancy neighborhood. But Zhang laughs and replies that he won't. He'll stay right there, sitting in the square and playing chess, because he was born in that city and that's where he'll die. The young generation and the old veterans march side by side, showing the strength and pride of An City. At the entrance to the secret realm, the army is already in position. The commander shouts that they are the city's last line of defense and cannot allow a single monster to pass through the portal. Mayor Qing, present at the site, announces that about 60% of the military forces and all available martial artists have already entered the secret realm. He explains that the Vanguard's mission is to gather information about the beasts, their strength, numbers, and rankings, and that they must return alive to report everything. Suddenly, a man staggers into view, covered in blood, crawling until he collapses on the ground. The mayor rushes to him and calls for immediate medical aid. With what little strength he has left, the warrior raises his hand and hands over a blood-stained flash drive, saying it contains all the battle data from the Vanguard unit. Desperate, Qing asks where the others are. With a trembling voice, the man replies that they're all dead. Tears welling up in his eyes, he says the beasts crushed the entire battalion, leaving not even pieces of his fallen comrades behind. He mentions the black-eyed ape, saying that if it hadn't been for him, at least 100 men might have survived. Before anyone can react, a massive boulder shoots through the portal and crashes into one of the nearby buildings, debris falling onto the mines scattered on the ground. The mayor realizes the danger and shouts that the enemies are trying to trigger the mines. A chain of explosions shakes the battlefield. The commanders confirm it's a direct attack from the secret realm and order all available firepower to be launched at the portal. The weapons roar, filling the air with smoke and flashes. However, the mayor notices something strange. The monsters aren't coming out. That can only mean they're trying to weaken the human forces from a distance using coordinated tactics. He's shocked and asks since when those beasts started using strategies like humans. Then, more massive stones burst out of the portal. The commander shouts that they're under attack again, but this time, the number of projectiles is even greater. The stones streak across the field, smashing into the army, destroying equipment, vehicles, and barricades. One of the soldiers hears a noise behind him, turns around, and before he can react, he's torn apart by one of the monsters that finally begins to emerge from the portal, marking the start of true hell. The battle between them erupts, and the mayor yells that those boulders are like cannon fire, tearing through the rear line, so they can't let them get any closer and must destroy them before they hit their targets inside the secret realm. The ape leader begins clapping and laughing, saying this is perfect, the humans won't last long, and orders his monster soldiers to keep fighting until every human is wiped out. The clash between the two armies grows ever more intense, with the monsters gaining the upper hand and annihilating everything and everyone ahead of them. A bit farther away, on top of a building, the protagonist watches everything and wonders what will become of that city after this day. Annoyed, he mutters that just when he was counting on the city, this had to happen. And because of that, he won't let the monsters destroy everything they've fought to build. He leaps from the building and merges with his beast. Meanwhile, Jinyuan looks at Zhuan in awe, saying he never disappoints, since he's already taken down 5 monsters on his own. Xiaoling starts boasting, saying they're getting too cocky for defeating low-ranked beasts, and asks Zhuan if he's seen the city's #1, calling him a joke. Zhou approaches, and everyone is shocked to see a blue core in his hand, asking if he really took down a rank 3 monster alone. Zhou replies that he honestly didn't expect to run into them there. Apparently, they didn't evacuate either. He adds that his parents are martial artists and are fighting out there, so as their son, he can't just leave. Zhuan shouts for him to look behind, and Zhou sees a tank being hurled straight at him. The battle continues with the monsters still having the advantage. Zhuan asks who threw that tank, and Zhou draws his sword, slicing it cleanly in half with a single strike. Xiaoling looks back and says it must have been that thing, a Lord-level monster that just came out of the portal. Zhou tells them to calm down and notes that it's not a logical ranked beast. Its size and aura don't match. The creature attacks and Zhou freezes, realizing it might be an elite-ranked beast. However, a blue lightning bolt suddenly strikes the massive monster, knocking it to the ground. When the monster tries to strike back, the protagonist, standing atop its head, easily blocks the attack and, with a grin, remarks that the creature has terrible breath. The beast attempts to hit him again, but fails. Yihi pries open the monster's mouth and asks how many people it has devoured, saying it's filthy and that he'll clean it up properly with his nuclear blast. He then obliterates the monster completely from the inside out. Zhuan points out that the demonic beasts are fighting among themselves and that they should leave while they're distracted. Xiaoling tells him to wait, saying that person is Yihe. Zhuan doesn't believe that the little beast is actually the protagonist, but Zhou confirms it, stating that with him there, the city might still survive this attack. Excited for even greater battles, the protagonist tells Zhou he'll leave that area to him and go help the others. He flies up and from above the battlefield uses his scanning ability to locate the area with the most beasts. Once he finds it, he heads straight toward it. A demon rhinoceros charges at the soldiers, who try to shoot, but one of them shouts that the rifles are useless. They'll have to use bayonets. They all draw their swords and rush forward, but are defeated almost instantly. The monsters continue advancing, slaughtering all the humans. A soldier yells to the captain that they must retreat because they can't hold out any longer, reminding him that they're just ordinary soldiers and can't fight those monsters. However, the captain refuses to abandon his post, insisting they must at least take down one beast. Even if they die, their duty is to save the civilians. Suddenly, evil spirits begin flooding the battlefield. A confused soldier asks what's happening and whether some martial artist is behind it. The spirits attack the demon rhinoceros, which is struck by a devastating nuclear blast and collapses dead. The smaller monsters retreat in terror as the true demon appears, smiling as always, and unleashes the thunderous Enterprise's slash. Upon impact with the ground, the shockwave devastates everything nearby. On the other front lines, a man warns that more beasts are approaching, and it looks like they're all converging on a single point. A woman replies that it's because of Yahe, the city's top-ranked student, who has just entered the battlefield, and now the beasts are trying to surround him. The man stresses that they can't let that happen and must go after them because the protagonist may be just a kid, but he's the city's only hope. They rush toward the monsters, shouting that they must kill as many as possible to protect the city's hope. Yihe keeps obliterating every monster in his path, turning the battlefield into a wasteland. Still, new creatures gather around, but with his nuclear power, he annihilates them as if they were nothing. The warriors supporting him shout that a Lord-level beast is charging towards the protagonist and that they must protect him. If the monsters want to defeat the city's pride, they'll have to go through them first. The veterans yell for everyone to hold the line because Yihe is on his way. An even stronger monster begins advancing toward the city but is stopped by the barrier. The mayor does everything he can to protect everyone, but realizes that the Earth Vein seal alone won't be enough to hold back those beasts. He concludes that he must eliminate the leader to end the invasion. Moving swiftly, he climbs the barrier and tries to attack Ching, but Ching kills him effortlessly. However, when he turns around, Ching is horrified to see a gigantic monster looming before him, the mountain giant crocodile, a rank 4 beast and a royal class species. Ching backs up to the barrier, thinking that if a creature like that has appeared only now, it must mean that damned ape is on its way. Leaping over the barrier, he activates his dominating mountain smashing hammer technique, making the entire city quake. The crocodile reacts by pulling everything around into its center. The mayor rises from the ground, facing the creature, and asks if it really thinks he didn't know that this type of monster specializes in underground attacks, revealing that he'd been using that to his advantage. Ching unleashes his power, declaring that the crocodile walked right into his trap, and with a devastating strike, he uses the martial technique Serpent Wave Explosion, gravely injuring the creature. Even so, the monster's strength is overwhelming, and every movement it makes obliterates everything nearby, plunging the city into chaos. The mayor watches and thinks that it's a good thing he knew something about this kind of beast. Otherwise, the disaster would have been even worse. Ching keeps attacking and tells the crocodile that it would have been better if it had come all the way out of the portal because leaving only its head outside is just asking to die. He strikes the monster's head again with full force, unleashing all his martial power. The crocodile senses the danger and begins releasing spikes across its entire body. The mayor watches and remarks that this was expected from a royal species, capable of reshaping its own body to adapt. Suddenly, one of the spikes starts to open. Ching notices it and tries to move, but it's too late. The ape emerges, grabbing him by the head and, in a tone of disdain, calls him human, asking what he thinks he's doing to his pet. The mayor stares back at the ape and asks what he's doing there, if he was really hiding among the stone spikes all along. The ape laughs and replies that he's about to finish the mayor off, making everyone realize just how useless they are before him. He then hurls Ching with tremendous force against the crocodile's body, but a sudden explosion wounds his hand. Looking at the injury, he remarks that while unexpected, it only confirms what he already knew. There isn't a single martial artist strong enough to face him here, so he can exterminate them all without worry. Ching, gravely wounded but still standing, faces the monster leader and musters every last bit of his strength, conjuring a storm of wind blades. The ape, arms crossed and unbothered, says resistance is pointless. The mayor is only delaying the inevitable. He adds that there's no opponent worthy of him on this battlefield and that everything has become just a game to toy with humanity, spreading fear and destruction. With a cruel smile, he says he enjoys watching the despair written on human faces. Ching ignores his taunts and unleashes his attack with all his might. The blades strike the ape, but he doesn't even flinch. He descends slowly, mocking that it was fast but far too weak. The next moment, he freezes midair, releases his aura, and with blinding speed, tears through the city's ruins, appearing right in front of the mayor. Ordering him to kneel, he declares that an insect like him doesn't deserve to look him in the eyes. With no options left, the mayor simply glares at his enemy, and the ape delivers a devastating blow that slams him into the ground. To his surprise, Ching is still standing, unwavering, staring straight at him. The ape asks if he feels no fear. Ching, struggling to breathe, braces for another attack and says that this piece of trash may be intelligent, but in the end, it's still just an arrogant beast. He activates a forbidden, blood-soaked technique, managing to trap the monster. As he's engulfed by the technique, the ape roars, realizing too late that he's fallen into a trap. The mayor completes the Earth Vein seal and the entire area begins to swirl like a vortex of earth, dragging the monster leader underground. The beast roars, asking if this was really his entire plan, mocking him for thinking he could bury him alive. He claims Ching won't be able to sustain the seal for long. When it fails, he'll return to annihilate every human. Ching smiles weakly and replies that it's not as if that was his only plan. He opens his clothing, revealing a star-shaped scar on his chest, and explains that it's a symbol of humanity, a mark of courage. The ape, confused, asks what he's doing as the mayor drives his hand into the scar, wounding himself. On the brink of death, Ching reveals that before the war began, he had planted a nuclear warhead beneath this site, connected to an activation chip in his heart. If it stops beating, the bomb will detonate. The Supreme Beast, furious, says it's a bluff, that no human would be insane enough to gamble his own life that way, and insists he won't fall for it. Ching, his vision fading and voice weakening, admits he truly didn't want to wager his life, but reminds the monster who he is. Huang Qing, the mayor of An City. He recalls that when he was elected, he promised to dedicate his body and soul to the people, and with one final breath says this is all he can do. His eyes close, and in the same instant, a colossal explosion engulfs the area. The ape screams as it's consumed by the light. The blast is so intense it can be seen for miles. A massive mushroom cloud rises into the sky, reaching the clouds above. The extermination warhead had detonated. One of the young warriors clutches his phone with trembling hands, tears streaming down his face as he reads the last message received. Dad, do you remember when you told me I could be whoever I wanted? Well, it looks like I finally did it. Thank you for believing in me that day. The boy keeps trembling, crying uncontrollably in anguish. The soldiers, tears in their eyes, salute in silence, and even the martial artists bow their heads in respect. Everyone watches the enormous explosion from afar, a pillar of smoke rising like a colossal grave, the eternal symbol of a sacrifice that would never be forgotten. It was a farewell worthy of a legend. When the smoke finally clears, the place is completely destroyed. A deep crater opens as if hell itself had touched the earth. At its center lie only the charred bones of the ape that caused all of the devastation. But then, a strange sound begins to echo through the scorched remains. A glowing core, pulsing with immense energy, rises from the bones and lifts them into the air. Slowly, the ape's body reconstructs itself and it returns to life, snarling in disbelief that it was nearly killed by a mere human. Consumed by rage, the monster roars that it will wipe out every surviving human, promising a massacre so brutal no one could imagine it. It declares that it must return to the domain of sin, the beast's homeland, but swears that once it recovers, it will come back and turn this place to ashes. As it limps away, a firm voice cuts through the air asking where it thinks it's going. The ape turns and freezes. Standing before it is the protagonist, Yahello, alive and towering. Terror flashes in the beast's eyes as it recognizes the man as the true threat to innovation, a prodigy beyond compare. With a cold, hate-filled gaze, Yahello says he's finally found it, even if it's too late, and charges forward, striking with an explosive punch of radiant energy. A small blast ripples through the air, but something feels off. The ape suddenly appears in front of him, mocking the human's foolishness for exposing himself so easily. It tries to counterattack, thinking it has the upper hand, but Yahello simply smirks and says it talks too much for something that nearly died to a nuclear warhead, and that apparently it's begging for another. The ape barely has time to react before Yahello begins transforming. His body expands into the colossal form of the armored titan, gathering nuclear energy so dense that the sky lights up. The explosion that follows is even more devastating than the last. The ground trembles. People far away stare in horror, wondering if another warhead had been detonated, if the mayor had planned this too. When the dust settles, the ape is still alive, but barely, trembling and calling Yahello a monster. It can't believe what it's seeing, muttering that no true beast has an aura that terrifying. It says Yahello must be the real king of monsters. The protagonist glares coldly and replies that he's not a monster like it, smashing the creature into the ground with a brutal blow that sends it flying. He warns that there's no point in trying to escape now, and gathers power for the devastating strike of the mountains. The ape, cornered and desperate, roars that it won't be underestimated again. Their attacks collide, and the explosion of energy is cataclysmic. Yahello's arm is left mangled, but he recognizes his foe's strength, a lord-level beast, still formidable even when wounded and at half power. Yet, in his armored form, which boosts all attributes by 30 points, Yahello endures. In seconds, his arm regenerates completely, instant and total recovery. The ape, crushed and broken on the ground, admits it used everything it had, but it wasn't enough. Realizing there's no hope left, it turns to flee, screaming in panic that it's going to die. Yahello prepares his next strike, saying that worthless creature wasn't worth the mayor's sacrifice, then fires his attack, hitting the ape dead on. But once again, the monster manages to escape. Furious, the protagonist growls that the coward hid underground, pretending to be dead, proving how terrified it really is. And now, gravely injured, it's the perfect time to finish it off. He tries to locate it using his sensor, but doesn't know that beasts of this level can completely mask their presence and vital signs. Suddenly, Yahello realizes that if he had arrived sooner, the mayor might still be alive. He focuses on the ground, scanning the area, muttering to himself that this isn't the time to dwell on it, and even if he has to go to hell itself, he'll find the one responsible for destroying his city and killing the mayor. Finally, he detects the ape's presence and launches a precise strike, sending it flying upward. The ape glances back and mutters that it was almost at the exit, that if not for that damned mayor, it might have succeeded. Yahello wastes no time, smashing it back down with a powerful blow and declaring that this is the price for forcing the mayor's sacrifice. Now, it will beg for mercy. The ape rises once more, clutching its core in its hands, saying the protagonist is pushing his luck too far, vowing to use all its remaining strength to drag them both to hell. Energy surges through its body, regenerating its arm, and with the last of its power, it leaps, roaring that it's time to end this. The two collide, and this time, both the ape's arm and Yahello's are completely vaporized. Yahello begins to laugh, asking if that beast also intends to sacrifice itself, and readies his final strike, knowing there's nowhere left for his enemy to run. Suddenly, voices start echoing in his head, and he wonders if it's some kind of psychic attack. Looking around, he sees no other beasts, only a sea of hands rising from every direction. The hands begin to drag the ape's body away, and Yihe shouts that it's not going to escape, but new hands sprout across his own body, growing from his joints and locking him in place. Enraged, he roars, asking if the ape really thinks that's enough to stop him. Then he releases all the radiation within himself, 200 degrees, 400, 600, 800, up to 1,000, incinerating everything nearby. The fire and radiation consume his entire body, burning away every hand that clings to him. He screams that he'll make the ape burn in flames, hotter than hell itself, activating the flames of sacrifice. The ape, meanwhile, looks toward the portal and realizes it's almost at the exit until it spots a demon coming its way. In a panic, it yells for the hands to move faster as the monster draws near. Suddenly, a head begins to emerge, and once again, Yihe hears a voice echoing through the chaos. He mutters in disbelief, asking what the hell that thing is. A beast? A demon? Thousands of bodies begin to form, merging into a grotesque shape. Stunned, Yihe wonders what kind of power this is. Could it be a lord? If this is its true form, he admits he might be in real danger. Amid the ruins, the head takes shape and opens its eyes, unleashing an ear-splitting roar. Even with his giant form's auditory system disabled, the roar reverberates inside Yihe's mind. He bursts from the giant's mouth, climbing out of his own body, shouting that after everything the monsters have taken, they still think they can just leave the city as if nothing happened. Fueled by rage, he swears he won't allow it. Channeling all his nuclear energy into his core, he injects it directly into the monster's body and is flung clear immediately after. Smirking, he raises a finger and says that this is a little gift from the city, its house specialty, a nuclear bomb. The giant's body begins to swell and explodes with a cataclysmic force, far greater than the two previous blasts. From afar, people watch in shock, shouting that the secret realm's portal just exploded and that something terrible is happening. Some believe the beasts have lost control, while others think the mayor actually succeeded. Chaos spreads as voices cry out to stay alert, that the mayor's sacrifice cannot have been in vain, that the city still has a chance. Gradually, the situation settles, and many speculate that what they saw was the black, blood-eyed gorilla's body colliding with the portal's boundaries, breaking the beast's advance. Either way, the invasion of the secret realm had ended. Martial artists swept through the city, hunting the remaining monsters, fighting non-stop for a full day and night until the last creature was slain. The battle for Anne's city was won, but at a devastating cost. Around 80% of its defenders had perished. In the Swan Lake realm, the site of the nuclear blast, Yihe lies on the ground. He opens his eyes and wonders how long he's been unconscious, remembering that he used all his nuclear power in that final attack. The air is still thick with radiation and atomic energy, as his body slowly regenerates its outer shell. Looking around with sorrow, he murmurs that the battle was a true massacre. The mayor had lured the gorilla into the blast zone and kept it trapped there, sacrificing himself over and over to ensure the beast's end before it could regenerate. Because of that, Yihe realizes the infinite monster model is immensely powerful, but still no match for a sovereign-class beast. Struggling to his feet, he admits that this time victory came through terrain, timing, and luck. But next time, he might not have those on his side. He also doesn't know when he'll get his next model or whether it will even be gold tier. Fusing with the Thunderstar Titan model still seems like the fastest way to raise his combat power, but he'll need high-level plant-type monster cores compatible with fusion, especially blue, purple, or golden ones. Moreover, he must fully master the Zhuanhuang martial arts, because if his model can synchronize with martial rhythm, that will be the key. Watching the sunrise, Yihe reflects that Zhuanhuang techniques evolve slowly compared to his model's abilities, but their potential is far greater, and perhaps that's the very reason he was brought into this world. A month after the crisis, a statue of the mayor was erected in the city center as a symbol of his bravery, loyalty, and strength. Sitting on a bench in the square, Yihe watches the news reporting that waves of beasts have struck 18 cities across the Xia nation, 12 of them completely annihilated. Among them is Guanshan, now linked to an S-class secret realm, shrouded in an undetectable gray mist. The Great Finch organization of Xia has dispatched 30 Zhuanyu-level martial artists and 5 grandmasters led by Du Jingming. It wasn't an ordinary invasion. Even S-class realms appeared. Xia's strongest martial artist, Fu Musheng, has been reported missing near the perimeter of the realm. He entered Guanshan and 48 hours later returned barely alive, accompanied by only 2 grandmasters. For now, Guanshan ranks 12th worldwide in casualties with over 1,800,000 dead. Shocked, Yihe mutters that not even Guardian-ranked martial artists are enough anymore. For the first time, he wonders if humanity on the Blue Star can truly survive, and the thought alone unsettles him. He immediately calls Qinlan, saying he needs her help. The matriarch, curious, asks if he's after the other 2 Xuanhuang manuals of the Liu family. Yihe laughs, asking if she really thinks that's all he wants, then clarifies that it's not just about the manuals. He also needs help collecting high-quality plant-type monster cores, preferably blue, purple, or even gold level. Qinlan frowns and replies that he's asking for the rarest of the rare, Lord-class cores worth a fortune, then questions what he intends to offer in return. The protagonist explains that Huadu University will soon hold a realm test for new students, and he'll be Qingzhu's partner, helping her claim first place. Qinlan is surprised but quickly scolds him, saying he's underestimating the elites from other cities. Frankly, she tells him her daughter is mid-high level but still far from the true top. Even though Yihe defeated Qingzhu in combat, he's still nowhere near the real monsters who'll be competing. He replies that it doesn't matter. Even so, if anyone can restore the Liu family's legacy and honor, it's him. Then he asks if that's not exactly why she's been supporting him so much. He adds that he'll sign a contract. If he fails to make Qingzhu win, he'll serve the Liu family for life, as a servant, bodyguard, or even babysitter. Surprised and delighted, Qinlan jumps out of bed with a grin and confirms, asking if it's really for life. When he says yes, she happily agrees to help him without hesitation. Later, at a hospital in the city center, people begin crowding around the protagonist. Some women claim to be his fans, asking for autographs and offering gifts, while others say he's the obvious candidate for the highest martial score since everyone else left battered, while he remained unscathed. They also mention that he defeated several monsters during the invasion. Yihe, embarrassed, hadn't imagined he'd become this popular. After managing to escape the crowd, he heads into the hospital carrying a pile of gifts. Seeing his friend, he bursts out laughing, saying that this is the most handsome man in the city, Joe, and asks if he's feeling okay. Wrapped in bandages, Joe replies that he knew Yihe would come visit but asks what he's carrying. The protagonist explains that they're gifts from his fans. Xuan, lying in the next bed, sits up and greets Yihe, but the protagonist looks confused and asks who he is. Xuan introduces himself, reminding him that he was Yihe's first opponent in the tournament, and asks if he's already forgotten. Yihe realizes who he is and looks surprised. Xuan tells him not to look at him like that, saying his leg isn't gone yet, and jokes that in the worst case, he'll get a regeneration surgery or maybe a combat prosthetic, since Laserbird just released a new model. Watching him, Yihe thinks that losing a leg so young while defending the city shows Xuan is a man of true worth and deserving of respect. Suddenly his phone starts ringing, but he hangs up, saying those spam calls never stop and are super annoying. A few seconds later, the device starts yelling at him to pick up, startling him. It's Director Deng, scolding him for blocking a big shot from Huadu and ordering him to unblock the number immediately. Yihe apologizes and says he understands. Moments later, the call comes through again. The man introduces himself as Wang Tao from the Huadu University admissions office and informs him that the semester will begin soon, adding that a train will be sent to pick him up in a few days. He also asked if Yihe had any special requests. Zhou, too, received a call from Professor Liu from the admissions department, and the protagonist said he would follow the university's instructions. Zhou replied that he understood as well, confirming he'd be there at the scheduled time and thanking the professor. Xuan watched them and thought that in the same hospital room, there were 3 people, and he was the only one who wasn't a top student. So maybe the best thing to do was to forget the bed and hide under it. The protagonist mentioned that before enrollment, there was something he needed to take care of. A few days later, at the crater of Swan Lake, a mushroom-shaped cloud caused by the nuclear explosion had released hundreds of tons of ash into the atmosphere, blanketing the entire region in a black haze like an eternal night. Yihe went to the center, fused with his beast, and began to focus. A mist surrounded his body and his eyes started to glow. The system appeared, displaying Infinite Monster Model, Host Yihe, Base Physique 27.4, Model Damanra, Wild Trait Variation, Synchronization 38.9%, Titan Form, Synchronization 90%. He stood and noted that his fight with the blood-eyed gorilla had raised his Damanra synchronization by 1.5%, a great improvement. 3 more days of training raised it by another 6%, proving that this place was truly worth it. The progress was amazing, but it was time to move on. He prepared himself and shot off like lightning. Sometime later at the train station, an announcement echoed. The G6666 train to Western Huadu would depart in 5 minutes, and all passengers should board. Zhou, waiting alone at the platform, sensed something and looked to his side, noticing the protagonist approaching. A flash streaked across the sky and Yihe landed beside him, saying he'd arrived just in time. People around gasped, asking if that really was the famous student, because the pressure he emitted and the energy swirling around his body felt like that of a high-level beast. That wasn't a mere blood flame aura. It surpassed elite warriors. He was the city's pride. Zhou smiled and said Yihe had grown even stronger. The protagonist gazed at the city and said he was finally leaving it behind. His first stop, Huadu. As the train approached, he said his goodbyes. "Farewell, An City, I'm on my way." The train sped off as soon as he boarded. Standing, Yihe looked around at the other passengers, but his friend warned him not to make the atmosphere tense. Yihe asked if everyone there was really that strong. Zhou explained that it wasn't just about strength, The train was built with next-generation alloys capable of withstanding tons of impact, and there were at least 5 Xuanwu-level martial artists aboard to protect the students. Some were disguised among the passengers, others served as guards. And there might even be a grandmaster on board. After all, the train carried the top freshmen of the entire Xia nation. Yihe chuckled to himself, thinking that after scanning the train with his life sense, there were indeed powerful figures on board, but only about 5 could withstand 3 of his attacks. Suddenly, a level 1 alert sounded. The university train was under attack from unknown forces. The instructions were clear. Teachers and staff were to contain the threat, and students were to evacuate immediately without trying to fight. Chaos erupted throughout the carriages. Some students questioned if it was real, thinking it must be a test for newcomers, but others argued it might be something far worse. The Xia nation was at its weakest point. Its national-class martial artists were wounded and recovering, and one of the 3 grandmasters, Du Jingming, had disappeared. Several masters and Xuanwu-level warriors had died in the recent waves of beasts in Guanshan and other cities. It made sense that old enemies or foreign forces would take advantage of the chaos to attack. The confusion grew. Some wanted to fight, others wanted to flee. Zhou asked what Yihe thought. The protagonist grew irritated, saying it had to be a joke. He'd spent days training without rest and only took a short nap to recover energy. But if the enemy wanted to fight, then he wouldn't back down. The 2 of them ran to the front of the train. When they opened the door, they found a student gravely injured. Yihe's expression hardened as he shouted, demanding to know what was happening ahead. The freshman Zhou Jingxian, injured and gasping for breath, explains that the first 3 cars have already been evacuated. The enemy is using some kind of dimensional field, pulling people into isolated spaces where battles happen separately. Inside those domains, something terrifying is hunting everyone. The Xuanwu instructors who were guarding the train have been almost entirely wiped out. They risked everything just to get him out and warn them that this isn't a test. Silence fills the car until a voice speaks up, questioning if there's any proof of what was just said. The freshman Yan Zhengxiong crosses his arms and demands to know where Jingxian's instructor seal is, if there are any other survivors, and why he's the only one who made it back. He insists that he has a friend in the forward cars, someone strong enough to survive anything, and that it makes no sense to believe Jingxian lived while that friend didn't. Other freshmen murmur in agreement, saying it actually makes sense that the guy with the mane has a point. Yan then orders Jingxian to step aside, declaring that he'll go check things out himself. Jingxian desperately tries to stop them, saying he's telling the truth and that going forward is suicide, asking why no one believes him when they're all walking straight into a death trap. He glances sideways and recognizes the protagonist. "You're Yihe, aren't you?" he asks in a trembling voice. The protagonist feels something strange. His life sense detects a surge of emotional distortion coming from the boy and replies, "Yes," asking how he knew. Jingxian explains that a woman named Qingzhu showed him a photo of Yihe and told him to find him and warn him that no matter what happens, he must not go to the front cars. Yihe freezes for a moment and his voice unsteady asks if she really said that. Jingxian confirms, saying Qingzhu threw herself in front of a strike, taking a blade meant for him, and was gravely wounded. The boy starts crying, saying maybe everyone's already doomed, but he'll still fulfill her last wish, to keep Yihe alive. The protagonist lightly taps his head, annoyed, saying Qingzhu isn't dead and he should stop spouting nonsense. Zhou asks if he really plans to go to the front cars, and Yihe replies that he does. He promised something to her family and intends to keep it. Jingxian steps in front of them, declaring he won't let them pass. Yihe loses patience and asks how someone with such a loser's mindset even got into the best university in the country. He orders Zhou to act. Zhou charges forward and attacks, but Jingxian blocks firmly, saying he's trying to save their lives and asking why Yihe is so stubborn, always charging headfirst into every fight that appears. He remarks that Qingzhu is graceful and refined and says he can't understand how someone like her would ever care about someone like Yihe. Enraged, the protagonist snaps and knocks Jingxian out with a single punch, saying he's out of patience for talking. The freshman collapses, trembling, barely believing the power he just felt, strength far beyond his level. Yihe simply tells him to take a qi and blood pill, because he'll need it after taking a hit like that. Without hesitation, he and Zhou head toward the front cars. Jingxian, still on the floor, pleads with them not to go, shouting that it isn't safe. Upon reaching the third car, they find a massive, pulsating portal. The protagonist studies it and comments that it must be the entrance to the dimensional space Jingxian mentioned. He grabs a suitcase and throws it into the portal, watching closely. No sound, no sign. Not even his life sense can detect what's inside. The first freshman who got there probably already entered. "Interesting," he murmurs before stepping forward and diving in. As soon as he crosses the portal, a sharp pain throbs in his head. He realizes Zhou is gone and wonders who's manipulating this domain. Not understanding what's happening, he decides to follow a distant light. When he comes to his senses, he's standing in the middle of a completely destroyed city. His life sense doesn't respond, it's blocked. So he decides to do it the old-fashioned way. Gathering energy, he flies to the highest point. With his nuclear energy condensing, he shouts for the enemy to stop hiding and using cowardly tricks. Then he unleashes a devastating blast into the sky, commanding everything to explode. A colossal explosion tears through the sky, drawing the attention of all freshmen on the field. Even Qing-Shu, injured atop a building, lifts her gaze and immediately recognizes who it is, murmuring that she had told him not to show up. On the ground, Yihei watches the flash and remarks that his arrival drew more than just the eyes of his peers. Even the enemies seem to have noticed his presence. Feeling something behind him, he turns and sees a grotesque figure with the head of a pig. Without hesitation, he charges forward, mocking the opponent and calling him a freak. His nuclear punch lands squarely on the pigman's face, but the creature retaliates with a slash across his abdomen. Shocked, Yihei realizes that the opponent withstood the blow without taking a single step back. The pigman is equally astonished to see the protagonist's rapid regeneration. Smiling, Yihei comments that his enemy didn't expect him to heal so quickly, and claims that his abdominal muscles are strong enough to destroy that blade on their own, saying that his strength isn't all that impressive and that, although the weapon was interesting for cutting through his defense like papers, it still failed to impress him. Curious, he decides to investigate further. Opening the enemy's mouth, he releases a nuclear breath inside, obliterating him completely. Holding the pig's head, he laughs, saying he's a simple man who keeps his word. He had promised to rip off that ridiculous mask, and so he did. Examining the inside of the mask, he finds a pendant and concludes that it might be part of a Huadu test, a classic challenge where defeating monsters grants rewards. He also notes that the enemy's weapon was probably reinforced with the chi of a high-level martial artist, making it absurdly sharp. But once that energy faded, it turned back into junk. Looking at the pendant in his hand, he wonders what it could mean and decides he must hunt down more masked enemies to collect their amulets. Suddenly, an arrow wrapped in sinister energy flies toward him. He destroys it before it can get close. Another enemy appears and Yihei, both irritated and grinning, remarks that they're attacking him in a group. Suddenly, a spear bursts from the ground beneath his feet while the archer takes the chance to unleash another volley. Even when hit, he only laughs louder, thrilled, asking if they really thought they could defeat him so easily. Calling them naive, he activates his armored Zodiac unit and a massive beast manifests behind him. In a single strike, Yihei attacks the archer and the impact causes such a powerful explosion that the entire building collapses. The freshmen watching from afar are stunned to see the structure crumble from just one blow. Returning to normal, Yihei walks to the building's base, demanding to know who tried to ambush him. As he approaches, he spots another masked figure, this time with a rabbit face, and realizes he's truly facing the Zodiacs. The rabbit-headed foe bends his knees and leaps toward him. Yihei tries to land a kick, but the enemy dodges with astonishing agility. He's startled to see that the rabbit knows kung fu. The strike is about to hit when a wall of ice rises up, blocking the attack. The rabbit man becomes trapped in the ice, and Joe appears, saying that was close and asking Yihei to leave that one to him. Joe advances, but the rabbit is incredibly fast, dodging smoothly and counterattacking, though Joe blocks and freezes his spear before landing a direct hit that sends the opponent flying. Yihei's killing aura flares behind him. Transformed once more with the Zodiac unit, he grabs the rabbit tightly, saying he finally caught that cute little thing. And in the next instant, another explosion lights up the battlefield. A few minutes earlier, two people were talking atop a building. The woman, watching the chaos below, asks the man why he's so quiet and whether the guy who made that flashy entrance has already been eliminated. The man replies that probably yes. Even their best fighters couldn't scratch the masked ones, since the weapons they wield can cut through anything, making them impossible to face at that level. The woman laughs disdainfully, saying the fool who showed up firing beams of light everywhere must be some lucky bumpkin who got into Huadu by miracle with no idea what he's doing. She adds that the gap between the talents of the big cities and the losers from the countryside is enormous. She's heard rumors that Yan and Ouyang Ze from Modu, Lan Yusi from Shendu, and Xin Chen from Luli Island have already started hunting masked enemies, though she still doesn't know how they managed it. The man comments that if those names are truly as strong as people say, the top freshman spot will definitely come from that group. The woman disagrees, declaring that the top always belongs to someone from Huadu, because before the monsters from that city, no student from the rest of the Jia nation stands a chance. The martial resources that Huadu's students grow up with are on another level. Suddenly, the sky is torn apart by a blue nuclear explosion, leaving the two completely stunned. The man's eyes widen as he says that beam of light is the same one they saw earlier, wondering if it could be an electromagnetic cannon. Trembling, the woman scolds him, calling him an idiot for thinking such a cannon could even exist there. Elsewhere, Yan and Ouyang also witness the colossal blast. Yan asks what his friend thinks about it, and Ouyang replies that the attack doesn't match the masked one's style, it's probably the work of a freshman. The horse-headed masked man had already been eliminated, and Ouyang notes that, aside from the elites of Huadu, no one else could possess that level of power. Even so, he says it's better to check it out since they have already collected the pendants of the rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lan Yusi from Chengdu should have the goats. Xin Chen from Luli Island likely took the snakes. And the freshman Qingxu seems to have defeated the Minotaur, keeping the ox pendant. If the masked ones really follow the zodiac pattern, then only 5 remain: the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. Ouyang stresses that fighting the dragon is suicide. He's a boss, someone to run from, not fight. He concludes that whoever fired that blue beam surely already holds several pendants, and both Xin Chen and Lan Yusi are bound to show up there. That means the game is entering its final stage, and if they want to win, they'll have to steal each other's pendants. Elsewhere, Yihe holds another pendant in his hand. Zhou, puzzled, asks what it is, and Yihe explains that before his companion arrived, he had already defeated a pig-headed masked enemy and pulled the object from inside him. If he's right, this challenge revolves around gathering all the zodiac pendants hidden within the enemy's masks. Zhou asks if that means they'll start actively hunting the masked ones. Yihe confirms, saying that someone attacked him from behind on the rooftop, but he managed to escape during this confusion. However, the enemy's arrow grazed him, which now allows him to easily track the archer. Shortly after, they arrive at another area and notice the ground covered in battle marks. The burn marks are still warm, a sign that someone was there just minutes ago. Suddenly, Zhou freezes, sensing an extremely dangerous presence beside him. He tries to react, but a woman retreats, wounded and surprised, asking how her optical stealth mode was detected. Zhou comments again that apparently the girl had been hiding and plotting something. It was the freshman Lan Yusi. Her partner tells her to step aside and, using the genetic art Flaming Demon Body, unleashes intense heat from his palm, melting the ice coming their way. The freshman Xin Chen says they managed to catch her and remarks that Yusi's stealth mode is quite weak. Yihe approaches, asking if the two were planning an ambush. Yusi tells him not to get the wrong idea, explaining that they had just smashed the face of a rooster-masked enemy and were hiding to lure out others. She lights a cigarette, trying to divert the protagonist's attention, but he stays focused and asks if what they say is true because, if it is, he wants them to explain that. Suddenly, he grabs a clone of Yusi by the neck. Shocked, she admits that even her decoy was detected, and realizes that those two must have some special ability. Chen comments that he already expected that. A sneak attack succeeding too easily would have been boring. He drops the cigarette on the ground and says he'll show them how it's done, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Yihe and Zhou back away, but Yusi laughs, saying they don't even need to bother running, using her wind ascension technique to propel the smoke rapidly toward them. Chen conjures a fireball in his hand and says he's not done yet. Now it's time to really heat things up. He launches the fire into the smoke, laughing and taunting the two, wanting to see if they'll still be smiling after this. However, Yihe simply claps his hands, dispersing the entire attack around him. Chen is terrified to see that the protagonist erased everything with a single motion and realizes that kind of power is abnormal, questioning what kind of insane physique he has. In an instant, Yihe strikes with the mountain-blocking fist, landing a direct hit to Chen's face and sending him flying several meters away. Yusi feels Yihe's murderous intent and crushing pressure, trembling in fear. She thinks that none of them have yet broken through the barrier to become true martial artists, that they are all still mere disciples with bodies limited by an invisible wall. Even Huadu's freshmen have only a slight edge at this stage, but Yehe seems to be on another level. His body is far beyond what a novice should possess. Suddenly, she's frozen solid, realizing she'd been so terrified by the protagonist's overwhelming power that she completely forgot about the ice user. Yihe keeps advancing like a demon, his monstrous aura dominating the area as his thirst for battle grows. He closes in, and Yusi panics, thinking that even if she and Chen fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance against those two monsters. She tries to escape using her fan, realizing it's pointless to drag this out. She needs to flee as fast as possible. But before she can, Yihe grabs her leg, pulls her down, and slams her to the ground, saying she should stay there so they can have a little chat. He prepares to strike, but she uses the martial art Xuan Huang, Step of the Empty Chaos, to try to run. Obsessed, Yihe acts like a predator chasing its prey, unleashing his evil spirits through the demonic flesh. Binding Art, Shadow of the Demon Realm. Yusi's clones are restrained by the spirits, and she screams that her body can't move, demanding to know what those things holding her are. Yihe laughs at the scene, saying it looks like his little prey can neither fight nor flee anymore, so it's time to surrender. Yusi gives up instantly, saying he can have all her pendants. The protagonist collects the two pendants, praises her attitude, and asks her to tell him everything she knows. Yusi begins explaining that to pass this trial, one must gather all 12 zodiac pendants and that they've now reached the final stage. There's no point hunting anyone else, since the survivors will end up fighting each other anyway. She mentions that the real monsters that year are Yan and Ouyang, both from Modu. Laughing, she asks if the protagonist wants her to lead him to them, saying she has nothing left to lose, and that since she can't win the competition, she'd rather pour gasoline on the fire and let the big shots kill each other. Yihei laughs and replies that she doesn't need to bother with that, though he admits she's braver than he expected. Meanwhile, Yan and Young are moving quickly. Young comments that Yusi and Chen are probably already hunting them, but says he doesn't care who wins. In the end, they'll just steal from both, since those two are merely holding onto the prize for now. Suddenly, Yan is shocked and tells Young to look at the body split in half on the ground. It's Chen. Just minutes earlier, he had been completely defeated and tossed aside like trash. Barely breathing, Chen mutters in confusion that the protagonist is definitely not human and that Yusi has probably already been hunted down too. He believes Yehe must have marked him somehow and is sure that monster will find him soon. With no options left, he decides to join Young and Yan, but then hears footsteps behind him. Startled, he turns and asks who's there. What he sees terrifies him. The dragon appears before him, and in the blink of an eye, he's eliminated. Yan stares at the body, saying there's no doubt Chen is dead, and that such a brutal, precise cut could only have been made by one person. Young cuts in, confirming that only the dragon could deliver such a surgical, merciless strike that kills instantly. Yan finds it strange. The dragon was supposed to be sealed in the underground parking lot. Last time, over 20 people were sent to hunt it, and only 2 came back alive. He says he can't believe what he's seeing. This was supposed to be just a trial, not a massacre, but all that blood is far too real. Young starts to panic. Yan calls his name, asking what they should do since Chen's pendant has also vanished. Young replies that if the dragon is loose, then some condition must have been triggered, probably the one requiring all other zodiac masks to be defeated. And now the final boss is free. Just as the masked ones automatically hunt freshmen, the dragon must now be hunting whoever carries the zodiac pendants. Young awakens his bloodline, stating that facing the dragon would be suicide and their only chance is to gather the remaining pendants before it takes them. Sprouting wings from his back, he takes flight, saying they need to send a signal to lure the other holders and settle everything in a single battle. Meanwhile, in the dead city amid the ruins, Qingzhu is injured, leaning against a wall. She laments that it was supposed to be just a train ride to Huadu, but they ended up trapped in that cursed place where so many freshmen have already been slaughtered by the maniac in the dragon mask. She recalls that the professor found her, but only one of them could escape, and she couldn't bring herself to leave, and not like that. Looking at a photo of her and Yihei on her phone, she says she needs to warn that idiot not to get involved. Exhausted and sad, she wonders if the one who escaped managed to find him, and admits she doesn't have the strength to go after him herself. Still, she believes that with Yihei's absurd power, he'll easily survive, as long as he doesn't cross paths with the dragon. Suddenly, she feels a presence approaching and panics, realizing she's already been found. With her weakened body, she knows she can't run. They must have tracked her energy, and now they're coming for her pendant. In truth, Qingzhu didn't care about the pendant itself, but something deep in her heart told her the protagonist would need them. She knew she stood no chance of facing them head-on, so there was only one option left: lead them straight to him. At that moment, Young finds her. He remarks that he noticed her during the entrance exam and remembers she awakened the phantom bird bloodline, a legendary and extremely rare creature, and that she carries the ox pendant, something he says fits perfectly into his plans. Watching her, he realizes she's heading somewhere specific and deduces she's likely trying to lure him to the dragon's lair beneath the parking structure. Laughing, he calls it naive, knowing the dragon has already escaped and that place is now empty. Determined to act, Young rushes forward, telling Yan to wait for him. He's just going to pick up a little something and will be right back. He speeds down the building floors until reaching the lower level where he faces Qingzhu and declares that she won't get away. But before he can capture her, a voice echoes through the darkness. Young freezes. In front of him, a murderous aura flares so intense it steals the air from his lungs. Trembling, he asks if that could be the dragon, but quickly dismisses the idea, believing the dragon should be hunting other pendant holders. Then terror grips him. If the dragon's targets are precisely the ones holding zodiac pendants, he's in mortal danger. After all, he carries 4 pendants, making him the ultimate prize. He realizes too late that he was far too confident, and now his life hangs by a thread. The dragon locks eyes with him, and Young feels his entire body go rigid under that gaze. He tries to comprehend what's happening, realizing that the creature is using an absurd technique, one that drags its victim into a sealed space the moment eye contact is made. The only escape is to defeat the caster, and the dragon has clearly forced him inside. Within that domain, the dragon attacks, and Young throws everything he has into defense. But the power gap is overwhelming. Elsewhere, Yan begins to feel pressure as he faces Zhou and Yihe. The protagonist watches with boredom and asks what this is supposed to be, since Yan had opened the global chat earlier just to brag, yet now shows no strength at all. Zhou asks Yihe to step back, making it clear he wants to face the opponent alone to test his own ability. Enraged, Yan charges forward, shouting that they're getting too full of themselves. Zhou responds by activating the ice vein, but Yan shatters the ice with sheer brute force. He grins and says Joe isn't going anywhere, attacking again. Joe blocks the first blow but senses another coming immediately after. He manages to react and counter with his wind cut technique, a strike that slices both soul and blade as one. Both raise their power to the limit and an intense battle begins, shaking the surroundings. Yahello, however, just watches from a distance, sitting lazily and looking utterly bored as he waits for the result. In the middle of the clash, Yan suddenly senses something, a familiar presence, a cry for help. It's Yang. He instantly retreats, ending the fight and saying that if he didn't have something urgent to handle, he would have broken at least 8 of Joe's bones. But before he can flee, Yahello slowly stands up and asks if he's done showing off, then adds coldly, "Who said you could leave?" In an instant, he moves at unbelievable speed. Yan tries to react but is sent flying like a feather. Even though he manages to block, the impact leaves him battered on the ground. Dazed, he asks what that was, if the blow came from a demonic beast. The protagonist calmly replies that it didn't. It came from him, and adds with the disdain that Yan's annoying yelling was getting on his nerves, so he ended up hitting harder than intended. Still stunned and unable to process what just happened, Yan asks if he was ambushed. Yahello sighs and answers casually that no, the problem is simply that Yan couldn't keep up. The punch was so fast that his brain didn't even have time to process it. Humiliated, Yan screams that the protagonist is too arrogant and that he'll be the one eliminated. 3 minutes later, he's completely destroyed. Beaten so badly it looks like 10 people attacked him at once. Yahello calmly holds Yan's sword and says he shouldn't feel too frustrated. Lasting 3 minutes against him is already impressive, especially since Chen went down with a single hit. Examining the blade, he remarks that it's actually decent, but that he's thinking of borrowing it. He asks if Yan would mind, though he knows the opponent is already unconscious. Then he adds that the sword still needs a few upgrades, and channeling his nuclear energy, he infuses it directly into the weapon, instantly transforming and amplifying it. Joe approaches and calls out to him, saying that in Yan's spatial ring there weren't any masked pendants, but he did find something strange. He shows a pendant that's blinking repeatedly, as if transmitting some kind of signal. Meanwhile, inside the dragon's domain, Yang was still standing, though completely destroyed. He looked forward and said he never imagined that would be his limit since he had used even the last sealing nail he recovered from that ancient ruin. If he had managed to drive one of them straight into the dragon's heart, he could have sealed its martial core and internal flow at once. However, even sacrificing his own arm, he still missed by a few centimeters. The dragon monster slowly approached, letting out a fierce roar. Yang accepted defeat, saying his only chance to beat that monster called Chenlong was gone. Suddenly, the domain began to collapse and Yang remained pinned to the wall with a sword through his body. Meanwhile, Qingchu kept climbing the stairs slowly, thinking she just needed to endure a little more because she was almost at the rooftop. That Chenlong was really on another level, and the horrendous ox she had defeated earlier did not even compare. As soon as Yang fell, she would be next. She looked out the window and thought that if she truly wanted to get out alive, her only hope was for Yahello to appear and get her out of there. That was the tallest building in the area, and when the protagonist fired the flare, she got an idea. She would answer with her own. Qingzhu activated the awakening of the phantom bird bloodline, releasing an enormous amount of energy, but she soon collapsed to the ground, having reached her limit. She begged for that signal to reach Yahello, but suddenly felt a massive killing intent along with a terrifying sound. She ran to the edge of the building, unable to believe what she saw. Chenlong was walking on the outside, heading straight toward her. Qingzhu froze in fear, wondering how that monster had already found her. Her first thought was that there was not enough time, and she needed to fire another flare to warn the protagonist that it was a trap and he needed to stay away. Chenlong once again used his domain expansion ability, creating a new domain on the building's rooftop. The moment he stepped into his own domain, Qingzhu fell to the ground, completely overtaken by fear as she watched that monster raise his sword to strike her. She thought it was the end and that there was nothing she could do. What she did not expect was that the real monster was outside. The shell of the domain began to crack and Yahello burst through with full force, shouting that he had made a promise to Qingzhu's mother, and he was not the kind of man who breaks promises. Chenlong and Qingzhu both looked up in shock. The protagonist gathered all his strength and shouted, asking what kind of abomination that monster was, while striking with such power that the blow split the building in half. He yelled for Qingzhu to head to the east side because his new recruit and the others were waiting for her in the alley. Qingzhu asked if he was not going with her, but Yahello replied that he was staying because it was time to have a few words with that maniac wearing the dragon mask. He immediately began descending in flight to face his final opponent in that place. Chenlong, with his clothes completely destroyed, began walking while expanding the domain once again. The protagonist asked if he was really going to keep using that domain, saying he could feel when Qingzhu's distress signal was activated, but something was wrong there. He taunted the enemy, asking if the dragon only knew how to fight inside the comfort of his own little sandbox. At that moment, he noticed the nail embedded in Qianlong's chest and wondered if that could be the emergency plan Yan had mentioned for dealing with the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon began moving with absurd speed, surpassing any previous limit, and the protagonist started laughing, saying the opponent was really fast. He lifted his sword from the ground and the two began a fierce exchange of blows. Yahe, completely excited, commented that this was great because he had finally found an opponent worthy of his level. Their power was so devastating that another entire building was sliced into pieces. The fight intensified to the point that the entire surrounding area was completely destroyed. Qianlong landed a direct hit, sending the protagonist crashing into the ground, but Yihe retaliated with his nuclear breath, blasting through countless buildings as the beast soul energy filled the environment. He got up laughing, saying the opponent was incredibly strong and the first decent person he had faced since arriving in that world. Qianlong also rose slowly with his mask almost completely destroyed, and Yihe smiled even wider, saying that now things were getting interesting because the legendary invincible boss Qianlong would not fall that easily. The dragon charged again and Yihe was surprised by the speed, but managed to block the attack. He realized, however, that Qianlong had become even faster and stronger after the mask broke. With his eyes gleaming, the dragon continued its full-force assault. Yihe tried to resist, but his blade split in half, leaving him unarmed. Qianlong appeared behind him to finish the strike, but the protagonist, acting like a real monster, bit down on the enemy's blade, stopping the attack with his own mouth and laughing as he said he had him now. Without a sword, he charged in using pure brute strength. Qianlong tried to react but was hit directly by a nuclear punch to the face, almost being knocked out on the spot. Yihe grabbed the dragon's arm and said it wasn't over yet, calling him customer with ironic politeness. He prepared for another insane barrage of blows, saying he was technician number 23 and always at the customer's disposal. The punches fell like a storm, and Yihe laughed in a crazed way, completely overtaken by adrenaline. He thought he had already hit every vital point: temple, throat, heart, arm, groin, and that thanks to Ouyang's bronze spine, the dragon's meridians were blocked and his chi flow had been interrupted. Now every strike was aimed at causing devastating internal damage. Qianlong reached his limit and dropped his sword, but that was just a trick. He tried to counterattack, and Yihe, still laughing like a madman, said he knew the dragon wouldn't give up on such a good fight. The protagonist opened a fan in one hand and used it to defend himself, saying that the only chance Qianlong had to win was catching him off guard at the start, since the power difference between them was colossal. Even then, he estimated the dragon's chances of victory at only 30%. Yihe then transformed the fan, saying it was time to show who the real boss was there. A whirlwind of malicious spirits rose up, growing and destroying everything around it. The vortex became larger and more violent, and Qianlong's body began to be completely torn apart. Unable to move properly, the dragon only muttered that with that killing intent strengthening the fan, the protagonist was even stronger than when he fought alongside Lan Yusi. Like a predator chasing its prey, Yihe charged again, saying he wasn't done yet and calling the dragon a faceless freak. This time, he channeled even more strength into his attack and activated the nuclear explosion fist, declaring that this was only the first punch. A massive explosion engulfed the area, and Qianlong's body was even more destroyed. But the protagonist didn't stop, saying the second punch was coming. He activated the Mountain Breaker fist, and the black flash struck Qianlong's face directly, launching him through the air like a ping-pong ball, crashing through several buildings before violently slamming into a wall. Yihe flew to meet him and asked if he really was a dragon, because he honestly expected something stronger. But in the end, he was nothing more than a simple worm. Qianlong lifted his sword, saying he would still kill him, but the difference in speed and strength between them had already become unreachable. With a swift movement, Yihe pushed the dragon's own sword against his neck, saying he had him trapped. The blade cut deep, and Qianlong's head began to fall. The protagonist watched the enemy's body collapse and then picked up the dragon pendant, saying it was finally time to end that game. Shortly afterward, Yan sensed the power Yihe had released and was completely terrified. The protagonist returned to meet the survivors, and Yan simply knelt, unable to say a word. Still worried, Qingshu shouted that Yihe shouldn't have faced that masked man alone, but Zhou replied that anyone other than him would only have gotten in the way. Qingshu lowered her gaze, realizing he was right, because she was so injured she could barely use her martial abilities. If she had tried to help, Yihe would have had to protect her, and that would have put him at risk. She thought that if she were just a little stronger, she wouldn't have been a burden to him. The protagonist approached and casually interrupted her thoughts, asking what kind of face she was making. Qingshu jolted and asked what he was doing. Yihe extended his hand and said he wanted the ox pendant, or if she preferred, he could take it by force. Qingshu sighed and handed the pendant over without complaining. Zhou commented that they needed to arrange the pendants in the order of the zodiac from rat to pig, but as soon as Yihe aligned them, nothing happened. Zhou was confused, thinking he had messed up the sequence, and the protagonist didn't understand either, simply staring at the pendants in silence. Yan then approached and explained that the dragon pendant was different. It wasn't created just to represent a masked enemy, but to act as a hunter, a weapon specifically made to eliminate pendant bearers. That meant they didn't need the dragon pendant to complete the sequence. As soon as they removed the dragon pendant, the entire place began to shake. Qingzhu jumped in fear and asked if it worked, while Yan, equally confused, wondered if they had activated some kind of mechanism. Suddenly, a colossal energy began gathering in the sky and descended toward the ground. The protagonist noticed it and told everyone to look up, asking what that thing was. A massive eye appeared among the clouds, watching the group. Yihei stared back, asking what the hell that was. But before he could react, he started being pulled toward the eye. He was swallowed by the light, and when he woke up, realized he was inside the train car again. Everyone else had also returned, confused but unharmed. Soon after, a voice echoed through the car, asking all students to remain calm, and informing them they had been temporarily transported into a magical illusion created by the eye artifact. That had been the imperial test for that year's freshmen, so there was no need to worry. The voice then gave a special announcement saying that first place in this year's test went to the team from An City, formed by Yihei, Zhou, and Qingzhu, who managed to gather all 12 zodiac pendants. Among them, Yihei's exceptional performance earned him the grand prize, which would be delivered at enrollment. The students were confused. One of them asked who that guy in first place was, since he had been eliminated early on and didn't see what happened afterward, wondering if Ouyang hadn't been the winner. Other students who didn't even know An City were surprised that kids from an unknown place managed to surpass those from the capital, who had incredible support and structure. Many were impressed to learn they collected all the pendants, which was insane, since most couldn't even defeat a single masked enemy. While rumors spread, the protagonist didn't care about any of it, only staring at the system with sparkling eyes, thinking he had finally completed the requirements for a draw. The system congratulated him, saying the host had surpassed all freshmen in the Imperial Eye Test and earned a model draw. Before starting, the protagonist asked Zhou for a wet wipe, wanting to clean his hands thoroughly. He began spinning the cards and said there would be no manipulation this time. Suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared before him. The system announced, Level 13 model, Vampire Rankud, Bloodline traits, corpse infection, blood manipulation, and immortality. Synchronization rate, 1%, evolved form, Rakud the Zawarudo. As the train sped forward, Yihei trembled with excitement, thinking a vampire was incredibly rare. The bloodline itself wasn't grand, but the evolved form had the ability to stop time, which was simply absurd. Ouyang and Yan approached, and Ouyang asked if he was Yihei, wanting to know if he was the one who defeated the dragon. Yan tensed up, thinking his friend needed to calm down because if he caused trouble with that protagonist, no hospital could help him. Yihei looked at the two and said he wanted to clarify something. That hadn't just been a victory, he killed the dragon. Ouyang was astonished and shouted in front of everyone, telling the protagonist he was planning to create a new club at Wadu University, something different from the student council, and wanted him to join, offering him the position of president. The students were stunned, and Ouyang continued explaining that every year the best freshmen and the council president were always local Wadu students. Smiling, he extended his hand to Yihei and said the strength he displayed made him believe he could break that tradition, asking again for him to join the club. The students became even more excited, commenting that the arrogant Ouyang was personally inviting Yihei, and another pointed out he even offered the presidency. A girl shouted enthusiastically, saying this could be the start of a legendary organization in Huadu, and they were witnessing a historic moment. But the protagonist simply apologized, saying he wasn't interested in fighting the council or leading a club, because he preferred to work alone. The girl reacted in shock, saying he really refused and that it was a historic rejection. Others commented that even Ouyang had been turned down and that it was a waste. Ouyang only smiled and said it was fine, handing Yihei a card and saying he would still look forward to working together someday. A short time later, at the end of the day, Zhou looked to the side and said they had arrived. When the protagonist looked as well, he was completely stunned by the buildings and lights of the city. That was Huadu, a colossal metropolis. The students began exiting the train, and an attendant pointed toward a passage, explaining that all new students of Huadu University should follow her until they reached the institution. As they walked through the corridor, everyone was surprised to see a gigantic ship waiting on the other side. An employee asked everyone to board in an orderly manner, checking their seat numbers with those from the Huadu Express. Yihei saw Qingzhu ahead and approached, calling her Little Juju as he lightly poked her back. Qingzhu jumped in surprise and immediately remembered her mother's warning that she should keep her distance, since even though she and the protagonist were technically engaged, they were not married yet. Therefore, he couldn't take advantage of her in public. Irritated, she turned around and yelled, asking what he thought he was doing, reminding him they were still outside. The protagonist, confused, asked why she was saying that, not understanding the drama since he only wanted to know why they needed to take a plane. Qingzhu let out a long sigh, muttering about how her mother had the nerve to promise her to a country bumpkin like him, and explained that they had to take the plane because the university was in the sky. Yihe lifted his head, seeing nothing, and asked if she was being serious. Qingju answered yes. The university was literally a floating city among the clouds, protected by a massive magical barrier. The plane began passing through that barrier, and Yihe, curious, wondered if that electromagnetic net was meant to keep demon beasts away, since even the range of life force detection seemed weakened inside. But coming from an institution like Huadu, that was expected. Upon reaching the landing platform, everyone disembarked, and a woman announced that the students must always keep their student ID cards with them. After everyone received their cards, the organizers instructed them to head toward the magnetic station and take the train that would lead them to the dorms. Amid so much technology, the protagonist pointed to the side and declared that they had arrived at the highest city in the world, leaving some classmates confused and thinking he had lost his mind. Inside the elevator, Yihe commented that his room was on the 42nd floor, Unit A3, and asked about Joe's, who replied that his was in Unit B7 on the 45th floor. Yihe laughed and said it looked like his friend would be getting off after him. When he reached the dorm, the protagonist was impressed. A 100-square-meter private room with a flawless modern design. It showed how much Huadu valued its students. Exploring the place, he found a state-of-the-art computer fully equipped and a bathroom with a hot tub. Surprised, he said no one could resist that kind of comfort, and lying on the bed, he realized how soft it was, feeling like he was in a 5-star hotel. But instead of resting, he started laughing, saying he first needed to take care of what really mattered, performing the full upgrade of the Rakud vampire model. He grabbed his phone and commented that while he was on the train, he had figured out how the student card worked. He just needed to scan the QR code to access the university's exclusive app, the Huadu Pass. Inside it was the academic city's shop, where all purchases were made with study points, Huadu's digital currency. Yihe then converted all his more than 30 million Xia Empire coins into study points. Moments later, a notification appeared on the screen. Updated balance, 322.43 points. Seeing that, he was outraged, shouting that his over 30 million had turned into just 322 points. Even so, he kept exploring the app and realized that the academic city shop really sold real items, things that couldn't be found anywhere else, and that kind of access was one of the university's privileges. He said he needed to buy all the magic cores with the blood attribute, believing that would be enough to fully unlock the rocket model, since not even ultra-rare humanoid models required more than 10 million to surpass 90% compatibility. Shortly after, a drone appeared at the window with a delivery, thanking the protagonist for his purchase and wishing him success on his cultivation journey, also asking him to leave a 5-star review. Yihe was impressed by the delivery speed and the fact that it was done by drone. Without wasting time, he opened the package, saying it was time to put everything inside. However, after consuming it all, his body began reacting strangely, his muscles trembling, and he said he was not handling it well. The system appeared, stating, Vampire Model Rakud, Compatibility 100%, Notification, Rakud Zawarudo unlocked. Unlimited demonic model. Host Yihe. Overall physique 29. The protagonist went to the mirror and observed the transformations. He said the effect was insane. Even his teeth had become sharper, and now there was literally a blood bar on his back. If he bit someone, drinking their blood would be as easy as drinking milk tea. Looking at his own hands, he saw his nails had become claws, and with a smile, he said he had just thought of a bold idea. Without hesitation, he attacked himself, causing massive bleeding. He began losing strength and balance, his throat and mouth filling with blood. But the liquid disappeared shortly after, and the wound closed completely. He thought his regeneration was much faster than before, proving that vampiric healing wasn't bad at all, though the physical changes weren't the most important part. The real highlight was his new power, Zawarudo. Going to a separate area of the room, he found that there was a private training chamber, and commented that this was expected from a world that worshipped strength, where even dorms came equipped for combat. He focused and released all his energy. When he opened his eyes, Rakud appeared before him. Yihe told him to attack with everything he had. The monster gathered energy and its body transformed, breaking its own shell before charging in a devastating strike. The protagonist tried to defend himself, but the impact was so powerful that his bones shattered, throwing him against the wall. Even with his body completely destroyed, he stood up smiling, saying that it had been incredible and wild. But now he wanted to test the time stop ability. Activating Zawarudo's instant pause, the world around him froze. He began counting, and at the 5th second, the barrier started to crack, but time stayed frozen until 5.5 when everything returned to normal. Trembling and covered in injuries, he said that this had been expected. The original host's limit was 5 seconds, but his definitely went beyond that. The next morning, Yihe and Joe walked through the city, and the protagonist commented that the sunlight was too aggressive. Joe found it strange, asking what he was talking about and if he was serious. Yihe confirmed, saying that ever since he fused with the vampire model, he had grown to hate sunlight. Not enough to burn, but enough to be irritating. Joe then asked if he had seen the university's academic reform plan, but Yihe said no, explaining that he had spent the whole night playing with Zawaruto and didn't pay attention to anything else. That year, Joe said there would be small group mentorships, where each student would follow a main mentor throughout the year and could have assistant mentors if they wanted. Yihe replied that in that case they could find a mentor, but his friend said no, because the only one who needed a mentor there was Joe. The protagonist, not understanding, asked why he didn't need a mentor. Joe grabbed his phone and told him to look at the freshman group chat and pay attention to the message the administration had sent the night before. The board had announced that because Yihe gathered all the zodiac pendants, the university was granting him the privilege of freely choosing any mentor, and the chosen mentor would be obligated to accept. Joe said they thought it was excessive since it had been announced publicly. When they entered the gym, Yihe noticed it was packed, and Joe explained it seemed to be 3 people per round in the test, where mentors lit up the lights to choose their candidates. The protagonist just turned around and started leaving, telling his friend to go ahead because he was going for a walk. Since he could choose any mentor he wanted, it didn't matter when he entered. As he walked, he thought choosing a mentor was tedious, but suddenly he smelled something strange. With his new abilities, he instantly recognized it as the smell of blood. He began running toward the source, thinking that if it were normal blood, he wouldn't care, but that one was different, hidden yet intense, restless like a deadly current beneath a calm surface, filled with killing intent and forbidden sin. The scent awakened his killing instinct, and he needed to find its origin. After running for a while, he reached the place where the smell came from, a somewhat isolated area. Yihe was surprised to see a cute little girl and wondered if she was really the source of that terrifying aura or if he was mistaken. The girl noticed his presence, stood up, and called him boy, asking if he had been training the demonic flesh prison technique. The protagonist was startled and asked how she knew that, noticing that even though she looked like a child, she spoke like an old woman, and even called him a boy. The woman said she knew because she was the one who helped Huzinho perfect that technique. Yihe was shocked to realize she was referring to Liu Chenghu. The girl began bragging, saying he had been her disciple about 90 years ago. The protagonist asked if she was messing with him, because he knew martial artists lived longer than normal and that a master could stay young into their 80s or 90s, but he couldn't understand why she looked like a child. He thought that although some practitioners could compress their bodies until they seemed smaller, the purity in that girl's eyes and her innocence were impossible to fake. Not even an award-winning actress could imitate something like that. The girl stared at him and asked if he really didn't believe her. Yihe mocked her, saying he might believe her, but if she claimed to be Emperor Qin Shi Huang, then he would believe her 50%. Suddenly, he felt as if a guillotine had chopped off his head in the blink of an eye, but he immediately returned to reality, startled and confused, wondering if it had been just an illusion, because the bloodlust was so intense that it made him hallucinate being decapitated. Still shaken, Yihe began activating his power, but the girl simply put a lollipop into his mouth and told him to take a strawberry one, since it was her favorite flavor. With an innocent look, she apologized for calling him boy again, saying that maybe she went too far and asked if he wasn't going to accompany her to school, explaining that she only got 1 or 2 hours a week to go out and that her life was pretty sad. Yihe observed her suspiciously and asked who she really was. The girl then introduced herself as Gongke, an extremely powerful master, saying that she once even made the university president, Shi Jingwen, cry when he was little. The protagonist dropped to his knees before her, overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and hope. He thought that if she really was the one who perfected the Xuanhuang technique, she might be able to help him advance in his cultivation, since she was a killing-type master, which suited him perfectly. Without hesitation, he shouted that he had searched the entire program for a real master and found no one worthy, but that now things would change. He declared he wanted to become her disciple and begged her to accept him. Gongke was surprised, not really understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, in the gym, the students were in an uproar, saying they couldn't believe the 5 university directors would be mentoring freshmen that year, because if anyone could become a disciple of one of them, their future would be guaranteed. Another student, however, deflated their excitement by saying it was just a dream, since the 5 directors would never waste their time on ordinary students. The discussion continued until someone asked why everyone was there, whether it was some kind of visit or sightseeing, and the first student answered that they were there because of the freshman Yihe, the boy who completed the Zodiac Challenge. The directors were present precisely because of him. What the freshmen didn't know was that the Zodiac Challenge had been broadcast live and the viewers were none other than all the teachers of Huadu University. Since the transmission on the train at the start of the test, the evaluators had been observing how each student reacted to sudden crises, with an AI system analyzing micro-expressions and behavior patterns. Every action was scored. Those who ran into the Zodiac City unprepared received low grades, while inside the main criteria were combat intelligence, practical technique, and teamwork against the Zodiac masked ones. Even without killing anyone, Good performance in any of these areas was enough for a high score, but the abnormal Yahe was the only one to achieve full marks in absolutely every category. Even so, what truly shocked the directors wasn't that. It was the fact that he defeated a boss he wasn't even supposed to face, the Dragon of Certain Death. One of the directors commented that Yehe himself might not even know who that dragon was, since it was a battle model created by the National Superintelligence Nuwa based on data left behind by Fu Hongsheng, a national-level martial artist who studied at the same university. Even though not all of Hongsheng's abilities, such as his god-tier divine eyes, could be fully replicated in the virtual world, he was still considered the strongest martial artist in the country's history, perhaps in the whole world. His university records had remained untouched for over 100 years. The fact that Yehe defeated a model based on him, even an imperfect version, was proof of the absurd talent that boy possessed. If everything continued on the right path, he was destined to become a grandmaster or even an archmaster. In the middle of the excitement, someone burst into the gym running and shouting that there was more news. The messenger entered the gym out of breath and announced that the protagonist had just asked to become the disciple of Gong Ke, the former Imperial University professor and current special agent. All 5 directors were stunned, unable to understand why he would do something like that. Outside, Yehe was still holding the little woman while she, confused, tried to pull away and asked if he really wanted her to be his master. He confirmed without hesitation, saying he had already made his decision. In his thoughts, he considered that technically that woman must have been over 100 years old, and that if not for that, kneeling before a lowly in broad daylight would definitely get him thrown straight into jail. Gong Ke said that in truth, she believed she had been expelled from the Imperial University, but Yehe, firm in his decision, replied that she had said she could only go out for 1 or 2 hours a week and promised that if she accepted him as her disciple, he would find a way to secure her freedom within 2 years. Gong Ke's eyes sparkled instantly, and she accepted with a smile. Yehe celebrated, saying he finally did it. But before he could relax, an immense pressure of energy approached. The 5 directors arrived flying almost at the same time, shouting for him to stop. Gong Ke huffed irritably, saying the meddlers had shown up. The stern-faced director glared at her and said they had agreed she couldn't have contact with the students while outside, especially in her current mental state, which was not suitable for guiding anyone. The mustached director agreed and ordered her to return home. Gong Ke sighed and asked if she really had to go back, then turned to Yehe and asked his name. He bowed respectfully and answered, "My name is Yehe, master." She smiled and said all right, telling him to come with her. At the Huadu Research Institute, Gong Ke walked excitedly beside her new disciple. They entered the elevator and Yehe asked if she really lived there. She confirmed, saying she had spent a few decades with certain issues and that sometimes she accidentally hurt others, so the people at Huadu installed her in the institute's underground. With a carefree tone, she said that luckily she had learned to control herself in recent years and now they let her go out occasionally to stretch her legs. Yehe then asked if that meant he was her first student after all that time. Gong Ke was surprised and said he thought in a strange way because he should be afraid. He made a face and asked if he should be afraid of being bitten or cut into pieces. At that moment, the elevator stopped on floor -666 and the doors opened. The protagonist looked at the narrow hallway and asked why it was so cramped in such a large institution. His master explained that it had been built specifically for her. Yi had noticed a digital number blinking on the door and asked what that timer was for. But Gong Ke suddenly panicked, started running, and shouted that there was no time to lose, that they needed to get inside immediately. Still confused, Yihe insisted on knowing what the counter meant, and she answered desperately that every time she went out, the clock started counting, and if she didn't return before it reached 0, the alarm would go off in the Huadu leader's office, causing the entire university to begin hunting her down. Yehe dove through the door seconds before it closed. As soon as they passed through, the door locked and a luminous barrier formed. Gong Ke took a deep breath and said they made it in time. Yehe noticed some kind of magnetic field in the air since his martial energy wouldn't properly gather outside his body, which meant any technique used there would be drastically weakened. Gong Ke explained that the place was her containment cell, built to prevent her escape. She said Shi Jingwen himself and his team designed that 3-story underground house, equipped with absolutely everything: training rooms, leisure areas, plenty of comfort, and several layers of magnetic suppression capable of distorting all martial energy. All of it was made to keep her from getting bored and trying to run away. Yehe looked around impressed, thinking that his master called it a cell, but it looked more like a luxury suite, spacious, well-lit, and full of resources, more like an altar prepared specifically for her. Meanwhile, in the main building of Huadu University, President Shi Jingwen was at his desk when the phone rang. On the other end, one of the directors warned in a desperate tone that Yehe had just become the disciple of Gong Ke. Jingwen only sighed and said they should let him do as he wished, because Huadu's goal wasn't to produce dozens of mediocre talents, but to prepare a single individual capable of carrying the future of Xia and perhaps humanity itself. When a true genius appears, he said, the university's duty is to give them full support and freedom to grow. Jingwen explained that they should allow Yihe to train with Gongke for now, since the special training camp for the local freshmen was almost ready, and Yihe would be the stone sharpening the new blades of that generation. The directors agreed but reported that Yihe had entered the containment zone with his new master, and although everything seemed stable, predictive analyses showed a high risk. According to the reports, Gongke, as a special level combatant, still had more than a 5% chance of losing control when spending too much time with another person. Jingwen looked at the data on his screen. Danger. Outbreak risk. 5% to 14% vertical bar coexistence survival rate. 95% vertical bar injury. Likelihood. 38% vertical bar. Rescue success rate. 10.3% vertical bar safe rescue window. 1 to 3 minutes. One of the directors added that Yihe had only a 10.3% chance of being rescued and nearly a 90% likelihood of dying before the rescue team even arrived. And even if he were rescued, there was still over a 95% chance he wouldn't survive. Ending the call, the president stared out the window and murmured that special class combatants were usually doomed people, either those who possessed overwhelming strength or martial artists with uncontrollable power. In times of peace, the state kept them contained, but when Xia faced real crises, they were deployed to the front lines as human weapons. To face someone like that, Yihe needed to be prepared to die. Without that resolve, he could never walk the path of slaughter. Jingwen concluded by saying that Xia was running out of time. The lunatics from the Northern Bitan Federation and the fanatics of the Divine Descent Nation were on the move with their secret realm technologies, and the new generation needed to mature quickly. In the underground B3 level of the containment zone, Gongke and Yuhei arrived at the training room. She commented that it had been decades since she taught anyone, so they would start with a simple test to see what he was capable of. Yihe asked if she would restrict her own power to the martial stage so they could fight evenly, but she laughed and said she had forgotten that part entirely. He said he was ready for combat while she stretched as if it were just a light workout. Yihe thought he didn't want to relive the guillotine sensation, but before he could react, Gongke advanced with overwhelming killing intent. He was shocked to realize she was aiming directly at his vital points and shouted, asking whether this wasn't supposed to be a friendly training session. Watching her movements, he calculated 5 possible evasion routes, but concluded none would work. She was reading every micro-movement of his like flipping through an open book. With no options left, he chose to face her head-on and activated his transformation, trying to counterattack. Gongke grew excited, saying he was trying to awaken his bloodline to balance offense and defense, but she stretched her body and wrapped around his arms with impossibly fast movements, murmuring that unfortunately she was still faster. In the blink of an eye, she threw him down and delivered a sharp strike that broke both of Yihe's arms. The brutal pain made him scream so loudly that the pressure in the entire room shifted. The air vibrated and the magnetic field trembled before the explosion of power beginning to awaken inside him. Yihe returns to his normal form while his master steps back, her arm badly injured and her face bruised. Even so, he keeps smiling and comments that she really went hard on him this time, since even his lineage awakening was forced to revert. Gongke laughs too and licks a bit of blood from her own face, saying it had been a long time since she last tasted blood. The protagonist admits that in hand-to-hand combat he stands no chance against her, so he says he'll have to rely on some unfair techniques and asks her to guide him. Yihe begins releasing his human form, satisfied after spending the entire night maximizing the mega humanoid model. On the other hand, his master Gongke mirrors his excitement, smiling wide as she realizes that for a mere martial disciple he's displaying absurd strength, wondering if she accidentally took in a little monster as a disciple and thinking she'll need to take this more seriously. Gongke makes the first move and attacks. An explosion erupts on impact, but Yihe manages to complete his transformation and charges forward using his armored ancestral humanoid split form. She reads the collision route instantly and inhales, activating the special crushing fist, and the strike completely destroys the monster's arm. Yihe is stunned because the Imperial Demon-Ra exoskeleton, forged through flesh-based armor, should have dozens of times the defense of the mega humanoid, yet his master tore through it like paper. As he gets lost in thought, Gongke darts in and startles him, appearing right in front of the monster's face and calling out to her disciple, asking if he's hiding inside that big guy's mouth. Yihe is even more shocked by her supernatural perception, since he had shut down all his vital signals and still got detected within seconds. Gongke prepares to strike, telling him he'd better come out, but the protagonist responds by using the Zhuanlin Horned Spike Meteor Humanoid split form, forcing her to retreat. He then starts concentrating nuclear energy in his mouth and comments that her cuts are insanely sharp. Maybe sharp enough to slice through that, but he wants to see how she plans to block it. A second later, chains appear around his head and bind him completely. Suddenly, he's back at the guillotine, shocked that he can't escape that place. The blade starts to descend and Yihe screams for Zawarudo, who appears and, following his master's order, stops time. The protagonist realizes he might have gone overboard because his master dragged him once again into that domain of murderous intent, a mental illusion created by her bloodlust rather than the real world. And now he has to fight back with pure willpower if he wants to break free. With time frozen, Zawarudo unleashes countless strikes until the blade cracks and shatters completely, freeing Yahe and pulling him back into reality. When he opens his eyes, Gonkei is standing in front of him sucking on a lollipop and asks if he's awake, commenting that his turtle shell was pretty tough. Yihe gets up thinking she must have forcibly ripped him out of his humanoid form and casually destroyed the hardened layer he had crystallized to protect his real body, something a mere martial disciple shouldn't be able to do. Yahe stares at her and asks if she cheated, but Gonkei, pretending innocence, asks what he's talking about and claims she won fair and square. Unfair, but still fair. The protagonist presses, asking if she's serious, and Gonkei finally admits she may have used a tiny bit more strength than she should have, explaining that she sometimes miscalculates the first hits. Yihe keeps staring, and when she notices he isn't pleased, she instantly changes her expression, bursts into tears, and begs him not to be mad or leave, saying it's been decades since she had anyone to play with. Yihe gets flustered and asks her to stop crying, but she keeps asking if he's going to leave. The protagonist smiles and asks if she really thinks he'd give up after everything he went through to become her disciple. Gonkei stands up, wiping her tears, and claims she wasn't crying. They head to the fridge, and she comments that now she understands his level, far below where she was at his age, but far above the other students, so they can start training. Gonkei asks what he wants to learn first, and Yihe says he wants to know how to advance to martial artist level and how she managed to cut lightning and slice through his transformed arm. She asks if he really wants to learn the cutting technique, warning him that it's hard to explain and that he'll only get the hang of it after cutting a lot of things. He asks what she means by "get the hang of it," and Gonkei explains that it's like a line. It doesn't matter if it's a human body, a demonic beast, or any other material, there is always an ideal point, a line where the cut flows naturally, and that line is called the execution line. Yihe is surprised, thinking his master is truly different from the dragon, who is also a cutting specialist but relies on brute force and blade sharpness, while Gonkei is like an experienced butcher deboning a cow, every movement controlled and precise. Sitting on the bench, she continues explaining that mastering this won't be easy and recommends that he first become a true martial artist, because if his cultivation doesn't evolve, there's no point in trying to learn most of her techniques. Gonkei asks if he knows the difference between a martial apprentice and a martial artist. Yahe says he doesn't, so she explains that it's not just the body that improves, but also the mind. Martial artists have an ability apprentices don't have: internal visualization. Through it, they move from crude training to refined cultivation, can see their own meridians, acupoint paths, and internal organs, and then use martial energy to strengthen everything, pushing the body beyond its limits. In other words, a strong mind comes first, then a strong body. Yihe gets excited, impressed at how good his master still is at teaching, finally understanding why she remains one of the top figures at the Imperial University, even if she's a bit unhinged. Hearing about mental strength, he realizes that since merging with the vampire model and awakening Zawarudo, he has felt a huge increase in his mental attributes, which should help a lot when he tries to advance. He asks whether there are different kinds of techniques for that, and Gonkei says yes. Martial arts and advancement techniques are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Yellow, and Mystic, plus the ungraded ones that represent the university evolution of an ordinary student. In ordinary or low-prestige universities, when a martial apprentice tries to advance to martial artist, the school can only provide ungraded techniques, the so-called ungraded university student. They are simple practices, easy to use, and make advancement easier as long as one has enough vitality and martial energy. More than 80% of martial artists use that type. But at Huadu University, students already begin with Yellow Mystic grade techniques. Curious, the protagonist then asks about the Heaven and Earth grade techniques. Gonkei explains that Heaven grade techniques are practically unique relics belonging to secret realms and ancient ruins. There might be only about 10 in the whole world, and the Imperial University owns one of them, but she adds that he has neither the strength nor the permission to go anywhere near it, although he can learn an Earth grade technique without any issue. Yihe is surprised, and his master continues, saying that the Bodhi Killer Heart Sutra, the technique she masters, was the inspiration for the demonic, flesh-imprisoning arts of Huzinho, which only reinforces its power. Hearing that, the protagonist gets pumped and shouts that he really wants to learn it. Gonkei throws the can into the trash and says that if that's the case, then fine, telling him to feel the killing intent she prepared just for him. Suddenly, Yihe is dragged once again into her domain. He screams that he doesn't want to go through that again, but it's already too late. His master laughs, saying she loves watching blood splatter. Later, after classes, Joe walks down the street when he spots the protagonist and asks how his first day went, saying he heard he became the disciple of. Before he can finish, he senses an extremely powerful and terrifying killing aura coming from Yihei. He prepares to fight, but the protagonist instantly stops and apologizes, saying he went a bit overboard. Even so, Joe remains terrified, saying he feels an aura so threatening that a single wrong move seems enough to get him killed. A few hours earlier, inside the illusory realm, Yihei was fighting several zombies rushing toward him. He remembers he can't use techniques or abilities, only blades or his bare hands, and complains that there are too many enemies to fight with that cheap blade he was given. Confused, he asks why, and his master explains that the purpose of the blade is to make him get used to the sensation of cutting flesh and bone so his body can build muscle memory capable of instantly identifying the execution line and hitting the enemy's weak point as fast as possible. After hearing the explanation, he gets excited and focuses completely, saying it makes sense now and that he's going to start practicing. Quickly, he begins attacking all the monsters around him with precise cuts, showing an impressive learning speed. Gongke is startled, thinking that training an Earth-grade technique inside an illusory realm is extremely dangerous, something an ordinary martial apprentice should never attempt. If not for Yihei's absurdly high mental attributes, he would have already been consumed by the killing intent and lost control completely. Yihei observes her focus, control, and determination, and realizes Gongke truly believes he might be Shi Jingweng's hope, maybe even the hope of the entire Huadu University, and she can't wait to see how far he will go. Back in the present, inside his room, Yihei relaxes in his bathtub, muttering that this was only the first day of training and he was already completely exhausted. Now he understood perfectly why this was considered the best university in Xia. Suddenly his phone rang, Qingju calling to say that his mother had sent the things he asked for, and that everything was already in her room, and that his mother also asked her to thank him, because thanks to him, she got first place in the freshman evaluation group. Yihei was happy and said he would stop by her room later to pick everything up. But Qingju, embarrassed, said it wasn't necessary and that she would send it all by drone. He chuckled and asked how her day had been and whether she had already met her new mentor. Qingju replied excitedly that yes, her mentor was none other than Director Bai, who praised her talent and accepted her as a disciple. Yihei was happy for her and said that was great news. Then Qingju asked how his day had been and who his mentor was. The protagonist thought it would be better not to mention that he had rejected all 5 directors or many people would lose sleep that night. He started to say he had become the disciple of, but dunked his head underwater before finishing, making Qingju understand absolutely nothing. Sometime later, half the year had passed and the first academic term was coming to an end. For the university freshmen, that semester had been full of notable events. Early on, Ouyang gathered the best students from several provinces and formed the Dragon Blood Society, which gained a lot of influence among the newcomers. However, when the students returned from the special summer camp, clashes with Huadu's local students began. As attention grew, duels multiplied, and in the end, the Dragon Blood Society accumulated more losses than victories, causing its reputation to collapse. The most famous freshman at the moment was Xiang Jianhui, perhaps the most well-known in the entire country. He achieved the highest score in the university's entrance exam and during the live stream of the test impressed everyone with his strength. Rumor said that even Fu Hongsheng praised him as a future national-level martial protector. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who had once been at the center of attention, had completely disappeared from the spotlight as he hadn't been seen outside the Research Institute grounds for more than 3 months. Yihei was entirely focused on his training and cared about nothing else. Gongke, in turn, was literally stepping on his body, explaining that with each step she injected martial energy refined by her own hand, energy infused with her understanding of the Bodhi Killer Heart Sutra. She said this would help him stabilize his new martial artist level and that, as a bonus, he got to feel her delicate feet, a privilege few would ever have according to her. But the protagonist was completely exhausted, trembling in pain and pushing himself to the limit. His shoulders, back, and fingers were red. He thought there was nothing lucky about any of this. His master had sealed all the martial energy in his body, and the push-ups felt like carrying a mountain. The energy she injected created an unbearable itch from the inside. Gongke noticed him slowing down and with a teasing smile called him weak, asking if he was already tired, reminding him that he hadn't even reached 1,000 push-ups. Irritated, Yehei lifted his head and shot back, asking who she was calling weak and telling her that now she would see what real speed was. The two of them looked like battle-addicted lunatics who couldn't accept any kind of defeat. When she realized he was challenging her, Gongke lunged forward with impressive speed, shouting that this was what she liked to see and demanding he be faster and stronger. Yehei, determined not to lose, unleashed all his power, and with the combined effort of both, a massive explosion erupted. As the smoke cleared, Yihei felt a strange sensation throughout his body, his worn-out muscles torn apart and replaced by new ones, filled with martial energy. Gongke stared at him in awe and then, half teasing, commented that his clothes had disappeared and called him a pervert. Embarrassed, Yihe asked that if she was going to cover her eyes, then at least close her fingers so she couldn't peek. After the transformation, he said it was time to leave seclusion. His master asked if he was really going out, and he confirmed, reminding her that they had been locked in there for more than 3 months and that he needed to see the sun again. Gongke's eyes filled with tears as she asked if he would come back. He smiled, said yes, and even joked that she was terrible at games so she could use the time to practice until he returned. She stuck out her tongue and grumbled that she didn't like playing with him anyway. Yihe looks up at the sky and comments that even though he was never a big fan of sunlight, he actually missed it after so long underground. As he walks, he says he spent so much time in seclusion that it feels like he lived another life. But he knows he didn't come out just to stroll around. He has a goal. At Huadu, a big part of a student's grade depends on extracurricular missions, which include hunting martial criminals, investigating secret realms, defending against beast waves, or facing illegal and foreign forces. His first step is going to the activity center to pick up a mission and meet his partner again. A little later, already at the student center, he runs into Joe. Yihe greets him, saying it's been a while, and Joe agrees, saying he finally came out of seclusion because he had been waiting for ages. Yihe asks how things are and what his current strength is. Joe explains that he advanced to martial artist 2 months ago, but then notices something strange. Although Yihe looks the same on the outside, the feeling he gives off is completely different, something terrifying. Joe starts wondering how far his strength has reached and whether he could even fight someone like him. 3 days earlier, he had watched a private match between Huadu freshman president Jian Hui and the vice president of the Dragon Blood Society, Wu Yang. As expected, Wu Yang lost in just 10 minutes, and the most impressive part was that Jian Hui still hadn't used all his strength. Joe wonders if Yihe could beat him, but after thinking for a bit concludes that maybe even Jian Hui wouldn't stand a chance against him. At that moment, Qingzhu arrives in a hurry, apologizing for the delay and saying she finally made it. The protagonist turns to her and simply says, "Hey." Confused, she suddenly remembers what her mother said, that now she and Yihe were a couple and should act like it on campus. Flustered, she starts mumbling and leans forward to kiss him. Yihe, surprised, asks what she's doing and complains that they hadn't seen each other for 3 months and she didn't even say hello. Qingzhu turns away annoyed and mutters that she hates him deeply. Joe then tries to lighten the mood and explains that the screen on the wall shows the most popular missions and highlighted achievements. He says that he and Qingzhu already completed 3 above-average missions and that today they were just there to form a team with the protagonist. Qingzhu picks 3 options and says those suit them perfectly. The first is Hengcheng serial killer. Location Hengcheng, where in May the first case of extreme torture occurred, a married woman was skinned flawlessly and turned into a human coat hanger. Since then, the deaths have passed 40, including a 7th-level martial artist. The goal is to capture or eliminate the illegal martial artist, difficulty level 2. The second is investigation of the anomaly in lineage beast waves. Location the abandoned city of Liancheng, where, for unknown reasons, beasts began returning en masse to the secret realm. The opposite of what happened 2 months earlier when they advanced outward. The goal is to investigate the cause with the Dragon Guard Special Unit, difficulty level 2. The third is anomaly in Lingshui County, location Lingshui, where 2 weeks ago a group of tourists reported that the locals were acting strangely, craving raw meat and sleepwalking in large groups. The government denied everything, but a day later the tourists were killed one by one. A team of first and second year students was sent to investigate, and now all of them are missing. The goal is to discover the cause of the anomaly, difficulty level 3. Qingzhu explains that all 3 were originally level 2, but the Lingshui one had just been raised to level 3. Off-campus missions in Huadu range from level 1 to 5, and the higher the level, the more dangerous. Freshmen usually take level 1 missions, and the only level 2 she took involved a team of 10 people. A team of 3 freshmen would never be approved for something like that. Yihe says it's fine because he has a privilege card. He remembers his master saying he could handle himself, and that among first and second year students, few could exchange blows with him. That's why he now needs more dangerous missions to sharpen his skills. With that card, he can accept any mission on campus, although his master warned him not to even think about taking level 4 or 5 missions since even Xuanwu class warriors die in them. Surprised, Qingzhu asks where he got that card, but the protagonist hesitates to answer. Joe senses the mood and changes the subject, asking which of the 3 missions he prefers. Yihe says risk and reward go hand in hand, but welcomes the topic change. He analyzes each one. The first is hunting a target, which will be inefficient since the police have been searching for him for months, and tracking him down will be harder than eliminating him. The second is an auxiliary investigation with the Dragon Guard, which will leave them with only unimportant tasks, no real combat or worthwhile loot. The third hands the entire process to them without any safety net, and the variables are massive. but the greater the danger, the greater the reward. He concludes that if someone fears risk and wants to live protected, then they shouldn't call themselves a martial artist, and for that reason, he chooses the third mission. The other two agree, and he says it's perfect because they will leave immediately. When they head to the reception desk, the instructor scolds them, calling the whole thing absurd. She asks if they didn't see that a second-year team was completely wiped out there. And even so, 3 freshmen dare to accept a level 3 mission, asking if they think too highly of themselves. But the protagonist calls her over and says he has a privilege card, something extremely rare. The instructor asks if he learned how to lie now and says she will call the dean to expose him right away. As soon as she makes the call, she returns completely calm, wishes them good luck, and says she prefers a stricter approach. After receiving permission to leave on the mission, the protagonist says goodbye to them and tells them to grab their gear because he needs to go back and retrieve something. At the College of Mechatronics, Magitech, and Foundry, Yihei reaches the door and his identity is quickly confirmed. When he enters, he tells the director he came to pick up his weapon, the reward for placing first in the freshman evaluation. The president comments that giving up a technique of any grade to choose a weapon shows great insight, though it's a shame Gongke got to him first. Then he says it's time to stop the small talk and reveals the weapon, telling him to take a look at what was forged. He highlights that it has no elemental attributes but channels martial energy at 95% efficiency and was forged with the legendary and resilient Star Gold, a top-tier divine blade. He explains that the sword can cut a horse cleanly, is around 1 meter 20 long, has a flat shape, and a dark edge dotted with faint sparkles, the trademark of Star Gold. The backside is carved with dense sun and moon serrations, adding weight and impact, turning every strike into something devastating. Yihi draws the new sword and slashes the air to test it, continuing to swing it as the director explains that the handle is wrapped in black anti-slip leather, braided with metallic threads also made of Star Gold, making chi conduction easier. Each cut produces a whistle in the wind and a flash of chilling light, even though they are only test movements. The pressure emitted by each swing surprises everyone. The protagonist comments that it really isn't bad at all. The weight is perfect, the balance is steady, and the grip fits exactly. He finds it funny that the sword was made to his measurements from 3 months ago and still matches his current strength after advancing to martial artist. As he leaves, he says it was expected because the Imperial University's blacksmiths are truly skilled. The director puffs up with pride and says that even Gongke calls him master when it comes to forging, but immediately regrets it and asks Yihe not to repeat that to her. Already in Lingshui County, the three walk through the streets. Zhou says that to keep the mission secret, they are disguised as university students on internship. Yehe thinks he first needs to sweep the area with his life field detection, since the Demonra model has already been raised to 71% that semester, which should cover the entire county. But he worries that his arrival might scare the rats and make them hide even more, complicating the mission, because the hard part isn't killing them, but finding them. Zhou calls them over to see the house the university arranged for them, but suddenly an old man approaches and asks if they need a ride, offering a cheap and fast tricycle. Yihe laughs, thinking the mission has officially begun. The three hop onto the tricycle, and the man comments that they seem well-mannered, asking which school they came from. The protagonist says he's from the city itself and brought 2 classmates to get to know the university's studies better. The driver, curious, asks who his parents are because he doesn't recognize his face. Yihe says his grandfather was Yi Shurong, who passed away a few years ago, and that after that he moved away. The driver then says, now everything makes sense because he's from the old Yi family. The protagonist thinks it was useful to have learned some Lingshui dialect on the plane, and that the identity information provided by the university was truly authentic. The old man starts to laugh, saying it's great to see a young man who still remembers Lingshui, because those who don't forget their roots will surely be blessed. Soon after, they arrive at the mansion base of Huadu University, the former residence of Yi Shurong. The driver comments that in 2 days there will be the big festival that happens every 3 years in Lingshui, and insists that Yihe show up, saying that if he feels too shy to go, he himself will return to pick him up. Yihe says he understands. Yihe and Zhou step inside, and Zhou immediately notices the house has been empty for more than 10 years and is falling apart, covered in weeds and swarming with mosquitoes, saying cleaning it will be a huge job. As always, Yihe prefers brute force. He lifts his foot and says he's great at cleaning. When he stomps the ground, he releases a small burst of radiation that burns all the plants and living things nearby. Zhou complains that this isn't cleaning but extermination. The protagonist replies that it's fast and practical. Zhou then tells them to put their bags away because he will install some cameras around the house for monitoring. Qingzhu wanders around saying she'll take a look inside, but the first room she enters makes her jump in fright and she calls Yehe to see something. He walks over and asks what she found. She says there is an altar right in front of her, but she can't figure out what is being worshipped. Yehe observes that the altar was placed there recently. She is shocked and asks what he means. The protagonist explains that the altar is made of wood. If it had been sitting there all these years, it would have rotted by now, but it's only covered in dust. And if cleaned, would look brand new. Joe raises his sword and asks if he is seriously saying someone put that there recently, because if that's true, he has a very bad feeling and thinks they should destroy the statue immediately. Qingju tries to calm him and says they should wait because it may be an important clue, and the best thing to do is examine it first. But when she looks to her side, she sees Yihei completely serious, nuclear energy gathering in his palm, saying he agrees. She screams, asking what exactly he agrees with, and tells him to stop acting like a lunatic. Taking a breath, she suggests that before breaking it, they should at least see what is under the statue's mask. As soon as Qingju removes part of it, the statue's eyes begin releasing a strange aura. Instantly, the protagonist senses something abnormal, grabs Qingju by the arm, and warns that something demonic is there, exactly as he suspected from the beginning, ordering Joe to destroy it. Without hesitation, Joe swings his sword, but the moment they cut it, all three are shocked to see a black liquid oozing from the statue. With his sharpened senses, Yihei understands what's happening and says the demon will not escape, ordering Zawarudo to act immediately. With that, he manages to trap the creature and tells Joe to seal it as fast as possible. But due to Qingju touching the statue, her eyes begin changing color. Her voice trembles as fear takes over and she asks what is happening. Yihei places his hand on her shoulder and asks if she's alright, realizing she was affected by the entity's psychic energy and channeling a bit of pure martial chi into her to neutralize the effect. She quickly returns to normal and says she's fine, feeling that the terror inside her vanished suddenly, replaced by a warm and comforting sensation. With the demon sealed, Yihei goes back to acting like a maniac, saying that it looks like the anomaly in that place really was connected to the clay statue stuff, which means the investigation has progressed a lot. He tells the two of them to stay there, keep watch, and make sure nothing strange happens because he needs to take care of something else. As he walks away, he thinks about the radioactive tracker he placed on the old man with the tricycle and that, judging by the time, it should be time to spring the trap. With a cold smile, he mutters that the old man won't need to look for him because he'll be the one going after him. At the Buddhist temple on the Golden Mountain of Lingshui, the old tricycle driver has just arrived. A monk greets him, calling him benefactor, and says the abbot is waiting inside. They walk down a narrow corridor until they reach a sealed door. The monk announces to the abbot that he brought benefactor Liu Gensheng, who has met the requirements to receive a blessing, and adds that he has something important to report. The abbot then asks Gensheng what his true intentions are and why he appeared so suddenly. Before he can answer, the monk begins to transform, revealing a sinister and inhuman presence. Gensheng falls to his knees, trembling in fear, shouting that a living immortal is among them. But within seconds, Yihei appears flying in and hits the creature with a kick that crushes its head. He uses Zawarudo to create a shield around himself and watches the scene with disgust, saying that fortunately the shield protected him, because it would be a real bother having to wash his clothes after so much filth. Gensheng is stunned to see Yihei there, but before he can react, the temple statues begin to move and attack from all sides. The protagonist mocks them, saying they move, but he doesn't even need to, because Zawarudo blocks all of the hits easily. Annoyed, the statues retreat and then charge all at once, completely surrounding him. Yihei spins his spatial ring and says he had been in stealth mode so he wouldn't be detected, but now there's no reason to hold back. He draws his Star Rain blade and charges forward, slicing through the air while wondering out loud what might be inside those bellies. Straw or something even stranger. The statues begin firing energy beams from their eyes, but with quick, precise movements, he decapitates them one after another. In the middle of the chaos, one of the lasers hits Gensheng and splits him in half. A few seconds later, everything is in ruins. Yihei sheathes his sword, looks over the debris, and says those statues were never living beings, since from the very beginning his life field detection had never sensed any aura in them. Even so, he's intrigued, wondering how a small and backward place like Lingshui County could possess such advanced technology. He stares at the sealed door ahead and thinks all of the answers must be inside. He mutters that, since he's still a university student, he should at least be polite enough to knock before entering, then orders Zawarudo to knock on the door. As the spirit starts pounding hard, Yihei shouts, asking if anyone is home. The punches grow faster and heavier until the door shatters completely. When he steps inside, he is stunned by what he sees, a colossal statue towering before him. He comments that this is truly another world entirely, never imagining a gigantic underground palace would exist here, much less a monumental Buddha. He shouts that the guest has arrived and asks the little rat if it will keep hiding. At that moment, another Buddha slowly begins to move and speaks in a deep voice, saying it bears no grudge against the protagonist, calling him benefactor and asking why he has invaded. The monk keeps talking, saying that yesterday there were no disagreements with the MC and questioning why he insists on causing trouble. But Yihei asks the monk if he's going to keep this little act and cuts him in half. Yet the monk appears behind him, saying that the blood sins he carries are deep, so the MC turns around, shouting for him to stop talking and start fighting. But when he steps a bit harder, He notices the ground cracking and suddenly begins to fall into a hole. When he stands up, he realizes the place looks just like a sewer and wonders if one of the 18 portals could be some kind of floodgate, but the monsters start to appear and he notices it's the same lizard monster as before. However, this time there are way more of them, and all of them carry the aura of first or second level martial artists. Besides that, their vital energy is almost identical, as if they had been mass-produced. He questions whether they might be some kind of artificially created robots, but if they think they can defeat him just with numbers, they're all wrong, because the people who tried are already 6 feet under. He prepares himself using the Xuan Huang blade technique, and a terrifying amount of energy begins to surround his sword. He uses the first form and cuts everything around him. More monsters start appearing, and the MC smiles, asking what kind of decent temple breeds this many freaks in its basement. They rush forward, but every one of them is completely wiped out. The MC stands over a pile of bodies, even including one of the monks from the surface, and the robot head he was holding keeps repeating that the blood sins he carries are deep. Yehe realizes it's just a dumb robot, since even with its head torn off, it keeps repeating recorded lines. He yells, asking the puppet master if he's really not going to show up. Suddenly, everything starts shaking and he hears a voice laughing, saying that it looks like they've poked a heavy enemy this time. But that's all it is. A giant statue begins to move and charge energy as it stands up, looking at the MC, saying that he has no salvation anymore. Yet Yehe keeps mocking it, asking what he stole from the council to even transform like that. The statue starts attacking, saying that it's time for him to return to the cycle of reincarnation. Using all of its strength, it slams the ground, trying to crush the MC beneath it. But Yehe starts releasing his radiation, telling the statue to come at him with everything and not get anxious. As it hits the ground, something strange begins to happen. The robot's defense system warns that there is an energy surge beyond parameters and that the right arm is overheating. Then several errors begin to appear, stating that the energy level keeps rising. The statue questions what that could be. The MC had fused and rises from the ground, landing a punch right in the robot's face, immediately grabbing its head, saying it's not over yet, and hits it with a knee strike. The robot's head is completely deformed, and another critical alert appears, saying that multiple damages were detected in the head. Trying to defend itself, the giant statue releases the rosary funnels, firing lasers at the MC, and then launches all its projectiles, causing another explosion. The statue becomes irritated, asking what kind of monster he is, since he's forcing it to use every type of weapon to try to contain him. Yehe walks out from the smoke, saying that, to be honest, those little toys are just thermal weapons, and against a martial artist they are useless. The robot realizes nothing worked, and tries to use its secret weapon, saying the MC is a stubborn insect, and that's why he'll go straight to hell. But before it can do anything, Yehe uses the embodiment of the meteor, creating multiple spikes from the ground that pierce the robot's body entirely. With an absurd amount of nuclear energy gathered in his mouth, he says it's time to disconnect that lying monk, and after destroying it completely, he apologizes for breaking the biggest puppet in that place. By destroying the floor, he ends up falling into another area, and when he looks around, he realizes that people have dug a huge cave inside that mountain, and that there might be even more lizard men or giant Buddhas in there, and that whoever is behind all this must be some kind of mad scientist obsessed with experiments. After walking a bit, he finds an opening just like he imagined, and now he can finally discover what is really hidden beneath that lotus pedestal. Half an hour earlier, some people were inside a control room watching everything that was happening. One of them tells the doctor that the man defeated the mechanical bodhisattva guarding the temple entrance. But they can relax because he will never get through the main gate they built using the most modern materials and design. However, the MC breaks the entrance with ease, and the doctor begins to feel afraid, saying everything is still under control because they still have a cyborg army of tens of thousands that can face even a grandmaster, and that they will wear that boy down until he drops dead, while also helping to clean out the stock. But the MC had already eliminated the entire army. The frightened man screams to the doctor that they still have the secret weapon and must trust the project. That Mecha Buddha was built precisely to face sovereign-level demonic beasts, and a martial artist should be no problem at all for it. But the MC completely annihilates the giant statue, leaving the two of them unable to believe what they're seeing. The man tries to say that everything is still fine, but the doctor yells at him to shut up. The doctor starts questioning if his partner is trying to jinx everything, because that boy has already reached the area where they are, and still he keeps saying everything is fine. He thinks the guards left upstairs should hold him for at least a few minutes, but then realizes there's no way they can win against the MC and says they need to leave immediately. And once they are safe, they must activate the base's self-destruction, because nothing from that place can leak. This man is Dr. Feng, former Level 3 researcher of the Prometheus Institute and later secretly recruited by Laserbird. 10 years ago, Laserbird turned its attention to an ordinary city called Linshui County, And after secretly replacing all monks of the Buddhist temple, the company used the population's faith in the temple to manipulate and control everyone. Under the pretext of blessings, they convinced people to submit to human modifications, turning them into free test subjects, which provided tons of data and materials for the company's experiments. But now it is time to abandon that base. Suddenly, an atomic beam breaks through the ceiling and the MC jumps in with his arms crossed, asking the abbot where he thinks he is going. The man grabs the doctor, telling the guards to protect him because they need to get him out of there, but with incredible speed, the MC passes through the guards, defeating them instantly. Feng asks him to wait because there is still time to talk and holds a device in his pocket, thinking that all he needs is to press the button on his watch and the self-destruct sequence will begin. Laser Bird implanted microbombs in all important researchers and managers, and also keeps their families and friends under surveillance to make sure no one disobeys or leaks any secret from the base. But the MC manages to take the controller from Feng's hand and grabs his mouth, lifting him off the ground. The doctor starts running out of air and is about to faint until the MC drops him to the floor. With a serious tone, Yahe says he wants to know exactly what they are doing in Linshui County, and the doctor becomes frightened. Yahe keeps pressuring him, asking if he was the one who eliminated those 3 young martial artists and what exactly they are doing there. The doctor starts shouting that he can't reveal anything about the experiments, because there is a signal monitor in his brain, and if he mentions any company secret, the bomb inside him will explode. Suddenly, something begins to come out from his tooth, and the doctor says that since he's going to die anyway, it's better to end it all. He starts convulsing, and as soon as he dies, the MC walks to him and realizes there was poison hidden inside his mouth, and it looks like the Laserbird crew all turned into kamikazes. The lab alarms start blaring, and the MC thinks that the doctor's heart has stopped, and that triggered the self-destruction system. He fuses with the vampire, saying it's a pity for the doctor because as long as he's around, even dying won't be easy. He drives one of his claws into the doctor's throat and something begins to spread inside his body. Vampires can transform humans or corpses into ghouls, but most of the time those ghouls are nothing but zombies, with rare exceptions. They don't regenerate, lose intelligence, and the body decays. However, the MC carries the power of the progenitor's image, and together with vampire powers, something different happens. Suddenly, the bomb inside the doctor's head falls out through his mouth, and the man stands up as his body completely transforms. He kneels, calling the MC his lord. Thanks to this combination of powers, the MC can now create servants that fully retain their memories and talents from life. And on top of that, they don't fear the sun, have absurd regenerative abilities, and obey him in body and soul. The doctor, who was just a small, frail old man, now transforms into a fully healthy adult. Yihe says that now that the doctor cannot die, the self-destruction sequence must have stopped, and from that moment on, he will call him Mad Doctor because his past no longer matters, and all he will do now is serve him. The Mad Doctor replies that it will be a great honor to serve his master, and Yihe points out that now that the doctor has received the power of the progenitor, they share a mental link, and those monitoring devices no longer have any effect. He begins reading all the servants' memories to discover when the city started being infiltrated, and a man appears in the memories, the same man who was with Feng. He calls him Little Liu, saying it isn't even noon yet, and he's already running away to eat. And the doctor asks if he finished the data comparison he requested, but when Liu turns around, he is holding a human hand and his eyes are red, apologizing to the professor because he was very hungry and the dish of the day was raw meat again. The professor complains, saying that eating that with his teeth would be terrible. But Liu says the villagers sent it as an offering to Master Buddha because he heard that some outsiders appeared, 3 young ones, which is why the meat tastes great. The doctor thinks something is wrong, but the memories continue and Liu says they fell asleep again. And this time even fainted inside the main hall, some even slept on their knees. And he asked the doctor if that isn't great, because now they can take those hillbillies straight to the lab and store them, saving work. Feng replies that those people came there to pray and seek blessings, so why did they suddenly fall asleep like that? Liu questions what the problem is, and if sleeping isn't normal for them. Feng keeps thinking something is very wrong because in the realm of celestial descent he was praying but didn't know exactly what that was. When he looks at his arm, he sees a sequence of numbers and asks what that engraving is, because it looked like a numerical riddle, and the answer is that it is a file code in the company's internal format. By using the code on the computer, he realizes that something is indeed wrong with his memories and perception because they were altered. He starts screaming, asking who did that to him because they are using him as an experimental subject. Only when he sees the data on the computer does he realize that the numerical riddle was a clue he left for himself before being manipulated, as he trusted that even if his mind was altered, he would still have enough curiosity to solve the enigma on his own body and believe what he discovered. The goal was to tell himself that the cannibalism, the lethargy, and those weird clay statues had someone responsible behind everything, the realm of celestial descent. The MC says that raw meat was human flesh, and that this so-called realm of celestial descent sounds exactly like a cult. His servant continues saying that the place was chosen by Laserbird as a secret experimental base but ended up being infiltrated and dominated by the cult. His mind was altered just like the minds of the residents, and he was completely at their mercy. The MC keeps getting irritated, saying that apparently those 3 martial artists from Huadu were devoured, and that both he and his 2 companions sent to investigate are also considered high-quality ingredients. It had been 8 years since the doctor took charge of Linshui County. The Buddhist temple base was completely finished, and the cyborg modification technology was already advanced and ready for mass production, marking the beginning of a new era where martial artists would be replaced by cyborgs and much more efficient and powerful combat machines, because Prometheus's path was the right one. After identifying the anomaly, he discovered that the outbreak in Linshui began in February of last year. The first sign appeared in March, and they organized a team to investigate, but day by day, his mind was being altered until it was fully assimilated. Amid all this, he tried using his researcher's logic to find flaws and regain consciousness a few times. But in the end, he couldn't escape his fate. The confidential information showed that the temple base was already so assimilated that it was nearly impossible to resist that will. The anomaly follows 4 stages: first cannibalism, then lethargy, then worship of the clay statues, and finally collective sleepwalking. Cannibalism is the physical corruption caused by mental influence. Lethargy represents the deep corruption of the mind. Worshipping the statues indicates that both body and mind are already severely corrupted, practically incurable. And collective sleepwalking shows that the person has already become food for that will. The doctor is surprised to hear about the realm of celestial descent because he thought illegal experiments with humans were depraved enough. But he never imagined a cult would go so far as to offer an entire city as food for that will. He discovered what they used to corrupt people and drain their vital energy, probably the demonic effect taken from the ruins of a secret realm. And by his calculations, the day this effect would fully mature would be... The MC finishes by saying it will be the night 2 days from now, remembering the man who gave him a ride, and mentioned that 2 days later, the city's biggest festival would take place, the one that happens only once every 3 years, and he smiles, because that old man gave him an essential clue. Still in the laboratory, the MC says he finished recovering all the important memory data, and that this base was only one of Laserbird's cores, still remaining the realm of celestial descent, the demonic fetus, and the whereabouts of the 3 martial artists, and thanks to the servant, he discovered Laserbird's secrets, including absurd experiments. Even so, he has no patience to deal with that company now, so he will push that problem onto Huadu and let them handle it later. But he had a surprise since his servant participated in the Golden Hygiene Project when he was alive and knows well its uses and effects. So they will deal with it after solving the city's anomaly. The mission was completed because, according to the university's rules, he could end it now that the truth was revealed. But what really interests him is not the reward, but rather stealing the victory from the realm of celestial descent. He tells the servant that he will have to hide within the county and says he will give him some of his blood, and that the servant needs to find a way to release it into the city's water supply system, because, in short, he will have to spread the contamination as much as possible. The mad scientist is impressed, saying that this is completely insane, but acknowledges that he understands because his lord wants to compete with the demonic fetus from the realm of celestial descent for followers. The MC says that apparently the county's residents are already in the 4th stage of contamination and there is no turning back for them. It is true that he has personal interest in converting them, but after everything is over, he will do his best to help them recover their lives, because at least under his control they won't be a threat to society. Back at the base in the old residence, he enters saying he has returned and asks his companions if they are eating that food because of the county. When he looks at Qingzhu's expression, he realizes they already know what is being served there in the city, and Zhou, slightly disturbed, says that he and Qingzhu went to investigate earlier and that the residents seem to be eating human meat, then asks if the MC already knew that, because it's quite obvious that for everything to be like that, the entire county must have had its perception distorted and is being controlled by something. Yahe is impressed by his friend's precision because she is completely right, and after hearing the whole story, Qingzhu becomes frightened, asking if an illegal experiment laboratory really infiltrated the county for years, and questioning how the city became so messed up like that. And Zhou also asks if he is saying that even a powerful biotechnology organization fell victim to an anomaly. Qingzhu points out that this is already going far beyond level 3 difficulty and asks if it wouldn't be better to request reinforcements from the university. But the MC becomes annoyed and thinks if that girl is joking, because if she calls reinforcements, then how will he steal all the rewards generated by the anomaly? He shouts for them to relax because although the mission's difficulty is strange, it doesn't threaten their safety, so they need to stop the drama, since if every time danger appears they run to ask for help, they will never achieve anything in life. He asks only to hold their positions and wait until nightfall because, in the anomaly of the county, they have already seen cannibalism and worship of clay statues. And now, only one thing remains: collective sleepwalking, because perhaps that rotten city will reveal its true face during the night. In Z Capital, Laserbird's headquarters, during the council meeting, they point out that 30 minutes ago the headquarters system detected that the high destruction protocol of the Buddhist temple base at Golden Mountain was activated but stopped a few seconds later. So something is wrong because they can no longer contact the base, and the meeting was called to decide how to proceed. One of the members says that the choice is simple because it is better to eliminate innocents than let the guilty escape. So they need to activate the heart bombs of all researchers at the base to ensure no witnesses remain, and after that send a special team to investigate the county. In the county, at the central water station, an explosion occurs, and the mad scientist informs his lord through telepathy that Laserbird tried to detonate the bomb inside his body, but he managed to remove it in time and is recovering. And besides that, knowing them, a special team will arrive soon. The MC says that it doesn't matter, and that he needs to proceed with the plan, and his servant assures him that everything is ready. In the middle of the night, on Platform 2, a man gets off the train, looks around, and says that the place is so isolated that he finally understands why the company chose it to build a secret base. And this man is known as Catfish. Another person gets off saying the company has already investigated Jia's Dragonbird and that they have no involvement with the temple base, and she wonders who it could be since the company has too many enemies, and this woman is known as Ares. Other people start getting off, a man called Golden Serpent and a woman known as Bluebird, and another man comes after them saying they need to take a look at the base first. This is Black Lion, and he emphasizes that the entire team needs to destroy all equipment and data they can find. Catfish asks the captain if they can eat something first because during the trip they only ate instant noodles. And Golden Serpent says they should find a place to feed the baby first, but Ares tells him to stop being such a pervert, and Catfish says it's dark so she can feed the baby right there because he won't look. And the leader says the two of them don't resemble professional assassins at all. Catfish asks if the great captain of Laserbird's third unit, the feared King of Assassins, is also just a regular programmer. The captain says those guys in suits and dark glasses are pure theater because true professionalism lies in them, who can pass unnoticed, and says it's time to stop the idle talk because they need to split tasks, emphasizing that Golden Serpent and Bluebird must investigate the county's situation while Catfish, Ares, and he go straight to the temple. In the middle of the county, the two begin analyzing things and say that the city is way too strange because there are people eating people and nothing human remains. Bluebird says that this mission won't be simple at all. She keeps looking until she finds that clay statue and immediately starts acting strangely. Meanwhile, Golden Serpent receives a call saying that the cause of the incident at the Buddhist temple base has been detected. A powerful martial artist destroyed the facility alone because there are more than 10,000 dead cyborgs scattered around the base. Even a combat mecha was destroyed with brute force, and because of that, no employee survived. The base director and head researcher, Dr. Feng, is missing. His body wasn't found in the base or nearby. Distorted sounds begin echoing on the phone, and Golden Serpent asks if the signal is being blocked, and as soon as he looks through the window, he is completely shocked because the residents were acting like zombies. He realizes it is collective sleepwalking and that they seem to be surrounded. He says they have been discovered and calls Bluebird to get out quickly, but she simply attacks him, and while lying wounded on the ground, he looks up and notices her expression has completely changed and wonders if it's possible that she's being controlled by something. When looking into the room, he realizes that the statue might be the cause and questions whether it was brought from the ruins of a demonic secret realm of Barros Moon. Meanwhile, atop the central church, the MC was acting exactly like a vampire. He looks at the moon and notices it is enormous, and he points out that his field keeps being blocked by something. He takes his phone, saying he first needs to inform his companions about the location of the crowd. He warns that all the sleepwalkers are southwest, but what he really wants to know is, if collective sleepwalking is that so-called will feeding itself, then what is the process? And he will find out soon. Golden Serpent begins to wake up, asking what is happening to him, but when fully awake, he realizes he is tied to a stake in the middle of the city and asks what the hell is going on. He realizes those people are the county residents and are also being controlled. He starts shouting for Bird to wake up immediately, but she doesn't respond. He tries speaking to the people, asking if they are from the realm of celestial descent, because they can talk since the organization behind him is very powerful. But he also realizes it's useless because those people cannot speak and the only word is gone, as he suffered brainwashing from the realm of celestial descent, and now they can't even be called human beings? They are demonic beasts in human skin, maybe even more terrifying than demon beasts because at least beasts fear pain and death, but those fanatics fear nothing. Suddenly, a very loud noise echoes everywhere, and Golden Serpent asks if that is a bell, and when he looks up, he notices the moon is bigger than ever. All the people begin smiling and climbing on top of each other, trying to reach the moon, forming a mountain of people, and the stakes that were stuck in the ground are removed and carried to the top of that mountain of bodies. Meanwhile, inside the facility, the captain says he isn't able to contact Golden Serpent or Bluebird, so they are probably in trouble, and it's very likely that whoever destroyed the temple base did something to them. He says that either way, something big is happening in the city, and they need to act first, so they must return. But when they go outside, they're impressed by the size of the moon. Ares points and shouts for everyone to look, asking if that really is a beam of light because that beam of light is descending at some point inside the city. Black Lion is surprised, saying that apparently the destruction of the Buddhist base is far more complicated than their bosses imagined. They begin running, saying they need to check where the moonlight is landing because that might be why they are losing contact with Golden Serpent and Bluebird. As they run through the city, the captain notices someone nearby and attacks, but the attack is easily blocked. He realizes that Umbrella is a magical item, and that the person approaching them is not an ordinary one. Qingju asks who they are and why they are attacking. The captain starts laughing, saying that judging by their clothes, it's obvious she isn't from there, and asks if they are the worms who destroyed the Buddhist temple base. The battle begins, and the captain tells his two companions that he needs only 3 seconds to finish off those two insects. The other two begin to advance, saying they will hold them, and Catfish says it's a waste to eliminate such a beautiful woman, although he doesn't mind playing with the corpse. Qingju defends herself but is impressed by the man's absurd strength. Zhou uses his ice to push them away, but the captain easily destroys the ice, startling Zhou. He says those three are at least high-level martial masters, so it's better not to confront them directly and they need to retreat. She agrees, but before they can move away, the captain appears with a blade at both their necks, saying there was just a 1-second difference. He notices there is another person and narrowly dodges a sword, saying that it was close. The captain asks who he is and whether he is with the other two. The MC says he is the one who will eliminate him. Black Lion starts laughing, saying he has found another person who talks too much and begins using the assassination arts. 12 phantom forms and countless clones rush toward the MC, saying it's time to die. But Yihi uses Zawarudo, identifying exactly where each clone is. He says that a warrior at the martial grandmaster level, protected by martial chi, wouldn't even be scratched by a cannon shot, but could still die. He starts hitting all the clones quickly, saying that the phantom clones of the assassination technique are truly incredible since it's impossible to tell which one is the real body. He begins channeling energy into his hand, saying he doesn't even need to find out which is real. And while looking at one of the clones, he says that this is Black Lion, true name unknown or discreet, the king of assassins. The MC attacks him, landing a direct blow to his forehead. He falls to the ground and Yihei says he is already dead. He picks up the body from the ground, saying it's better to take it while it's still warm because that opponent's blood will help him advance to the next level. He quickly begins to drain all the vital energy still in the body, and as he turns the man into a pool of blood, he says it's not bad at all because he just reached the 8th level of a martial artist. Catfish is terrified, asking what that was because the captain was eliminated by that boy in the blink of an eye, and says that besides that, the boy drained the captain's blood, so he must be a monster. Yaha tells the two that it's not over yet because now he will show something even more interesting. He uses the demonic art of imprisoned flesh, blood demon puppet, and a hand begins to emerge from the pool of blood. They are completely terrified, asking what that thing is. The body begins to reconstruct itself, taking the captain's shape. Filled with fear, Catfish asks what kind of abomination that is because each one of them is more terrifying than the last, and she questions whether they are really martial artists. Ares throws the baby into the air, saying they can leave everything to her. And that baby begins to expand, turning into a gigantic monster. She orders her treasure to finish off those two, and Catfish starts running, saying that now is their chance to escape. The MC tells Qingju and Zhou to stay with his demon shadow and take care of that cyborg, because he is going to hunt those two martial masters. Zhou activates his awakening of the demonic ice dragon bloodline and starts facing that monster in front of him. The battle between the two continues. Zhou tries to use his ice to restrain the monster, but with its brute strength it manages to defend itself. He takes advantage of all the mist caused by the impact of both attacks and strikes from above, managing to cut off part of the monster's body. Zhou is impressed that the monster managed to dodge the vital point and thinks that for something so big, it has very fast reflexes. But when he looks back, he realizes that wound actually showed the monster is a cyborg. The monster keeps attacking him and he is forced to retreat because of its incredible speed. But the MC's shadow uses its clone attack, cutting the cyborg in countless places. Qingju takes advantage of the opening and uses her energy charged with the bloodline technique, attacking with the purple flames of the underworld. Zhou pins the monster to the ground with his ice so it cannot escape that attack, and the blow hits, causing a devastating explosion. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Catfish is complaining because the last time he ran that much was on the battlefield of warlords and drug lords in the Triangle. He senses an attack coming his way and manages to dodge, and the MC remarks that rats really do like to run into the sewers. Ares, who is a bit away from that place, sees nuclear energy shining in front of her and realizes that this is the creation Catfish was frightened of. She says Golden Serpent and Bluebird have lost contact, the captain was killed, and now even Catfish has been taken out. She wonders if she really is the only one left and who the hell those 3 kids are. Terrified, she starts feeling sick, saying she cannot die and needs to survive, but now she has no idea where she should go. Then she gets an idea when she looks at the beam of light, thinking that humanoid from the lunar landing must be the realm of celestial descent's masterpiece. And determined to survive, she declares she will do anything, even sell her soul to the devil. As she runs toward the light beam, she is shocked to see that the humanoid she saw was actually just a pile of human bodies stacked together, and the whole thing is extremely grotesque. With his sword drenched in blood, a red aura, and the head of his last opponent, the MC approaches, asking if she is really going to climb up there. She starts to panic and thinks this is no time to hesitate and begins climbing that pillar. When she reaches the top, she sees that it is a door. She tries to open it and a purple light begins to shine on her face. She cries, saying she missed her father and mother so much. As the door begins to open, the MC, who was behind her, starts smiling and simply dissolves. From afar, the real Yahello was watching everything, saying that the realm of celestial descent used the fear that woman carried in her heart to create an illusion of him and force her to climb to the moon, and that this is quite clever. He looks at his phone, saying that of the assassins the company sent, 2 have already been eliminated, and it would have been better if he had taken out the other 3 as well. But his eyes start to shine with thirst for battle, and a smile spreads across his face. He points out that now it is time to see the people from the realm of celestial descent, since they should arrive in the morning, and for sure, after losing a base and the squad, the company Laserbird will probably retreat, meaning that for now, no external obstacle will interfere with his plans, and after so much preparation, the time has finally come for the real show. That gigantic moon vanishes and returns to normal, people start going back to their homes, and the 3 of them look down at the county from the top of the cliff. Qingju tells the MC that this mission is getting stranger than they expected and asks if he really wants to keep going. The MC asks her to relax because he knows exactly what he is doing, and besides, it is not just the 3 of them. There is someone powerful helping from the shadows who simply prefers not to appear. Joe is surprised and thinks it really is possible for them to have a hidden ally, and that, after spending so much time with the MC, it is impossible for him to be just that ordinary kid described in the records. Among martial artists, there are higher and lower bloodlines, and the ones of the higher level are almost another category of existence compared to ordinary people. Joe thinks the MC is either the bastard son of some powerful master or a young heir of a great martial family undergoing a trial among mortals. And if it is the second option, then there is definitely someone protecting him, which would explain the mysterious ally he just mentioned. Yahe begins releasing an extremely powerful aura and tells his 2 companions that today he has a mission of utmost importance for both of them. That aura coming out of his body begins to spread, taking on a human shape. He says that soon the 2 of them, together with his shadow clones, will walk around the city destroying the clay statues inside the houses without hesitation. Joe receives the order and starts moving forward with the clones, and Qingju feels a bit uneasy about it but prepares to advance. The MC calls her, asking her to trust him. She lowers her gaze a little, but with a warm smile she says it is fine because she trusts him completely. However, she would like him to also trust his companions a little more because he doesn't have to do everything alone. Sometime later inside a temple, Yahe meets his servant and says they need to get straight to the point because they don't have much time and must prepare for battle. The mad scientist says that all the cyborgs the MC had eliminated are piled up there. Yahe says that is great because the quantity is more than enough. He starts using the power of anthropomorphization and begins creating a giant, a knight with a heart, and the giant opens its chest wider, pouring blood directly onto the cyborgs. They start waking up again, and the MC remarks that first, he will use the vampire virus to gather those biological bodies, and then, with the power of primordial anthropomorphization, he will grant that power to them, and at the right time, they will transform into a gigantic army of undead completely under his command. The mad scientist tells his master that the biological mosquitoes have been released and are heading toward the county seat. Yahe says this is excellent because those mosquitoes are carrying vampire blood and they will enter the houses and spread his warmth to everyone. And when the infection is complete, his subordinate needs to go and fix that mecha first. He points out that the giant Buddha was practically destroyed and asks if it can still be repaired and adapted with some weapons. His servant says yes and asks his lord to leave everything to him. He smiles, saying that now everything is underway and that he would like to see how his opponents from that so-called realm of celestial descent will act. In the past, the realm of celestial descent was known as the Humanity is Doomed faction, which appeared with the first invasions of the secret realms. With a mysterious religious leader wielding terrifying power taken from the ruins of one of the secret realms, this group grew at an absurd speed, and their doctrine was to create a demonic fetus from a secret realm and feed it with human bodies and souls, thus creating a temporary vessel for a god to descend to Earth. The idea was to guide that doomed civilization as if it were a true celestial kingdom. And the leader said that territory had been the hardest to conquer so far, but was about to become part of the realm because the divine fetus was about to be born. Still on the bus, the people tell the bishop that the county is just ahead and that it was there that the archbishop planted the divine fetus 4 years ago. And one of them says it is a tragedy because the archbishop did so much for the sect and ended up being ambushed and eliminated by those fools from Dragonbird. And in the end, he did not even live to see the fetus he cultivated with so much effort reach maturity, which shows how cruel and harsh that world is. Another says the archbishop was a merciful, generous, and upright man. So how could he be eliminated like that when not even his body was left for them to bury? And the man among them replies that this is exactly why they cannot let his sacrifice be in vain, because they cannot just sit and watch that world sink even deeper because of a bunch of reckless people. And if nothing is done, it will become another domain of sin. Everyone on the bus begins praising, saying they must welcome the coming of God, the child, that this is their salvation and the salvation of humanity, asking for God to descend to the world and for paradise to form on earth, while a leader shouts for them to fight for God, marking the arrival of the night of the second day. When they arrive, one of the members says, "This moment is thrilling, because in the entire history of the sect, only 2 divine fetuses have truly been born, and now their names will enter the sect's sacred records. The first one born in the realm of celestial descent caused climate changes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other disasters, and hundreds of millions died, were injured, or were forced to flee, and all of that happened in just 1 minute of God's activity. The second appeared on the continent and soon formed a dense, recurrent, and dark fog over the surrounding sea, completely isolating the region. And after that, all contact with the continent was lost. To this day, that place is a black hole on satellite maps, and the united forces of several nations have suffered massive losses since then, making the Black Forest Sea classified as an S-level forbidden zone where no one is allowed to enter. The man cut his wrist, letting a drop of blood drip onto the ground, and it began creating something strange as all the other members did the same, and their blood started gathering, giving even more strength to that strange thing. And they said that now it was time to welcome the third god. Chanting a strange incantation as the bishop climbed the mountain of bodies to reach the gate, he also began offering his own blood to the god of the heights, asking him to accept it, and the door opened, calling him forward. Upon entering, he saw the divine platinum coffin and the divine fetus he had cultivated, fed by the energy of the entire population of the county over 4 years, and the fetus was about to mature. The members continued the ritual, and now it was time to begin the reception of their god, as the bishop descended the mountain with the coffin on his shoulders and carried it to the center of the ritual. He said, "O great moon, demonic god of the realm of dreams," the being he faithfully served by invoking him and claiming the sacred name, the moon demon Baros. The mountain sustained by human bodies began to unravel as if the souls of those people were leaving their bodies, and a wave of energy spread through the place, contaminating those souls, while the bishop asked what was happening, because the spirit, once completely white, was beginning to turn blue. He says it might be because of that roar that happened a while ago, and wonders if that could have contaminated the spirit, but soon thinks it makes no sense because how could the spirit of the divine fetus have been corrupted by an unknown roar, and who could be behind it? The blue energy begins moving toward the divine platinum coffin, and the bishop screams that the ritual cannot be reversed, and that the blue spirit is being corrupted, trying to desecrate the fetus. Suddenly the MC appears, apologizing to the bishop, and he turns around frightened, asking who he is, while Yihi asks if even now he still cannot guess. He uses the star rainblade, third form of the officinal flesh, cutting both the bishop and the moon in half and saying that he is the true demon. The bell begins to ring, and before departing, the bishop calls out to Baros, the moon demon, and the MC says that this is disappointing because not even the 3 demonic artifacts manage to help him. Suddenly, another person approaches, telling the MC that he truly has an absurd strike and asking if he would be interested in joining the divine sect. The man removes his hood, saying he would like to introduce himself as Linky, the current supreme leader of the divine sect of the Xia realm, and that the one the MC just eliminated was only the vice bishop, emphasizing that the MC must already understand that being part of the sect means living dangerously, so it made sense for him to send someone pretending to be the chief. Yehe realizes that the one he eliminated was just a pawn and charges at the true leader, but Linky begins using his abilities to restrain the MC. saying that the place was a sacred ground prepared to receive a god, and therefore not somewhere he could just enter and leave as he pleased. Yihe begins to feel something binding him, but cannot see what it is, and wonders if it could be some psychic power. He uses the power of Zawarudo and easily breaks free from the restraints. Linky is surprised and takes a devastating blow that sends him flying through several houses, leaving his body almost completely destroyed, but he begins regenerating, saying that he had already warned that the MC would not be able to hurt him because he was someone blessed by the gods. Yihe asks if he also has a fast regeneration because that is truly a headache, and suddenly countless people begin chanting that God descends to the world and paradise forms on earth, and he realizes that everyone had already surrounded the area. Yihe says that for a moment he even forgot about them, as all the members raise a dagger, shouting that they are justice and that they will now give their own lives. The MC asks if they know how to do anything other than these stupid acts because the minds of those cultists are a real mystery, but he is curious to see what kind of trick those lunatics are still preparing. He says that something is coming because he can feel a cold, sticky spiritual energy, and a monster begins emerging from within those people's bodies. Yihe starts laughing, saying that in the end, it was just another demonic aberration, and it looks like they are still trying to give birth to more troops. An overwhelming force begins to rise, and the MC says it is a pity, but now he can also summon his own troops as giants start appearing in the area, and Yihe points out that he did not bring the lizard men back for nothing, because they would serve as vessels for those humanoids. The demonic beasts begin attacking, but they are completely torn apart by the attack of the humanoids, crushing them as if they were mere ants. Another member of the sect begins to panic, saying that the bishop was wiped out of nowhere and now a bunch of giants has appeared. He begins questioning who the hell these people are and where that young man leading this attack was, and that he needs to use his spiritual vision to find him as fast as possible. When he manages to locate him, he realizes that the MC is beside the coffin, because his true target was the divine fetus. But before he could do anything, Qingzhu and Zhou arrive, saying that his opponents have just arrived. The man is completely terrified, thinking that these people clearly came prepared and asking if they are some kind of dragon bird agents who already knew about the divine sect's plans, because from the initial attack to the demons being blocked by the giant and now not even fleeing is possible, and it seems that the divine sect's mission will fail. Meanwhile, beside the coffin, the MC says that just by coming close, he already feels a cold that seems like it will freeze his soul, and that the thing inside the coffin is full of hostility toward him. But that was to be expected because it was him who put an end to that god. The system appears saying that the host received 5 points of divine spatial energy, and that during the final stage of the ritual of the realm of celestial descent, half of the faith power that the realm had gathered over 4 years to form a body was corrupted by the host, and that corrupted faith power was still used by the demonic fetus to create a body allowing the moon demon to act in the mortal world, which made part of the moon demon's divine power be stolen by the host Yehe at birth. The MC is shocked to discover that this is what happened. He places his hand on the coffin and says that, to be honest, he never cared much about those weak people from the realm of celestial descent because his true enemy from the beginning was always that god tied to the moon and dreams, and even after stealing his power, that god, being just a weak and malnourished baby, should have awakened already. He throws the coffin lid into the air, asking why the god is still hiding inside the coffin, but then he is surprised to see there is nothing inside. He summons his sword, saying that if that fetus calls itself a god and is still hiding, then a total silence takes over the place. The MC realizes that the roars and the fight between the giants and the demons vanished out of nowhere. Moreover, the battle between Qingzhu, Zhou, and the vice bishop also disappeared, and it seems that only he remained in the entire world. Suddenly, someone calls his name, and the MC turns around startled, asking if someone is there. Linky is standing in front of him, asking if the MC had already forgotten about him. Yihe is startled to realize that the moon is an illusion, and asks since when this has been happening. Linky asks what he thinks about trying to guess when he fell into the dream. Meanwhile, Qingzhu and Zhou were fighting another demon, and the vice bishop says he can only hold those two off by using the archdemon, but is worried about how Linky is doing. When using his powers to locate the MC, he sees that he is still standing by the coffin. The vice bishop realizes something is wrong with that kid, and that he no longer feels the bishop's spiritual power, so maybe he refuses to believe it, saying he needs to reach the divine fetus immediately. He begins using the deep wooden divine needle technique, and if it hits the enemy's body, blood thorns will grow from the inside out until he is completely shredded. He charges forward, saying that sinful souls are judged by God, and as for filthy flesh, he will handle the extinction. Zhou realizes the vice bishop is heading toward the MC and begins releasing even more power, telling Qingzhu to go save Yihe because he will take care of that guy there. He unleashes the forbidden burning blood technique, and an explosion of ice occurs, freezing that demon completely. He begins breathing heavily, thinking that freezing a guy that big all at once drained almost all of his martial energy. He tells Qingzhu not to hesitate for even a moment because their lives are not worth as much as Yihe's. She says she understands and heads straight there, telling him not to die. He realizes he can no longer control that monster, which suddenly manages to break all the ice and attack, causing a huge explosion in the area. Joe asks the air if the demon really thinks that is enough to take him down because he has not finished his revenge yet. Ice fragments fly toward the archdemon, piercing it in various points, and Joe declares that the blood of a powerful Huadu clan runs through his veins. Joe begins transforming again, saying he has no choice but to use the secret art of burning blood together with his bloodline awakening, and the speed at which his life force burns will double. He raises his hands, saying that even so, it is worth it to send a demon like that back to hell. A gigantic ice sword begins to form, and he attacks with all his strength using the secret art of the Storm Chi sword bloodline, and the strike hits the full-powered demon, causing a huge uproar in the area. Joe notices something is wrong with that power. The demon had blocked his attack with its bare hands, and right after that he sees his gigantic sword being shattered by the demon's flames, and now he no longer has any martial chi. Seeing his defeat before his eyes, he thinks everything is lost when suddenly a shot pierces the demon, and right after that countless other shots follow, completely destroying it. Joe returns to his normal form, exhausted, kneeling on the ground in shock, and asks if that guy is another expert and if he might be the hidden ally the MC mentioned. The mad scientist says that it all happened thanks to his master, who left a piercing bullet imbued with his martial chi before leaving, and it was essential at that critical moment. He keeps analyzing the battlefield and says he thought that kid was the weakest on his master's team, as he never imagined he had that much power. The martial system is divided into martial disciples, martial artists, martial masters, martial grandmasters, and national guardian level, and that kid must be close to advancing. Besides that, the girl also seems very strong, which was to be expected from someone following his master, as they all have excellent potential. The mad scientist says that now is the time to at least send a drone to help that boy catch his breath for now. And after that, taking down that archdemon will be easy. The vice bishop looks back after seeing his demon defeated, and in a trembling voice says, those people are not from Dragonbird, because the three of them are very young, and each one is more monstrous than the last. So what the hell are they? Joe, carrying the demon's head, says they are just ordinary freshmen from Huadu University. Suddenly several coffins fall in front of this vice bishop, and he asks if those things inside are corpses. Qingzhu is shocked, thinking those three are the missing freshman team from the university and three more, and she remembers the guy in the middle as one of the three they fought before. The vice bishop starts laughing, saying that he is protected by a distant god. The mad scientist begins to panic when he sees that the girl his master ordered him to protect is surrounded by 6 living corpses with the aura of martial masters, and she will definitely die. He points out that he had not yet sent the giant army to support Qingzhu's group because the giants are weak and not very smart and would only get in the way, but now he needs to send them urgently as reinforcements, because if he fails the mission his master gave him, not even 10,000 deaths would be enough to redeem him. The giants begin to approach, and Qingzhu quickly realizes they are allies because they are trying to hold the corpses back. She simply leaves the battlefield, thinking about what matters most, saving the MC first. The vice bishop shouts for his corpses not to let that girl get near the divine fetus. The undead try to stop her by launching their attacks, but the giants move in front of her, preventing the strikes from reaching her. She keeps flying as fast as she can, telling Yihe to wait for her, but a bloodthorn manages to hit her in the shoulder. As she falls, she gathers the strength she has left, saying that things cannot end like this. She takes flight again, thinking that this cannot end like this, and stretches her hands out despite the intense pain in her shoulder. The vice bishop feels that everything has gone wrong, and she manages to grab the MC, saying that she finally caught him. Qingzhu starts flying, saying she needs to get him out of there immediately, but the arm where she was hit by the bloodthorn hurts too much, and for now she has to use the purple flame to contain the spread of the thorns, so it will not interfere with her movements. As she flies over the battlefield, she realizes all the giants are already dead, and all 6 corpses are still standing, so she cannot stay there and needs to leave fast. Suddenly she hears a deep, terrifying voice telling her to put the MC down. She panics and shouts, asking who is talking. The moon looks at her with a smile, saying that she has already done enough and the MC will not blame her for it, so she can leave the rest to him. She tries to steady her breath and says she will not do that and lets out a powerful scream, telling the moon to get out of there. However, she starts feeling something very strange and asks if that is a psychic attack because her head hurts so much, and the laughter she keeps hearing is incredibly irritating. As she starts losing consciousness, she refuses to let Yihe get hurt, and holding him tightly, the two of them begin to fall. The corpses of the undead martial artists stare at them as they fall, and their heads start to move and their necks stretch, suddenly turning into spikes that shoot straight at the two of them. Yihe activates Zawarudo, stopping the attack, and Qingzhu starts waking up in the MC's arms. He apologizes to her, saying that he ended up waking up a bit late. Qingzhu, with her body limp and drained of strength, says that he woke up and that is great because she did not pass out again, but right after that she falls into a deep sleep. He tells her to rest and leave the rest to him. The vice bishop starts shouting in anger, asking how that guy managed to escape a god's illusory realm. But even if he escaped, he will not be able to face 6 apostles of the moon, God alone. The vice bishop orders his apostles to attack together with him because the MC will not be able to defend against 7 people at once. Suddenly Qingzhu disappears, and the MC says he moved her to a safe place and orders Zawarudo to release everything. The vice bishop, who is trying to kill him, begins to panic, and the MC merges with humanoid giant one and stomps on his opponents, asking what that annoying barking is. Meanwhile, a bit farther away, Linky is sitting on the ground, groaning in pain and trembling, with tears streaming down his face, begging for that torture to stop because he cannot understand it. He was the one who created that realm in the eyes, so why can the MC massacre him there however he wants? Every time he dies in that place, he feels the pain of being quartered, and he begins seeing Yihei's image right in front of him and wonders how he escaped the dream dimension. Or maybe it simply does not work on the MC because that boy seems more like a demonic god, as not even a real god would be able to contain him. Linky looks at the moon and begs its forgiveness because the only thing left is to close the dream domain himself and expel him. The moon god tells the bishop to lie down in the divine coffin. He hesitates, but the god says there is no choice but to use his lower body as a vessel. Meanwhile, the MC is finishing cleaning up the mess and remarks that in the end, even after gaining power, those people are nothing more than a pile of corpses, and now he has already wiped out all the followers of that cult. But suddenly something approaches, saying that there is still one left. A being with an extremely powerful aura begins drawing closer and stares directly at the MC, who starts smiling excitedly, saying that he, the moon god or moon demon or Barros whatever, finally decided to show up. The moon god begins descending, but suddenly the MC realizes that the place he is standing in has become the moon. However, he thinks that cannot be the real moon because it does not have that overwhelming space cold and he is not running out of oxygen. So it must be something like the Master's Massacre domain. A domain is not like an illusion that messes with the mind. It overlays reality, and any damage it causes is real. In other words, inside it, his invincible golden body from the system does not work. The moon god tells the MC that he admires him, that in a way he is the most impressive human he has ever seen, especially because he managed to steal part of his divinity, and their compatibility is over 96%. He is simply the perfect half he needs to complete himself. Yihei thinks that the god can keep talking because it does not matter. His plan to steal is already complete, and now he just needs to buy time. The god continues, saying that after he uses the MC to complete himself, he is willing to let Yihei keep his consciousness, and with that he will transcend mortality and step into the world of gods. The god emphasizes that the MC may not yet grasp how immense that world is, whether it is the blue star or the domain of sin, which are those secret realms they talk about. He has only seen the tip of the iceberg, and thanks to the talent he possesses, he can ascend to a higher plane of existence. The god extends his hand, inviting the MC to ascend to the moon and rule at his side above the heavens. It is an invitation and a promise made by a god, something maybe not even 10 humans on Blue Star would refuse. The MC gives him the middle finger, saying he refuses, because he really thought those mysterious, unreachable gods would have a bit more class, but in the end they are just intelligent life forms from a higher plane. And since the god could not threaten him in his incomplete form, he used whatever trash he could find to complete himself and now comes in with all this gloom and all these promises. It is all the same as always. Deep down, they are no different from humans, and he was foolish to think they were anything more than that. The god says he would forgive his insolence for being human, even after using a body with only 20% compatibility to complete himself. Yehei has no chance against him, and the god emphasizes that he only asked for his opinion out of respect and formality, but the opinion does not matter and will not change anything in the end of that battle. The god moves just one finger and completely tears apart the giant's body, leaving the MC surprised and exposed, and as the god approaches, the MC is unable to move his body. The moon god touches his forehead, saying that he is nothing more than food waiting to be devoured. The MC begins to roll his eyes, and the god becomes confused, asking why he cannot sense Yihei's consciousness. The MC starts laughing and asks if the god noticed it. Because he cannot touch his soul, he may be physically superior, but when it comes to the mind, the one in control is the system panel. From the start, he knew he could not face a god with brute strength, so he used the absurd regeneration of the vampire model and left half of his body with Dr. Feng, and the MC emphasizes that he cut his body in half, so if the main half is destroyed, his consciousness wakes up in the other. The moon. God cannot believe what he just heard, and suddenly something begins to cut through space-time. An immense sword splits that place in half, and a man enters saying that he is the chief of the 1st Division of Dragonbird. The National Guardian, Qinglong, has just arrived to teach a lesson. The MC starts smiling, thinking that they finally arrived because he reported that infernal place to Dragonbird, as he already assumed he would not be able to defeat that moon demon Barrows, and he only wanted to steal the divine energy it used to descend into the human body. The god stares at the chief of the 1st Division, impressed with his body, and asks if he is really human because maybe they need to review the potential rating of the human species. The 1st Division chief asks the demon if he is truly a demon, because the purity of his physical body is very low and anything but pure, and he emphasizes that when the first demon in human history descended, he was there as a grandmaster, and that was true incarnated chaos. Compared to that, even with this demonic aura, the moon god is light years behind him. The moon god begins to get irritated, thinking it is all because of that filthy body he had to possess, and asks the human if he has ever been crushed by the moon. He pulls the MC, saying that now that body belongs to him, and he will not let it be damaged by that fight, then throws him far away. The 1st Division chief begins asking why that demon is trying so hard to protect that boy's body and valuing it so much, but decides to ignore it for now, because first, he needs to seal that demon, and after that he will go after the MC to better understand the situation. Since before leaving, Shi Jingwen had told him the boy's name is Yihe. The two begin their battle, and the demon asks the 1st Division chief to show what he is capable of. In a forest a bit distant from that place, the MC was protected by an energy sphere, and upon landing, the sphere dissolves, and he says he is a little nauseous and begins wondering where he was teleported to, because his vital field detection system is unable to locate the county, and apparently he was thrown far away. And this only confirms that the moon demon calculated that his fight against Qinglong would devastate the entire county and its surroundings. And luckily, he had already sent the doctor to flee with Qingzhu and Zhou, who were injured. However, he truly did not expect that demon to have an instant teleportation ability. And if he uses it to find him, it will be a problem, because when the moon demon observes a person both in dreams and under the moonlight, he may end up seeing the moon and Nightmare Master. The MC begins mocking, saying he feels like a maniac is watching him, which is terrifying, and that they need to protect themselves while on the streets. He keeps looking at the system, saying that now that he is far from the battle, it is time to finally study this so-called divinity a little. The system shows that he has 5 divinity points, and he only needs to click to distribute them. He emphasizes that it was a lot of work to obtain them, so he really hopes it will be worth it. The system begins explaining that divinity, when intensely trained within a certain attribute or domain, allows one to reach an extreme level and transcend. Or it can be an innate divine talent of a higher level race that makes the user irreplaceable in that specific field, being the source of power of these 2 forms. Analyzing this, he points out that now it makes sense why that silver-haired lunatic went crazy after he stole the power. The system says that he currently has 5 divinity points related to the moon, dreams, or illusions, and if used in a compatible model, they can make him evolve in that area. If used in a model that does not have those attributes, there is a chance he will gain observation. The host model related to the moon and illusions is Zawarudo. Yihe says he really did not expect divinity to be so powerful. In summary, it enhances a model's potential. However, he has not even properly explored Zawarudo's abilities yet, as until now he had only been using it as a rational talent unconsciously. However, if he combines it with the moon demon's divinity, the Zawarudo model will evolve directly in the moon and illusion areas. The Emperor model already has its own mutation path, so enhancing it would not interfere. And the Giant model, besides not being compatible with those attributes, is only support for the Vampire model, so it is not worth investing. On the other hand, Zawarudo, with this power over time, has infinite potential and is his main ability, aside from combat model. He decides to add all 5 divine points at once, saying he will evolve the Vampire. An explosion of energy starts happening and the system announces, B+ ranking model, Rakudo Zawarudo, evolved in the domains of the moon. At each stage, the vampiric bloodline is transformed into the moon demon's bloodline. A ranking model, domain of the moon, Rakudo Zawarudo. The host's powers over the moonlight are enhanced. Moon demon party bloodline. At night, the host receives 40% more martial control and such. Under a full moon, the bonus goes to 450% as the moon grows. Special state activated, the host can release the domain Black Moon World No. 1, Awakened Blood's bloodline, an existence capable of redefining the boundary between humans and demons in each era. Blood completely altered, organs contracted, vitality and muscular coordination ability increased, senses expanded, and if the host uses moonlight, the blood control can last longer. Eyes can see in the dark under moonlight, and that is reinforced. Number 2. blood control, which speeds up blood flow to temporarily feed physical strength or mold it into high-precision blood arrows, capable of lowering blood temperature to dozens of negative degrees to freeze whatever it touches. Number 3. Zawarudo. The host's normal strength and speed are tripled under moonlight, multiplied under a full moon, and the boost goes up to 8 times. Special abilities: time stop. Under moonlight, the cooldown time is reduced, and under a full moon, the duration of time stop can double. The MC is impressed to see how powerful it became, and even though the main abilities depend on conditions like night and moonlight, the bonuses they provide are absurd. And with all these effects combined, his battle power will grow exponentially, being a top-level support and functional model. And it is like an old saying, the harsher the sea, the pricier the fish, and therefore it was worth going to the county. Furthermore, he will not forget his comrades who nearly died because of him, as that mission was clearly level 4, and considering the risk, it could be called level 5, and the university will certainly give the maximum reward. And nowadays, academic points and most university resources are useless to him, but essential to Qingshu and Zhou. He goes to the top of a tree and stares at the moon, receiving the moonlight, and feels the strength exponentially rising in his body, and with a single movement, he releases an extremely powerful shockwave. He stretches his body, saying he is adapting very well to that bonus under the moonlight. He thinks that he was the key figure in the Moon Demon descent incident, and therefore Dragonbird will surely invite him for questioning. However, he has too many secrets that cannot be revealed, and in an investigation carried out by professionals, any poorly told lie is easily discovered. He transforms, saying he must first speak to his old acquaintance in Huadu, because that is what connections are for. Upon arriving at the university, the president was already waiting for him and introduces himself, saying his name is Shi Jingwang, the university president. Yi greets him, saying he's an inspiration to everyone there, and that it is an honor to meet him personally, but the president smiles and asks the MC to stop, as there is no need for so much formality, and he can feel at ease. Yi starts stretching and laughing, saying that everything is fine, and the president realizes he is quite spontaneous. The MC asks if he is there because of the incident that happened in the county, and Jingwang says no, because he is actually there to tell him that the MC's team completed the anomaly mission in the county with excellence, and he can leave the rest to him. Yi wonders how a case involving a cult, sacrifice, and even a moon god ends so easily like that, and asks the president if there will be no investigation. Jingwang asks him to stay calm, saying he can trust the university because they will handle the consequences of that incident, and he already knows what the MC is worried about, so he can relax. And he respects the twins' privacy, and when the mission is published at the university, it will be listed as anonymous, and it will state that his team completed a level 4 mission because they cannot classify it as level 5 since it usually requires a leading professor, and saying that freshmen completed a mission like that would be too shocking for people. However, in terms of rewards, they will receive them as level 5. Yehe is shocked, thinking that this treatment is too good to be true, and maybe that clever old man is not suspecting that he is using shortcuts. The next day, in the president's reception room, the MC was sitting and looking at the things that were published because now the doctor had finally sent the battle footage to him, and he really wants to know who is stronger, Qinglong or the Moon Demon. When looking at the images, he is surprised because that place used to be in a mountainous region but turned into a crater, and he remembers that the demon had asked if he had ever been crushed by the moon, so maybe he really did that. Yi begins trembling, saying that the martial fantasy world is truly too dangerous, and in his current state, he still cannot relax because that pervert even said he would keep watching him, and because of that, he has not slept since then, afraid of encountering Barros in his dreams. The MC remembers that he spoke to the president about everything that happened, and he said that Qinglong has a way to seal the moon demon's gaze that is on him. Moreover, they told the MC to come there that day to wait for Qinglong and also take the opportunity to learn something from the second strongest warrior in the Xia realm. As soon as the door begins to open, the MC gets excited, saying his senior has arrived, but when he sees the condition he is in, he realizes that he does not look well at all. Qinglong tells the MC that he does not need to worry, because it is true that he was hit by a bit of cold chi from that otherworldly demon, Barros. However, he won that fight, emphasizing that the demon only managed to exchange a few hundred blows with him before its body began to fall apart. And if it were not for the several delaying techniques the demon used, he would have finished it a long time ago, and the MC would not even be there waiting for his help to seal that mark in his gaze. Yehe starts wanting to laugh, thinking he really did not expect Qinglong to explain all that to him, and although he is quite different from the mysterious, all-powerful expert Yehe had imagined, he's actually kind of cute. Qinglong throws his coat on the ground, saying it is time to begin, because he will seal the mark in the gaze, since Director Shi can calculate destiny through the stars and explained how special Yehe is, so Qinglong can help him reveal something confidential. and asks if the MC has ever thought about the fact that demonic beasts were once intelligent beings similar to humans. Yehe is surprised, Qinglong continues explaining, and says that when he was still a Xuanwu master, he went with his master and 5 senior brothers to a newly discovered ruin in a level A secret realm. And in the end, only he managed to come out alive. He was cursed by something terrible inside those ruins, and Yehe starts wondering what kind of curse that was. Qinglong says that his body began transforming little by little into a demonic beast, and along with that, his consciousness was being lost. Even with the best doctors in the world trying to help him, no one could stop the transformation. So he decided to exile himself from everything and everyone, because he did not want to become a mindless demonic beast in his own country, risking harming innocents or even being killed by them. So he went alone to an S-level secret realm in the Great Eastern Ocean, determined to die there, but he ended up being taken by a storm to an island where no human had ever stepped. He stresses that the rest of the story is another confidential matter involving strategic plans that could affect the future of the Xia Kingdom. The MC feels a bit disappointed. Thinking this was a cold shower, Qinglong keeps talking while removing the bandages from his body, saying that there was someone on that island who helped him escape the fate of turning into a demonic beast, and his body was completely marked with symbols. When the MC sees those symbols, he starts screaming, and his eyes begin bleeding. Looking down and trembling in pain, he thinks that even with the recovery power of the Rakudo model, which healed his eyes instantly, just that single glance almost dragged his entire soul inside. Qinglong keeps staring at the MC while thinking that an ordinary martial master would faint just from looking at those symbols on his body. And for lower-level cultivators, the risk is even higher. They could suffer brain death and end up in a vegetative state. But on the other hand, Yehe only had slight bleeding after looking, and that shows how different he is from the others. And until now, Jing Wang has never been wrong in his predictions, so perhaps the MC really can change this situation that is becoming increasingly dangerous. Qinglong points his finger at the MC's face, telling him to relax because he is at that very moment marking 2 symbols in his sea of consciousness, and from that day on, he will finally be able to sleep peacefully. The mark transfer begins, and the MC starts losing consciousness for a moment. The system warns that the demonic moon gaze, in dreams or under moonlight, may make you see the demon of the moon in nightmares. However, those phrases start fading away. Qinglong gets dressed again, saying the work is done, and the MC thanks him. Qinglong changes the subject, asking if his master is Gongke. The MC remembers her, and says she was a bit bossy when she was the head at the university, and was harsh with many people, and now everyone is grown up, and becoming a Xuanwu martial artist is already considered the bare minimum for them. So he needs to be careful, and that is why when he leaves, he needs to pretend he is not her disciple. A bit uneasy, the MC answers yes, and Qinglong tells him to relax because he has no problem with her. He only mentioned it because before her soul was damaged, she was the martial artist with the highest chance of reaching the Grandmaster level through carnage, and that is truly a pity. He starts smiling, saying he would like to fight, because he really wants to see how pure the successor of the famous Massacre Moon is. Yehe thinks that, in the end, the more skilled a martial artist is, the more he enjoys fighting, which gives the MC a great idea. And smiling, he asks if Qinglong would like to fight under the moonlight. Qinglong, even a little uncomfortable at the thought of facing the moon again, ends up agreeing. The two head to the 4th panoramic arena of the university, which sits on top of a building outdoors. Qinglong says he will not attack, so the MC can show everything he knows, and he will defend himself only with the physical strength of one hand. If the MC can make him move even half a step, then he wins. And if he wins, he may ask for anything he wants and will also enter directly into the 1st division of Dragonbird, with all privileges and benefits. Yehe becomes excited and says it is a deal, asking the senior to show what he can do. The moon appears bright and strong in the sky. The MC begins drawing its energy, and Qinglong is surprised, seeing that this aura resembles that of the moon demon, beginning to wonder if it is possible that Yehe is. But after analyzing a bit more, he realizes it is not the same thing, but rather something similar, a force that shares the same origin as the moon. Looking like a demon, the MC believes he will land the first strike using the killing intent Moon of Massacre, and Qinglong notices that the killing intent is extremely powerful. Meanwhile, Gongke was calmly lying on her couch, but suddenly feels something strange and becomes startled, asking if that killing intent is coming from her disciple. However, she has no idea how he could have accumulated such terrifying energy in only 3 days. And worried, she wonders if something went wrong in his cultivation and he ended up massacring an entire city. At the university hotel, a girl was in bed with Jian Zhuang and asks if something is happening, and if it is more important than their fun. A bit uneasy, he says it is nothing serious. He just sensed an absurd killing intent. He points out that he really did not expect that person to reach such a distance, because he bets more than half the campus felt it, and it is quite a flashy way to show off. Back at the arena, Qinglong was still using only one hand to defend himself. The ground around him completely destroyed, and the MC thinks that compared to his style, Qinglong's punch is direct and without exaggeration. No wonder he is one of the strongest in the country. Unlike Master Gongke, he was not looking for openings to take him down instantly. He came straight from the front, a pure confrontation, a raw and direct charge. And it is that kind of overwhelming presence that carves a path through brute force, where strength surpasses technique. While the MC was thinking, Qinglong was preparing to attack and unleashes the military fist. Yihe watches and thinks here comes another attack. The blow is so strong it hits the MC directly, throwing him backward. Qinglong realizes the MC used a forbidden technique with a very high price just to try to win. And seeing that he was falling off the arena, he yells that it would be a great loss if someone like him, with so much potential, ended up harming his own martial foundation. He runs over and saves him. Yehe starts laughing, pretending to be emotional, saying that now that Qinglong moved more than half a step, the victory is his. The MC thinks it worked. The hallucinogenic effect of the blood demon art was activated when Qinglong inhaled the blood mist, scrambling his senses, and the moon demon's curse drained his energy. Qinglong accepts defeat, saying that the boy, besides being talented in martial arts, is also very clever, and praises him, saying he did very well. He points out that the MC really won and asks what wish he wants to make. Yihe says he would like to save that favor for another time, and Qinglong says that is a wise decision and that he was not bad at all. He continues praising him, telling Yihe that the mastery of killing aura and techniques is great, and apparently his master trained him very well. However, one thing is still missing. He says that killing intent alone is not enough. Without a body strong enough to sustain all of that, it ends up being only for show. Yehe asks if he means that he needs to train his physical body. However, he starts thinking that he has not even used the Demon Emperor model yet. And Qinglong says yes, but the most important thing is who he will train with. He needs to build a solid physical foundation without shortcuts, and having a master with a powerful physique to guide him is essential. Yehe becomes excited, saying he understands everything, and emphasizes that tomorrow morning he will look for the director of the Body Cultivation Academy to guide this special training. Qinglong feels disappointed because he wanted the MC to accept him as his master, since he had made that so obvious. However, it seemed that the MC, who was usually so clever, had suddenly become very slow. He closes his eyes trying to remember when exactly he, the great Qinglong, ever offered to accept a disciple, but Yehe truly has extraordinary potential. He takes an item and tells the MC that the medallion contains a top-tier physical cultivation technique, and he obtained it years ago after defeating a Western expert. They say it is considered a national treasure in that expert's homeland, and today he is giving that technique to Yehe. He emphasizes that he truly hopes the MC will study and train with dedication until he fully masters it. Yehe becomes very excited and thanks his senior. Qinglong starts smiling, thinking that technique is actually extremely difficult to practice, because that martial rhythm space coming from the West does not accept Easterners, which is why he had to wait until reaching the Grandmaster realm to forcibly seize that martial rhythm space and take its inheritance. And now that he has passed that technique to the MC, he knows Yehe will have a very hard time learning it, and when that happens, Yehe will end up coming to him for help, and then it will be done. He will naturally become the MC's master without forcing anything, and afterwards he only needs to formalize the master-disciple bond and everything will be settled. Later, inside his room, he looks at something in his hand and says that in these past 6 months at the Imperial University, he spent more time locked underground with his master than inside his own room. He starts wondering whether he should try using the sleep cultivation method to train the technique he received from his senior. Suddenly, someone rings the bell. He opens the door asking who it is at that hour, and Young asks if he can come in. Yehe is surprised to see Young, says he can enter, and as they walk in, the MC wonders what he is doing there, and whether he is going to try recruiting him again. As soon as they close the door, Young prepares himself and drops to his knees begging, saying that outside there were many people, but inside they are alone. And that is why he is kneeling and begging him to become the president of the Dragon Blood Association. He starts pulling at the towel the MC was using to cover himself, and Yehe says it has been a while, but apparently Young has changed a lot and asks where that spirit went, that strategist full of ambition who wanted to split the world with the local Huadu students, and how he ended up becoming such a failure. He also asks how Young even knew the MC had returned to the dormitory. Young says one of the society members saw him arriving. Yehe becomes irritated, asking if that is true, or if he saw it through the hidden cameras they installed. He starts dragging Young into the training room, saying they will train together. Young starts swearing that they did not put cameras in the MC's room, only in the corridor, because it was the only solution they found. After a light training session, the MC asks why he came all the way there to ask him to take the presidency and if the organization is facing problems. Young, lying on the ground with his face a bit bruised, tries to speak but can barely manage. Yihe tells him to stop for a moment and hands him a recovery pill, saying he went too hard on him, and explains that this is a blood transformation pill with which he will be able to recover and speak properly. After taking the pill and returning to normal, he explains that the organization can no longer function, and that is why they are begging for his help. At the university, students can freely create clubs, but the school only gives funding if the group provides some special contribution. When the Dragon Blood Society was created, the freshman students were still in their summer training phase in the capital. The group caught attention for a while and received sponsorship from several martial organizations. With him in leadership, they managed to close partnerships with various businesses that offered discounts to members, which attracted even more students. The increase in members made the group go viral even more, attracting more resources, sponsorships, and even more people wanting to join. The idea was for everything to function like a healthy, self-sustaining cycle. But as the society grew, it began being sabotaged by the student council, dominated by local Huadu students. The result? Under Jiang Jianzhuang's leadership, the society was defeated several times, and with that, the market value kept dropping, investors pulled out, and deals with businesses were canceled. When members saw the society sinking, they started leaving as well, and no one wanted to join a declining group. In the end, the Dragon Blood Society ended up in an unsustainable situation. Yihe says he understands, and apparently, in the end, Yang lost to Jianzhuang. Yang says that to put an end to Jianzhuang, he could ask a senior student for help. But there is an unwritten rule among students. Fights between freshmen must be resolved between freshmen, and if he asks a strong senior for help, tomorrow Jianzhuang might just call even stronger seniors and destroy the Dragon Blood Society. He bows even more, shouting that there is only one person who fits perfectly, the MC, and that is why he is begging Yihe to save the Dragon Blood Society. The MC agrees, and Yang grabs his hand asking if he is serious, because on behalf of everyone in the society he is grateful. But the MC interrupts saying he is not done yet, because this is not inviting him to be president. This is basically hiring a bodyguard to protect the society, so they will cut the nonsense and go straight to the point. Yihe asks what exactly Yang wants him to do, and Yang says that the reconquest plan of the Xia Kingdom, something a professor explained, is not really a secret so he can speak. The MC tells him to stop stalling and get to the point. Yang explains that this plan is a national mobilization to reclaim the 12 cities and surrounding areas that were completely taken by demonic beasts. Universities across the entire country will participate, and the senior students of the Imperial University will fight directly on the front lines. Meanwhile, the freshmen will not enter the war zone itself but will stay around the surrounding areas. The final exam and the selection of the best student of the year will take place during this mission. So, during this mission, the Dragon Blood Society will be in Yihe's hands, and he needs to achieve the highest score of all. The MC says that can be handled, but before that, there is something else Yang must do. He becomes a little frightened and asks what it is, and Yihe tells him to get rid of those cameras immediately. After removing the cameras, Yang starts leaving. The MC thanks him, saying that he helped a lot with that and that it is now confirmed. Whenever he accomplishes something great, he gains a chance to draw a model, and the greater the achievement, the higher the probability of getting a high-level model. Yihe starts smiling again, excited about his new achievements. He thinks Yang actually has talent for leadership, and if Yihe helps remove the obstacles from the path, he will be able to take the society to another level. And if the MC can truly transform the Dragon Blood Society into the largest in the whole university, the reward will be better than what he received in the Ancheng entrance exam and in the Zodiac challenges. That is why he needs to master both martial arts and the models. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Blood Society, everyone was sitting at the table. Chen asks Yan if Yang has not arrived yet because he is taking too long. Yan becomes irritated, thinking that when the society was at its peak, Chen used to call Yang president and treated him with respect. Now he calls him by his full name and walks in acting all arrogant. It is obvious he did not come with good intentions. Yan says that the vice president went to fetch the true president of the Dragon Blood Society and that he should arrive soon. Everyone asks who the true president is, and Chen and Yusi already feel nervous, thinking it cannot be him. Chen stands up and slams the table, asking if Yan is really counting on the MC, asking if he saw what brother Jianzhuang is capable of, because among freshmen no one can stand against him, and sometimes it is better to give up. Yang has no return, and they need to admit that Yan already took enough advantage of the society, and leaving now is the smartest move. Yusi says she agrees because betting on an outsider is a waste of time, and a smart bird chooses well where it perches. The Dragon Blood Society is already finished, and trying to hold on to it will only result in Yan being swallowed by the tide. Yan becomes irritated and asks what the two are planning. Chen says that everyone there knows the Zhou family from the imperial capital, a true martial family of the Xia Kingdom. Young Master Zhou Kai of the main lineage has already promised to arrange a good position for them. Following the young master is much better than staying on a sinking ship waiting to be crushed by John Swang. Everyone in the society eventually stands up and agrees, asking if they are really going to trust the MC because the guy disappeared for more than 6 months and did not show up when the people from the capital came to provoke them. The Dragon Blood Society is lost. It is not as if they never helped before, but now, with everything sinking, no one owes anything to anyone, and leaving to look for something better is not wrong. Chen starts smiling, thinking it was very good to have prepared some actors because those big shots have already been in his pocket for a long time. Yan begins to speak, but is interrupted by someone kicking the door open. It is Zhou Kai. He tells Chen that they were taking too long and that he was almost losing his patience downstairs. Chen greets him, saying everything is already settled and they were just about to leave. Yan starts losing control and shouts that this is the Dragon Blood Society Hall, so how did he get in? Kai starts mocking him, saying he fought his way in and tells him to relax, because after he pays for the damage and gives them some cultivation resources as compensation, those guards at the door will receive more than they earned in years. They should actually be grateful. Yan charges forward, but a woman steps in front and blocks him with just one hand. He is surprised to see she is not weak. Kai begins shouting, calling them useless, saying they could not even take down that brute. Chen, Yusi, and everyone wanting to go with him must beat that brute until he ends up in the hospital. And if they manage that, their oath of loyalty will be sealed. Everyone stands still, not knowing what to do, and Kai starts yelling, asking why no one is going, because if no one does it, they will not walk out through that door. He questions whether they truly think Zhou Kai's territory is some kind of shelter for stray dogs, because what good is a dog that does not bite when he orders it? Suddenly, they feel a crushing presence and an overwhelming killing intent. Yihe appears holding Kai by the hair and asks Ouyang if he left that trash for him to deal with, because he heard the commotion from the second floor. Ouyang apologizes, saying it must have been embarrassing to witness that, but the Dragon Blood Society truly needs a good cleaning. Kai starts screaming for the MC to let go of him, demanding to know how he dares pull his hair and whether he knows who he is dealing with. But the MC throws both him and the woman out the window as if they were nothing, and says that with silence, everything becomes much more peaceful. He looks at the people around and asks what they are still doing there. One of them apologizes to the true president, saying he had a moment of weakness and ended up listening to that villain Chen's nonsense. And he even considered leaving the Dragon Blood Society. He thinks that since he already offended Kai, there is no way he can enter Huadu's circle, and he cannot be abandoned by the society. Ouyang says that this time he will not expel anyone from the Dragon Blood Society, but the officer positions will be under evaluation. If they are not up to standard, they will lose everything. Besides that, they are forbidden from participating in any society activity during that week, and he asks if they accept the punishment. People hesitate to answer, and the MC looks at them, saying Ouyang asked a question, whether they accept or not. Everyone panics in fear and shouts that they accept. The MC says they may go. After returning to the table, Yehe says that now he understands the Dragon Blood Society's situation a bit better. In the end, the real problem is the lack of money and investment. Ouyang says that is exactly it, and that is why the Kingdom Xia Reconquest plan next month is the best chance for them to shine. However, 1 month is too long, and he has a faster and more direct way. The MC starts laughing, saying that ever since he returned to the Imperial University, he has not stopped hearing Zhan Zhuang's name. So, if he challenges the root of the problem and defeats him, this ends for good. Everyone is shocked. Ouyang says that this morning he announced he will enter seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the Martial Master realm. The MC becomes disappointed, asking if they really cannot call that guy for a fight. But the MC thinks that if the point is to show strength to attract investment, he does not need to limit himself to freshmen. He says attracting investment means making noise, making the name spread, and if he challenges fighters across the entire university, the impact will be even greater, and because of that, he already knows what to do. He asks how much they know about the first division of Dragonbird. Yan becomes excited, saying Dragonbird is the strongest martial organization in the Xia Kingdom, and the first division is the elite of the elite. Members of the other divisions are called Dragonbird agents, but those of the first division are known as aces. Yihe asks if Yan is thinking of joining them, and he says yes, because the first division is the club of the powerful. Its chief is the second strongest man in the entire country, Qinglong, and every year only a few graduates of the Imperial University can be recruited. It is the dream of any martial artist in Huadu. Yehe starts smiling, thinking he now understands what needs to be done. They need to put the news team to work and spread the information. He raises his hand and declares that he, Yihe, president of the Dragon Blood Society, and current sometimes agent of the first division of Dragonbird, challenges all martial artists of Huadu University below the martial grandmaster level. He asks what they think of that because this alone is enough noise and donations will rain down. Yan is shocked and asks if the MC is really an ace of the first division of Dragonbird because that is impossible, not to mention the strength. Yehe cannot even take the recruitment exam before graduating. The MC asks what exam, pointing out he never took any exam. He cannot give details, but he was recruited directly for the official position. Young asks if he is joking and emphasizes that this is not something to joke about. The MC says he is not joking, he was admitted last night, but his documents will arrive in a few days and about challenging all students below the Martial Grandmaster level. He starts thinking about it because ordinary Martial Masters he defeats easily. Talented ones might make him spend a bit more time, and it is a shame. If it were to fight a true Martial Grandmaster, he would probably have to use his secret card to stop time. But that only works with the element of surprise and is not worth revealing just to attract investments. And if not for that, he would challenge the entire university. Young starts thinking that even though it sounds absurd, because it is the MC, he can believe it, and for the sake of the Dragonblood Society, he will call the news team immediately. Not long after, the news team starts their work and announces that something shocking has happened. The #1 freshman who disappeared for half a year, Yehe, has returned as an ace of the first division of Dragonbird and is challenging the entire Huadu University. They ask who the lunatic challenging the whole university is. They ask if anyone has heard of this Yehe because they heard the freshman highlight this year is Jianzhuang of the Xiang family of Huadu. Others say they have heard of the MC, saying he was first place in the reformed admission exam and attracted attention from many directors at the time. So why was there no news about him for the past 6 months? Some people say they should forget it because whether he is arrogant or not, challenging the entire university? How did he even enter the first division of Dragonbird when graduates say the exam was extremely difficult with a 99% elimination rate? Apparently, he did not even take the exam and was accepted directly. And not only accepted directly, he received an official position and passed with just an innocent, pure smile. Joe sees the news and smiles, saying it seems Yehe truly does not know how to stay quiet. Qingzhu also becomes worried, saying it seems someone is going to have a bad time. The news keeps spreading and appears on a large screen saying Yehe is a special talent of Huadu University, hired directly with no exam. People say that if even the official Dragonbird account made a statement, it can no longer be fake. Others say maybe he got in through connections. Maybe he has no strength at all and does not deserve the ace title. Young says that now the hype and audacity are ready and it is up to the news team. They must make the noise grow even more. They start saying that if everyone wants to know whether Yehe is really all that, they just need to watch the Imperial University tournament live stream, because they bet he is all talk and must have struck some backroom deal to enter the first division, and they want to see how long he can maintain the farce. Instead of arguing about his strength, they should just watch the stream. The truth will appear instantly, and they truly believe in the MC. If he had the courage to challenge everyone and even stream it live, the reason must be real. Young starts getting excited, saying the fake accounts were created with different profiles, some supporting Yehe, others insulting him and wanting to see him humiliated, and others pretending to be neutral. But regardless of the type, all of them talked about the same thing, watching Yehe's live stream. With a push here and there, the buzz around the live grew non-stop. Large streaming platforms even began competing for exclusive broadcast rights with the Dragonblood Society, and with such massive viewership, sponsors also began to appear, throwing money at the society. As expected from the MC, in a single day, he lifted the Dragonblood Society from the bottom of the pit and filled its coffers once again. Meanwhile, in Special Class 17, Kai, completely beaten up, says he never imagined that before he could even find someone to teach the MC a lesson, the MC himself would organize a tournament to challenge the entire university, because that is basically an invitation to die. Fighters battle in arenas, but blades and weapons have no eyes, and if someone dies accidentally, it is considered normal. The day of the event finally arrives. The arena is packed, people filming everything with their phones, and a helicopter begins circling the area. The MC opens the helicopter door and the announcers tell everyone that the long-awaited Huadu University tournament has officially begun, and now they will welcome the star of the night, Yehe. He jumps from the aircraft like a bolt of lightning using nuclear energy, and upon landing in the arena, he creates a massive explosion. People say it was incredible, the most epic entrance of the year, and it seems that tonight, no one will sleep. And even if they do not know whether the MC is strong or not, what is certain is that he knows how to make an entrance. This is what a true master of the arena looks like, descending from the sky wrapped in a moonlit glow so imposing that whoever comes after him will already start at a disadvantage just because of that entrance. Furthermore, Yehe is showing what it means to be a true arena master. Even though he says he is challenging the whole university, in practice, it is the challengers who are being challenged by him. While the MC is welcomed by thousands of cheers, someone is still in the locker room saying that the freshman really knows how to make a scene. His friend asks if he is really going to enter the arena. Long Tao says that with that many people watching the live stream, he must show up. He's basically an online celebrity and is not going to miss the chance to appear. Whoever challenges the MC first cannot lose. If he wins, he rides the hype and becomes famous. And if he loses, when someone else beats Yahello later, he can step up and say he was the one who tired Yahello out, which is why someone else managed to win. Either way, he gets a piece of the hype. He charges onto the stage, introducing himself and saying he is a partial second-level master and is there to challenge him. Yahello introduces himself as a Dragon Blood Society member, an 8th-level martial artist, and the crowd goes wild. The judge announces the start of the fight, but 1 second later, the MC knocks his opponent out with a single blow and asks for the next one. A woman appears attacking him from behind. She is Yaoling from the 2nd year, although just a 5th-level martial master. She holds the record of defeating 3 7th-level martial master students by herself. She's one of the strongest of the 2nd year, so why is she there? The real question is whether she can face the MC. At the very least, she should be stronger than the internet celebrity Long Tao. Yahello looks at her and says the purity of her blade is still too low. He can break it with a single movement. He apologizes, but says he is in a hurry and tells everyone to come at once. All challengers rush onto the stage, but they are defeated one by one as if they were absolutely nothing. Kai, who is watching, cannot believe how the MC can be so strong. And with strength like that, how will he ever find someone to avenge what happened to him? Because anyone he sends will go straight to the hospital the moment they step into the arena. He thinks carefully and says perhaps only one person is capable. His older brother, Zhou Yanting, the eldest son of the Zhou family of that generation. However, his brother is stubborn and strict about principles. He is not the type who protects his little brother, so he would never help him take revenge. But then Kai starts laughing, thinking that maybe there is a possibility after all. Meanwhile, in the arena, the MC has already eliminated every fighter and asks if anyone else is coming. The challengers lying on the ground ask if that guy really cannot stop once he gains momentum, because he should at least leave an honorable retreat for both sides. Another one says the current freshmen and seniors of the Imperial University have been humiliated, and in the future they will become an example in the school's Hall of Shame. Whenever Yahello is mentioned, people will remember that they served as stepping stones for him. Suddenly, another person enters the arena. It is the older brother, Zhou Yanting. Victory is certain. Finally, a 9th-level martial master who has been in seclusion has come to fight the MC. Yanting is not an ordinary 9th-level martial master. Having reactivated to perfect his martial realm, he can fight above his level and defeat an ordinary martial grandmaster. He inherited the Zhou family's bloodline power, the Blazing Sun bloodline, and the purity of that power is considered the peak among all Zhou generations. Furthermore, he himself has trouble controlling the immense energy of his lineage. Since childhood, he frequently lost control and spontaneously combusted, so the family had a custom nano-combat suit crafted to regulate and suppress his body temperature and made him learn the 4 scholarly arts and a heart sutra to calm his mind. Thanks to this, he can live normally, and now the MC will pay the price of his arrogance. Before the fight even begins, Yanting bows and says his younger brother, Zhou Kai, went to the esteemed society of the MC and caused trouble, so they will compensate double for any losses caused to the society. The MC asks if he is really the brother of that guy with the afro. Yanting says yes. Yahello says Yanting does not seem like someone who enjoys fighting, since he did not come to avenge that piece of trash Kai, so why did he decide to challenge? Yanting says he is not there because of his trash younger brother. He is there for the family's reputation. He looks annoyed and says that although his brother is at fault, the MC should not have disgraced the Zhou family's name. Yahello asks how he disgraced the Zhou family and starts laughing, saying that family drama is always the same. Petty people embellishing stories and making false accusations. But he says to forget it because it does not matter. The two start walking across the arena. Yanting says he will make the MC kneel and apologize to the Zhou family in front of all teachers and students. Yahello says that if Yanting truly wants him to apologize, then he must have the ability to force him. They face each other and exchange the first punch, and with that, the pressure between them starts rising and both unleash blows non-stop, but every strike collides. The pressure and temperature start increasing in the area. The MC notices that the nano-combat suit is releasing its limiters and Yanting's temperature shot up suddenly. The commentator says Yanting's arm is starting to look strange. That is the Blazing Sun blood, and now the MC is in danger. The crowd is stunned by how strong the two are. The battle begins to emit a frightening amount of energy. The commentator says it is no wonder Yanting is a martial arts master. His strength is extraordinary, and nowadays anyone who can take more than a few hits from the MC is definitely not ordinary. Because Yahello has already become the great demon king of the university, Yanting notices the MC is merging and asks if that is Yahello's monster form because he looks more like a demonic beast. Yahello tells young Master Zhou not to get distracted and punches him in the face, saying hesitation is the same as losing a fight. A child holding a doll tells her brother who spits fire to go all out and defeat the great demon king Yahello. Yanting wipes his face, which had just taken a blow, and asks how the ghost bird fell in love with someone like the MC, since his fighting style is completely wild. He begins observing the MC and asks why he has the feeling that the boy is getting bigger, or maybe it is just his imagination. Yahe tells Senior Joe to have a little more confidence, because he really is getting bigger. Instead of releasing all his strength at once and creating an external body, he is using a vampire's superior bodily control to increase his power little by little from the inside out. That way, besides gaining almost instantaneous agility and reflexes, he increases his physical strength multiple times per second. And now, winning that fight is the same as an adult fighting a child. He attacks once again. Yanting tries to defend, the ground around him begins melting, and he thinks now he understands why that monster had the courage to challenge the entire school. The question now is whether a human is even capable of such strength. Even though he thought his bloodline was absurd compared to Yihe, it is nothing. Yahe is more like a high-level humanoid demonic beast. His bones can no longer withstand it. His body, refined through martial arts that took so long to strengthen, is on the verge of collapse. And it seems he will have to rebuild everything from zero, but before that, he must deal with the monster standing in front of him. He manages to dodge the attack, saying that if he cannot win with strength, then he will try to win with speed. Yihe begins accumulating nuclear energy in his mouth and says that it seems his opponent did not even bother studying his previous fights, and still came to face him unprepared. So the arrogant one is not him, but Yanting. He begins firing his attacks and Yanting tries to dodge. He starts gathering energy, saying that after the strike the MC might end up dying, so he cannot say he was not warned. He gathers all the strength he has, igniting his own body. The crowd goes wild, saying the heat is absurd, and is changing the temperature of the entire environment, and this is exactly what one would expect from the Zhou family, specialists in flame martial arts. A massive fireball forms above Yanting, and he shouts that it is the infernal, martial art-burning sun demon hand. He throws the sphere at the MC, who becomes excited, saying he will finally be hit by a decent attack. However, he asks whether Yanting thinks he was the only one capable of firing energy blasts, because this is great. Now he will test a new technique he developed himself. His arm begins transforming into a dragon's head, and he becomes excited to see the damage it can cause. He shouts that this is the heaven-rending dragon cannon. A powerful beam of nuclear energy is released, completely destroying his opponent's technique, and Yanting wonders if he is really going to die there. The beam of light tears through the sky. Suddenly, someone appears saying the MC is being far too reckless. Yihe returns to his normal form and begins laughing, saying he fought this way because he noticed the director arriving and figured it was a good time to let loose and have some fun. Jingguang says he only came to watch the famous tournament the MC organized, but did not expect to be dragged onto the stage like that, and asks if Yihe did it on purpose. Yihe laughs, saying he had no choice. Without the director's presence, the tournament loses all prestige, and asks him to help a student just this once. The director says Master Gongke is always calling him slow and clumsy, but apparently the MC has been deceiving her. He says it is fine and he will help with the tournament, but only this time. The director uses his abilities and asks if anyone else wants to challenge Yihe, because if no one does, he will officially declare that Yihe faced all challengers from the Imperial University and kept his champion title. Some remaining fighters start asking each other why they do not go challenge him, but the display of strength was so overwhelming that everyone is traumatized and does not want to be sliced in half. The director realizes no one else will step into the arena and announces that in that case, Yihe is the winner. It is officially declared that Yihe, a freshman, fought every martial master in the school while being only a simple martial artist. This has never happened before and likely never will again. Yihe's name will be remembered forever at Wadu University, a true legend. In the MC's hometown, everyone is watching the trending topics, and all of them are related to him. They celebrate, saying the martial saint guardian of the nation is injured and resting, the fate of Grandmaster Du Jingming is uncertain, and 12 cities have already fallen. In times like this, Yihe's emergence is truly a heavenly blessing for the nation. At Anqing's first school, they are celebrating the event, the teacher saying, "That is right." Yihe honored the school's name and everyone knew he would stand out, and he tells everyone to study properly and fight their hardest to become the next Yihe. Online, comments keep appearing, people asking why the Imperial University director personally announced the MC's victory, why the rector of a university would get involved in a private event, and what exactly the relationship between the two is. Or rather, the question they should be asking is, who is behind Yihe? Because of the director's attitude, the MC's name is now in the crosshairs of various organizations and powers. Perhaps this student is not as simple as he seems, for his file states he is an orphan with deceased parents. The official Dragonbird account posts that Yihe's identity involves a top-level Dragonbird secret, and all parties must cease public speculation immediately, or Dragonbird will take drastic measures. Meanwhile, inside the society, everyone is celebrating, saying Chen and the others must regret everything down to their last strand of hair because the Dragon Blood Society will rise. While they celebrate, Young asks where the great hero, President Yihe, went. Yan says he mentioned having something urgent to take care of and ran out. Meanwhile, in the MC's dorm, he is sitting on his couch when his subordinate reports that he managed to retrieve the golden gene hidden in Ancheng. The MC asks the mad scientist if he can open it. His subordinate says yes because when he was alive, he was one of the chief engineers of Project Golden Genesis, but emphasizes that the container has an embedded electronic transmitter, and as soon as it is opened, Yihe will be marked with a traceable signal, and Laserbird headquarters will hunt him using it. The MC asks if the signal can be blocked. His subordinate says yes, and that he has already begun gathering materials to build a room with electromagnetic shielding. Yihe asks how long it will take to finish. The mad scientist says about a week should be enough, but breaking the container's complex mathematical password will also take at least that long. The MC says it is fine and asks him to hurry because the most important thing is his safety. The MC thinks that he has just reviewed the mad doctor's memories and never imagined that Prometheus had such a close connection with the realm of heavenly descent. Back then, Prometheus used its vast resources to secretly cultivate a demon fetus for the realm of heavenly descent. But when the fetus was almost ready, Prometheus betrayed them. Those mad scientists added several extra substances during the long incubation, causing the extra-dimensional demon to be born weakened. In the end, Prometheus managed to capture the first living extra-dimensional demon in human history. They then dissected the demon piece by piece and experimented on the organs. With a living being far superior to any blue star creature as raw material, Prometheus advanced bioscience like a Formula One car, similar to Max Verstappen. Several breakthroughs came from the demon's body, such as the shocking Eden Project. In that project, Prometheus's mad scientists wanted to create a god on Earth with their own hands. This artificially created god would not only protect Blue Star from invasions and descents of demonic deities, but also eliminate the existing political and ethnic system, unifying all humanity under a single command. It would be the brain of a god, above any organization, managing all the planet's resources. The goal was to create a form of absolute justice and transform Blue Star into the legendary Garden of Eden. There was also Project Spark, which aimed to modify the genes of all humanity and raise the species' overall living standard. In other words, the direct predecessor of Laserbird's Golden Genesis project. Prometheus is a bottomless abyss. Merely mentioning the term genetic darkness already associates someone with them. And now he feels that sooner or later he will be dragged into the storm called Prometheus. He remembers he was so busy helping Young that he did not even have time to study the medallion Qinglong gave him, and now it is time to prepare the sleep cultivation method. Suddenly, he is pulled into a storm, and when he opens his eyes, he realizes he's on a battlefield and says that apparently there was a heavy fight there recently. But judging by the traces, it was not a fight between people. The ground is littered with burn marks that even the cold rain cannot extinguish. There are also claw marks that are definitely not human. Shortly after, he realizes the rain has stopped. He begins throwing his armor on the ground, asking whether Westerners can really fight wearing those heavy armors because he cannot use his full strength in that martial aura space. For now, he will have to make do with their weapons, and it is almost time. The owner of that martial aura that feels like a quest NPC should appear. Suddenly, a giant carriage appears before him. The man inside notices and swerves away, surprising the MC, who asks why he is leaving. He grabs the carriage wheel with one hand and calls out to the old man, asking why he is running away the moment he sees him, questioning whether he was not supposed to give a quest. The old man sticks his head out the window, saying that the boy is strong enough to stop a horse-drawn carriage with one hand, and insists he has nothing to discuss with thieves like him. Yihe becomes confused, asking why he's being called a thief. The old man tells him to stop pretending to be stupid, because that blue-haired martial artist who invaded earlier was also after his family's legacy. His sons and grandsons are useless, so he stayed trapped in that martial aura space to protect the family's honor. However, after advancing in level, that blue-haired guy forced his way in and stole the legacy. And now he says the MC is just like that thief. Yihe starts getting irritated and tells the old man to pay attention, because he is not there to meddle in someone's personal pain, but if he is the quest-giving NPC, then he needs to do his job properly, and he destroys the carriage with a single blow. The old man asks what he thinks he is doing. Yihe starts smiling, saying sorry, but to make sure a competent NPC guide like him does not run away, he will have to carry him while exploring the map. The old man starts walking while complaining that the MC really destroyed his carriage. Yihe apologizes, but says the old man is the master of that martial aura space, so he will have to trouble him to be properly guided. The man says the MC at least has a bit more manners than that blue-haired martial artist who passed through earlier, and explains that the MC just has to follow those explosion marks on the ground. At the end of them, he will find the test site. They continue walking, but the marks suddenly disappear, and the MC says that this is a problem. The old man begins laughing to himself, thinking that the kid actually believed he would lead him straight to the test site, which is pure naivete, and now Yihei will be lost in that martial space forever. The MC looks up at the sky and notices a bird flying overhead, saying that if there are no tracks on the ground, then maybe he went by air. The old man is shocked, thinking it never even crossed his mind that the young man would find the main clue so quickly. And with that level of perception added to the talent he has just shown, if only he were a descendant of his family, it would be something wonderful, but in the end, it is a waste. Yeha analyzes for a while and says, flying creatures never build nests in low places, and this has no exceptions, and now they are in a huge plain. And if they continue in that direction, the highest point they will find will be their destination. He looks at the old man and says he will need to borrow the horse. Sometime later, heading toward the mountains, the MC is guiding the horse with the old man riding behind him, when suddenly the horse senses something and becomes startled, throwing them both off. Yihei becomes alert, saying the horse sensed danger, so that means they have arrived, but he still does not know exactly what is in front of them, wondering if it could be the legendary mortal enemy of the Demon Emperor, the star-devouring calamity. The monster attacks him with a massive energy blast. The old man stands up, saying the MC did find the right place, but in the end, he will just become another speck of dust swallowed by the monster's fury. The old man emphasizes that he is the master of that space, so he cannot die from the attacks, but the kid is far too young, and that test was never about killing the multi-headed white dragon. The true objective is to find the spiritual objects protected by the beasts of the snowy mountains, and offer them to the dragon to obtain its approval and receive the legacy. Of course, there is an exception. The blue-haired guy is one of them. After leveling up, he used brute force to kill the dragon and take the legacy by force. But that kid cannot possibly do that with his current cultivation. He must already have become... Suddenly, the old man falls silent, shocked to see that the MC is still alive, and even more shocked to notice there is something strange about his body. Yehe begins exuding his nuclear energy and laughs, saying that as soon as he entered that martial aura space, he could not access the power of any of his models because the compatibility was too low, but now that compatibility is rising little by little, and the power of the models is merging with his soul, allowing him to finally manifest that strength inside the space. And that is why the broken sword he was about to use is now useless. It's time to show his true power. He begins to transform, and the old man trembles, saying that it is impossible because the real monster in there is actually the kid. Yehe fuses with his beast and tells the dragon that now he will allow the power of the Demon Emperor's cells with 71% compatibility to fully devour the supergiant strength and reach the complete Demon Emperor transformation. However, this terrifying power has limits. When the supergiant strength and nuclear energy run out, that god and demon form will disappear, and at best he can maintain it for 2.5 minutes. But that is more than enough to eliminate that dragon. He grabs one of the dragon's heads and says it is time to see who is stronger, the Demon Emperor or the star-devouring calamity. The old man keeps watching the fight, saying it will be completely insane. The battle begins and the ground around them is completely destroyed, launching the old man into the air. The calamity tries to counterattack, but the MC does not stop suppressing it, saying they will recreate that legendary battle right there in the martial aura space. The calamity begins flying, and the MC asks if it really thinks it can humiliate him just because he cannot fly. The environment begins changing, becoming hotter and hotter. He starts shouting for the calamity not to forget that he also has long-range attacks, and after gathering an absurd amount of nuclear energy, the two of them collide with their attacks. The explosion is so massive it causes a deafening sound. The nuclear energy grows denser and denser. While the MC says that this is not simply a battle of power, he uses his Demon Emperor meteor skill. The calamity tries to counterattack but is hit directly by the waves of radiation. The radiation is so strong that a large portion of the calamity's body is completely destroyed, leaving only 3 heads. The MC keeps advancing while holding 2 of the heads in his hands, and fires another nuclear blast, blowing up the remainder of the calamity's body and holding its heart in his hand. The amount of radiation and power radiating from the MC is so massive that it creates a pillar reaching from the ground to the sky. The old man, who is far from the battlefield, can still see that beam of light, saying it is unbelievable and wondering if he might be trapped in an illusion because he cannot understand how someone in monster form managed to massacre the multi-headed white dragon with such brute force. Suddenly, the old man is startled as the giant heart of the calamity drops right in front of him. The MC, now in human form, jumps onto it, saying it was so satisfying and that diving into the heart of a giant beast is invigorating. He tells the old man that after eliminating that dragon, he already figured out where the inheritance of that martial aura space is, so he will not trouble him any further. The old man says that will not happen, but the MC laughs, saying he already knew the old man would say that, so he will just take it by force. He plunges both arms into the beast's heart and begins feeling intense heat. Inside the heart, it feels like molten iron, and apparently his arm might melt too, until he finally finds it. As soon as he grabs it, he ends up falling with half his body inside the heart because the object is extremely heavy, but he still manages to pull it out, surprising the old man. The item begins enveloping the MC's body, and suddenly several spikes grow, piercing into his skin. An armor begins forming around him, and the old man becomes increasingly terrified. Thinking the MC's body and strength are far too weak to withstand the weight of the dragon armor and the blood it absorbs, because even that blue-haired martial artist forced the armor, but only managed to obtain 90% of the inheritance. However, the MC begins adapting and becomes increasingly excited with the situation, and the old man realizes the boy is the first in more than 1,000 years to be fully recognized by the dragon armor. Yehe sits as if nothing happened and asks the old man if he really wants to know how he managed it, asking if he sees it. He simply put on the armor, and that was that. Wondering if it was supposed to be difficult, the old man becomes irritated but calms down, saying it is better to leave it at that. He removes his hat, saying that his ancestors recognize the MC and he will not be stingy with the heirless family. Perhaps passing the inheritance to someone more compatible is a blessing in disguise, and at least in the end the inheritance was not dishonored. Yehe looks at him and says he has the impression something is missing, asking if there is supposed to be a second volume. The old man becomes angry, telling him not to push it, calling him a thief, and asking if he is still eyeing his family's belongings. Yehe says the dragon armor that suppresses the abyss is an extremely dominant technique that focuses only on external power. It must be balanced with an internal strength technique of the same level so that the martial artist has equilibrium. Otherwise, the internal organs would not withstand the armor's pressure. The bones would be crushed and the flesh and blood drained by it. That is why these internal and external strengthening techniques, when united, form a complete body refinement method. It is a heavenly level martial technique, and he will not let such a rare opportunity slip by under any circumstances. 7 days later, lying on his bed, his phone begins ringing. He answers with a slightly trembling voice, asking if Joe is doing well and saying that these days he spent 80% of his time cultivating, even sleeping. The dragon armor contains a lot of information that must be absorbed slowly inside the martial aura space. Joe says that after he and Qingju were discharged, they were told to go to the University Activities Center to claim the mission rewards, and that the director in charge of student missions asked Joe to tell the MC that he must go directly to the director's office to receive his reward because it will be delivered personally. Yehe asks if he really needs to go to the director's office, wondering if the director wants another private conversation with him. In the center of the floating metropolis of Wadu University, inside the Crimson Celestial Tower, a woman welcomes the MC, saying she had been waiting for him. She introduces herself as Nuwa and says the president is waiting upstairs, then asks him to follow her. Yehe says that's fine, but becomes a bit suspicious, thinking that although he cannot sense any martial aura from this woman, she certainly does not seem like an ordinary human, and wonders whether she is even human at all. As the two go up in the elevator, he keeps observing her. Nuwa notices and asks if he is very curious about her body. The MC becomes surprised and a bit embarrassed, saying she misunderstood, that he is only interested in advanced technology. She begins unbuttoning her shirt, saying the two of them are different. Yehe becomes even more flustered, asking what she is talking about and telling her to wait because she misunderstood. And that is not what he meant. But when she opens her blouse, she reveals that she is a robot, saying that that mass-produced service model body has a very different structure from a human woman, though the head was made realistic to appear a bit more friendly. Yehe relaxes and says now he understands what she meant by different, and that she gave him quite a scare, but the university's technology really is impressive. After they reach the 667th floor, Nuwa says the president is waiting in his office. Yehe says he understands and thanks her for her services. But as he steps out of the elevator, he suddenly feels a very strong sensation and collapses onto a sofa. The president says the MC has slept enough and asks if he has learned the martial artist manual that Qinglong gave him. Yehe, still confused, asks how he suddenly ended up there and where exactly he is, wondering if that is the president's office. Jingguang hands him a cup of tea, saying it is a special type of tea enhanced by the research institute based on a secret realm, that the flavor is quite unique. But the MC still wants to know what just happened and asks if the ability the president used involves space. Jingguang says that indeed he can perform spatial transfers within a certain range. Yehe thinks he already suspected this. Otherwise, how could the president have saved Yanting, an ability so special it matches a divine skill like stopping time? The president sips his tea and tells the MC that his academic points and the access cards for Imperial University's resources have already been sent to him, and as the main contributor to the completion of a level 5 mission, he may choose 2 Earth-level martial techniques, as well as the chance to have a high-level customized weapon made. Yehe thinks that at the moment he needs neither weapons nor techniques. So he tells the president he would like access to the files on genetic logs, and also permission to view more information about Prometheus, emphasizing he has no ulterior motives. It is purely academic interest, and the president agrees. Yehe realizes this was far too easy and wonders if Jingweng already knows what he intends to do with that information. The president stands and tells the MC to follow him because he will take him to the archives. Yehe asks if they are really going to look at that now since he has not even finished drinking his tea, but the director simply keeps walking. Sometime later, he opens a room and says the MC may finish his tea after seeing the archives. When Yehe looks inside, he becomes shocked, asking what the hell that thing is, and what creature's brain is that? Only half of it. The president says that is Nua's central computation unit, her main body. The MC says now he understands, and that apparently that staff member was also an AI creation. Jingweng says that decades ago that half-brain belonged to Prometheus. As soon as he hears this, the MC is startled, thinking about the Otherworld God Project. In other words, that half-brain belonged to the first extra-dimensional demon ever captured alive in human history. Such a magnificent and transcendent being was really cut into pieces by Prometheus, and apparently at its peak was indeed insane and overwhelmingly powerful. And it is no wonder they dared to plan Project Eden. If they dared eliminate a god, why would they not dare unify the planet and redistribute humanity's resources? Jingweng approaches and calls Nua. She responds saying she awaits orders. The director asks her to export the data, and within seconds he removes a storage pen drive and gives it to the MC, saying that he stored a part of Nua inside that drive and that he may ask her about many of the things he wants to know. Yehe starts sweating, thinking that no one knows exactly how many core secrets Nua's computer holds, how many strategic missions important to the university, or even the Great Xia are involved, and the president is simply handing this all over to him. This level of trust is surreal, making him wonder if there is a conspiracy going on. Jingweng takes the MC's hand and places the pen drive in it, saying he cannot stand there doing nothing. For even as the university's president, it is against the rules to bring a specific student to that place, so they must leave quickly. Yehe becomes surprised seeing that the president is breaking rules for him. Meanwhile, in another place, Jianzhuang is cultivating. After all this time, his eyes open and a terrifying aura begins exuding from his body. He walks toward the door and says that in only one semester he has achieved what a normal student at the university takes more than a year to accomplish. The difference between people really is enormous, and even among geniuses there are levels, and he is the highest level of all. The MC opens the door asking if he is already done. When Jianzhuang sees him, he starts laughing, asking if he is the Yehe that Wu Yang talked so much about and saying that apparently he came to offer himself up. The MC has no idea what he's talking about and asks if he is also from the Dragon Blood Society, because if he needs anything, he should talk to Wu Yang, since right now the MC only wants to use the training room. Jianzhuang starts releasing his power while laughing and says that Yehe is very good at pretending to be dumb, because otherwise, how could he not know who stands right in front of him? He tells the MC to listen carefully. His name is Jianzhuang, the one who stomped on Wu Yang, the same one who nearly erased the Dragon Blood Society from existence, the king of the freshmen. He keeps yelling, but the MC becomes irritated and with a single simple strike knocks Jianzhuang unconscious, saying he needed to use the training room, but Jianzhuang kept spouting nonsense and blocking the door, which is annoying. As for what happened afterward, Jianzhuang cannot say, because when he woke up an entire week had passed. In the exclusive training room for special students, the MC celebrates, saying that finally there is no one in his way and that the Monster King has come home. He releases countless cores inside the room, saying the monster may devour at will, because all the demonic beast cores he personally collected, along with those purchased by the university, are there, and now it is finally time to increase the compatibility with the Demon Emperor model. Considering that providing a huge quantity of cores at once will put him in a transformation state during sleep, in addition to releasing an enormous amount of nuclear radiation, he specially asked his little electronic servant, Nua, to release the largest fully sealed training room for him. And ever since he obtained Nua, the university has become practically his home. Anything he wants to do, all he has to do is ask her to open the access, and that's that. No bureaucracy at all. When others enjoy privileges, he becomes indignant at the unfairness. But when he is the one privileged, the feeling is wonderful. He asks her to activate the room's energy shield because he's about to begin. She says she understands and activates the shield. The MC begins consuming the cores but soon realizes it is not enough and continues eating more and more because the higher the compatibility, the harder it is to increase. Both the quantity and quality of the cores needed grow exponentially. That is the downside of high-level models. The growth period is far too long and the resources required are absurd. He begins his evolution, saying that if the model he gets cannot be converted into combat power quickly, his progress will fall behind, so he still needs to work hard on martial arts as well. The security system in the phone sends an alert signal about high energy above standard limits, but that alert is intercepted before reaching the main control room, and the energy shield has been raised to the maximum level. Yehi says that even when cheating, you must be smart, because even people who cheat can die or waste time. Time keeps passing and the MC remains inside the room, enveloped by something strange. He thinks that when the crystal coffin opens, that will be the day the Monster King appears in that world. Sometime later, several ships are flying through the sky. The president says that that day marks the beginning of the Great Xia Reconquest Plan, that 70% of the country's martial artists are heading to war, that Great Xia's martial artists will take back the 12 lost cities. He looks at the army and shouts that all students of Huadu University must ignite the flames of their qi and blood. The students shout excitedly, and a great energy begins emanating from all of them. The flames of qi and blood rise toward the sky, intertwining in a clash between martial aura and vital essence. The column of energy becomes stronger and stronger because that is their fighting will, the determination to recover the lost lands and restore the nation's glory. Even if it costs their lives, they are ready. The president continues leading, saying everyone already knows the missions and plans well, and he knows many have prepared for sacrifice, but they all must return alive, for there is only hope as long as they live. Huadu University will always be their home, and it will always be there awaiting their return. All martial artists of Imperial University must listen to the president's command and swear an oath alongside him. The president raises his hand, saying that before them, there is no enemy capable of defeating them. The army shouts with the president, while meanwhile, in the training room, the MC remains inside the crystal coffin. A woman walking down a hallway, known as Supervisor Yu Yan, Level 2 Prometheus researcher and now a senior executive at Laserbird, says that first the Golden Gene was stolen, then an important base was invaded, and finally an elite team was lost, which shows that Laserbird has had an extremely unlucky year. The board of directors has already begun to suspect that there is someone behind all of this, with the objective of bringing Laserbird down, but they still have no proof. And although the Black Lion erased all traces at the Buddhist temple base on Golden Mountain, the Dragonbird is still watching Laserbird. And if the Dragonbird of Great Xia were not so busy reclaiming the fallen cities, Laserbird would already be in huge trouble, but it is precisely because the attention of all martial artists in the country is focused on the fallen cities that Laserbird can finally breathe and at the same time release that monster. She explains that that creature is a failed product of the first-generation Golden Gene experiments, a Pandora's box that, if mishandled, can drag humanity into an abyss of eternal ruin. Because with the Golden Gene flowing through its veins, even though it is considered a failure, it can still sense the location of other Golden Genes. Even with its tendency to lose control, it is the only hunting dog capable of finding the lost Golden Genes. She walks up to a completely sealed door, pulls out countless keys from her pocket, places each one in its designated slot, opens the door, and looks toward the cell of the monster called the Negative. She approaches and, knocking over some medicine bottles, says that it is time for the world to witness his terror. Laserbird's aircraft roars at high speed, and the Negative says they must continue in that direction and keep flying. One of the subordinates tells the captain that the place the hound is pointing to seems to be Xicheng, and the captain is surprised, saying that this is one of the fallen cities that Dragonbird is preparing to recapture. His subordinate tells him not to worry because as long as the one who stole the Golden Gene is not a Grandmaster level expert, even if they are a Zhuanwu martial artist, they can surround and eliminate them quickly. Another subordinate asks the captain when they have ever failed under his leadership and says that as long as they do not encounter Dragonbird's first division, they will be able to retrieve the gene and retreat without suffering any casualties. The captain orders Eve to block the plane's signal, hack into the flight system, and activate autopilot. After the command is executed, the plane begins behaving strangely. The crew says the aircraft is out of control, and the captain quickly begins eliminating them. One of his subordinates asks when he became a traitor, but the captain says it is not exactly like that because he never belonged to Laserbird to begin with, so it cannot be called betrayal. He apologizes to them all, emphasizing that when he goes to hell, they may punish him then, but for now they must die. After eliminating everyone, he goes to the Negative, who begins laughing, saying that they are all dead. The creature opens its mouth and asks its brother to give him some blood because he is very thirsty. The captain holds pieces of the crew in his hands, saying that those team members, who were all martial artists at the Grandmaster level, are now his, and the Negative may savor all their hearts. He pushes one of the hearts into the Negative's mouth, saying that the hound is now free. The Negative says it is still not enough and asks the captain to give him all the hearts. The captain takes a deep breath, saying that he is an agent of Bebeidun, and here he is feeding a dog. After feeding the Negative, the monster asks the captain what he wants him to do. The captain says he does not need him to do anything specific. He only needs him to unleash his rage however he wishes across the lands of the Xia nation, because Great Xia has begun reclaiming its lost cities, and that resurgence is something they, of Baidan, do not want to see. After opening the aircraft door, the captain says he had better leave. Otherwise, when the hunting hound is released, it will likely tear him apart as well. He emphasizes that he will leave the bodies of those grandmaster martial artists as the first full meal since the creature was freed. As soon as he leaves the aircraft, the negative begins breaking loose, laughing and saying that before he was merely a tracking hound. But now he is a mad dog unleashed to bite whomever he pleases, and that clearly he is being underestimated because he intends to devour all the living. The bolts begin snapping apart and suddenly everything that was restraining the hunting hound is destroyed. He breaks free and says that the first thing he must do is complete his golden gene and achieve a true transformation, and then become a god, because once that happens, he wants to see who will dare treat him like a dog. Meanwhile, in the city, chaos spread as officials ordered the immediate evacuation of that barrier zone, since the ship was about to begin a mass bombardment, a measure designed to lure the entire tide of beasts out of the city. With the surrounding forces weakened, the plan called for sending an assault team led by Grand Martial Masters, whose objective was to strike at the enemy's heart and decapitate the dominant beast. At that moment, a colossal monster appeared atop the ship and began attacking it, but it soon grew frightened, for the wild hound had already broken free and laughed in satisfaction, imagining that it would savor a different kind of meal. It attacked a monster and consumed it completely within moments, absorbing part of its power, since to it that creature was nothing more than an ecological reservoir rich in genes, capable of perfectly restoring its damaged body, turning that place into the greatest banquet in the world. The ship, gravely damaged, lost control and plummeted violently to the ground, drawing the attention of a small group that was fleeing, and noticed that one of the aircraft had been shot down, forcing them to consider rescuing possible survivors. The woman in the group asked the young man to remain calm, warning that the beast responsible for bringing down the aircraft could still be nearby, but he replied that she was a great martial master, and that, being still on the outskirts of the city, there would hardly be any demonic beast capable of facing her. Another member agreed, stating that if they could not even advance through the outskirts, then there would be no reason to think about reaching the city center. She eventually agreed, but urged everyone to be cautious. As they approached, they noticed something devouring the monsters drawn by the impact, and the boy, terrified, asked whether all the demonic beasts had been defeated by that thing. The girl began to suspect it might be some mentally unstable martial artist lost in the chaos, but the monster then turned its gaze toward them, laughing as if prey had fallen into its trap, and launched an attack. One of the members tried to counterattack with his martial technique, but when he severed one of the tentacles, it felt as though he were striking mud, and a mouth emerged from the appendage, swallowing the man within seconds. The others were left in shock, asking whether he had truly been devoured, and the woman, seized by fury at seeing a companion eliminated, charged with all her might against the monster, which responded by using exactly the same martial technique as the man who had just died. She recoiled upon recognizing the strike, unable to understand how that was possible, while screams from behind caught her attention, and when she looked, she realized that not only her allies but many other people were being slowly devoured, crying out for help. The shock paralyzed her movements, and the monster approached from behind, consuming her as well. Minutes later, the creature had already assumed the woman's form, remarking that even though she was older, her flesh was still tender, while sensing the presence of a golden gene elsewhere in the city. With this new appearance, it planned to infiltrate other teams of martial artists, and once everyone was at ease, begin devouring them one by one, savoring the expressions of despair, for it sensed many powerful life forms there, including grand masters and sovereign beasts. Without wasting time, it pressed forward, for if it managed to devour genes of that level, no one in that world would ever treat it like a dog again, finally breaking its chains and ascending as a true demon. In another part of the city, a lord-level beast broke through from the rear, but a man charged forward mounted on his horse, ordering everyone not to panic, and destroyed the monster with a single attack. Faced with an endless tide of beasts like a tsunami, human firepower seemed like nothing more than a candle about to be extinguished amid the storm. This man was Chen Tianyu, director of the Grand Masters Academy of Huadu University and captain of the advanced team of the City Recovery Plan, who emphasized that it was only possible to disperse the ranks of the tide and focus on the sovereign's appearance, eliminating high-level beasts with swift and powerful martial arts. The advanced team, made up of 5 members from the university, bore this arduous mission. Dai Qiming, president of the student council and a member of the team, stated that there was nothing wrong with the chosen route, since it was the ideal path to the sovereign beast's nest, mapped by the Dragonbird rearguard team. Tianyu observed that the greater a martial artist's cultivation, the more powerful their spiritual vision became, capable even of revealing omens of death in dreams, and therefore Qiming needed to trust that intuition. He He ordered everyone to stop and enter a state of alert, focusing on locating the sovereign until, a few seconds later, he shouted that the monster had arrived. A colossal meteor fell before them, and a gigantic creature rose, declaring itself the king, and saying it had prepared a grand reception a little further ahead, questioning why they had stopped there. The captain confirmed the target, announcing that the city's sovereign beast was a golden-horned insect, and ordered all units to enter formation immediately. The group advanced without hesitation, but the sovereign laughed, calling the humans weak and ignorant for believing that cheap tricks would work against it. As it released its oppressive force, it was surprised to realize that one of the members had transformed their body into energy like a ghost, using the secret art water drop to pierce its defense and climb its arm, while Tianyu seized the opening to wound it, triggering the king's furious reaction. The domain expansion was activated, and the monster asked whether that really was a domain. It sensed a presence rushing toward it, and the captain unleashed a powerful attack in an attempt to end the fight. The king admitted that the human's cultivation system had its merits, but he was far from surrendering and, without a second thought, counterattacked, colliding the two blows and causing a massive explosion that destroyed everything around them. The advanced team wondered whether they had managed to take down the sovereign, but the elder pointed out that it would not be that easy, and that if they had managed to severely injure the beast, that alone would be enough to achieve their objective. The monster was still standing, but half of its body had been completely destroyed, and a voice began to echo from within, saying that humans were actually quite capable, and that an ordinary sovereign might not have withstood that spear strike. A hand began to emerge from inside the carcass, explaining that it was a pity, because among sovereigns there were levels, and that king stood above them all. The advanced group could not believe that the monster still possessed a rare transformation form, and the king emerged from the carcass in an extremely smaller and more compact form, yet with a terrifying presence. The king shouted that perhaps the emperor had been right and that they needed to learn something from humans. The monster's speed was infinitely greater, and in the blink of an eye it closed in on the squad, saying it would first eliminate that meddlesome old man, and with a single finger released a violent blast of power, though it only managed to lightly injure a few members. Meanwhile, the captain and Wu Hong tried to attack the monster from behind, but the attempt failed miserably, as the king managed to catch the captain's spear while counterattacking Wu Hong. The captain grew worried about his companion, but the king kicked him, forcing the horse back and grabbing Tianyu by the neck, stating that even if the human squad had exhausted all its tactics, it still could not deal with a single sovereign like him. He then asked how they intended to deal with the other sovereigns in the city, and Tianyu became concerned, wondering whether there truly were other sovereigns in the city. In the eastern war zone of West City, inside the command ship, a level 1 alert was issued, ordering everyone to prepare for combat. After the computer's calculations, that creature had reached the level of a sovereign, and at the moment there was no master in the ground squad capable of containing it, so the system suggested a strategic withdrawal. However, they could not understand how this was possible, since the only sovereign of West City was supposed to be facing Director Tianyu's advance squad. The captain ordered them not to hesitate and to immediately inform the ground troops to retreat, and also commanded the entire warship to ascend away from the surface and prepare the ground-penetrating nuclear warheads. As the captain issued the order, one of the tentacles began to approach the aircraft, and he ordered the electromagnetic cannon to intercept it, and with a precise shot, they managed to sever the tentacle in half. However, everyone was shocked to see that the tentacle regenerated within seconds. The captain shouted that there was no more time, and that they had to launch the penetrating warheads immediately. The entire team prepared and launched the warheads, causing a devastating nuclear explosion. Worried about the situation, he lowered his head, thinking that the power of 3 nuclear warheads was truly excessive, and sincerely hoped that the warriors fighting below would manage to retreat safely. A woman reported that the sovereign's vital signs had not disappeared, and the captain could not understand how that monster had withstood 3 nuclear warheads and was still alive, causing everyone to question whether the plan to retake West City would fail. A red alert began flashing, bringing a report that stated the system's central authority had been taken over. The captain wondered what that meant, and another message appeared, thanking all the warriors in West City's war zone for their brutal fight, but earnestly asking that everyone leave the battlefield to him. Without fully understanding what was happening, the captain asked who this he mentioned in the message was, and one of the subordinates reported that an intercontinental missile had been detected. The captain remained confused, as there had been no information that such a missile would be launched, and asked whether no life signs had been detected on the missile. Paying closer attention, they could not believe what they were seeing. Standing atop the missile was him, the King of Kings, the protagonist of all protagonists, the supreme divinity among all divinities, in flesh, bone, radiation, and demon. Yehe was approaching the battlefield to do the dirty work that no one else could do. A few minutes earlier, a gigantic column of energy had split the sky, and all of that energy was coming from the protagonist's body. Nua congratulated him on his breakthrough, and handed him a special nano armor that Longke had prepared for him, and the armor began to cover his entire body as he asked how long ago the university's West Zone troops had departed. She replied that they had left 5 minutes ago, and he could not believe it was already that late. Desperate to try to save everyone, he asked them to prepare a supersonic fighter, but changed his mind upon realizing that even a fighter would be too slow to arrive in time. Therefore, he ordered the preparation of an intercontinental missile so that he could reach the destination within minutes. And this time, upon arriving in West City, he would have 2 objectives. The first was to find the Mad Doctor and recover the Golden Gene, and the second was to eliminate the Sovereign, obtain the Sovereign-level demonic core, and take the final step to complete the mutation. The compatibility of the Imperial model had already surpassed 90%, and aside from Lord-level demonic cores, all others were no longer of any use. Even Lord-level ones only offer 0 point something per core, and currently he is at 99% thanks to an absurd accumulation of resources. The stockpile of Lord-level demonic cores grew so large that even the Huadu market ran out of supply, yet the final 1% would not rise no matter how much he accumulated because only genes of a higher level could complete that final compatibility. Nuwa informs him that the intercontinental missile is ready for launch, and everyone wishes him good luck. Back in the present, Yihe could already see the Sovereign and was excited, because 3 nuclear warheads had failed to defeat it, and that remaining 1% depended entirely on that monster. According to the database, the tentacled creature was called the Earth Demon, and mockingly he smiled, saying it was an imposing name. He notices that the monster is acting differently and asks whether it got angry from being mocked, and apparently that Emperor's temper was not small either. Yihe begins forming a kind of ice on both arms and leaps off the missile, shaping it into something like a massive sword, advancing and slicing through all the tentacles in front of him. The team inside the command ship can only watch and celebrate, because the university had sent a Grand Master, and at last, West City could be saved since there was now a real chance of victory. The protagonist keeps advancing until he finds the monster's core and, as always dominated by the will to fight, attacks with everything he has to end the battle in a single move, using the Demon Emperor's secret art, the Celestial Nuclear Kick. The amount of energy released is so immense that the radiation manages to escape the planet, and people scattered throughout the city, still fighting, are stunned, asking what that blinding light was, since the intelligence reports had only mentioned that a sovereign monster had appeared in the middle of West City. Meanwhile, the advanced group is being completely obliterated, and even Wu Hong, the most resilient among them, cannot withstand a single blow. The Sovereign steps on the shield hero, saying that he is not a true specialist since he was cut down like a piece of paper, though he admits that Tianyu is powerful for having forced him to assume his 3rd form. The captain refuses to give up and thinks that the blood-burning secret art will not last much longer, and that even if he were to win that battle, the worst had already happened. Even so, that did not matter because, as a Grand Master of Daxia, he needed to eliminate that demonic creature right there and then. The Sovereign perceives the stiff, martial rhythm and the forced attacks, recognizing that human warriors possess interesting techniques, but one's insufficient to compensate for the absolute gap in power. Tianyu places all his hope in his final attack and charges forward with everything, but the Sovereign manages to defend, because the Emperor had recently refined the old transformation experiment. Acknowledging Tianyu's bravery, he decides that when that human dies, his body will be taken to be reborn in an even stronger form. The captain continues releasing all his remaining strength while shouting that he is not afraid of death and that he will keep attacking and injuring the monster to prevent any interference in the recovery of West City. Even so, it is useless, and the Sovereign defends without suffering any damage at all. He complains that humans are foolish to use techniques that burn their own lives, since it is clear he could eliminate them instantly, yet they insist on forcing their bodies beyond the limit. Still, he does not mind doing extra work, and simply does not use his full power so as not to damage the body of that powerful human, while the others will not have that privilege and will simply be crushed to death. Suddenly, Wu Hong stands up with his body completely restored, asking whether the situation was lively, since even on the outskirts of the city, he could still feel the commotion of the fight. An elder is shocked and asks whether the shield hero was not dead, and Wu Hong replies that he was, walking in a strange manner toward the horse lying on the ground. As he looks at the elder and asks whether he died, his face and eyes become completely strange, and his body opens like a mouth, terrifying everyone. Wu Hong swallows the horse whole and absorbs it, while his face begins to multiply, saying that the taste is very good and that it is no wonder it was the mount of a Grand Master, but that it would be even better to devour the Grand Master himself. He adds that everyone there looks delicious and asks whether he can have a taste. The Sovereign attacks that nonsense-speaking creature, asking what disgusting thing that was, since it carried a demonic aura similar to that of the Dark Stellar Demon. He asked the humans whether that was some insane creation, as he had not imagined they would associate with that group of demons, and suggests that perhaps it would be better to let them themselves rule the planet. Tentacles begin to emerge from Wuhang's body and form a new head, which laughs and greets the sovereign, saying that its name is negative and that it is there to eat him. The king replies that the creature is far too arrogant and begins attacking, declaring that such trash would not withstand even a single punch. Part of the new monster's body falls onto the sovereign, who immediately senses the danger, as that flesh begins to corrode his body, forcing him to retreat. The monster then asks how far he thinks he can run, since that was only a small part of its true body. A gigantic mouth emerges from the ground and swallows the sovereign, dragging him toward the main body and fusing with the head, causing the creature's body to swell, something expected of a sovereign-level being, which nevertheless resists and prevents immediate absorption. The elder realizes this is the group's chance to escape and tells Qiming to take the captain and leave, but Qiming asks what he intends to do. The monster looks at them and says it has not forgotten dessert after the main course, while noticing something extremely powerful approaching. A beam of energy flies toward the area and the elder grows concerned, thinking that such a level of power could be another sovereign. The energy strikes the monster with a colossal impact, and Tianyu realizes it is not another sovereign, because the attack is clearly aimed at a different creature. In the midst of the explosion, the protagonist releases even more energy, as he had believed for a moment that the monster had devoured the sovereign and was an ally. But now that it intends to devour Director Chen and the others, it cannot be allowed to escape alive. That black and red substance is repulsive, the radiation so high that it is destroying everything around it. Yihe compresses this radiation into a sphere and fires a blast of power that hits the monster, nearly destroying it completely. However, as everyone already knows, the protagonist is a psychopath, driven purely by the desire to fight. He rushes forward, saying he will not let the opponent be defeated so easily, and grabbing the carcass, he flies upward and, with a smile on his face, hurls the monster with full force against the ground, crushing it completely. He lands and observes the shattered body. At that moment, the protagonist is in the infinite monstrous state, the mad trait model of the Demon Emperor, with 100% compatibility. The Lord of Flames form has been unlocked, although the system urges caution in its use. The monster begins to move and slowly returns to its original form, stating that the attack was intense enough to leave it stunned, something that had never happened since its birth. With its body restored, the monster starts laughing and thanks Yihe, saying that the attack's accelerated digestion and allowed it to successfully assimilate the genes of the sovereign-level demonic beast. In return, it promises to make him watch consciously as he is devoured little by little. Angered, the protagonist kicks the monster away to shut its mouth. The creature stands up smiling, claiming that Yihe can fight as much as he wants because he cannot kill it, thus becoming his worst nightmare as it releases all its power. Yihe laughs as well, since it is the first time he has seen someone even more arrogant than himself, but considers that thought idiotic because the bigger the target, the easier it is to eliminate. He attacks again using the Imperial faction's secret art, Godzilla Qigong Wave, releasing such an absurd amount of power that it terrifies the advance group. Qiming wonders what kind of Grand Master possesses such terrifying speed and power, while the Elder points out that beyond that, there is also that unknown blue energy. The battle reaches gigantic proportions, and the city stops worrying about monsters, as it now risks being destroyed by the protagonist himself. Even under devastating attacks, the monster remains standing, stating that it is useless, because it can divide infinitely with its biological potential fully activated. While nuclear attacks tear its body apart, they also accelerate cell division to the point of surpassing atomic energy diffusion. Yehe realizes the opponent is repulsive, but his maximum affinity with the Emperor grants him extreme perception of chi and blood, allowing him to notice that the monster is constantly adapting to nuclear energy. The creature announces its invincible evolution ability, saying that no matter how strong Yihe is, in the end he will be devoured because it senses within him an extremely powerful gene, far superior to the one it has just assimilated. Confused, the monster asks why it cannot compare to the man before it, even after devouring countless beings and refining its genetic lineage. Still, it believes it will manage to devour the protagonist. Its body grows absurdly, making buildings insignificant beside it. The advance group watches, realizing that not only the man is terrifying, but so is the opponent, and they are no longer so certain that this mysterious specialist can handle it alone. Yahe remains calm, considering the monster nothing more than a glutton. He activates the Abyss Dragon armor and requests the release of the single arm, delivering a punch capable of splitting the sea and completely destroying the enemy, opening a trail of annihilation. Unable to regenerate, the monster asks how Yihe's strength continues to increase, and the protagonist simply states that his power will always be greater. He activates the area explosion and everything begins to detonate, while Yihe emerges unscathed, brushing himself off and asking why the monster thought that level of strength was his limit. Indignant, the monster attacks with the Elbow of Death Acid, the magmatic iron mountain, and the 5-discharge lightning whip. But Yihei remains motionless, arms crossed, as if none of it had any effect at all. The gap in power makes the monster question what kind of beings Yihei must have devoured in the past, refusing to believe that someone could be more invincible than himself. Not even the ultrasonic roar has any effect. Yahe remains unscathed and asks whether that chaotic sequence of attacks is some kind of joke, throwing the monster's own words back at him and stating that the creature will never be able to eliminate him. After elevating his physical strength to another dimension, Zawarudo, the fusion between spirit and body, is also raised far beyond its original state, making all his attributes many times greater than normal. Thus, if the opponent's attacks can barely break Yihei's skin when he is in his normal state, imagining what happens after he amplifies his own attributes several times by entering Zawarudo mode becomes almost absurd. Mocking the situation, the protagonist says that, to be clear, even if he stood still and allowed the monster to attack him for an entire day, it would not be able to cause even a scratch to his defense. The monster suffers a mental breakdown, refusing to accept that as reality, because even as it grows stronger every instant and evolves ever more perfect genes, it still cannot win. Yihei begins to transform and declares that, unfortunately, the difference in power between them is far too great, and that if this difference were measured on a scale of 1,000 meters, reducing 1 or 2 centimeters would mean absolutely nothing. Faced with the aberration before it, the monster begins to tremble, realizing that if it had more time to evolve and devour even stronger beings, perhaps one day it could surpass him. But now it is already too late, all because the aura of that golden gene was suddenly cut off. Otherwise, even without winning, it would not be in such a miserable situation. With no alternatives left, the monster admits that it cannot win and acknowledges that the protagonist is not inferior, since up to that point, it has found no way to kill him. On the other hand, it claims that Yihei also cannot kill it and proposes a deal. It suggests that both the city and the country become the protagonist's exclusive domain, guaranteeing that it will not invade even a single centimeter and will go elsewhere, such as the Northern Federation of Belton. In this way, the strategy would also align with human policies of balance of power between nations. In the end, the two could divide the Blue Star, with the monster ruling the northern continent of Brighton while Yihei would keep the eastern and west continents. It even suggests that if the protagonist could obtain some of the blood of the strong of that world, it could help him develop specific toxins for each of them, aiding in the elimination of all rivals. Yihei raises one finger, but the monster does not understand and asks what that means. The protagonist replies that it represents 10 minutes, and that if the monster is still alive after that time, he will change his own name. The monster says that in that case, all he needs to do is clench his fist, because Yihei believes that any extra space is still extra space. Convinced of his immortality, it asks whether this is a joke, since even if it wanted to, it could not die, because every cell in its body is roaring to evolve. Yihei hugs it and says they will only know by trying, squeezing it even harder, and then flies upward while grinding the monster's body against the buildings. The monster laughs, stating that the protagonist cannot kill it, and that the attack is practically painless, until it realizes that Yihei keeps ascending, passing through the atmosphere and leaving the planet. Confused, the monster asks what he intends to do, and whether he will throw it away from the planet, saying that this would also be useless, since neither cosmic rays nor the absolute zero environment of space could kill it. It says it can continuously absorb radiation and evolve infinitely, promising that one day it will return to eliminate all inhabitants of the Blue Star. Yihei stops at an ideal distance, where no one can observe what is about to happen, and where there will be no destructive damage to the city. Moreover, that distance has already caused the monster to lose contact with its derivatives. Frightened, the monster asks how he knew that, and Yihei explains that the true body of Zero Negative is not as invincible as it boasts, because if it were, it would never have been captured and imprisoned by the laser bird in the past. He explains that although it is extremely difficult to kill, each regeneration consumes vital energy, and that after the recent battle, the monster has lost about 30% of that energy. Considering only the stored energy, it could rival that of 3 ordinary sovereigns. But the biggest problem is not the resurrections, but the derivatives that have detached from the main body. From the very beginning, parts of its body were crushed or shattered, and these parts do not lose vitality, only entering dormancy until the inverse body completely exhausts its vital energy, activating copies of consciousness stored within them, allowing an alternative resurrection. However, this ability is still imperfect and has a distance limit, something Yihei realized by sensing the connections through the vital magnetic field, deducing their frequency and range. In short, at that moment, the monster had only one life remaining. Zero Negative panics when he realizes he has been completely seen through and understands that he cannot die there, because if that happens, he will never see the light of day again. In desperation, he self-destructs and splits into thousands of pieces, his final move to try to survive, believing that if even a single fragment of body or blood reaches the ground, he will continue to live. Yahe transforms even further, questioning whether that is an instinctive fear of death, while the monster cannot believe that the protagonist has grown stronger yet again. Yahe explains that he does not need to capture fragment by fragment, because it is enough to crush them all with the palm of his hand. And now Zero Negative has nowhere left to flee. The monster asks what Yahe is planning to do. The protagonist rolls him up like a ball, and the monster asks whether he is really thinking of eating him, saying that only demonic beasts do that sort of thing. Yahe simply ignores him and throws him into his own mouth. As he falls inside the protagonist's body, Zero Negative claims that Yahe is being extremely presumptuous and asks whether he truly is not afraid of suffering reverse devouring from the inside, saying that by doing this, the protagonist has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Yahe explains that swallowing the monster is only the first step of the extermination plan, and that the next step is to release the Lord of Flames. The protagonist's body ignites, releasing flames capable of burning anything they come into contact with. Zero Negative begins to be incinerated and screams, questioning how a creature capable of releasing stellar-level temperatures can exist, since within his entire genetic database, there are no extraordinary genes capable of adapting to a forbidden zone like the sun. He begs Yahe to stop, saying that otherwise he will be turned into a pill, repeating that he refuses to accept such a fate because he is a perfect creature, and if he had only a little more time, none of this would have happened. His words cease when he is completely disintegrated and a massive explosion occurs, releasing a wave of energy that covers a vast area of the planet Earth. 10 minutes earlier, Qiming was communicating with the Warzone headquarters, identifying himself as a member of the advanced squad and reporting that he had successfully received the command message. The duty general informs him that the beast tide in the West City war zone is being successfully suppressed and that headquarters has confirmed the annihilation of all sovereigns in the region. He asks Qiming to report on the situation on the other side of the city. Qiming realizes that the duty general already understands most of the scenario and acknowledges that, if not for that mysterious specialist, the plan to retake West City would likely have been extremely difficult to execute. Qiming then says that if the identity of that specialist is not confidential, he would like to know who he is because after everything is over, he wishes to visit him personally and express his eternal gratitude. The duty general replies that the protagonist is actually at the same university as him. Qiming is surprised and asks whether he is talking about Huadu University and whether that specialist is the principal or some specially appointed professor, since as student council president, he knows all the faculty and has never heard of anyone with such an intense and destructive blue radiance in battle. The duty general clarifies that the mysterious man is neither a professor nor a lecturer, but just an ordinary student. Qiming is even more shocked and asks which fourth-year martial artist it could be and how he had never heard of someone from the same generation who had advanced to the Grand Master level before him. Headquarters replies that the student is 3 cohorts younger. The explosion that occurred in space brightens the sky like a second sun. Back in the present, the protagonist passes through the planet's atmosphere, and since he is in his normal form, the nano armor cannot withstand the high temperatures of re-entry and disintegrates. Now it is time to verify Zero Negative's efficiency. Using the abilities inherited from the opponent, Yahe envelops his entire body, combining the advanced vampiric lineage with the evolutionary ability of the Supreme God template, successfully absorbing and fully refining Zero Negative's genetic abilities. He realizes that he has inherited that black and red biomass which, beyond functioning as an investment, was able to completely repair the damage previously suffered in the Lord of Flames form. However, Yahe notices that the effect goes far beyond simple regeneration. The sensation is one of complete optimization, as if he could freely sculpt a character within a game. Upon returning to the battlefield, he observes everything from above with an indescribable feeling, something words cannot convey, because that ability is not inferior to an extremely high-level template. In the Northern Federation of Baden, inside the Federal Military Command Base, Commander Duller cannot believe what the security systems are detecting. The federal supercomputer Eve reports that above West City of the Jia Nation, at the boundary between the atmosphere and the thermosphere, a violent high-energy reaction occurred with an estimated range of 600 kilometers, equivalent to a nuclear explosion of tens of millions of tons of TNT. Duller cannot understand what is happening, since the Shia Nation was carrying out a recovery plan, and questions the origin of that high-energy explosion. An operator reports that the computer detected vital activity at the center of the explosion, and the general reacts, saying that this is impossible because an explosion of that magnitude would reduce even a special-class Grandmaster to ashes within seconds. He orders the analyst to zoom in on the satellite image to see exactly what is happening. When the image is enlarged, the demon himself appears. Duller is stunned and questions whether that being is really so young. The protagonist looks in the direction of the satellite, staring straight at the supercomputer, as if offering it a gift. The general wonders how this is possible since the satellites are in outer orbit, and orders the immediate identification of the face. Suspecting that this might be the fourth Grand Master of the Xia Nation, Yihe releases his power, throwing the entire command base into alert as they question what he intends to do. An operator warns that an enormous concentration of energy is forming. In a matter of seconds, crossing half the planet, the protagonist destroys the satellite. Yihe was irritated by that northern Baydun trash and decides to eliminate the satellites to prevent them from continuing to spy on his nation. With the supreme template at maximum, the range of the vital magnetic field expands to a colossal level, enough to cover the entire planet. Now, in addition to sensing the aura of carbon-based organisms, he also perceives signals emitted by machines in various special frequencies. With the primary mission of retaking West City completed, Yihe has a new idea. There are 11 S-level forbidden life zones, and perhaps with his current level of power, he can step into those places. But this can only be confirmed by testing. Expanding the vital magnetic field even further, his perception rapidly advances, sweeping across the entire planet. The black and red biomass of zero negative, combined with the vital magnetic field, constructs a complete regional distribution map. The layout of the nation's cities can be reconstructed clearly and precisely. Yihe notices a small anomaly and upon analyzing it, discovers that it's the city of Guanshan, which fell due to an S-level secret zone. This was already expected since even humans at the top of the world are helpless when facing secret zones of that level. If that forbidden zone failed, perhaps the others failed as well. The magnetic field of perception spreads across all of Daxia and advances over the eastern continent of the Blue Star. The perception continues to expand, reaching the continent of Baydun, then the northern glacial ocean, and finally, the eternally frozen continent of the South Pole of the Blue Star. Now he can explore everything at once. On Chaodong Island inside the Solar Crystal Imperial Palace, a sick monster coughs. Its subjects approach and it asks them to bring the medicine. It is sensed that the perception released by the protagonist has reached Dongri. However, it does not know which specialist this is, imagining it might be Qi Jingwen of Daxia, Charles of the Western Continent, or perhaps someone who, noticing that it has not appeared in public for nearly 100 years, decided to probe the situation. Therefore, it must refine the divine artifact as quickly as possible. When it touches that legendary realm, that will be the day winter conquers the Blue Star. On the Western Continent, at the pilgrimage center of the Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom, in the Holy City, people glorify the statue, for it has manifested a miracle. The true God has descended, the divine cult is real, and the divine prophecy is fulfilled. A man approaches the statue whose eyes are open and asks whether it was that arrogant gaze that awakened it. That arrogant gaze was the magnetic field released by the protagonist. The man places something into the statue's eye, asks forgiveness for his failure as a servant, and begs it to continue resting. On the high seas of the continent, a captain wonders whether the gaze just now was Yihe's, because he did not imagine that in such a short time the protagonist would grow to this extent, something far too excessive. To him, this is the fault of that blue-haired man with the abnormal body. If he had not damaged his own vessel in the human world, his recovery would not have been delayed so much. Even so, once he manages to leave that place, he intends to seek out Yihe. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes that the vital magnetic field has already constructed the complete image of the entire Blue Star. Even so, there are still at least 12 places similar to Guanshan that swallowed the perception like black holes. In addition, some presences, upon noticing the perception network, tried to trace its location in reverse. The waters of the Blue Star are deep. Suddenly, Yihe hears a voice in his mind and realizes it is Rector Qi Jingwen. The voice asks him to be careful of Fu Hongcheng of Daxia. By tracing the origin of the signal, Yihe perceives that it comes from Kunlun Peak of Daxia. He begins to reflect on the warning, remembering that Fu Hongcheng is the nation's guardian warrior. However, this man should be in seclusion due to severe injuries. So what is really happening at Kunlun Peak? Yihe asks Nuwa whether she can detect Rector Qi Jingwen's location signal. Nuwa searches for a moment but finds nothing. Then he asks her to try to locate Longkuk Qinglong. She cannot find him either, but accesses Director Qinglong's last recorded movement. The record shows that Qinglong went to the Valley of Death at Kunlun Peak, but the specific reason was not disclosed. The protagonist begins to wonder whether those two were indeed together, and whether this happened precisely at the critical moment when Daxia's recovery plan was initiated. A dangerous possibility emerges in his mind. Perhaps Fu Hongcheng has betrayed them, and that if Hongsheng is truly an enemy, it means Daxia's top combat force is finished. Moreover, they are carrying out a large-scale recovery plan. Reclaiming the fallen cities also means enormous damage to their vitality. If this colossal giant called Daxia falls, countless previously suppressed countries will rise, and all the wolves and tigers that devour the giant's flesh and blood will grow stronger. The absence of top-tier strength means Daxia has entered its most dangerous period. One small mistake and it will be attacked from all sides. The Valley of Death at Kunlun Peak is a place capable of suppressing warriors and even demonic beasts. And with the emergence of secret realms, there is no trace of battle there. Clashes between grandmasters usually split mountains and tear seas apart. If the Dean had joined forces with Qinglong to face Hongsheng, all of Kunlun Peak would have already turned into a Kunlun Basin. That leaves only one path: go after Hongsheng. However, if he is truly an enemy, going to him means exposing themselves. The protagonist starts to grow irritated since unraveling mysteries like this is not something he enjoys. His only pleasure is fighting strong enemies. So the best option he has right now is to become even stronger. Now his 3 templates are already at their maximum, and the effect of being first in the series and reclaiming West City is enough for him to obtain 2 more templates. In addition, he still possesses the golden gene developed by the Mad Doctor. He realizes that a man must do what a man has to do. If Daxia truly no longer has a protector of the nation, then he will become the sovereign himself. Inside a commercial building in West City, Yahe investigates the place and notices everything is silent. But through bloodline resonance, that blood clan must be nearby. This makes him question why they are hiding so deeply and what they are avoiding. He descends to the lowest part of the building and finds a monster. However, his strength is so overwhelming that with a single motion, he slices the monster in half. His subordinate rises from the monster's remains, and the protagonist says he now understands why he couldn't find him. He had been hiding inside the monster's belly. The Mad Doctor, looking a bit strange, stands up calling for his master. Yihe approaches, but his subordinate tells him not to come closer, saying it's too disgusting. The protagonist agrees, saying everything looks too sticky, and asks what is going on and who he is hiding from. The Mad Doctor explains that he hid inside that worm precisely to conceal the golden gene and his own aura. The laser bird sent a true monster to steal the golden gene, and it is a supreme creature. It would probably swallow all living beings in West City. That is why they must leave immediately. Yihe uses his armor to project the image of the monster he defeated and asks if that is the creature he was talking about. The doctor is stunned, saying it really is that creature, and asks if that is what it seems to be. The protagonist explains that it is exactly that. He has already refined the monster. Shocked and devoted, the doctor throws himself to the ground before the protagonist, congratulating him on advancing another step. Yihe tells him to stop, asking where he learned such futile nonsense. He also demands that the doctor immediately hand over the golden gene. He points out that before, he had no curiosity about that thing at all. Yihe activates Zawarudo, thinking the gene is covered in viscous fluid, and that he can remove it without damage using the ability. As he holds the golden gene in his hand, his mouth begins to salivate, and he thinks that this is the extracted golden gene, and just touching it already makes his body crave it. The protagonist takes a briefcase and places the golden gene inside. The doctor looks confused and asks if his master truly will not consume it. Yihe explains that it is not the right time yet. Whenever he swallows a large amount of energy, he ends up entering a metamorphosis sleep. West City is still a war zone and not a place where he can cultivate in peace. Yihe stares at his subordinate and tells him he did an excellent job. Suddenly, the protagonist attacks, and the doctor asks if that is. Yihe releases his power inside the doctor and explains that his current strength is still too weak, since whenever he encounters enemies, he still has to hide all the time. Now, inside him, there is the black-reddish biomass of that -0. It can strengthen the doctor's brain. The protagonist creates energy crystals on his back and tears them off with his own hands, handing them to his subordinate. He emphasizes that this is the crystallization of his spinal column. Therefore, he must accept it, and the amount of power the doctor will be able to extract from it will depend solely on his own level. Feeling honored, the doctor looks at his master and says that today the protagonist granted him a drop of blood, but tomorrow he promises to return an empire. Yihe is impressed, as he had not realized his subordinate was so adolescent. He tells the doctor to go take care of his work. The protagonist begins to laugh to himself because the great moment has finally arrived. The demonic beasts of West City are still far too urbanized. Therefore, his next task is to begin a great cleansing throughout the entire city. On the battlefield on the eastern side of West City, the frontline warriors realize that the sovereign has been eliminated and that the tide of beasts has completely dissipated. Now they only need to exterminate those animals once and for all, since some of the demonic beasts that still retain a bit of reason have fled into the alleys. However, before they can do anything, a warning echoes everywhere, telling them to leave the city to him. The people realize that it is the AI Nua and question whether the him she just mentioned is the one who managed to eliminate the sovereign of West City. Even without fully understanding what is happening, the commander orders them to obey, and all the warriors present must carry out an emergency retreat. The true sovereign has arrived to have a little fun. The protagonist arrives flying, surrounded by an extremely dense amount of energy. When he touches the ground, he causes a massive shockwave, destroying everything around him. In addition, with his own tentacles, he creates a sphere around himself, and various weapons begin emerging from within that sphere. He declares that now all demonic beasts will experience his new model, the power of the Angel of Weapons. All the beasts are struck by the weapons, which fire at a terrifying rate per second. Inside the command ship, the captain and his team watch everything unfold. He remarks that the protagonist is simply an inhuman monster. Alone, he is equivalent to an entire heavy firepower troop, and every shot has incredible precision. His kill efficiency surpasses that of the army. That boy is so astonishing that the captain cannot understand where the Dean managed to dig him up. The troops inform the captain that Yihe's attack has stopped, and that apparently the weapons have overheated. The captain shouts that they need to buy time for the protagonist to cover the cooling window of his new weapons. He orders them to activate the mobile energy cannons, 360 degrees, ready to aim. Quickly, another barrage of attacks begins. Some slightly more evolved monsters realize that human weapons have evolved again, and this is irritating. The aerial firing platforms are coordinating with that cannon sphere on the ground. Therefore, they must find a way to destroy that sphere. Otherwise, they will not even have time to flee back to the territory of sin. Another monster asks what they should do and suggests that the first monster advance through the front line while they attack from behind. However, the first monster is terrified when he sees that the protagonist's weapons are already ready again. The protagonist resumes firing, and the monster shouts that the cannon sphere has begun the second round of bombardment. Moreover, the low-level demonic beasts have no ability to counterattack, and if they do not resolve this immediately, the beast tide will be completely exterminated. Even the underground lair will be wiped off the map. The weapons overheat once more and stop firing. The monster shouts that the second wave has ended, and that now they must take advantage of the fact that that thing has just fired and is under maintenance, so they must destroy it immediately, because if that sphere is not destroyed, no demonic beast will leave that place alive. There are already demonic beasts returning to report that the West City stronghold has been taken by the humans, so they need to buy time. The supervision team shouts an alarm saying that many high-level energy reactions have appeared in the city and that at least more than 20 Lord-level demonic beasts have appeared together. The ground troops look at the monsters and the commander shouts that they must move quickly to provide cover for that cannon sphere. They cannot let those lords succeed, and therefore, even if it is a path to death, they must hold on until the next concentration of fire from the platforms. All the warriors charge toward the monsters, declaring that they will not let them pass. However, the protagonist's sphere begins to crack, and a terrifying amount of energy bursts out from within, destroying everything that was there. The ground warriors are left confused and ask if it is really already over. The commander tells the troops to disperse, because all those Lord-level monsters have already been completely annihilated, and somewhat discouraged, he complains that in such a fierce battle they ended up being nothing more than extras. The protagonist questions whether the monsters truly thought he only knew how to stand still and shoot, and states that the recapture of West City is already a done deal, and that by the end of that night, there will not be a single demonic beast left within the city. As soon as the sun rises in the morning, the protagonist is laughing to himself. He looks at the system screens that have appeared, which read, "Achievement unlocked. Savior of West City can obtain a template extraction." In addition, it has been detected that the host is participating in a large-scale operation. By contributing more than half, it is possible to merge achievements, which can grant an advanced extraction with a minimum guarantee of one Class A template. He thinks that he recognizes this system, wondering if it is not the same gacha system from a certain national game from his past life. But when applying template extraction, it is delicious. Monster templates below Class B no longer have value to him. The ideal approach is to complete all recapture achievements and combine everything for one large extraction. At the very least, a Class A monster template at the same level as the Emperor should appear, and that is his expectation. Meanwhile, in the center of the great city, it is announced on all the giant screens around the buildings that the first battle of Daxia's recapture campaign has been a success. In just one day, 3 cities have been recovered. The first was Liancheng, recaptured under the leadership of the 1st Department of Longke. The second was Lancheng, recaptured under the leadership of the warriors of the Sinister City. And the third was West City, recaptured by the team led by Dean Chen Tianyu of Huadu University. The warriors of Daxia will continue to reclaim the cities occupied by demonic beasts. Qingzhu, who was following the news on her phone, questions whether that announcement was some kind of joke, since it claimed that West City was recaptured by Dean Chen, but that blue light could not have belonged to anyone else. At the headquarters of the Supreme Command of Daxia's recapture campaign, the minister orders everyone to classify the protagonist's identity as top secret, since a person with such strength is too shocking to others and would attract attention from many parts of the world. Suddenly, Yihe appears in the room, calling the minister chief and saying he has a favor to ask. Just the protagonist's presence makes the minister tremble completely. He bows and says that Yihe does not need to call him chief, since the true chief there is the protagonist himself. Yahe says that in that case, he will get straight to the point, asking when Hwadu University will grant him the official certification as the chief student of his year. The minister is somewhat confused, saying that the protagonist is already stronger than the dean. So why does he still care about such a title, so inferior to his true greatness? And that his classmates would probably feel embarrassed. But Yihe simply stares at him without saying a single word. Sensing the killing intent, the minister trembles again and says that the certification of Chief Student of the Year requires confirmation from the Hwadu Student Council and normally takes a month of procedures. However, the protagonist's situation is special, so he believes that none of the first-year students would have objections to his title. In addition, the president of the Hwadu Student Council is present and can certify him on the spot. The protagonist is surprised to learn that the president of the Student Council is there and asks where he is. Suddenly, Kuming appears, and the protagonist asks if he is the president of the Student Council. Chiming runs to Yihe and stares at him for a few seconds. Soon after, he begins shouting, calling the protagonist senior, and thanking him for saving everyone on the battlefield, saying that on behalf of his teacher, he would like to express his gratitude. The protagonist explains that he only did what he was supposed to do, and moreover, Yaming seems to be a few years older, so there is no need to call him senior. But Chiming disagrees, saying that on the path of martial arts, the strongest come first. Therefore, the protagonist is the senior. Even a little embarrassed, Yihe ends up agreeing with that. Sometime later, the system congratulates the host for obtaining the achievement of Chief Student of the Year at Hwadu University. With that, he gains another template extraction reward. He becomes excited, because the moment to witness a miracle has finally arrived. He confirms the initialization of the extraction. Something begins to appear before him, and he thinks that it has finally arrived. The system notifies that it is a B+ level Hellstar template. The monster slowly opens its eyes and looks at the protagonist. The system displays the bloodline abilities. Mad Star that covers the sun, capable of perceiving cosmic radiation and luminous energy, altering particle density, trace of luminous energy which controls the flow of energy, changing its trajectory and efficiency, great dark sky which devours everything. The current compatibility is 1%. The protagonist feels relieved to see that it is a skill type template and not one of those D or C class ones that only increase size and are useless. Moreover, he does not know exactly whether the Hellstar's light and energy control abilities can overlap with the Emperor's nuclear energy. If it is possible to form a perfect contract, the room for development will be enormous. So he can hardly wait to push that template to the maximum and develop it thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the occupied city of Qincheng, Wu Sen, along with his group, is complaining because an entire day has already passed and they have only managed, with great effort, to retake 2 cities around Qincheng. His companions say that there are many presidents of martial guilds forming the Sovereign Decapitation Team, and they have not even managed to determine the Sovereign's location. They question whether this may be due to certain factors, since the beast tide of Qincheng is mainly composed of rodent-type demonic beasts. Although there are almost no large beasts on the battlefield, they are extremely difficult to deal with. They have built a complex underground tunnel network beneath the occupied city to wage subterranean warfare against the coalition of warriors. Originally, they adopted the same plan as the West City Coalition: bombard the outskirts to lure the beast tide and then send the Blade Squad for decapitation. But these rats have a high degree of organization, and almost no beasts were attracted by the human bombardment. The entire city maintained a deadly silence, with no defenses on the access streets, as if inviting the coalition of warriors to enter immediately. This forced them to fight in precisely the type of combat in which they are worst: urban warfare. It is no wonder that they have only retaken 2 cities and still suffered enormous losses. The girl looks at the news reporting that Liancheng, Lancheng, and West City have been retaken. Wu Sen punches the wall in anger, saying that the Sovereign has not even appeared, and that this trash is certainly hiding deep underground in Qincheng. This means that to find the Sovereign, they will have to pass through narrow and complex tunnels, going through hundreds of millions of rats, which makes it simply impossible. To have strength but lack decisiveness in this world, there is nothing more frustrating than that. Yahe arrives in the city of Qincheng wearing Toby's mask. He is there to recover that city, however, no one can know about it. At this moment, across the entire blue planet besides him, no one knows that the 3 great protector grandmasters of Daxia have disappeared, and the one responsible behind this is probably Daxia's greatest martial artist named Hongsheng. However, what the protagonist cannot understand is why Hongsheng would act against 3 elite specialists of his own country, Considering that he has already reached the top of Daxia and the world, both in power and prestige, he is someone destined to be forever recorded in history. But once he begins acting against Daxia's greatest specialists, it means that one of his objectives must be to weaken the nation. The protagonist imagines that with his rapid growth rate, sooner or later he too will become a target to be eliminated. In the future, he will certainly have to face Hong Sheng, and if he wants to confront the man known as the Martial Saint, he needs to accumulate more strength and, while doing so, keep his identity secret since he must strike before Hong Sheng can even react. As long as he has enough time to develop, he does not need to fear any enemy. Recovering Qincheng is the perfect opportunity to evolve. As soon as he enters the city, he begins using his vital magnetic field to detect dense biological signals, and the results suggest they may be on the scale of billions. This severely interferes with his sensory perception, making it impossible to locate the sovereign, and that must be why the army of martial artists there has been unable to reconquer the city. Since even he is having difficulty finding the sovereign, Yehe remembers the blood-eyed black wolf of City. This kind of high-level magical beast, stealthy and treacherous, only makes him feel an even stronger urge to eliminate them. The protagonist releases even more of his power, saying that unfortunately for the monsters, he has too many abilities, so there will always be a perfect one for the current occasion. His power continues to expand, entering every corner of the city. The rodents hiding in the sewers sense that something is approaching, but in an instant, all of them are captured and absorbed by the tentacles sent out by the protagonist. While all the surrounding monsters are eliminated one by one, Yihe sits there, savoring the moment. His ability keeps spreading throughout the underground, wiping out every monster it encounters. Yihe grows bored and starts playing on his phone. Shortly afterward, he realizes that the rodent monsters in the city have almost all been eliminated. The black and red substance has already extended 100 meters below ground, so it must be time for the monster to show itself. Suddenly, a small explosion occurs within the black-reddish substance and a huge monster appears. However, the monster looks at the protagonist and asks if it is really just him. As a sovereign and king, the monster says it thought there would be an army waiting to ambush it. Seeing that there truly is no one else, the monster begins to laugh, telling the protagonist that the black and red slime is indeed powerful. However, it was completely nullified merely by the sound it emitted, and that proves Yihe has dug his own grave. However, the protagonist asks the monster what makes it think that is the only trick available. Calmly, he raises his hand to the sky, using the Mad Star of Sari. The monster cannot believe the amount of energy accumulated in that attack and questions where all of it came from. The amount of energy gathered is so vast that it equals the size of several planets. That is divine punishment. The attack begins to descend, completely covering the sky. Seized by fear, the sovereign tries to flee, asking what kind of monster that human is. Yihe merely watches his opponent attempting to escape and asks how an animal like that could possibly be faster than the speed of light. The first strike hits part of the monster, instantly destroying a portion of its body. Even in intense pain, the monster shouts that it will not be so easy to eliminate it, but that was only a small fraction of the true attack. Yihe commands the attack to fall. Multiple strikes, even more powerful than the first, begin crashing down simultaneously. The assault is so overwhelming that it completely pulverizes the sovereign's body. However, the protagonist had already anticipated that. For a sovereign, even if the body is reduced to dust, the magic core remains intact. He approaches to seize the core, but suddenly that core shatters into several pieces. The fragments transform into rodents and attempt to flee. Yihe says that unfortunately for the monster, he has already watched Demon Slayer, and Muzan's desperate move will not work against him. Using his tentacles, he tries to restrain the advancing rodents, yet some rats keep multiplying in an attempt to escape. The protagonist takes a deep breath and remarks that although the opponent is a sovereign, it only possesses cowardly survival abilities, which proves that a rat will always be a rat. He calls upon Za Warudo, which stops time, preventing all living beings around from moving. The power of Za Warudo to halt time has evolved so much that now the protagonist can perceive the cores of the surrounding creatures, and if he destroys each of those cores, the opponent will no longer be able to divide. However, all those magic cores are merely disguised rats, so where is the sovereign's true core? The protagonist realizes that that cunning rat still had one last card to survive with the bare minimum of life. And although that rat is the weakest sovereign-level being he has ever seen, this talent for survival is truly impressive. But unfortunately, it still must be eliminated, since it completely destroyed the entire city. Therefore, the protagonist refuses to use ancestral blood to turn that sovereign into a subordinate, emphasizing that in its next life, it should try to be human. Meanwhile, in the underground palace of the rats, a terrifying number of rodents gather around a fetus. Suddenly, that fetus opens its eye and absorbs all the surrounding rats, awakening from its slumber. While reconstructing its body, it screams in complete terror since it had almost been eliminated. As soon as its body recovers, it tries to flee as fast as possible, saying that it can no longer hold the base in that city and must enter the domain of sin as quickly as it can. And if it were not for the orders of that idiotic emperor, only irrational and brainless magical beasts would go to the human side to fight to the end. As it runs to save its own life, it emphasizes that it truly believed it could hold that place for at least another month. As long as the so-called great human grandmasters did not intervene, it could remain hidden in the underground rat palace and delay the human battlefield. But that masked human not only managed to release a mysterious substance that devours all magical beasts, he can also control the power of the stars. And in the end, the monster did not even understand how the protagonist managed to eliminate all of its clones in a single instant. It finally reaches the portal to enter the domain of sin, saying that, fortunately, this king was more skillful and used the cicada shell trick. That stupid human surely did not realize he only eliminated the clones. Happy to finally be safe, it leaps forward, saying that if it can cross that rift, it will be able to return to the domain of sin, since the human side is truly far too dangerous and therefore it must leave. However, at the very last second, an attack from the protagonist strikes it. The destructive power is so immense that the attack tears through everything, piercing the entire underground palace and reaching the planet's surface. Wu Sen and his companions notice that group of purple light pillars that began attacking again, yet they have no idea what that power could be. Wu Sen says it might be an orbital energy weapon, but he does not believe so, since invoking something like that would be far too excessive. And even if it truly were an orbital weapon, they were not informed by the allied forces of Qincheng. Without knowing what it really is, he advances with the group to check what is happening. When they arrive at the site of the explosion, they see only an enormous crater in the ground. The group says they can no longer sense anything from those rats, and apparently they have disappeared, leaving no trace of presence. There are only two explanations. Either all the monsters returned to the secret realm, or they were annihilated by those purple light pillars. But Wu Sen cannot understand who could be powerful enough to mobilize such a destructive weapon. The government announces that Qincheng has become the fourth city to be recovered. The population cheers with joy upon seeing that the nation is finally recovering, having reclaimed 4 occupied cities consecutively in just 1 week. The government states that it will continue bringing the latest news about Daxia's recapture plan. In a secret room, high-ranking officers of Daxia's allied forces are gathered, questioning who this person is. They continue discussing, saying it was the same in West City. They were facing all kinds of difficulties and suddenly a mysterious person appeared to solve everything. This time, in Qincheng, it was the same, the only difference being that the light changed to purple. They speculate whether the protagonist could be one of the TOU brothers. However, they feel somewhat relieved since it is now clear that this person is helping the allied forces. In theory, the appearance of a mysterious expert capable of influencing the course of war within their territory should attract the attention and investigation of Longke. After contacting Longke, they claim to have no information to declare, which means those bastards do not know anything either. And no matter who this person is, they need to hurry to recover the other cities. Otherwise, they will seem incompetent in the face of such overwhelming power. While the officers are talking, the protagonist is already advancing. He thinks that, excluding the S-level Guanxi Mountain of Life, there are currently 3 occupied cities that have not yet been liberated. 2 of them are under the responsibility of Longque and Hua University. He heard that the main battlefield has been achieving consecutive victories and that total recapture is not far away. So all that remains is to go to the last city, which is Bocheng. This city is far too low profile, almost invisible. The allied forces of Bocheng send combat reports at fixed times every day. There are no major defeats nor major victories, and they almost never appear in the news. Until now, he has mainly used abilities based on the Hellstar template, but that standard purple beam of light is far too eye-catching, so he needs to change his identity. Using the blackish-red substance, he creates a new disguise for himself as if he were a true demon. It has also been quite some time since he used the decapitating sword, so he needs to disguise it as well. By activating his ability, he transforms the sword into a scythe. Now he looks like death itself. For this identity, he will mainly focus on martial arts tied to killing intent. Only Professor Gongke and veteran Qing Long know that he has mastered killing intent, so this new identity should be very safe. As he moves forward, he asks Nua to play a song called "I Will Still Think of You." Sometime later, in the middle of Bocheng City, a group of warriors were preparing to return to the battlefield. Old Lu asks them to wait a little since he is finishing his meal. However, he is not pleased at all because the taste of military rations is extremely bad and cannot compare to his wife's cooking. His companions tell him not to state the obvious and question what place on the battlefield could possibly be as comfortable as home. They also urge him to hurry up, since the president ordered them to assemble. But old Lu says he needs to go to the bathroom. A companion asks if he's really that afraid of returning to the battlefield, since every time they have to leave, he comes up with some excuse. While they are talking, the protagonist slowly approaches from behind. One of the soldiers complains that this time, he does not know if he will be able to return alive, and that his son was just born. And even though he is a martial artist, he is still acting like a coward. Yehe realizes that this is a performance without an audience, and from the moment he arrived in that city, he had already noticed that something was wrong. It seems the sovereign truly accomplished great things without making much noise. He wonders if it is possible that all the residents of that city have fallen into an illusion, but after analyzing more deeply, he realizes that is not the case, because the feeling is far more terrifying than that. He slices the back of the neck of a girl who is walking nearby and realizes that all the humans are already rotting. Apparently, all the allied forces that were in that city were completely annihilated God knows how long ago, and are most likely all dead. But the most terrifying thing is that they do not know they have died. The flesh inside their bodies has rotted, yet on the outside they maintain the appearance they had while alive in their daily lives. It is very likely that they are repeating the last day before they were eliminated. The allied forces deceived themselves and deceived the entire nation of Daxia, and this kind of cruel mockery of life must be punished with death. He uses one of his tentacles, striking the woman's mouth with blood magic and psychological hypnosis. The girl falls to her knees, her body trembling. The protagonist explains that she is already dead. In a short period of time, the girl regains awareness, asking if she is truly already dead, and suddenly remembers that it is true since she died on the battlefield. Overcome with despair, she screams that the sovereign of that city is far too terrifying, eliminated everyone present and turned them into the undead, and that only a Grand Master can face that monster. Suddenly, the woman's body begins to dry up. Her eyes stop moving and she collapses lifeless onto the ground. Yehe realizes that when a person acknowledges the truth of their own death, the force sustaining the corpse disappears. He closes the girl's eyes, telling her to rest in peace and promising that he will avenge her death. With such cruelty before him, Yehe rises, declaring that it is time to begin the complete extermination. Yehe uses his vital magnetic field and manages to cover the entire city. However, he cannot sense any life signal as powerful as that of a sovereign. Instead, the intensity of each magical beast's life signal fluctuates almost the same way, just like the allied forces in that place. It seems they have all become mass-produced puppets. The protagonist realizes something and releases even more of his power, saying that apparently he will have to force the sovereign to appear. That dark mass begins to cover the entire area, striking all the monsters and eliminating them. Even so, the sovereign still does not show himself. Yehe analyzes the situation and realizes there is a place where that monster must be. At the top of the mountain stood the strongest among the allied forces, a Grand Master at the butterfly transformation stage. He is the leader of the Hongwu sect, called Li Zhongshan. Upon noticing that something was wrong, he shouts for all martial artists to listen to his orders. An army of people appears, and he yells that the sovereign of that city is right ahead and is alone, and that if they manage to eliminate him, they will liberate the city. Everyone present becomes excited about the situation. However, an absurd amount of energy begins to form above them, leaving everyone frightened and asking what that thing in the sky is. The protagonist appears, telling everyone to rest in peace, and begins to eliminate the entire army quickly. Some people cannot understand why that human in the sky is attacking them, even questioning whether he is a specialist from an enemy nation allied with magical beasts. The commander orders all ground troops to retreat immediately, as they are merely targets for that man. He tells the air troops to advance and try to contain him, but his subordinates inform him that the fighter jets and the missile stockpile have disappeared. The commander shouts that it is impossible since this is the first expedition and they have not used anything yet. Moreover, the logistics unit should have checked everything before departure, so they have no idea when those munitions were spent. But they too are annihilated by an attack from the protagonist. Zhongshan hides behind a rock, saying that this is quite a surprise and that apparently that human has discovered his plan. And that is truly a pity, since he intended to use this opportunity to infiltrate among the humans. Zhongshan then uses the Hongwu sect's secret technique, Earthly Evil Martial Arts, Calamity Whale Extermination Fist. The two attacks collide and he manages to neutralize the strike, but the protagonist appears right in front of him. The sovereign begins to laugh, saying that the body of a human specialist is truly excellent, because those transcendent techniques called martial arts are also extremely profound. However, the protagonist continues attacking, yet the sovereign emerges from within the barrage, saying that those blows cannot cause even the slightest scratch on that powerful body. Gathering all his strength, the sovereign charges at the protagonist, asking whether he can withstand that punch. Yehe is surprised by the opponent's strength, who manages to land a direct hit on his face. Zhongshan praises the protagonist, saying that Since he was able to see through his plan, he must certainly be a standout among humans. The Sovereign's strike destroys the protagonist's mask, causing a small wound on his face. The monster continues throwing countless punches, saying that this situation is excellent because once he defeats the protagonist, he will become his next puppet. And now Yi will understand just how helpless he is before absolute power. Preparing to deliver the final blow, the Sovereign shouts for him to die along with all his regrets. As he throws the punch, he manages to destroy Yihe's body. However, the Sovereign realizes that something is wrong. The protagonist activates his killing intent, Lunar Wheel of Massacre. Junction becomes confused, wondering if he has fallen into a trap. The enormous red moon before him is split apart by a devastating strike, destroying everything ahead. Yihe emphasizes that a farce is merely a farce and cannot compare to the sharp perception of a true martial artist, since the Sovereign could not even distinguish the optical body he had created. However, that blow was not enough to eliminate the Sovereign. He begins to realize that the protagonist not only managed to uncover his disguise, but also annihilated the puppet army he was creating. Furthermore, the protagonist's attack managed to leave a scar on the body of that human king, which is stronger than the Sovereign's puppet body. And that proves that Yihe also possesses a high-level body, which is perfect, because now he will belong to the king. The Sovereign gathers all his remaining power and charges forward, but the protagonist prepares for combat, saying that a Sovereign occupying a human body is truly rare. Once again, the two clash their attacks, but the Sovereign begins to laugh, saying that the protagonist will not be able to break his golden rings and therefore should just hand over his body. Yihe laughs as well, saying that giving the body of a true elite martial artist to a monster would be a waste. He emphasizes that the Sovereign needs to understand the true difference in power between them. He unleashes countless blows, telling the Sovereign that his right side is weak and his left is inaccurate, not to mention that his reflexes are slows, and none of his movements are worthwhile, asking whether the monster still wants to face him using martial techniques, because that is nothing but a ridiculous dream. And now he will understand how weak and incompetent he truly is. The Sovereign begins to struggle against those attacks, thinking that the protagonist's strikes have become even more precise and that even with the strength and reflexes of a Grandmaster, at the butterfly transformation stage, he cannot fully predict the attacks. However, he realizes his judgment was wrong and that he has apparently been completely read by the protagonist. Yihe thinks that the Sovereign may even change the position of his vital magnetic field to try to camouflage himself, but he cannot hide his essence, and that is why he was found. At that point in the fight, the Sovereign is completely defenseless, and he realizes it, asking how it is possible, because even possessing the powerful body of a Grandmaster, he cannot fight against something so strong. He decides to retreat and try to find an even more powerful puppet to confront absolute power. But when he tries to move, he cannot and asks what is happening, since his body does not respond, as if it were bound by some kind of force. Yihe attacks, showing the true difference between a divinity and a mere insignificant ant. The Sovereign screams, trying to beg for his life, but it is useless. A few seconds later, the system congratulates the host for completing the achievement of contributing to more than half of the territory's reclamation. Now he can perform a model draw with a guaranteed A rank. He confirms for the system to begin the draw. The models start shuffling, and a surprising glow astonishes the protagonist. He obtained an S rank model, the 10-headed Hydra S rank model. He possesses the bloodline ability to gather the planet's natural energy and create 7 types of elemental energy. He also possesses the Sacred Tree bloodline, which can obtain Sacred Tree cells and control the essence of the Divine Tree, and the Eye of Causality bloodline, which awakens the ability called Eye of Causality. Currently, it has no evolved forms, and synchronization is at 1%. Even the system is impressed, saying that he obtained a legendary model. Yihe shouts in happiness and excitement upon seeing that he obtained a model with infinite potential. Now he has the 10-headed Hydra, an S-rank model. Reaching an S-rank model means possessing a complete transcendental system. If he can bring this model to 100%, although in destructive power, it may not surpass the stellar Cosmo Demora. In terms of variety of abilities, it may even be superior. Just like the vampire model, that is a high-level ability model. While thinking about this, the system notifies that it has detected the host possesses a model of the same origin, so fusion is possible. The 10-headed Hydra model can be added to the plant attribute evolution path of the Swift Demora Emperor model, the stellar Cosmo Demora. The system asks whether he wishes to confirm the integration, but first delivers a note of caution. Since the 10-headed Hydra belongs to a high-level panel, integration may cause unpredictable changes in the final mutation of the Swift Demora Emperor model, the stellar Cosmo Demora. The protagonist is surprised, asking whether this is happening because the two models share plant attributes. Now he understands that models can complement and merge according to their characteristics. It is like card fusion in games. However, reality is far more complex than a game. Fusing two models with infinite potential with an unknown result is not something simple. Moreover, success means that the two models will become one. This will not only drastically reduce the burden of resources required to evolve, but will also grant him an even more powerful supermodel. However, in case of failure, he does not believe both would be discarded, since the foundation of the two is excellent and their starting point is high. Even if they were to decline, they would not be that weak, at the very least reaching the level of a D-class giant humanoid model. Moreover, even the resulting fused model could suffer a sharp drop in growth potential and rank evaluation. Another system message appears saying that the host possesses the high-level fusion material called Golden Gene. The Golden Gene has the ability to optimize bloodline genes, significantly increasing the probability that the genes will develop positively during fusion. Yehe finds it too coincidental, as if the moment the Golden Gene accidentally fell into his hands had been preparation exactly for that day and time. The protagonist suspects that perhaps in some invisible space-time, there is a guy called the Author guiding him, as if he were inside a comic story, like a manhwa. If that is the case, he has no right to refuse. And even if he did, he would not refuse. Because if he must fight Hongsheng in the future, he needs to be 10 or even 100 times stronger than he is now. So without hesitation, he decides to carry out the fusion. The system begins the process, however it warns that the stellar Cosmo Demora cannot completely devour the genes of the 10-headed Hydra. Therefore, it is initializing metamorphosis and injecting the Golden Gene. Optimization and fusion are in progress. Zhongshen, who was completely defeated on the ground, opens his eyes and asks the protagonist if he was the one who managed to defeat him. Yehe says yes. The Grandmaster asks about the other martial artists of the Allied forces. The protagonist replies that soon all of them will be annihilated. Zhongshen feels relieved, saying that is good, at least their corpses will not be desecrated. But Yehe shows a small monster, saying that this type of magical beast should not have been enough to defeat them in a direct confrontation, and asks who eliminated the Allied forces of that city. Zhongshen warns the protagonist that he must be very careful because that sovereign-level beast called itself one of the 4 envoys of the Emperor. Its strength surpassed even that of a Grandmaster at the butterfly transformation stage. However, most importantly, it can skillfully use human martial arts and even comprehended a Grandmaster's domain. Zhongshen emphasizes that before being completely defeated, that sovereign had said it would head to Huadu. The protagonist is surprised, since Daxia has a total of 36 Grandmasters, and normally at least 20 remain on standby in Huadu. Currently, due to Daxia's reclamation plan, almost all those with high combat power have gone out to lead battlefronts and recover lost territories. Longke is in the same situation, because due to the reclamation plan, it sent a large number of specialists to guard the borders and prevent enemy powers from taking the opportunity to invade, which means the nation's guardian grandmasters are all absent, so Huadu is empty. Meanwhile, in Huadu City, at the military base within the secret realm of the Nine Dragons River, that place has a rift to a secret realm located at the bottom of a body of water. Longke established an underwater base there, but strangely, over the next 5 years, the magical beasts in the secret realm became extremely scarce and of very low level. Therefore, the danger level was reduced from B to D. Thanks to the extremely low danger level, the martial artists responsible for guarding that place were having a barbecue, saying that place is a blessing since they knew the positions in Huadu were the best. Martial artists from other places were all sent to war while they remained there in that relaxed post, drinking wine and eating barbecue while earning a fortune. The person tending the grill also speaks mockingly, saying there is nothing to be done if they were born to be rich. Because even as members of secondary branches of the 9 families of Huadu, if they cannot have the main power and wealth in this life, at least they can live freely and carefree. Zhao tells them to drink and let the music continue and the dance never stop. One of them is surprised to see him there, asking whether he should not be operating the radar monitor on watch duty. Zhao disagrees, asking why he should stand watch while they drink and eat. His companions eventually agree, saying there is nothing to watch in that secret realm, so they should drink and eat to their heart's content. However, something terrifying was approaching. A 3-headed monster was approaching. One of the heads begins to laugh, telling its brother that the humans up ahead were throwing a party and had no idea they were about to be completely wiped out. The brother says they should eliminate them all so they can feel the vigor of the true emperor. But the middle head simply tells the other 2 to be quiet. That being is one of the 4 envoys of the emperor of the domain of sin, Asura. The main head warns the other 2 that the emperor sent them there to eliminate the strong, to annihilate as much as possible the vital forces of human specialists, and that thanks to the strongest human called Hongsheng, they have a list containing the locations of the human experts. Since their mission is to eliminate as many powerful humans as possible, they must focus on efficiency and not waste time on those mediocre humans ahead. The other 2 heads agree, and with that they begin to release their power, saying that now it is time to set out and make that planet bow before the Emperor's hand. The group of people ahead, drinking and eating, is completely annihilated. The monster laughs, saying that even without fighting or intending to kill those humans, they could not withstand even the noise of the wind generated by its passing. It tries to cross the rift, but is repelled. However, that was already expected since powerful individuals suffer enormous rejection from spatial rifts. If not for that, the Emperor would have crushed the world long ago. It holds a box in its hand, saying they still need to rely on the shadows left by anomalous demons. And that is disgusting. Upon using that box, something spreads and covers its body, allowing it to pass through the rift and appear on the other side. As soon as they emerge from the sea, they ask whether the world on that side is called the Blue Planet. Meanwhile, at the Council of the 9 Families of Huadu, they emphasize that the headquarters has received a warning message from Nuwa encrypted as maximum emergency. Therefore, they are demanding that Grandmaster-level specialists return to Huadu immediately, because if the situation were not urgent, they would not have gathered. One of the council members tells them to stop the idle talk and asks whether Hongsheng has still not come out of seclusion, since the imperial capital is facing a crisis, and there is no room for him to remain in isolation. Not to mention, they have also been unable to contact Jingguang or Qinglong. Another member says the two are missing for unknown reasons, and regarding Hongsheng, they have already sent people to look for him, but received no response at all. The members conclude that in this case, either Hongsheng is at a crucial moment in his cultivation and cannot be disturbed, or he is doing this on purpose. This angers the members, who ask whether that guy is thinking of usurping Daxia's central power, since he had long ago said they need to suppress martial artists in terms of benefits and prestige. Otherwise, they will certainly desire more. However, doubt arises among them about what the 9 families should do, because if they directly confront the enemy's power, it will be like falling into a trap set by Hongsheng. Since the specialists the 9 families spent immense resources cultivating are meant to suppress internal martial artists, they are the foundation. And if they are annihilated there, even if they win that battle, the families will collapse, losing the war. One of them suggests making a strategic withdrawal and deciding after specialists from across the country return to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, at the 9 Dragons River, a couple was walking by a lakeside. The woman shouts for her boyfriend to look because the river water had turned black and all the fish were floating dead. The boy asks what that was and whether it could be a rift, but the truth is that the monster had leapt from there and upon landing on the ground simply disintegrated the two of them. The heads say that humans are very fragile as they cannot withstand even a single blow and already turn to ashes or dust. The command center spots the monster and asks whether it is truly a sovereign. Is it possible that a sovereign-level magical beast has appeared inside the imperial capital? But the monster simply destroys the camera filming it. Director Wang Zhiting begins to tremble with rage, saying that the elite agents of the 1st Division are still guarding the borders. Chief Qinglong and Director Jingguang are not in Huadu at the moment. Therefore, they need to buy time, at least until the nation's guardian martial artist comes out of seclusion. He orders them to notify all Longquei agents in Huadu who are on mission. Master Li Yanxiang, Master Lin Hong, along with Masters Wu Makun and Zhu Shunrong, appear in front of the monster, saying they are there to teach it a lesson. However, the monster begins to laugh, saying that ants are trying to show power, but they are too weak and deserve to be eliminated. The central head warns them, saying it is better to run away at once, because they are there to hunt the strong. And not only are they weak, but they have already exhausted their potential and have no room left to grow. In other words, even if they survive, they will not affect the Emperor's plan, so they should just leave. However, the 4 say that specialists will arrive in 3 minutes, and that to prevent the monster from wandering around and harming citizens, they must contain it. The 4, together with their forces, create a barrier in front of the monster. One of the heads asks if that is truly what they want, because if so, it will respect their choice. With a single strike, it eliminates the men, leaving only the woman alive. The monster remarks that they have courage, but if they do not have the corresponding strength, it will only result in inevitable tragedy. The woman cannot believe they were eliminated so quickly. Soon, fighter jets across the city are deployed, and within minutes, a bombardment is launched against the monster. However, it activates its domain of deathly decay and expands it. The pilots realize the attacks are ineffective, as long-range weapons cannot penetrate the target's defensive field. Therefore, firearms have no effect, and the only choice is to rely entirely on martial artists. The commander begins coordinating the entire assault team, ordering the 2nd and 3rd Divisions to initiate direct confrontation, while the 4th and 5th Divisions focus on support and containment. The monster says that finally 1 or 2 human specialists worth hunting have appeared, and now it can have some fun playing with its prey. The 2 martial artists charge with everything they have, but soon a report arrives stating that the chiefs of the 2nd and 3rd Divisions were heroically killed in action. In addition, 50 Longquei agents from those 2 divisions are dead or wounded. At the moment, the 4th and 5th Divisions have opted for a strategic withdrawal. The chief of the 4th Division has also been eliminated. Shortly after, another report informs that the chief of the 5th Division also died heroically. Moreover, the presidents of the martial associations have arrived to provide support, but the battle situation remains unfavorable. Asura continues advancing toward the city center. Zhaiding trembles, questioning how this is possible, since up to that moment, 4 grandmasters of the cocoon-breaking stage have already been eliminated in battle. In desperation, he shouts, asking whether they have managed to contact Hongsheng, Jingwang, or Qinglong. His subordinates reply that they have not. He then asks about the 9 families of Huadu, questioning why so far they have sent only great martial masters and a few martial artists to participate in the interception operation against Asura. He asks where the grandmasters of the 9 families who protect the imperial capital are, questioning whether they are all already dead. Since up to now the 9 families have not made contact, the fighters on the front line are being eliminated like ants. The director says that if this continues, Huadu and even all of Daxia will be completely lost. Therefore, there is now only one option: the Special Registration Combat Power. He orders the immediate release of the Special Registration Combat Power. However, a subordinate says they have no way to control those people. The director replies that now is not the time to think about that, since they are in a life-or-death situation for Huadu. Therefore, the order is clear and direct. They must release them all at once, and if problems arise, he will take full responsibility. As Asura walks through the city, a person rushes from behind, asking where the monster thinks it is going, but with a simple snap of its fingers, it pulverizes the man as if he were nothing. It kicks a fire extinguisher aside, saying it is very bored because it thought Longke was a powerful organization, but apparently it is nothing more than a bunch of useless people who only served to dirty its hand. However, while it is cleaning its hands, it hears someone asking whether magical beasts also like cleanliness. A group of 3 people questions whether they were really released just to face a single monster. The fully bandaged man remarks that he never imagined Huadu would be destroyed like that one day, saying it is fantastic, though it is a pity that the monster will have to die. The bluehead says that apparently they are being underestimated, while the redhead refuses to take any insult and declares that they will be crushed. The middlehead tells them to wait a moment and notes that those 3 are also worth hunting, though not as much as the one in the sky. Therefore, they need to finish this quickly, since the one in the sky seems far more promising. The blue and red heads notice that the central head has opened its eyes, which makes them question just how strong that specialist in the sky is and whether he truly deserves such attention. The bandaged man asks if the monster is really joking, questioning whether it has any idea how many sovereigns he has eliminated in the past, and saying that soon tearing off those 3 heads will be just another trophy. The red and blue heads begin saying something strange, and more arms grow from the monster. With that, it uses domain expansion. The 3 are confused, asking how a magical beast is capable of using a martial arts domain. Pressured within the domain, they are quickly all eliminated. Asura questions whether this so-called special registration combat power is really that pathetic. The bluehead remarks that everyone in the way has been eliminated and that humans are truly fragile. Therefore, it hopes that the specialist in the sky, whom their brother values so highly, will provide some stimulation. The central head is so focused on the power of the specialist in the sky that it can no longer restrain itself and quickly leaps toward that presence. The entire faculty announces that they have detected a high-energy reaction rapidly approaching, so they are activating the magnetic field protective shields at maximum output. However, the monster says it is useless and passes through the protection with ease. The second line of defense is activated and missiles are launched, but they are also useless. As soon as it reaches the ground, Asura realizes that the presence of that human specialist has suddenly disappeared and asks if she has fled. But Gonka appears with her Sharingan, saying that the one who should flee is the monster. She lands the first strike, but the monster soon activates the wind of mortal corrosion. She thinks it is nothing but filth. The bluehead warns its brother that it has a premonition that if they are completely decapitated, even if the magical core is not destroyed, they will probably die. At last, a decent opponent has appeared who brings excitement. The redhead is also thrilled since that woman managed to injure them. The central head notes that she delivered a cut of such purity and in a completely silent manner. Extremely excited by the situation, the monster shouts that she is the human specialist with the highest hunting value so far. Gonka begins to smile, saying that such praise is a bit exaggerated, and asks whether the monster should also act as if it has achieved something. She awakens her killing intent. The monster is slightly confused, asking whether she really opened her domain directly. Yet it realizes that the surrounding buildings have not disappeared, which means she merely overlaid the domain onto reality instead of using martial rhyme to construct an independent space. Even so, it would like to see what the effects are. Gonka remarks that if one compares her domain with the monster's dirty and corrosive breath, hers is far superior. Asura charges to attack, saying there is no need to talk anymore, and uses the earthly evil martial art, Schismatic Hammer of Solar Power. The attack is devastating, yet the monster cannot understand whether she disappeared or whether it missed the strike. Suddenly, it hears a voice from behind. Gonka says that a magical beast that knows how to use martial arts is truly surprising, and that when she tells her disciple about this, his jaw will surely drop. Asura looks at her, asking whether that was a change of position or an illusion. Gonke replies that now it is time to get a bit more serious, and uses the genetic technique blood retaliation, Ungchi. Drops of blood begin to float, and Asura realizes they are not ordinary, as it can see a line of blood forming between each drop. Among thousands of drops, the connected lines form a blood net so dense that not even a mosquito could pass through. Gonka says that now he will not be able to escape. Gonke locks him inside and laughs, saying that the fireworks are about to begin. The monster starts to feel an immense pain and an absurd pressure over his body. He points out that Gonke managed to perform countless cuts in a single instant. And even a body of iron that ignores attacks from Grandmasters can block a blow, but cannot withstand thousands of them hitting the same point in 1 second. He begins to fall into despair, realizing that even using that black particle to regenerate deep wounds, it is not possible to stop the continuation of the next cuts. Amid so much pain, he starts laughing and shouting, says that it is truly worth fighting against that woman. After the first wave of attacks, he remains standing, saying that even though she is extremely strong, that alone is not exciting enough. But he notices that something is happening and questions why, suddenly, everything has become so heavy. Several undead were holding him by the feet, and as soon as he looks forward, he notices a huge mountain made of those same undead. That begins to take over the monster's body, and he shouts that the blood karma of that human is truly excessive, combined with a talent for massacre. And if it were not for the mental trauma that prevents greater advancement, she would be a considerable obstacle in the Emperor's path. Gonke covers her ears and starts saying that it is just nonsense from very annoying people, and she does not want to listen to that. The monster manages to free his body and says that this has already gone too far, as they have already wasted too much time and still need to hunt more specialists. So he will finish her once and for all and uses his domain expansion. Gonke continues mocking the situation, saying that now she is feeling the aura of a martial rhyme space, and that she also knows how to do that. However, she takes out her phone and says that she is recording everything. That way, she will be able to show it to the protagonist, so that boy can see how incredible his master is. She also uses her domain expansion, Borderless Decapitation. The monster also tries to expand his Mahakala domain, but fails miserably. He is imprisoned, and Gonke stops recording that scene, thinking that it is better not to record something so aggressive. Several chains continue binding the monster, and he shouts to her that Mahakala will completely erase her, but he has to admit that she provided a great combat experience, so he would like to say goodbye to that human specialist. Gonke calls him a brute and tells him to be quiet so she can cut him down once and for all. The guillotine falls on the monster, but a spatial explosion happens, breaking both domains. Gonke falls to her knees on the ground, breathing heavily, saying that her beautiful legs and slender waist were almost lost, as the two martial domains collided to the limit at the same time and ended up collapsing. The monster, who is still standing, says that she is much stronger than that human grandmaster called Li Zhongshen, and it seems that he will have to use all his power to defeat her. Since human martial arts are not their true specialty, now they will show their real power. The monster begins to transform. Several blades come out of his body, and he holds them with all his 6 arms, saying that she deserves for that fight to be taken seriously. Gonke watches and thinks that this has become a bit problematic, and as an authority in the domain of massacre, at least before the illness struck, she can clearly perceive the intensity of the enemy's killing intent. With that, she can judge her chances of eliminating him or being eliminated by him. When that individual used the domain, perhaps due to lack of practice or instability in the martial rhyme, the threat of Asura's killing intent was only around 6 points. With that score, in a direct confrontation, she would not lose. But now things have changed. She has a vision of something attacking her and wonders, could this vision be of destined death? That is something only Grandmasters at the butterfly transformation stage with strong mental power can occasionally see. She begins to stand up, saying that apparently she is about to be eliminated there and this is her fate. But it is fine. At least she was eliminated protecting Huadu. Little She will probably erect a statue of her at the university so that future generations of students can pay tribute to her. However, even having lived more than 100 years, she still feels a bit of longing. Every year, wonderful new games are released, every month interesting anime come out, and every day there are good novels to follow. Besides that, she still has a disciple, Yihei. She points out that unfortunately the master will have to die, but he needs to take very good care of himself. After that, she shouts that she will end that fight. However, once again, the sky begins to transform drastically, and the aura takes over everywhere. Gonke is startled and looks back, asking if there is another specialist and who he is. The protagonist, with a mask on his face, says that he is the specialist who will help her rewrite her destiny. Meanwhile, at Longquay headquarters, Xiting and the others were frightened, asking what is happening in Huadu and whether it is possible that there was some error in the battle between the special registered combatant Gongke and Asura. However, he cannot see anything and questions why the magnetic field in that area is disrupted, interfering with the images of that battle as he has never seen such a situation before. The protagonist's power was so overwhelming that it covered everything around. Asura points his sword at the protagonist and asks him to say his name. The protagonist simply says "monster" and surprises both of them. He explains that he is from an organization called Monster, and they can call him Demonic Eye. Asura finds that a bit strange, as there were no mentions of the organization or that person called Demonic Eye in the information about the specialist that Fu Hongsheng provided. He questions whether this was an omission or if Fu Hongsheng has ulterior motives, but that does not matter now. First, he will eliminate those two. Asura leaps, saying that the protagonist must die, and uses his original martial technique Black Massacre Destruction Fury. Yihei simply stands still and Asura manages to cut him. However, he realizes that the sensation of the cut was a bit strange and wonders if that boy died. He only hears Kuro Maru and notices a huge attack coming toward him. The attack hits him and the ground as well, causing enormous destruction in the area. The synchronization with the 10-headed Jenna model is still in its early stages, and the power of the abilities is not that strong. Yet it is more than enough to deal with a magical beast like that trash, since the Emperor is already evolved. The protagonist shouts for his opponent to get up quickly and stop pretending, as a magical beast of his level would not be eliminated so easily. Asura stands up, laughing, and says that this is very interesting, charging at the protagonist once again. Yihei says that ever since he obtained the passive 10-headed Jenna Eye of Causality, it is as if everything is in slow motion for him. The protagonist points out that this guy is his first opponent after unlocking the S model, so he will use him as a whetstone to discover a bit of his true powers. He activates the Sacred Tree bloodline using refined cellular creation. Asura is astonished. Countless protagonists begin to appear in front of him, leaving him completely surrounded. Yehe is using refined clones of Sacred Tree cells together with the enhancement of the black and red substance. With that, it can be said that each of those clones possesses combat power comparable to the original body. Although the cloned bodies are much more fragile than the original, and under high-intensity energy output the cells collapse and disintegrate, they are still incredibly terrifying. And finally, by overlaying the light energy traction ability of the Inferno Star, he can further strengthen the nuclear energy, multiplying its power. Asura realizes that this is not good at all and that he needs to avoid that direct attack, otherwise he will have no chance to defend himself. Yehe uses Zawarudo to stop his enemy. Asura becomes confused and questions why he cannot move, asking what ability this is. The energy among all the clones was already at a very high level and Asura begins to tremble in fear. The protagonist says that this was prepared especially for him and attacks his opponent with all his clones at the same time. That is the attack called Great Nuclear Formation of Immortal Execution. At headquarters, a woman warns that this is not good at all and asks the director to look at the sky in Huadu. They manage to detect that the radiation levels in the sky are rising drastically, and the external temperature is skyrocketing, which shows that a second sun has appeared in the sky. The amount of energy in the attack was enough to create a new sun in that sky. A few seconds later, a huge explosion occurs, destroying part of the city's buildings, and the shockwave spreads everywhere. 40 seconds later, the temperature returned to normal and radiation levels began to decrease. Xiting still does not understand what is happening there, thinking that Gongke was the one responsible for all of this, and ended up going insane. Yihei looks ahead and says that his opponent lives up to the title of one of the elite specialists of the Secret Realms. The value of one of the so-called 4 envoys of the Emperor is truly not low. Asura managed to protect himself at the last second, and the protagonist points out that he did not expect there to actually be a creature capable of surviving the great nuclear formation of immortal execution. Even the -1 would not be able to adapt to the terrifying energy of the formation's core in just a few seconds. All adaptive evolutionary cells would be evaporated, which shows that Asura truly is a high-level example, and because of that, he is enjoying the fight even more. Asura orders the demonic sphere to restore his body. The protagonist asks if he really intends to recover right in front of him, as that will not go unpunished. He advances against Asura, landing a punch on his forehead, saying that he needs to take that fight outside the city because if they continue there, the city will not withstand the energy of a third sun. While being carried away, Asura tells the protagonist that, since his birth, this is the first time he has been seriously injured. Although he is still far from being eliminated, the protagonist should be proud of that. He remarks that he feels a hint of admiration for the talent demonstrated by the human specialist, But fortunately, the emperor has already fully perfected the conversion ritual of the ancient civilization. Asura asks Yihei if he is willing to stop being human to join their superior race, because with that talent, in a few decades, he could become the 5th envoy of the emperor. The protagonist looks at him and says that after all that talk, he would still be number 5 and would still have to wait for decades, questioning if that is really how they test new recruits, because that is a shame. He releases Asura, saying that unfortunately he stopped being human a long time ago, and kicks him toward a mountain, striking him with a nuclear blast. Asura manages to withstand the attacks once again and says that apparently the protagonist has already made his decision and they will respect his choice, but now they need to condemn him to death. Yihei laughs, saying that now he can let his thirst for battle appear since they are no longer in Huadu. He can show his true power. Yihei transforms using the secret technique of Demora Super Nuclear Light Combat Body. Asura is shocked to see that that human had not revealed all his power while they were fighting over the imperial capital. He grabs his blades again, questioning what kind of entity this organization called Monster is, asking if each of its members possesses such terrifying power, because if that is the case, the Emperor's grand plans may be affected. He charges with everything he has, saying that he needs to eradicate this organization called Monster. Yihei also grabs his sword, saying that he will have to eliminate him in the name of the Monster organization. The two clash their attacks, cutting mountains in half as if it were absolutely nothing. Both shout together that that fight is not just to decide who is the best, but to decide who will live and who will die. The protagonist continues advancing, telling his opponent to give it his all because he wants to see the true level of elite combat power of the secret realm forces. Asura tells the human not to be so arrogant. The two continue fighting as if it were a battle between gods, causing enormous destruction. Asura points out that although he lost his physical body and his strength and speed have decreased a bit, it is still something that a mere human, like the protagonist, cannot face. He attacks again and begins to gain a slight advantage in the fight, saying that the Monster organization will certainly be the greatest threat to the Emperor, so they will eliminate all its members that day. Yihei laughs since Asura manages to be even more arrogant than him. The protagonist pushes his opponent back, making him step on something. That black slime quickly begins to grow. Yihei explains that those spores are the product of the union between the Cosmo cells of Demora Stellar Cosmo and the cells of the 10-headed Jenna. Their name is YH cells, and the effect is very simple. Asura asks what the protagonist did and why he cannot move. The substance continues to take over his entire body, and Asura shouts that his body is no longer responding to his will and they still have not completed the Emperor's mission. Yihei explains that the Demora Stellar Cosmo can infect the entire biosphere of the planet through Cosmos cells, the atmosphere, the land, the oceans, and the underground. Every part of the planet's biosphere will be contaminated by them. All living beings in the biosphere will be gradually assimilated, becoming part of him in a certain way. And since Asura was infected by the higher-level YH cells, what will happen now is that Asura will become the external incarnation of the protagonist. The transformation is completed and Asura looks at Yihei, calling him Master. The protagonist says that this is very good and orders him to crouch and then jump, and his servant obeys. He picks up a stone and treats his new servant as if he were just a dog, throwing the stone for him to fetch. Asura flies after the stone, and Yihei says that this is very good and that he is obedient. He had the inspiration for the YH cells from the parasite sovereign of Bocheng, and apparently the result was very good. Back at headquarters, the woman arrives to give her report, saying that they have already discovered the cause of the phenomena in Huadu's sky. Zhaiding asks her to explain. The woman displays the images on the screen, saying that they managed to find out that all of this was the work of the same masked man. The man with the swirling mask appeared only in the last week, acting mainly in the various occupied cities of Daxia, using a different mask in each action. He did not have much contact with the allied martial arts forces of the occupied cities, focusing only on hunting the sovereigns of the dominated areas. In addition, he would always annihilate the magical beasts throughout the city. Whenever he appears, the clouds turn purple. Satellites capture that this purple glow comes from cosmic rays in the atmosphere. It seems that he possesses the ability to control the light of the universe. Zhaiding says that the masked man looks a lot like a villain from an anime he once watched, and that this light of the universe is something very frightening. He asks if he is planning to help Daxia recover the occupied cities. The woman tells the director that it is not quite like that because, according to the psychological profile drawn by Nua, the masked man's objective is not to recover the cities. He is simply hunting the sovereigns of each occupied area. Zhaiding cannot believe that such a being could exist, questioning how someone can hunt only the sovereigns. Suddenly, they receive a call. They inform the director that the former professor of Huadu and current special registered combatant Gong Ke is requesting communication. The director asks them to connect, and as soon as they open the communication, Gong Kei was hiding under some rocks, saying that that masked man comes from an organization. The director asks what she is talking about. Gong Kei shouts that that man claims to be from an organization called Monster, with the codename Demonic Eye. Jiding becomes even more confused, asking what all of this means. Everyone inside headquarters begins to worry about this, asking what kind of martial artist force that is, because by the name it does not seem like a very proper organization. Jiding keeps thinking about this name, Monster, since he, as director of the Special Intelligence Department, had no memory of it. He questions whether it is possible that each member of that organization is as strong as Demonic Eye, and why they have only now begun to show their claws, precisely at this crucial moment of Daxia's reclamation plan, which makes the director question what they are really plotting. The woman asks the director to immediately look at the screen because something was appearing in the sky of Huadu. Everyone becomes worried, asking if it is Asura, since the appearance is a bit different from before, but the size and aura match exactly as they were. They ask if it is possible that he has evolved, but the director says that this is not the case, because there is someone on that monster's shoulder, and that person is Demonic Eye. The director panics, asking how he can be together with Asura since he was someone specialized in hunting sovereigns. The protagonist simply laughs and the monitoring signal is cut off. The specialists say that it seems to be some special blocking method, but the vital detection system still works. They explain that Demonic Eye has already taken Asura away from the city, and apparently they are leaving. The director was completely furious, saying that Daxia was once the most powerful country on the blue planet, and now has fallen into the lamentable situation of having no one capable of stopping an enemy invasion. And now they are forced to place all their hope in a member of a mysterious organization to stop Asura. In a single day, 4 division chiefs were eliminated in battle, and most of the elite were killed or injured. He, as director, has failed the people of Daxia. The 9 families of Huadu corrupt, who chose to protect themselves and flee in times of war. This cannot end like this. News quickly spreads, and people cannot believe that Huadu was attacked, as it is the capital of Daxia, the place where countless specialists gather. So what enemy would be foolish enough to attack that place? The student council president's assistant asks if that is a lie because there is no way Huadu could have been attacked. Jiming says that unfortunately it is true, as he has internal information. The 3 presidents of the martial associations who remained in Huadu, the 4 chiefs of Longke, a total of 7 grandmasters, were all annihilated. He heard that Longke even used special registered combat power, but only one of those dangerous individuals survived. She asks what happened to the great masters who protect the nation. Jiming says that Director Shi and Chief Qinglong, even though they were at Daxia's border, would only take a few minutes to arrive in Huadu and provide support. In addition, there is also Mr. Fu Hongsheng, a nation protector level expert. She asks if it is possible that none of the elite specialists appeared. Jiming takes a deep breath, saying that it is true. None of the elite specialists appeared, all of them lost contact. The severity of this incident surpasses even the fall of the 12 cities of Daxia during the Secret Realm invasion, so the world will change completely. On Daxia's island called Liuli Island, the head of the Kai family, the leading family of Liuli Island, welcomes the distinguished guest from the Federation of North Belton, coming from across the ocean. The two greet each other, and the family head says that although the countries have always had disagreements, business is still business, especially when it comes to a big deal. The guest says they should skip the formalities as both of their time is very short. If the information is real and the last 2 great masters, who protect the nation and martial artist protectors, are truly missing, then it will not be only North Belton taking action. Meanwhile, the protagonist was enjoying his journey, telling his new servant that from now on he is a member of the Monster organization, and his codename will be Hook. Hook agrees with his master, and the protagonist says that he was very lucky, as he is the first member of the Monster organization. And as they say, to get ahead in the world, you need influence. Although in the transcendental world, individual strength is always the main theme, having a powerful organization can solve many problems that he does not want to deal with personally. The situation of the world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and because of that, he intends to form his own army. Yehi says that he will leave Hook with the Mad Doctor for a while. That way he can take the opportunity to visit his secret base. He remembers that he cannot walk around with his new companion in such a flashy way, as news might spread saying that the Monster organization is allied with the mysterious sovereign who attacked Huadu. Therefore, he will use the light control ability of the Inferno Star to become invisible. Shortly after, the protagonist arrives at a forest and notices that the trees were a bit strange. One of them had an eye that was directly observing the protagonist, leaving him quite surprised. Without thinking twice, he prepares to attack that eye, but a voice comes from inside it, calling the protagonist Sir, and asking him to wait. The protagonist stops and asks if it is the Mad Doctor. The doctor asks his master to calm his anger a bit and explains that he should apologize first. However, the entire forest is a synthetic biological monitoring system that he created through biotechnology. The protagonist is surprised and tells the doctor that he really is a genius because the order was that he should research a plant field, but he managed to make the entire forest speak. A drone guides Yahello to the entrance of the base, and the doctor communicates with him through the drone itself, saying that the base has only been under development for half a month, so it is a bit modest, and he would like to apologize to his master because of that. Yahello is very impressed, telling the doctor that he managed to build a secret base in such a short time and questioning whether the success of the research is not progressing too quickly. The doctor explains that the problem of the base and scientific funding was easy to solve. There are always wealthy people on the brink of death or seriously ill. By extracting a healing factor from his own blood, these rich individuals beg to give him money. In addition, he is selecting suitable targets for vampire conversion for his master. Their social influence will be of great help for the development of the organization. And as soon as the protagonist gives the order, he will begin the conversion. Yahello tells the doctor that he can do things however he sees fit, as long as he does not force anyone or use those insane methods of Laserbird, since he already knows his master's preferences. They arrive at the elevator and the doctor says he will explain the results of his research. First of all, it was thanks to the help of the black and red biomass that the protagonist provided him. This biological cell with infinite possibilities is something he has never seen before, and it is perfect. The second point is that he knows the location of some specialists from Prometheus and Laserbird. He managed to turn them into his servants and formed a research team for Yahello. The protagonist says that is fine and that he has no objections to it. As soon as they reach the floor, the doors open and everything is functioning perfectly. The doctor explains that all those people are cyborgs with modified brains. Yahello looks at some things inside the tanks and asks what that is. Suddenly, the doctor approaches the protagonist and calls him. Yahello looks at him and asks if the mad doctor changed his appearance. But the doctor explains to his master that what he is seeing now is just one of his cyborg bodies. Yahello is surprised and asks where the original body is. The doctor explains that in order to provide maximum assistance in the field of scientific research, he used the black and red biomass to transform his entire original body into a brain, discarding all unnecessary organs and tissues to avoid wasting precious mental energy controlling a physical body. Normally, he just transfers part of his consciousness into receptacles like a chip to move freely. Yahello thinks that perhaps his subordinate is considering having a cybernetic encounter with the NUA system. He tells his subordinate that it is fine, because if he is happy like that, then there is no problem. Yahello talks about the giant hook who is in the forest. The protagonist explains that he is his external incarnation, and that his will can be transferred to that body at any time. Yahello says that he will leave Hook there under the care of the mad doctor. However, he forbids the doctor from conducting any kind of crazy experiments on him. The doctor says he understands, so he will not hold back, as he promises that seeing Hook will be like seeing the master himself. In addition, he will send cyborgs to perform complete bodily maintenance every day. Yahello says that they do not need to go that far, but it is fine. The doctor continues leading his master to learn more about the base. They pass by an aquarium, and the protagonist asks if there is any secret there as well. The mad doctor says that his master is very perceptive, and because of that, he will present his most important research project. As soon as he presses a button, the water begins to move strangely and a monster appears. The doctor says that this is the artificial Demora. He explains that it is a creature he created through a series of bioengineering experiments, extracting original genes from the sacred dorsal fin that Yahello gave him and processing it with the black and red biomass. It inherited the natural talent of controlled nuclear fusion from the fin that the protagonist had given him, along with the biomass's ability to adapt and evolve in any environment. The doctor says that this will be the ultimate masterpiece among all the creatures he has ever created, and therefore, he offers that creature to his master. Yahello thinks that it is literally a Demora cub. However, he has a somewhat strange premonition, thinking that that big one will end up landing on the small eastern island in the future. After all, it has an advantage against that place. Yahello praises the doctor, saying that he is very satisfied with the results of all the research, and as a reward, he decides to grant the doctor his newly developed YH cells. Then he hopes that the doctor can bring even more pleasant surprises in the future. The doctor throws himself to the ground, saying that the immense grace of his lord is something he can never repay in that lifetime. Yahello says it is better to change that part of the grand gift, but the requested tasks have all been completed and it is time to return to Huadu. The reclamation plan was successfully completed. After several days of intense fighting, Daxia's reclamation plan ended successfully under the secret assistance of a mysterious specialist. The entire nation of Daxia is celebrating at the moment, but soon something happens that leaves the population confused. From that day on, a curfew will be implemented. The entire country will enter a state of war, with the circulation of airplanes, ships, and any communication with the outside world prohibited. Elite police began patrolling the streets, drones occasionally flying over the sky, and various supplies began to be mobilized. Even the most foolish person can sense the crisis that is about to come. For a time, various conspiracy theories emerged on the internet, but they were quickly suppressed. First, to avoid social instability, and second, to prevent foreign forces from interfering with public opinion. At this moment, the nation has become like a string stretched tighter than ever before. Yehe arrives in the city and feels lost, wondering if this is really Huade City. However, he still has to admit that, as expected from the most technologically advanced city, the countless streets and districts destroyed by the battle were repaired quickly, as if no fight had ever happened there. He asks Nua to navigate to Longque headquarters. Nua tells him that she has planned the best route to the command center for him. The protagonist arrives at headquarters and says that today is his first day as an intern. He goes inside but only sees one person in the back and greets her. She is Longque agent Lin Zhu. She looks at the protagonist and asks if he is the special recruit recommended by Chief Qinglong. The protagonist calls her senior and says his name. Lin Zhu also says her name and points to the side, saying that she is only an agent and would not dare to be called senior by a special recruit from Huada. His desk is right there, and all the documents have been left on it. Besides, she points out that she is dying from overwork, so she cannot keep giving him attention, and he cannot disturb her. Yihe calls her senior again, asking if she is the only one there. Lin Zhu explains that maybe it was bad luck, or maybe good luck, but nearly all of Longque's 1st Division had been guarding the borders when the city was attacked, so almost no elite agents were lost, preserving their full strength. Now, since a large number of elite agents from the 2nd to the 5th Division died in battle, combined with the various foreign threats against the country, an enormous workload has fallen onto the 1st Division. Although she knows she should not complain about being overworked at that moment, she has not closed her eyes for more than 30 hours doing high-intensity document reviews, so she is exhausted. The protagonist feels sorry for her and takes out a bit of a secret substance from his black and red biomass. It is harmless to people and helps improve brain efficiency and relieve mental stress, so he hopes it can help her with that. He prepares some tea for her and offers it. Lin Zhu is happy, saying that besides being handsome, he knows how to please a woman and has none of the arrogance of a special recruit. She starts drinking the tea, but the emergency alarm quickly begins to ring. Rebellions have broken out in several cities on the border with the Southeast Triangle region. 4 agents have already gone to investigate and contain the situation, but they still need to send at least one more. She stands up worriedly, saying that an emergency just had to appear at that exact moment, when all she wanted was to eat something. She says she will leave everything to the special recruit and go to the battlefield, but the protagonist smiles and asks her to stay calm and leave everything to him. Lin Zhu is a little confused, saying that although he is the special recruit recommended by Qinglong, that only means he has great future potential, not that he is already that strong right now. Besides, those emergency missions are extremely dangerous, so he is just a freshman and does not need to bite off more than he can chew. The protagonist keeps smiling and asks if his senior does not believe in him. She asks what he is talking about. Suddenly, she begins to smell something very good and is surprised to see all her favorite dishes right in front of her. She admits that she will not stand on ceremony because young people these days are impressive and even a little scary. Apparently, besides being polite and handsome, the protagonist is probably an illusion master. Yehe explains that he would not say he is a master, but he saw that she was exhausted and took advantage of that opening to do it. But she explains that it is not quite like that because they, the elite agents, went through rigorous training against illusions. And even with clouded consciousness, they would not be hypnotized so easily. So only a purely powerful illusion could invade her consciousness. Besides, he not only hypnotized her into going to the cafeteria, but also made her say what her favorite dishes were. So based on that illusion ability alone, she can say that no ordinary martial artist would be able to face him. The protagonist says that since that is the case, he is leaving because he needs to smash some bastards' faces in. Lin Zhu remains a little reluctant, saying that even so, it is better for him not to go because he is an extremely rare talent and should focus on growing properly. If something happened to him, she would not be able to take on such a huge responsibility. In the end, he is still just a disobedient special recruit, but as soon as she looks to the side, she realizes that he is no longer there. On the table is a bottle of medicine and a napkin saying that she is very weakened, so that bottle of medicine will help her recover her energy. She is so impressed by his thoughtfulness that she says that handsome young man is completely her type. At the border between Daxia and the Southeast Triangle region, everything was in complete chaos. Inside the car, Yihe said that the smell there was simply clean and hygienic, but he was very lucky to be able to block his respiratory system and generate a protective film over his skin. Otherwise, he would already be feeling sick from the curry. According to the information he received from Nuwa, the other 3 elite agents acted quickly because of the urgency and weight of the missions. They arrived in several border cities and executed the terrorist leaders of the rebellions with full force. However, those terrorist leaders at the border are only representatives of the foreign force. This means that if one dies, they simply find another. And that is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause of the disease. Since the other 3 elite agents have already had their identities exposed, he will act from the shadows to find the source of that rebellion and pull it out by the roots. Suddenly, a car stops abruptly in front of the bus. The bus driver gets angry, asking if they have no eyes when driving. A man opens the van door and orders the driver to open the bus door immediately. Yehe looks at that situation and thinks that this place used to be the safest country on Blue Planet. In the past, no one dared to commit crimes, not even in places like the border. For that scum to have become so bold, it is obvious that someone is backing them from behind the scenes. The man gets inside the bus and asks everyone to stay calm because they are good people. He points at the blonde man and says the boss is there and does not want to rob anyone of their money. He only wants everyone to cooperate with the work. The people, afraid, begin crowding at the back of the bus, and the protagonist gets trapped among them, saying that his function for blocking his respiratory system is almost failing. The man starts shouting, saying that he already said everyone there was good people, so why were they backing away? Because now anyone who moves will be cut down. 2 people enter the bus and the man says those 2 are professional tattoo artists, and in a little while all of them, men and women, old and young, even babies in their mother's arms, will have to get that tattoo. He shows a heart with an arrow on his chest. Yehe thinks that Nuwa has already shown him that tattoo. It is their symbol, and apparently that bunch of useless trash has started forcing ordinary civilians to join the scheme. An old man says they all look like traitors to the nation and asks how they can face their own parents, because are they not afraid of divine punishment? They are all a disgrace to their ancestors. The man pulls a knife from his waist, saying that it seems that damned old man is tired of living, so he will be eliminated now. But the boss steps in front of him and blocks the attack with his arm, asking if his subordinate has gone crazy and whether he is trying to rebel. The man is frightened and tries to explain to his boss that it was not on purpose, because he does not know why, but his hand simply moved forward with the knife against him. The boss turns around and tells the 2 of them to eliminate that guy immediately. He starts getting beaten, but a second later the 2 men have been knocked down. The boss is impressed, saying he did not know that skinny guy had some hidden trick. The boss orders his other subordinates to enter and eliminate that guy immediately. The man starts shouting for his boss to stop this. However, all the men who enter the bus begin being eliminated one by one. After eliminating several people and with his arms destroyed, he keeps shouting for his boss to believe him, saying he was not responsible for doing all that because his arms are broken and hurt a lot. The boss, still frightened, asks who that guy is. The man grabs the boss by the face, saying that he is just a subordinate full of spirit, and begins dragging the boss outside. The boss screams for him to let go immediately, but the subordinate says his body is not obeying him, that he is no longer in control, and that this is all a misunderstanding. The passengers cannot understand anything, wondering what happened to that young man. They arrived ordering everyone to be tattooed, and then, out of nowhere, they started beating each other up. Apparently, that young man was just an infiltrator, a government agent. A short distance away, inside the van, the man was being controlled by the protagonist's substance, complaining about the pain and begging for help. The boss in the back seat thinks that his subordinate is probably being controlled, otherwise he would not have such fighting power. He tries to break free and calls him sir, asking what he wants and what his price is, because if he lets him go, then he will give him whatever he asks for. The protagonist appears beside him, asking who his superior is, who is providing the funding, and where they usually meet. The boss starts thinking that the protagonist might be an agent of Daxia's Longki, and because of that, he does not know exactly what he should do, because if he does not talk, he will definitely suffer the consequences. However, he cannot tell the whole truth, otherwise they will send assassins after him, and even if he survives, he will spend the rest of his life being hunted. Because of that, the best way out is to find a way to eliminate that guy who seems to be an agent. The protagonist takes all of them to the edge of the cliff, preparing to send them to the other world. The boss, frightened, asks the protagonist if he has no honor, because he already said everything he knew. Yehe explains that only the boss knows how much of that information was true, and to be honest, he was distracted and did not even listen to what the boss said. Since he can read his memories directly, he only made the boss talk to see his ridiculous face while trying to lie. The boss starts being eliminated while screaming, asking if the protagonist is an agent, because if that is true, he should be arrested, not killed since he broke the law. Yehe keeps laughing, saying the man thinks he is Batman, who only arrests people, but that is very far from the truth. Yehe points out that he is the Punisher, known as the Vigilante, and needs to clean the world of bastards, then destroys the car and the man. After that, he gets out of the car saying there is nothing better than fresh air because he feels much lighter. Suddenly, he makes a car appear beside him, opens the door, gets in, and activates the Nuwa system. He says he has already discovered through their brains where the next rat nest he wants to clean out is located. But that guy's level was far too low, and finding only his contact is not enough. He asks Nuwa to plot a route to Chen City and forge an identity for him, maybe a spoiled and boastful heir of a major company. She says she understands, and he begins heading toward his new destination. Somewhere in the Southeast Triangle region at headquarters, 3 people were gathered. One of them says that the attack on Huadu is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if they take advantage of it, they of the Bloodspine will be marked in history. Besides, the leaders of the countries in the Triangle region have proposed cooperation. It seems those bastards have had their eyes on Daxia for a long time, so they can take advantage of the chaos to act at the border. It is different from before because now Daxia's internal factions and ethnic groups are very united, and simply destroying social stability will not have much effect. The other man says it seems they need to make contact with truly influential figures from that place, but Lonke has already put the country in a state of war, and the defense is so strict that not even Bloodspine can infiltrate. The girl says that is exactly why this is the perfect opportunity. Young Master Yi is an influential heir from the interior. He spends fortunes every day in the biggest nightclubs, and his wealth and ostentatious style make countless high society women want to get into his bed. He is the illegitimate son of the president of a major global financial company. With a snap of his fingers, his fortune could buy that entire city. A terrifying billionaire. He is exactly the person they need to carry out this kind of mission. So the final result was a perfect score. That young master is the most spoiled heir there is. A true scoundrel, an authentic, despicable magnet. The dark-skinned man says that the arrival of this influential young master from the interior seems too good to be true. A coincidence so great that it smells like a trap. The woman says she thinks the same, but even if it is a trap, they need to test it. Because of that, she sent their best agents to test that young master. He has no decent hobbies at all, and even one of their most perverted members said that young man's games are much sicker than his own. So it is like the saying goes, one pervert recognizes another, and in that environment, he is a professional and would know right away if it were only a disguise. The first man says that if that is really the case, then they themselves will go to Chen City to meet this young master. A short time later, inside the border city, the protagonist already had the details on the 3 of them. The first was Jeff, a former elite agent from North Belton's Department of Investigation. After betraying the Federation, he joined Bloodspine at the beginning of the organization. The second was Kenny. After assassinating the leader of a paramilitary group on the Dark Continent, he fled from there and joined Bloodspine. And lastly, Sudana. After massacring the entire family of a South Korean magnate, she fled and joined Bloodspine, climbing step by step until she became a high-ranking member. Yi thinks they might as well change their name to Mount Liang. Suddenly, one of the protagonist's servants reports that the 3 of them arrived in the city that day. Yahe tells his subordinate to bring them all there as soon as they arrive, because Bloodspine is here, so Daxia must really be weakened for any random nobody to dare show up. They are truly asking to be eliminated. A short time later, inside a car, the 3 of them were saying that the cathedral in the city's suburbs was the meeting point and was probably located there. Kenny agrees, saying that place is the organization's base in the city. Sudana asks what they think of that city. Kenny is confused and asks what she means because it is just an ordinary, backward little city. There is not a single martial arts master worth noticing in the entire city. Since it is far too ordinary, not even Lonke sent many men there. However, the woman says she has felt that something was wrong ever since they entered the city. She feels like there is a gaze fixed on them all the time, and those pedestrians by the roadside are strange because their heartbeats are far too calm. It is impossible for a human being to maintain such a stable rhythm all the time. The 2 of them agree with her and immediately retreat, but the citizens begin laughing, saying that the sun is about to set and the sovereign of the night is about to act. A little distance away, inside the car, Kenny says that caution really is good, but maybe they are being too cautious, because they have already driven more than 15 kilometers out of that city. Jeff points out that if the organization's base in the city had fallen, it would be impossible for them not to have heard any rumors. Sudana takes a deep breath and says that maybe she is too tense, because they know she failed when she tried to advance to the Grand Master level a year ago. However, while forcing her martial limits, she caught a glimpse of a scene that showed her destined death. When she died, the corpses of the 2 of them were beside her, so she calculates that they died during the same mission. Jeff gets worried and shouts angrily, asking why she had not said something so important before. Kenny curses at her, because if he had heard that earlier, he would not have gone on that mission with her even if they paid him. She explains that the course of fate cannot be stopped, but at least they will not suffer that day. She says that in the scene of her destined death, the background was a dark and twisted forest. However, there is not even a trace of a forest there because she cannot see a single tree around them. They agree but still point out that even if it is fate, they will defy the heavens and change their own luck, because their lives belong only to them, not to the heavens. But a small flower begins to appear on top of the car and the protagonist emerges, saying that his YH cells can now grow independently in human form and carry his consciousness. So, using the power of the sacred tree, combined with the plant cells of the stellar demon Cosmo, he can use his power. He calls this Supreme Leader Y. The moon, which had been beautiful and bright, suddenly begins turning red and several tentacles come out from inside it. The protagonist activates the descent of the dark sea of trees. Those tentacles transform into trunks and slam into the car with full force. He appears saying that destiny really can be rewritten, but the one who decides that is only him and no one else. Sudana looks at the protagonist, saying that this is exactly the scene of her destined death, and apparently it is really happening. Kenny sticks his head out of the car and with his face completely injured screams for her help, saying that Jeff is already dead. But she screams that there is no escape because no one can run from their destined death. He flips her off and curses at her again, but Yeehee simply destroys him with another trunk. She falls completely devastated, saying that destiny is immutable. The protagonist approaches her, and she prepares to depart from that life, but suddenly she feels an extremely powerful aura. Yehe drips a drop of blood, saying that he already warned her that he is the one who decides her destiny, and now she will receive another chance. He asks whether she would rather die as a human or sell her soul and body to him and continue living. She accepts the proposal, saying that she wants to live. The protagonist realizes that he did not even need to ask. As soon as she takes a little of his blood, she feels something extremely powerful growing inside her body. Her body begins to change drastically, and the protagonist thinks that this is way too greedy because he only intended to turn her into an ordinary blood descendant to serve as an infiltrated piece inside Bloodspine, but he did not expect her to absorb so much blood. Now, if she dies because she cannot withstand this power, he will have to use his black and red biomass to create a clone from scratch. However, her body begins adapting quickly and she stands up. The protagonist is surprised to see that she adapted so fast, and that was not bad at all. He takes this opportunity and touches her forehead to find out what kind of organization Bloodspine is. He discovers that the boss of the organization is hiding in a submarine at the bottom of the sea, which shows that he is very cautious. And all of this has to do with the Southeast Triangle region, a bunch of small landowners thinking they can rebel. And because of that, now they no longer have permission or the right to even own their own lands. Sudana tells the protagonist that that man is no longer her master and bows, calling the protagonist her lord, saying that he is her new and only master. He claps his hands and drops a few seeds, creating 15 new clones. He tells her to take all the clones and eradicate every Bloodspine base in Daxia. Besides, she must also take the opportunity to eliminate every leader of the rebel groups they find along the way, because he does not want to hear about these problems when he returns from the Southeast Triangle region. She simply accepts the order, but as soon as she opens her eyes, the protagonist is no longer there. During the next half-month, the rebellions on Daxia's southern border disappeared out of nowhere. Public security seemed to suddenly return to Daxia's peak, with the crime rate close to zero. But only the police knew that there was a mysterious and powerful martial artist hunting those rebels and foreign spies. Every day, the police received a mysterious letter notifying them to collect the bodies of the rebels. Meanwhile, the protagonist was out on the open sea. He uses his vital magnetic field, but cannot detect anything resembling a submarine. But that is actually normal because not even Daxia's Coast Guard managed to detect it, which shows that the enemy has a talent for acting like a rat. However, ever since his debut, he has been training and has already exterminated countless rats, and that submarine will not be the exception. He dives into the sea, releasing Demon's complete form. At the bottom of the sea, he searches carefully, releasing the gamma cells from his body, and finally manages to find his target. The ship once served in the Thunder Kingdom Alliance, and after the alliance dissolved, it became the mobile base of the Bloodspine organization. Inside the submarine, someone was telling the commander that, according to sonar, there is an object about 120 meters long, 8,000 meters ahead, approaching at high speed. The commander asks if it could be a mutant whale because that maritime area is not part of the whale's migration route. The commander tells the crew to use sound waves to drive it away. A short time later, another sailor gives the commander a report, saying that the sound wave deterrent failed. The object is already 5,000 meters away from them and continues approaching rapidly. It is estimated that it will be in front of them in about 1 minute. With that speed, it is possible that it is a magical beast wandering through the ocean. The commander tells them to launch the Trident torpedoes immediately. The attack is launched, causing a great explosion, but it is useless, and the protagonist continues approaching. Inside the ship's command center, they become frightened, telling the commander that this is not good at all, because the torpedoes did not stop that thing. They realize that the advance of that monster is even faster, and there are 30 seconds left before it reaches the vessel. A short time later, the protagonist is already beside the submarine playing with them. The people inside begin screaming, saying that the hull suffered a violent impact. The commander tells them to fire all the remaining torpedoes. Several explosions begin happening, but it is useless. The protagonist cuts the submarine in half with extreme ease, causing a massive explosion inside. But the leader of Bloodspine, an S-level expert and grandmaster named Garrett, manages to escape the attack. As he moves, he thinks that he had imagined many futures for Bloodspine, whether revenge from enemies or annihilation by great nations. But he never imagined that his legacy would fall because of a magical beast that happened to pass by. He holds a nuclear battery, thinking that he cannot accept this because the submarine was completely destroyed, but that nuclear battery will not take long to explode. He throws the battery at the protagonist, saying that now he will die in that explosion, but Yihi simply swallows the entire battery. Garrett starts laughing, thinking that a magical beast is just a magical beast, an irrational monster dumb enough to swallow the nuclear battery. He had thrown the battery at the monster with a suicidal attitude, without being sure that it would eliminate it since the torpedoes were useless. But an internal explosion is different. No transcendental creature can withstand a nuclear explosion inside itself. Now that monster will be completely torn apart. A huge explosion happens, but nothing happens to the protagonist, leaving Garrett completely speechless. He questions whether that monster actually absorbed the entire nuclear battery. Suddenly, a voice appears inside his mind, saying that now it is his turn. Garrett is frightened, wondering if that monster really has that much power because it can still speak Daxia's language. The protagonist continues playing with his prey, and Garrett thinks he must not be underestimated because he is also an S-level grandmaster martial artist, and even underwater he can still fight against that monster. But suddenly his body begins to be wrapped in biomass, and Garrett questions what that is because his body will not move, and those cotton-like things are absorbing his martial chi. He realizes that he has no chance at all, and starts begging the monster to stop, asking who he is. Yiha tells his opponent that there is no hope and even less light. The only thing left before him is despair. A short time later, he returns to the surface and says that the entire Southeast Triangle region will be next, and now it has to be them. In the Southeast Triangle region, in the country of Fae, a soldier was observing. He thinks that this is very strange because the weather forecast said nothing about low tide that day. So how could an island have appeared in the middle of the sea? Suddenly, another soldier approaches, telling him to stop looking, and asks what is so interesting about the seawater because they recently received a huge batch of American equipment, so maybe they can start taking action against Daxia soon. The other guard asks if it is that fast, questioning what they're going to do against that place's grandmasters, since even if they add up the dozens of countries in the Triangle region, they cannot even gather 5 experts at the same level. The other soldier says that experts from the North Belton Federation and the small eastern island are in command. The northern country, Daxia's ally, has a huge headache because of the invasion of those fanatics from the Divine Advent Kingdom on the western continent, so they cannot help Daxia now. If the North Belton Federation gives the green light, it means they are certain that Daxia's elite combat power has completely disappeared. They will only act with the confidence that they can crush that place once and for all. And this situation is entirely in their favor, so they are excited about all this news. Suddenly, they hear a very loud sound and look toward the sea. The soldiers are frightened, asking if the island is really moving in their direction. They begin shouting that it is a magical beast invasion, and that everything is lost now because it is heading toward them and they are going to die. But suddenly, 2 destroyers arrive to save the day. The protagonist says that he has finally reached his destination, and now it is time to destroy all the enemies. He causes a massive nuclear explosion, destroying all the ships around him and creating a huge tsunami that sweeps through the entire place. At that country's military port, the soldiers shout, saying that they have received emergency news. A sovereign-level magical beast has invaded their waters, has already sunk 2 warships, and is about to land on shore. The commander tells the troops to use the American equipment they just received to shoot down that beast because they cannot allow it to reach land under any circumstances. Because of that, they need to urgently mobilize all fleets and firepower, as well as send distress signals to the other countries in the Southeast Triangle region. With the reinforcement of American equipment and the support of other countries, they will definitely annihilate the invader before it reaches the country. And if they manage to win that battle, their country's name will echo throughout all of Blue Planet. Because of that, he will lead the country toward the greatest peak in its history. However, someone says they just received a report and informs the commander that the signal of that monster has completely disappeared, leaving the commander surprised. The protagonist was at the bottom of the sea, thinking that there are several countries in the Southeast Triangle region, and he will have to travel a long way to destroy all their armed forces. Because of that, the faster he finishes, the better, since he does not want to waste too much time with that matter. He goes beneath the fleet of warships because that is all the firepower the country of Fae currently has. So all of it will be destroyed right there. He releases Demon's complete form once again, creating a nuclear explosion so massive that it destroys all the ships at once. While the ships were being destroyed, the crew screamed, questioning why that sovereign-level magical beast had suddenly appeared from the sea and how the radars had not warned them of anything. How did that sovereign-level beast cross the mine network without detonating any of them? Meanwhile, on the command flagship, the commander was in shock as he watched his troops being completely annihilated because of that animal. All of his country's assets were being obliterated. He orders them to attack immediately, but the protagonist was already beside them, completely destroying the commander's ship and the other troops that were approaching. The deputy commander tells everyone to forget about the commander and attack with everything they have to try to contain that beast, because that way, they might at least recover the honor of their country's navy. However, even after a bombardment from all the remaining ships, nothing had happened to the protagonist. The deputy commander orders everyone to retreat immediately, but it was already too late. On January 24th at 8:35 in the morning, the mysterious magical beast, codenamed Demon, began its confrontation with the fleet of the country of Fae. 3 minutes later, the country's fleet was completely annihilated. At 8:50, Demon disappeared along the country's coast. Martial artists from all over the country tried to intercept it. At 9:35, Demon raised the capital of the country of Fae and headed toward the neighboring countries of the Southeast Triangle region. The upper ranks of the current government of the country of Fae, as well as the Air Force, the Army, and the martial artist units, were almost completely wiped out. It is expected that the country will plunge into chaos and national disintegration. Demon continues advancing relentlessly. Based on the direction in which Demon left the country, experts estimate that in about 40 minutes, it will land in the country of Nadonia. A monk on top of a mountain was focused, saying that mediocre magical beast is nothing to him, because he is the greatest expert of Nadonia and will not allow that beast to take a single step inside that country. 20 minutes later, the country of Nadonia was completely paralyzed. After causing destruction, the new Godzilla headed toward the countries of Mian and Nan. In the country of Mian, there is an internal conflict between militias and major traffickers, and there is no unified leader. One of the leaders enters a plane and orders them to take off immediately since Demon has already landed in the country of Nan. That bunch of officials there must be fleeing even faster than him, and by his calculations, in less than 20 minutes, Demon will cross the entire country of Nan and reach the country of Mian. The fate of the entire country of Mian is to die in his place. He manages to take off in his plane and breathes in relief, saying that he finally managed to escape. Now he will find another country and make a comeback, but he notices something on the window. One of the protagonist's cells had stuck to the plane window, saying hello to the fugitive. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.